The Beast Knight leads a group of survivors, acquiring the divine essence of combat, and the world momentarily comes to a standstill. Chapter 1. When I awoke. In a dense rainforest, the scorching sun pierces through the layers of leaves, casting its radiant light upon the lush surroundings. The air is heavy with humidity, and the vibrant vegetation flourishes with the abundance of rainfall. Vines intertwine and roots entangle, creating formidable obstacles. The young girl, Ziti, sprints through the rainforest with all her might. Her curly black hair frames her sun-kissed complexion. Her exquisite features depict a beauty that transcends the ordinary. Most captivating are her large, amethyst-colored eyes, reminiscent of crystal-clear purple gems. Yet, at this moment, her eyes are filled with fear and panic. She gasps for breath, her mouth agape, her chest already aching. Sweat pours down her body, and numerous wounds, bandaged with white cloth, seep with crimson stains due to her frantic sprinting. Faster! I must get away from here. Ziti encourages herself, but her speed remains limited. A thick rope is draped over her shoulder, tethered to some heavy object that greatly hinders her pace. A chilling scream suddenly echoes from afar, followed by the howls of wolves. The girl shudders as if struck by lightning. In that instant, a sense of crisis and urgency grips her heart like the claw of a beast. All that fills her mind is a single voice. Run, run, run. Abandon everything, do not look back. Otherwise, you will meet the same fate as those guards, torn apart and devoured by that wicked wolf. Pale-faced and bewildered, Ziti steels herself when her gaze lands on the burden she carries. Tethered to the rope is a stretcher, upon which lies a young boy. Unconscious for reasons unknown, the boy has golden hair that shines brilliantly and a visage of striking handsomeness, exuding an air of innate nobility. He is undoubtedly a liability. In this life-and-death moment, dragging along someone heavier than herself feels like relinquishing her own survival. Gritting her teeth, she gazes at the boy on the stretcher. Suppressing her fear and anxiety, she continues to pull the stretcher forward, resisting the terror of death that encroaches upon her. She pushes aside the vines, crashing through the dense underbrush, and suddenly, the thicket ahead becomes noticeably sparse, revealing the azure sky above. The sound of flowing water becomes clearer, and soon, a small river emerges within her sight. Upon inspection, she notices the water may only reach her waist. Yet, she dares not wade into the river. This isolated island is fraught with danger. One cannot rely on logic here. I'm almost certain there are vicious crocodiles or swarms of piranhas lurking in this small river. Once, she had 16 guards by her side, but now only she and the boy remain. Along the way, her companions have perished, their lives sacrificed to illustrate the terrors of this jungle island. Damn it, if only I could use magic. After a moment of observation, she bites her lip and decides to cross the river. The giant wolf behind her is like the Grim Reaper, likely closing in on her. Although terrified, she has not completely lost her wits. She remains aware of her circumstances and judgment. Dragging the heavy stretcher, she makes her way along the riverbank. Moments later, a glimmer of hope flashes in her eyes. She spots a small tree, growing at an angle, its trunk extending from one bank to the other, reaching high above the water. Cautiously, she inspects the tree, finding no hidden snakes or thorns. However, the trunk is covered in slick moss. Climbing such a trunk alone poses a risk of falling into the river. Moreover, she bears a burden. The boy on the stretcher lies in deep unconsciousness. Perhaps she should abandon him. To carry an unconscious boy across the river is far too perilous. Yet, gritting her teeth, she swiftly unties the rope from the stretcher and hoists the boy onto her back, securing them together with the rope. With everything in place, she removes her boots and tucks them into the gaps between the rope and her body. Finally, taking a deep breath, she begins the treacherous ascent up the trunk, supporting the unconscious boy with all her strength. The moss-covered trunk becomes increasingly slippery under her grip. I can do this. I must succeed. Ziti, you cannot fall here. You are the president of the Purple Vine Guild. You must avenge your father. The brave girl continually motivates herself. With unwavering determination, she clings to the trunk, inching forward, her purple eyes filled with resolve. At last, she successfully climbs across. However, the combined weight of both of them causes the small tree trunk to sag as she reaches the opposite bank, allowing her to land more easily. With the pressure lifted, the trunk rebounds and the branches sway, stirring a gust of wind. Exhausted from the effort, Ziti collapses to her knees, unable to rise, supporting herself on the ground. Her face pales, her head spins slightly. Sweat drips from her nose and chin, pooling on the lush grass beneath her. After a moment of catching her breath, the dizziness begins to fade. A wave of joy surges within her. Unbelievable! I did it. I truly made it across. But then, she feels a tingling numbness creeping through her limbs, the aftermath of her exertion. A growl. The sound of a wolf's roar pierces the air, and suddenly, a figure leaps from the dense underbrush. Ziti's heart races, and instinctively, she turns to see a massive blue wolf. In that instant, her pupils constrict, as if plunged into an icy abyss. The wolf, as large as a calf, emanates a palpable aura of menace. It bares its teeth, remnants of fresh flesh caught between them. Its red eyes fixate on Ziti, brimming with savage intent. Startled, she falls back into the grass at the riverbank. The weight of the boy drags her down with force. In such a frail and vulnerable state, the wolf's ferocity intensifies. Yet, the wolf remains on the opposite bank, bounding in place, wary of the flowing water. Seeing the wolf's hesitation, Ziti realizes the wisdom of her previous actions. But in the next moment, the wolf spots the tree trunk and begins to tread across it, mimicking her earlier move. Undoubtedly, this brutal beast possesses a terrifying intelligence. Though robust, the wolf maintains excellent balance, moving faster than Ziti. In shock, Ziti instinctively draws a dagger from her side, slicing through the ropes binding her, and leaps to her feet, forcefully colliding with the elevated trunk. The impact causes it to sway. While the movement is not severe, it presents sufficient trouble for the wolf. It roars at her, baring its sharp fangs, growing increasingly agitated. For a moment, Ziti revels in her success in stalling the wolf, only to be engulfed by regret. She faces off against the wolf across the river. As it continues to howl, refusing to retreat, the young girl fixated on the colossal wolf, not daring to relax for a moment. At the slightest attempt by the beast to ascend the tree trunk, she would strike the bark, inciting a tremor. Moments later, clarity dawned upon her. Her desperate actions had indeed been correct. The extent of the wolf's leap was beyond her precise estimation. Even if she managed to jolt the creature into the river, the lurking dangers within the water could either manifest or remain dormant, and whether they could impede the wolf was an unknown. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to afford the beast no opportunity. The moment it attempted to climb the trunk, she would exert all her effort to disrupt it. As time passed, the wolf made several futile attempts. Finally, at a certain moment, it abruptly turned and vanished into the thicket. The girl stood in stunned silence. After a few breaths, she collapsed onto the ground. The tension that had rendered her face numb began to soften, melting away like ice, as 2 tears coursed down her cheeks. The girl began to sob quietly. Her legs were curled beneath her feet bare, having had no time to don her boots. The inner sides of her feet bore extensive abrasions from her earlier ascent, and her fingernails were torn, oozing blood. She buried her head in her knees, her shoulders trembling slightly with each sob, resembling a fragile kitten. After a spell of weeping, she suddenly lifted her head as if jolted awake. Her eyes were red, streaked with tears, her expression a tumult of shock, doubt, and fear. Has the wolf truly given up? There is indeed that possibility. However, recalling the terrifying encounters of recent days, her conviction that the wolf's persistence was far more likely intensified. Perhaps its sudden retreat into the thicket was merely a ruse to deceive me. It is likely that it is now traversing the river, seeking a shortcut to reach the opposite bank. Perhaps it has already crossed and is racing toward me. With this thought, the girl felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, a chill seeping into her bones. What was she to do? Not to mention that the elevated tree trunk posed a significant challenge for her to climb while carrying the boy. What if the wolf still lingered nearby? That was even less feasible. The exertion had drained her strength considerably. To continue forward with the boy on her back? If the wolf pursued them, that would undoubtedly lead to their demise. Even if she were empty-handed, her speed would be no match for the wolf's. Then I have no choice but to make a final decision. A glimmer of resolve flashed in her eyes. She hurried to the boy's side, kneeling beside him, retrieving a milky white crystalline column from her bosom. Concentrating her thoughts, she summoned every ounce of strength to activate the white crystal. Clutching it tightly, it hovered mere inches above the boy's forehead, suspended in stillness. Is it truly futile? No, this is her last hope, even if it is but a glimmer of possibility. Her anxiety intensified as she murmured, "Hurry, hurry, please let it take effect." As if responding to her fervent plea, the milky crystal began to emit a faint glow, barely perceptible. The moment she detected this flicker of light, her heart leaped with joy. Though the use of most magic is forbidden on this island, it is not entirely impossible. As long as one possesses sufficient rank, it can be wielded, albeit with diminished potency and effect. This applied not only to magic but also to magical artifacts. The luminescence of the white crystal intensified, gradually coalescing into a stream of pearlescent light. A small trickle of this liquid cascaded onto the forehead of the unconscious boy, mysteriously merging with his skin. In mere moments, the effort of channeling the crystal took a toll on her. Her face turned pale, sweat beaded on her brow, and her body swayed precariously. The crystal began to lose its luster, fading from the top down into a dull gray stone. Persevere, I must endure, I cannot falter now. She summoned every ounce of her being, nearly hypnotizing herself as she relentlessly pushed against her limits. As the crystal lost nearly half its brilliance, she teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, sustained solely by a singular resolve. I must awaken him. Suddenly, a howl pierced the air. The blue wolf, previously unseen, burst forth from the dense underbrush with alarming speed. In that instant, doom loomed. Startled, she trembled, instinctively looking up, her delicate features swallowed by the shadow cast by the wolf's massive form. She beheld the creature leaping into the air, descending upon her. Time seemed to slow. Its maw gaped wide, revealing menacing teeth glistening with drool. Am I to perish? Her spirit yearned to fight back, yet her body was unresponsive, utterly drained of energy. How unfair! The overwhelming scent of death enveloped her. Her violet eyes filled with the last flicker of hope as they fell upon the crystalline column in her grasp. 2/3 of it had faded to gray, yet a third remained luminous. There is no hope. In an instant, her countenance paled, all strength dissipating as her head drooped, eyes tightly shut. But just as she braced for her final breath, a violent tremor surged through her hand. With a soft pop, the crystal shattered into countless fragments. Startled, she opened her eyes. To her astonishment, the unconscious boy had finally awakened. This golden-haired, azure-eyed youth rolled abruptly, then executed a swift kick with remarkable grace and precision. His form, appearing fragile, now radiated with ferocity. With the swiftness of the wind, his legs struck the wolf, which was caught unawares. The howl ceased abruptly as the wolf was sent sprawling away by the force of the blow. The boy braced himself against the ground, rising with an intense glare. The girl's pupils dilated, her breath caught, as she gazed at the slender figure before her, resembling a mountain rising to meet the sky. Chapter 2. The Knights Templar and the Fiancée Darkness. A profound, all-encompassing blackness. Within this obscurity, the consciousness of a young boy gradually awakens. Where am I? This question echoes within his mind as clarity begins to dawn. The flicker of hope within him diminishes, and as he introspects, he finds himself absent from his own perception. Confusion swells within him. Who am I? Why am I trapped here? The boy, now fully conscious, grows increasingly restless. Although the darkness feels secure, it has remained unchanged for eons, akin to a cage that confines him. Naturally, a desire to break free and escape this place takes root. I must leave. But where shall I go? Is there a path for me to tread? Is there an exit? A flicker of orange light appears. It is faint, almost ethereal. Yet in the midst of this overwhelming darkness, it stands out remarkably. This glimmer captures the boy's full attention as he strives to move closer to it. Time passes, though he cannot discern how long, and he feels he is nearing the orange glow, which seems to have intensified slightly. Could it be the way out? Driven by a yearning to escape the darkness, the boy hastens towards the light. Yet, in that very moment, a thunderous roar reverberates throughout the dark expanse. The orange light, akin to a startled creature, abruptly extinguishes, jolting the boy awake. As he opens his eyes, he is met with the sight of a colossal wolf descending from above. Its maw wide open, ready to devour him. Still lying on the ground, the boy's mind is blank, and before fear can take hold, his body instinctively reacts. He rolls over and executes a swift kick. In that instant, he resembles a crossbow, his legs launching like arrows. Thud! His foot strikes the wolf's abdomen, sending the beast hurtling away. Pushing himself off the ground with force, he rises. Is there someone? As he stands, he catches a fleeting glimpse of a girl named Ziti. Just a momentary glance, but there is no time for contemplation. The formidable presence of the wolf stirs panic within him. This is a silver-tiered beast. The threat still looms. The boy's eyes blaze with determination as they fixate on the giant wolf. Splash! The wolf, having been kicked by the boy, is launched into the air and falls into the river below. This is unsurprising, as Ziti was already near the water's edge. The ferocious wolf splashes into the river, letting out a terrified howl as it thrashes desperately to reach the shore. Suddenly, several green shapes surge from the depths of the water. These green figures, as robust as pythons, erupt violently, creating towering waves. Their energy reveals them to be gold-tiered. In an instant, they ensnare the silver-tiered wolf and drag it beneath the surface. The river, once tranquil, is now tumultuous, with the sound of splashing water and the unmistakable crimson bloom of wolf's blood spreading through the currents. In mere moments, the wolf's anguished cries fade entirely, and the river begins to calm. The mingling of the wolf's blood with the murky waters quickly dissipates, and tranquility returns as if nothing had transpired. The fearsome wolf has vanished, and the mysterious green figures retreat, rendering the previous chaos a mere memory. The boy, witnessing this sequence of events, is left in awe. A silver wolf, golden river vines. What sort of place is this? Overwhelmed with dread, he surveys his surroundings before turning to face Ziti. Where are we? Ziti stands in shock, motionless like a statue. Upon hearing his query, she finally reacts. My lord, she exclaims, rushing into his embrace like a frightened kitten. The boy, taken aback by her sudden affection, is momentarily at a loss. Thank heavens, my lord, you finally awakened. Her excitement is palpable as she clings to him, repeating, You're awake. The boy gently pats her shoulder and then pushes her back slightly. Ziti gazes up at him, her face a canvas of joy and astonishment. As he studies her, his heart skips a beat. Her delicate features reveal a fragility, her eyes rimmed with red, on the verge of tears, and her violet gaze is as captivating as gemstones, shimmering with a hint of allure. Clearly, the wolf had frightened her greatly. A surge of tenderness wells up within him, and he inquires softly, May I ask who are you? Ziti stares at him in disbelief, her eyes widening as she gazes up at him, unable to move. After a few moments of silent exchange, her expression shifts from astonishment to concern, and she introduces herself. I am Ziti, my lord. I am your fiancée. Fiancée? The boy's brow furrows. He possesses a basic understanding of what a fiancée is. Yet he never anticipated such a close connection with this girl. Ziti, he murmurs, savoring the unfamiliar name. However, to him, it remains entirely foreign. As he delves deeper into thought, his brow furrows further. Wait, who am I? He realizes he has forgotten his own identity. You are Baron Jean. Dear heavens, my lord. Have you forgotten your own identity? Ziti's face is filled with urgency as her anxiety escalates. Jean? I am Jean? Why can't I remember anything? The boy's expression is one of confusion and distress. Why is this happening? Ziti's own face reflects her bewilderment. Yet soon, a glimmer of understanding sparkles in her violet eyes as she shakes her head. Perhaps, my lord, you sustained a severe blow to the head, which has caused temporary amnesia. There have been similar cases before. We encountered a shipwreck a few days ago. A tempest struck, the vessel shattered, and many survivors washed ashore on this island. Many are missing, including you. Following the clues, I found you deep within the rainforest, unconscious. I tried numerous methods to awaken you. Ziti points to the boy's chest, where shards of crystal still cling. So, you are the one who revived me? He asks, glancing down at the crystal fragments. Ziti then recounts their harrowing experience and explains why she took the risk of using the white crystal to save him. Her words leave the boy with newfound admiration for her bravery. I see, it was indeed perilous. I am truly grateful to you. Ziti, he softly calls her name. But my lord, it may be the reason you have lost your memory, Ziti whispers, still consumed by guilt. What is this? Jean inquires, curiously grasping the crystal shards. Angel's tears, Ziti explains, describing it as a high-tier magical artifact. This island is peculiar. Magic and combat energy cannot be wielded here. I used this to awaken you. Taking a gamble. A realm of magic suppression? Jinjin muses, recalling his knowledge. He shakes his head, asserting that absolute magic suppression does not exist. It all depends on the power dynamics. Indeed, my lord. Ziti gazed at the shards in her hand, remnants of a high-tier artifact akin to the tears of angels, which could still be utilized here, albeit with difficulty. My magic, however, is limited to the black iron tier, and under the suppression of this environment, I am unable to wield it. Allow me to examine your physical condition, my lord. Ziti introduced herself. I am but a low-tier sorceress, though I cannot currently employ magic. My knowledge remains intact. Jinjin nodded in acknowledgement. Sorcerers are typically scholars, even the young ones. The girl meticulously inspected Jinjin's chest, back, and ears. As he felt the gentle touch of her hands exploring his body, ripples of emotion stirred within him. Finally, Ziti leaned closer to Jinjin's face, scrutinizing his pupils for any abnormalities. The proximity between them was such that they could feel each other's breath. The sweet fragrance of the girl lingered in the air, causing a flutter in Jinjin's heart as he slightly turned his head, avoiding direct eye contact with her. While Ziti examined him, Jinjin also contemplated his own physique. Ziti's skin was sun-kissed, while his was porcelain white. He sensed that although his frame was somewhat frail, it concealed an unusual resilience, a strength that was evidently extraordinary. All done, the girl announced, stepping back slightly, seemingly relieved. My lord, it appears that your body bears only the remnants of previous bruises. Externally, there seems to be no issue. The conditions here are rather rudimentary. In the future, I will be able to conduct a detailed examination for you. Jinjin nodded and inquired further. Am I also a sorcerer? What is my strength? Ziti shook her head gently. My lord, you practice fighting spirit. You are a holy knight. In the grand, resplendent white hall, sunlight streamed through the towering stained glass windows. A group of young men gathered, and Jinjin found himself among them. The atmosphere was both solemn and fervent. Alongside the other youths, Jinjin took an oath. I pledge to honor the divine beings of this world, the great sovereign of the empire, the wise emperor. I vow to diligently follow the path of my leaders, advancing fearlessly. I promise to protect my loved ones, undaunted by peril. I swear to treat my friends with sincerity, rejecting all pretense. I vow to remain steadfast in my love until death, never to part. I pledge to bravely confront tyranny and to be kind to the weak. I vow to uphold justice and combat all wrongs. From this day forth, I am a holy knight. The vivid memory flickered and faded. My lord, do you recall anything? Ziti inquired eagerly upon noticing Jinjin's unusual demeanor. Jinjin nodded. Yes, I remember the moment I solemnly swore my oath to become a holy knight. Ziti's eyes sparkled with excitement. My lord, perhaps you could attempt to summon your fighting spirit? Ziti's gaze momentarily dimmed before she consoled him. Perhaps the time has not yet come. Nevertheless, it is of no consequence, my lord. This at least proves that your memory can be restored. It simply requires time. Jinjin nodded, feeling that although the girl before him seemed delicate, she possessed an optimistic and resilient spirit. Since his awakening, she had been a source of comfort for him. Yet, traces of tears still lingered on her cheeks, and her fingertips bore signs of injury, slightly oozing blood. Her bare feet pressed against the grass, lacking the time to don her boots. Though Ziti described the situation briefly, Jinjin was acutely aware of the perilous circumstances they had faced, where life and death hung by a thread. Remarkably, regardless of the danger, the girl had not abandoned him in his unconscious state, demonstrating unwavering loyalty and a disregard for her own safety. The oath of the holy knight echoed in his ears. It dawned on him. He was a knight, a noble holy knight. A sense of honor enveloped him, and he lifted his chin slightly, pride swelling within. As he looked at Ziti, a warm feeling began to blossom in his heart. Then let me protect you, strong girl with purple eyes, my fiancée. Chapter 3. The sinister island. After the tempest of emotions had subsided, Jinjin and Ziti began to deliberate on their next course of action. Their situation was indeed dire. The provisions of food and water were nearly depleted, and survival tools in the dense wilderness were scarce. Furthermore, they were almost entirely unarmed, leaving Jinjin utterly defenseless. Jinjin immediately acknowledged this prudent suggestion. They proceeded along the meandering river, where the water flowed gently and the banks were lush and verdant, adorned with dense foliage. On the grassy riverbank, there were clear signs of trampling, indicative of a recent passage by a silver-tiered malevolent wolf. As they walked, the river gradually narrowed, and the terrain gently ascended, ultimately forming two earthen mounds that stood across a small stream, gazing at each other from a distance. Upon the mounds, they again discovered the telltale marks of wolf claws. It appeared that the ferocious wolf had leapt across the river from this very spot. The two ascended the mounds, which were close enough to jump over. However, a misstep could plunge them into the water, where the lurking golden python vines would undoubtedly claim them, leaving no trace behind. "What is that?" Ziti exclaimed, pointing below. Jinjin squinted, his pupils constricting in alarm. He discerned numerous severed remnants of river vines scattered along the riverbank. This area had evidently witnessed a fierce battle, littered with debris and stained by dark soil that resembled congealed magma, raising his suspicions. A weight settled in Jinjin's heart. The river vines were magical plants of golden rank, yet they were not the apex predators. A battle had once raged here, one that had ended in their defeat, against an enemy that was at least of equal standing. This island was indeed fraught with peril. In such a short span, Jinjin had encountered a silver-tiered dire wolf, a golden river vine, and a mysterious being of at least golden caliber. Without the ability to channel his fighting spirit, confronting a silver-tiered beast with his current strength seemed a daunting task, with scant hope of victory. His previous encounter with the wolf had been sheer luck. It had been airborne and unable to leverage its strength. His sudden awakening and attack had caught it off guard, resulting in its fall into the river, where the terrifying green vines swiftly claimed its life. If faced with such a beast in a fair fight, he feared the outcome would be grim. What would he do if he encountered such a fearsome creature next? The two successfully leapt across the river and ventured deeper into the rainforest. The azure sky gradually became obscured, and the air grew oppressively humid. The ground beneath their feet felt soft, having accumulated a thick layer of decaying leaves over time. Jinjin had to frequently lower his gaze to navigate the terrain, as vines intertwined and roots protruded, posing a constant tripping hazard. Ziti paused momentarily, surveying their surroundings. It should be nearby. According to her account, when the dire wolf had pursued them, 3 of their guards had stayed behind valiantly to delay the beast, sacrificing themselves to buy Ziti and the unconscious Jinjin a fleeting chance of escape. After traversing a few dozen steps and skirting a robust tree, the two stumbled upon a pair of corpses. Among the underbrush, the bodies lay a mere 10 paces apart, exuding a nauseatingly pungent odor of blood. Their eyes were wide open, still reflecting the terror and rage they had experienced in their final moments. Ziti instinctively held her breath, coming to a halt, while Jinjin hastily approached to investigate. Suddenly, a thick, black-red line shot forth from beneath the corpse, akin to a bolt released from a crossbow, aimed directly at Jinjin's face. Alarm surged through him, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks as he instinctively reached out. In one swift motion, he seized the thick line. Hiss! The line was revealed to be an exceedingly peculiar venomous serpent. Its scales were black, while its head blazed a vivid red. A prominent crimson stripe extended from its head down its back to its tail, and its body was adorned with numerous centipede-like appendages. This was a bronze-tiered magical beast. Jinjin sensed the creature's vital energy and grimaced in exertion. "Ah, be careful!" Ziti exclaimed, realizing the danger too late. "That is a bloodline centipede snake, imbued with potent venom. Its bite can be lethal within mere breaths." Ziti hurriedly elaborated, "and its appendages can pierce even through leather armor." As her words fell, the bloodline centipede snake retaliated, coiling around Jinjin's arm, its numerous appendages digging deeper into his flesh, drawing forth blood and searing pain. Simultaneously, Jinjin felt an immense constricting force squeezing his arm, as if his flesh was being crushed into pulp, while his bones groaned under the pressure. Desperately, he exerted his fingers, attempting to strangle the bloodline centipede snake. But its body was far too resilient, its scales slick and tough. With a fierce shout, Jinjin pressed the serpent's head to the ground, swiftly drawing his dagger, raising it high before plunging it downwards. The blade pierced through the serpent's head, embedding it deeply into the ground. As the snake writhed in its death throes, its appendages drove deeper into Jinjin's arm, causing blood to gush forth. Yet, after a few breaths, the serpent's body fell limp. Although its coils had loosened, the hardened appendages remained embedded in his flesh. Ziti hastily retrieved a pouch of medicinal powder from her waist, sprinkling it over Jinjin's wound, followed by a roll of white bandages, deftly wrapping the injury. The wound was deep, yet thanks to Jinjin's robust constitution and the efficacy of the medicine, The bleeding quickly subsided. A refreshing, almost tingling sensation mingled with the lingering pain radiated from the wound. What kind of potion is this? It's remarkably effective. I thought magic and fighting spirit were prohibited on this island. Jinjin mused, intrigued by the immediate efficacy of the remedy. This is a herbal concoction from the barbarian tribes of the Frost Continent. It is not a magical potion. Rather, it harnesses the innate properties of the herbs, Ziti explained. Magical potions are crafted by alchemists who blend magical ingredients to create a balanced and stable concoction. Because these potions contain inherent magical energy, they often yield swift and remarkable results. Ziti gazed at Jinjin's wound, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, filled with remorse and guilt. Thank goodness the appendages were not venomous. I am so sorry, my lord. It was my responsibility to inform you of these dangers sooner. Observing the girl's distress, Jinjin felt a surge of compassion. Shaking his head gently, "It is not your fault." After crossing the river, they proceeded cautiously through the jungle, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Even when they exchanged words, their communication was minimal, striving to maintain focus. The speed at which the bloodline centipede snake had emerged from the corpse had taken Jinjin by surprise. Had I been able to channel my fighting spirit, I would not have been injured by it, he lamented inwardly. Regardless of whether his fighting spirit was of silver or black iron grade, had he been able to activate it for defense, the appendages would have struggled to penetrate his arm. Jinjin examined the interior of the serpent's body, noting the presence of undigested food within its belly. A flicker of insight crossed his eyes. This creature relished devouring the internal organs of its prey and thrived on blood, which explained its emergence from the corpses. How peculiar. After scouring the bodies twice, Jinjin felt a nagging sense of confusion. Where were the magical cores of these beasts? Magical creatures absorb natural elements, cultivating their own magical energy over time. This energy eventually crystallizes into magical cores. Newly born beasts lack cores. Juvenile beasts possess small cores, while mature beasts always have them. Yet, this bloodline centipede snake was not a juvenile, but a mature specimen, yet it bore no core. This left Jinjin perplexed. Ziti timely elucidated. This island is inhabited by numerous bizarre and peculiar magical beasts. Their life force is quite potent, yet they lack magical crystals within them. The rescue team previously eradicated several of these creatures, but found no magical crystals amongst them. Perhaps for this reason, these beasts have not exhibited any semblance of magical abilities. Now it becomes clear to Jinjin. Although the magical beast crystal cores possess considerable value, if the absence of magical crystals renders these beasts incapable of employing magical techniques, it would undoubtedly be more advantageous than detrimental for both Jinjin and Ziti. After resolving the threat posed by the bloodline serpent, Jinjin proceeded to examine the corpses. The two guards on the ground were already lifeless. One bore a fatal injury to the throat, with the neck nearly severed, connected only by a thin strip of flesh at the nape. The other was in a more gruesome state, with a severely deformed head, brain matter mingling with blood, strewn across the ground. These were all lethal wounds. Additionally, the abdomens of both men were in a state of decay, clearly inflicted by the venomous snake. Jinjin's expression grew solemn as he rose to survey his surroundings. He keenly observed the surrounding underbrush, which had been trampled severely. From these traces, a virtual path of movement unfolded in his mind. The young man's eyes narrowed, his gaze following the route that emerged in his thoughts, extending into the distance. However, the underbrush and dense forest soon obscured his view. Jinjin took several strides, emerging from the thicket and rounding a large tree. At that moment, a rare clearing in the woods unfolded before him. Ziti followed Jinjin into the clearing. Jinjin looked down and noticed footprints lingering on the ground. The forest floor was nearly covered with a considerable amount of decaying leaves. The heavy rainfall had saturated the leaves, causing the footprints to be deeper and often seeping with moisture. The footprints in the clearing were spaced significantly apart, indicating that their owners, the guards, were in a state of flight. Jinjin pondered deeply, hypothesizing. The two guards must have spotted this clearing, completely exposed with an excellent line of sight, making it an ideal battleground against the ferocious wolves. His mind replayed the scene. When they took a stand here, they suddenly noticed the wolves darting through the underbrush, seemingly attempting to circumvent the guards to pursue Ziti. In a panic, the two guards abandoned their advantageous position, recklessly plunging into the thicket in an attempt to intercept and hinder the wolves. In the underbrush, the guards were positioned one behind the other, but the wolves, swift as the wind, suddenly counterattacked, leaping and sinking their fangs into one guard's skull. Subsequently, they lunged at the guard behind, severing his throat. Jinjin, piecing together the state of the corpses and various traces, formed a series of conjectures. A chill crept from his heart, permeating his entire being. The blue-haired wolves were not only brutal and ferocious, but also cunning. They seemed capable of perceiving human intent, employing a strategy of luring and counterattacking, executing their tactics with remarkable efficiency, swiftly eliminating the two guards. Throughout the ordeal, they utilized the terrain to their advantage and took advantage of the guards' protective instincts. Even when they turned to attack, they demonstrated strategic precision. For those without helmets, they targeted the skull, while for those wearing helmets, they targeted the throat. The guards, though not reaching black iron level, were of at least bronze rank. They were inherently no match for silver-tier magical beasts. Yet they should have inflicted some damage on the wolves. However, when the guards ultimately perished, they had not exacted any toll on the wolves. Jinjin sighed at Jidi. This blue-haired wolf undoubtedly possesses silver-level strength. The evidence of battle is the best proof. The wolves displayed a biting force and leaping ability unmistakably characteristic of the silver tier. Jinjin lamented. The most terrifying aspect is their alarming intelligence, which surpasses that of ordinary magical beasts, especially in tactical application, nearly rivaling that of humans. Generally speaking, wolves hunt in packs, employing collective strategies. Lone wolves are typically those driven away by their kin or the weak and infirm. Ferocious tigers, on the other hand, hide and stalk, gradually approaching their prey before launching a sudden, decisive strike. The wolf that pursued us earlier is evidently no ordinary creature. Its tactics are more insidious and ruthless than those of a tiger. Our previous success in overcoming it was indeed a stroke of luck. Jidi nodded in agreement, her complexion paling slightly. I have even suspected that this wolf possesses a human soul. Our first encounter with it occurred when a member at the rear of our party was ambushed. It clearly had the capability to kill, yet opted to drag that guard away, leading us to rush in for rescue. Our formation was thrown into disarray, allowing it to exploit the opportunity. In that initial skirmish, although we inflicted significant wounds upon it, it claimed the lives of 3 guards. With such severe losses, our anger was palpable. Yet, the wolf is a silver-tier magical beast and has since vanished without a trace. After deliberation, we resolved to continue searching for you, temporarily abandoning our quest for revenge against the wolf. Many among us believe that this severely wounded wolf would be consumed by other beasts in the jungle. Even if it survived, it should be deterred from approaching us again. However, subsequent events proved us gravely mistaken. 6 days later, the wolf reappeared. Its wounds had nearly healed, and it launched a direct assault on our campsite in the evening. It brought a beehive, tossing it into our camp before retreating. Soon after, a swarm of venomous bees besieged the entire campsite. These bees showed no fear of smoke or fire, possessing a fierce venom, though we managed to repel the swarm. 4 guards were stung, the most severely injured falling into a coma. They burned with fever, and despite employing every conceivable remedy, I could not cool them down. By deep night, they all perished. Following this, our team faced repeated ambushes by the wolf. It became our harbinger of death, an inescapable nightmare. Jidi recounted this, crossing her arms, her body trembling slightly, haunted by lingering fears. Jinjin gazed at his tearful fiancée, feeling her helplessness. The young knight instinctively took a few steps forward, extending his arms to embrace Jidi. He gently patted her back, lowering his gaze to see her face gradually reveal a hint of shyness. I understand your feelings. Jinjin spoke softly. Now, I am here with you. Unless I fall, I will always protect you, shielding you from any magical beast that seeks to harm you. Jinjin. Jidi's eyes glimmered with affection. Chapter 4. I have my own strategies. The two continued to clear the battlefield. Among the fallen guards, one was clad in tattered leather armor, while the other wore a helmet and chainmail. Jinjin first took the iron arm guard and replaced it with his worn leather one, which had just been pierced by a venomous serpent's fangs. Subsequently, he donned the iron chainmail and helmet, a wave of security washing over him. Equipment could, to a certain extent, bridge the gap in their life levels. Just as the blue-haired wolf would not wish to engage in a direct confrontation with its teeth against a helmet. The iron boots, however, were discarded by Jinjin due to their ill fit for his youthful feet. In addition to the protective gear, there were weapons. One guard wielded a longsword, while the other carried a curved dagger. The longsword bore signs of damage, whereas the curved dagger remained in good condition. Jinjin grasped the dagger in his hand and swung it a few times, only to furrow his brow. He set it down and picked up the longsword instead. Under a gloomy sky, fine rain fell upon a spacious training ground. A group of youths had formed a circle surrounding Jinjin, who lay on the ground. They looked down at him, their laughter and taunts echoing with palpable disdain. The leader of the group, a robust boy with striking blue hair that stood upright like steel needles, crossed his arms and placed his foot on Jinjin's shoulder. Jinjin, remember this well. Your 100 Needles family is merely a viscountcy, a lineage of the vanquished. You think you can stand on equal footing with us? Suddenly, the blue-haired boy lifted his foot and stomped down harshly on Jinjin's head, grinning maliciously. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. From now on, whenever you see us, no matter where you are in the castle, you must bow your head and step aside. Lower nobility should behave like lower nobility. If I catch you looking me in the eye again, I shall leave you crippled. Do you understand? Qin Kuei bellowed, pressing down forcefully, driving Jinjin's head into the mud. Why, yes. I understand, Jinjin managed to croak, coughing violently. Ha ha. Qin Kuei threw back his head in triumphant laughter, releasing his foot and striding away. Before departing, he added, of course, Jinjin, if you are unconvinced, feel free to challenge me anytime. I, Qin Kuei, will be waiting for you. Coughing, Jinjin struggled to sit up. His efforts were hindered by the mud that had flowed into his throat when he spoke. The onlooking youths, seeing his pitiful state, quickly lost interest. Huh, what a joke. He thinks he can challenge young Master Qin Kuei? On what grounds? With that little needle of his? Ha ha. As the rain intensified, the youths clustered around Qin Kuei, their laughter ringing out as they returned to the castle. Jinjin remained seated in the mud, allowing the rain to drench him. He was battered and pale, and after a moment of daze, his gaze fell upon a sword half buried in the mud. It was his own dagger, a slender thrusting sword, now soaked and dull. At this point, his memories abruptly halted. He realized that while he had lost some memories, he retained a wealth of knowledge and common sense. Sir, what is wrong? A concerned voice broke through his thoughts. It was Zidi. Wonderful, Zidi exclaimed with delight. Jinjin forced a smile, refraining from elaborating on his condition. He glanced at the darkening sky. Dusk was approaching. The youths had chosen a spot and hastily set up for the night. Collecting dry twigs and grass was not difficult. By the fire pit, Zidi knelt, holding 2 flint stones in her hands. With a clack, clack, she struck the stones together, quickly igniting brilliant blue sparks. The sparks fell into the dry grass, transforming into small orange flames that spread rapidly. At first, only a faint smoke rose, but Zidi quickly tucked away the flint stones. Puffing air to coax the fire, the flames grew, thick smoke billowing up, then suddenly leaping into a vibrant blaze. It worked, Zidi exclaimed, stepping back a few paces as the fire roared to life, illuminating the dark around them. Carefully, she stored the flint stones away. In the past, she could conjure fire with a mere snap of her fingers, a trick of magic. Without the flint, starting a fire by hand proved to be quite troublesome. The roaring campfire brought warmth and light, dispelling the encroaching darkness. Surrounding the fire, the boy and girl consumed their meager rations, sipping from their water skins. Both the rations and water had been scavenged from the corpses of the 2 guards. Though the food was unpalatable in their current circumstances, they had little choice but to make do. The day's journey had been fraught with peril, and they were grateful to have survived encounters with numerous magical beasts. Securing some equipment and ample provisions, what more could they possibly desire? After satiating their hunger and thirst, the boy and girl carefully organized their remaining food and water. The boy began to maintain his equipment, retrieving the longsword and wiping the blade with an oiled cloth. Weapons required care, though the longsword was ordinary. It provided Jinjin with a palpable sense of security. Regrettably, there was no crossbow. After a moment, Zidi approached as Jinjin finished cleaning the sword. Sir, allow me to examine your wounds. Jinjin nodded. Upon unwrapping the bandages, he found that the wounds on his arm had nearly healed. The medicine works wonders, he praised. Seated upon a stone, Jinjin watched as Zidi knelt before him. She first retrieved some healing powder from her leather pouch, sprinkling it evenly over the wound before wrapping it with fresh bandages, her movements gentle and careful. Finally, she slid the arm guard onto Jinjin's arm. Zidi gazed at the arm guard, sighing. Had you possessed this iron arm guard earlier, you would not have been injured by the bloodline serpent. The firelight danced upon the arm guard, reflecting a muted orange glow that also illuminated Zidi's hair. Her dark locks shimmered in the flickering flames, while her sun-kissed skin bore the delicate freshness of youth. In that moment, a subtle, pure fragrance wafted through the air, mingling with the firelight and reaching Jinjin's heart. He felt a stirring within, compelled to reach out and caress Zidi's hair. She shivered slightly. "Yes, sir." Zidi lowered her gaze, seemingly startled by his gesture, holding her breath like a timid kitten. Throughout their journey, Jinjin had restrained his curiosity and desires, but now, as they finally settled, he found the opportunity to learn more. Zidi sat opposite him, contemplating before responding. "Sir, you are a knight of the temple and the sole heir of the 100 Needles family. The world recognizes you as possessing black iron-level strength." Jinjin raised an eyebrow slightly. "Recognized by the world?" he inquired. "Yes," Zidi affirmed with a nod. "Your displayed abilities are indeed at the black iron level. However, I suspect there is more to you, for your journey across the seas was to compete for the lordship of White Sand City. To command a city, one must possess at least silver-level prowess to earn the respect of the populace. In the primary realm, humanity undoubtedly reigns supreme. The illustrious emperor, endowed with exceptional wisdom and ambition, has not only unified the human continent, but has also assembled an expeditionary force to traverse vast oceans, invading the wilderness continent. White Sand City stands as a bastion established by humanity on this wild land, a steadfast presence embedded within the untamed expanse. Alongside White Sand City, there exist several similar strongholds, and their number continues to rise. Do I aspire to compete for the title of Lord of White Sand City? While there are indeed black iron tier city lords, it is unlikely that such underqualified leaders exist on the wilderness continent, particularly not in the esteemed White Sand City. Whether through the mastery of martial energy or the arcane arts, one can elevate the essence of life itself. The tiers of cultivation are bronze, black iron, silver, and gold. Bronze tier individuals are the elite of humanity, often taking on leadership roles within the military. Black iron surpasses bronze, representing a higher essence of life, typically forming the backbone of various organizations and factions, as exemplified by Zidi. Silver tier individuals are deemed worthy to assume the role of city lords, capable of exerting dominion over their territories. Gold tier cultivators are even rarer, often serving as the pillars of great noble houses or smaller kingdoms. Observing the thoughtful expression on the young man's face, the young woman continued, "Based on my estimations, my lord, you should possess silver tier capabilities." The youth could not help but nod slightly, acknowledging her assessment. "If that is the case, I must indeed possess silver-tier martial energy. It is inconceivable that the imperial authorities would permit a black iron knight to vie for the lordship of a city." "How old am I?" the youth suddenly inquired. Zidi responded, "My lord, you are 16 this year, while I am 15. 16. Silver tier." A single word surged within the young man's heart. Genius. To attain such mastery at this tender age is undoubtedly remarkable. Yet the world only recognizes me as possessing black iron capabilities. Is this a deliberate concealment on my part? If so, it seems I have been rather astute in maintaining my facade. What is the current state of the Jean family? The youth inquired again. Zidi's expression faltered, and she hesitated before replying. Not very good. The youth nodded once more, comprehending the underlying reasons. Approximately a century ago, in a bid to swiftly conclude the final conquest and unify the human realm, the illustrious emperor proactively sought to surrender the last remnants of stubborn factions within humanity. These factions subsequently evolved into the new nobility of the Holy Bright Empire, with the Jean family being one such entity. However, the brutal conflicts of the past have sown deep-seated animosities between these new nobles and the old aristocracy under the emperor's command. Countless friends and family members from both sides have perished on the battlefield, leaving both factions stained with the blood of their kin. Thus, representatives of the new nobility, such as Jean, who joined the Holy Temple to become a knight candidate, naturally faced oppression and exclusion from the old aristocracy. If such indignities were indeed suffered, it is only natural that remnants of anger and resentment would linger in the heart, is it not? Zidi continued, "My lord, I do not possess extensive knowledge about you. However, according to rumors, you are known for your reclusive nature, avoiding the company of women and preferring solitude. Even in the face of significant events, you seldom reveal your emotions. You spend much of your time engaged in arduous training at the Holy Temple, maintaining a serious demeanor and speaking little. Your conduct is consistently elegant and composed, exuding an air of nobility. Though you have few friends, you are known for your willingness to assist others, particularly in defending the weak and aiding the impoverished. Thus, your reputation among the lower echelons remains commendable. Moreover, Your sudden involvement in the competition for the lordship of White Sand City has seemingly taken the other knights of the Holy Temple by surprise. Oh, Jean raised an eyebrow at this revelation. Yet, the youth was somewhat taken aback to find that Zidi's understanding of his circumstances was not as profound as he had anticipated. Was she not my fiancée? If our bond were not strong, why would she remain steadfast by my side? What, indeed, is the nature of our relationship? Just as Jean was about to inquire further, a sudden buzzing sound echoed through the air. The two quickly turned to see countless flickering flames illuminating the forest under the night sky. These flames gathered in a swarm, rushing toward Jean and Zidi with an imposing presence. What is this? Jean swiftly rose to shield Zidi, his expression grave. A small portion of the flames radiated a bronze-tier life force. This is... Zidi's face turned ashen as she discerned the true nature of the flames. These are fire-poisoned bees, my lord. You must flee. I will hold them off, Zidi declared resolutely, stepping forward and placing herself behind Jean for protection. Hurry, my lord, she urged, her urgency betraying a determination that hinted at self-sacrifice. Chapter 5 Sections 5 to 6. Regaining mastery in combat in an instant, a palpable aura of death enveloped the air. Jinjin's expression turned as grave as iron. Despite the fact that the majority of the fire-venom bees were mere insects, with only a small fraction being bronze-tier magical beasts, their sheer numbers and the lethal fire venom they carried posed a dire threat. My lord, you must flee. I possess an antidote, Zidi urged once more. Jinjin gazed at the girl standing resolutely before him, a wave of warmth and gratitude swelling within his heart. Zidi, undeterred by the pursuit of the blue-haired wolf, remained steadfast by his side, never abandoning him in his unconscious state. Now, she willingly chose to stay behind, striving to afford him a chance at escape. Whether Zidi spoke truthfully about the antidote, or if it was merely a rare concoction not to be wasted on the previous rescue team, Jinjin found no justification to abandon a frail girl to face peril alone. You must go. I will deal with these fire-venom bees, Jinjin declared, stepping forward with determination. Swiftly crouching down to seize a thick wooden branch from the campfire, a natural torch ablaze at its end. He intended to wield the torch to fend off the relentless swarm of fire-venom bees. However, upon witnessing his actions, Zidi cried out in alarm, "Do not use fire. My lord, these fire-venom bees are not deterred by flames. In fact, they are drawn to our campfire." Jinjin was momentarily taken aback by her words. Trusting Zidi, he promptly flicked his arm, casting the torch high into the air. The torch landed southeast, a distance of about 50 to 60 paces, and remained alight for a brief moment. The swarm of fire-venom bees erupted into chaos, with a small faction breaking away to pursue the torch. This small group, numbering around a dozen, dove into the flames with reckless abandon, akin to moths drawn to a flame. To Jinjin's astonishment, the fire's intensity rapidly waned, flickering weakly before finally extinguishing itself. The fire-venom bees that had plunged into the flames ascended once more, swaying as if they had just feasted to their fill. What manner of bee is this, that it feeds on fire? Jinjin had no time to ponder further, for the majority of the fire-venom bees were closing in on the boy and girl. Gritting his teeth, Jinjin grasped Zidi's hand and retreated hastily. We cannot escape. My lord, one of us must divert their attention. Zidi's face was etched with despair. She spoke urgently. These fire-venom bees hunt anything with a higher temperature than themselves. The hotter the life form, the more they target it. We encountered a swarm before, drawn by that blue-haired wolf, which had deliberately carried a piece of their nest to lure them to us. In our struggle against the fire-venom bees, we lost 4 guards, and nearly 10 were injured before we finally vanquished them. I did not anticipate encountering another swarm here. My lord, you must flee. If I can draw their attention, it will buy you time. With that, Zidi raised her arm, attempting to break free from Jinjin's grasp. However, Jinjin held her firmly, his strength making it impossible for her to succeed. The two continued to retreat, distancing themselves from the campfire, while the swarm of fire-venom bees pursued relentlessly. Buzzing. Suddenly, a large portion of the swarm veered towards the roaring campfire, yet a smaller faction, exuding lethal intent, closed in on the boy and girl. Jinjin and Zidi were compelled to retreat to the edge of the fire's illumination, facing the dark expanse of the night forest. Jinjin abruptly halted. We can no longer flee. The nighttime forest was far more terrifying than during the day, teeming with ferocious predators. In such an environment, human vision was severely constrained. Should Jinjin and Zidi recklessly plunge into the forest, it would be tantamount to courting death. In comparison, Facing the formidable fire venom bees presented a glimmer of hope. Though the situation was dire, Jinjin maintained his composure, his mind clear and focused. "Do not panic, we still have a chance," he barked, pivoting sharply to face the swarm. At the same time, he forcefully pulled Ziti behind him. Clang! With a swift motion, Jinjin unsheathed his sword. The majority of the fire venom bees were drawn to the campfire, leaving only a few dozen before him. The fire was rapidly diminishing, yet sufficient light remained. The fire venom bees were almost upon him. Taking a deep breath, Jinjin advanced, wielding his one-handed sword to carve through the air with glimmers of cold light. With a weapon in hand, Jinjin's offensive capabilities surged. Each strike against the fire venom bees felt akin to cleaving through a fist-sized block of metal. Their exteriors were remarkably resilient, rarely succumbing to his blows. A sense of dread enveloped Jinjin as he realized the fire venom bees were far more formidable than he had anticipated. Disturbed by his assault, this small wave of fire venom bees scattered momentarily, only to converge from both sides and above once more. Alone with only a sword and no shield, Jinjin found it increasingly difficult to fend off the swarm. In truth, even with a shield, it would be a Herculean task to withstand such an onslaught. Only full body armor could provide adequate defense. Jinjin fought valiantly, his sword swinging desperately, but his situation grew perilous. The sole solace he found was that the fire venom bees seemed fixated on him, momentarily sparing the girl behind him. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his waist. "My lord!" Ziti's horrified cry echoed in his ears as Jinjin instinctively reached for his waist with his free hand, extracting a writhing fire venom bee. The creature was as large as a fist, its resilient body weighing heavily in his grasp. Jinjin exerted all his strength to crush it, but to no avail. However, as he yanked the fire venom bee away, its stinger remained embedded deep within his side. Once detached, the fire venom bee quickly fell limp in Jinjin's hand, becoming a lifeless carcass. He cast it aside, disregarding his pain, and resumed the fight. The chainmail, woven from iron wire, afforded a formidable resistance to slashing and hacking attacks. Yet against the toxic stings, its efficacy was minimal. Jinjin utilized his forearms as makeshift shields, protecting his face from numerous assaults by the fire venom bees. With time, Jinjin sustained more injuries as multiple fire venom bees successfully struck him. Was he destined to perish here? The gravity of the situation plunged Jinjin's heart into despair. "I need my fighting spirit," he cried inwardly. If he could unleash his fighting spirit, it would provide a protective barrier. The silver tier fighting spirit would envelop his body, forming a dense shield capable of warding off the stings of these venomous creatures. Yet, he had forgotten how to summon his silver fighting spirit. His memories were fragmented, rendering him incapable of self-activation. Silver fighting spirit. Damn it, come forth. In the face of danger, the boy nearly howled in desperation. The campfire had dwindled significantly, failing to conceal the grimace upon his youthful face. At the critical juncture of life and death, a surge of new memories flooded Jinjin's mind. On an autumn evening, Jinjin found himself in a dimly lit study. A narrow window carved into the stone wall provided the only source of light. A rich mahogany desk, crafted from fine wood, sat before him, adorned with a pen holder containing 3 pristine feather quills, alongside an inkpot. The walls of the study were adorned with 3 oil paintings, one depicting golden fields, another a deep blue castle nestled within a forest, and the last showcasing a lake and a noblewoman. One wall remained bare, merely featuring hooks with no paintings to adorn it. "Jinjin, my son, do not hang your head," came a slightly hoarse voice. Jinjin slowly lifted his head. He beheld a middle-aged man seated behind a desk, slender in build, with a pale complexion and 2 straight, elongated whiskers adorning his chin. The man's furrowed brow exuded an air of sternness. Jinjin instinctively averted his gaze, seemingly reluctant to meet the man's eyes, and instead turned to the lone window. Outside, the horizon was awash with the vibrant hues of the evening glow, a breathtaking spectacle. "Why?" The middle-aged man's voice pierced the silence. "After half a month, my son, you have made no progress in the breath control technique, remaining stagnant at your previous level." Jinjin involuntarily shifted his focus to the lower half of the desk, avoiding the older man's penetrating stare. The man, however, seemed to understand, saying, "I comprehend your feelings well. You have never shown interest in the breath control technique, believing our family's combat skills to be inferior, do you not? You perceive the bloodline of the Baijan family as incapable of bestowing upon you exceptional physical prowess, strength, or speed. We are but lowly nobles in the empire. Are we not?" Jinjin remained silent. The middle-aged noble sighed deeply. Rising from his seat, he circled the desk and approached Jinjin's side. Come, walk with me. They exited the study and traversed a dim corridor, passing weathered stone walls, until they arrived at the castle's garden. The sun's rays cascaded down upon the garden, which was evidently neglected, presenting a scene of decay and desolation. The sole captivating sight was a grand tree standing in the center. Its branches were bare, twisting skyward, while its roots lay partially exposed on the arid ground, intertwining in a tangle. Yet, the trunk was adorned with leaves reminiscent of the phoenix tree. A gentle breeze stirred the leaves, causing them to rustle against the trunk, imbuing the scene with a sense of vitality. Jinjin's father led him to stand beneath the tree. Observe closely. The middle-aged man commanded sharply, suddenly unleashing a torrent of golden fighting spirit. This golden aura surged forth, far more potent than the silvery fighting spirit, and incomparably superior to the black iron level. The golden energy whipped up a fierce wind, forcing young Jinjin to take a step back, his eyes squinting against the gust. The leaves clinging to the trunk were startled into flight, revealing themselves to be a swarm of tree-winged butterflies. 100 needles wind. The middle-aged man drew his sword with haste. This weapon was not a slashing sword but a long, slender rapier. In his hands, the rapier danced with such swiftness that it conjured a flurry of sword shadows. The very tip of the rapier was enveloped in fighting spirit, bursting forth in a dazzling display of golden sparks. The tree-winged butterflies, caught in the tempest, were struck by the radiant energy, plummeting to the ground. Within mere moments, a carpet of leaves covered the earth, and not a single butterfly survived the onslaught. Remarkable. Astounding. Jinjin gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief, discovering that each butterfly's head had been pierced with surgical precision. The middle-aged noble's swordsmanship was astonishingly accurate. Coughing, the middle-aged man sheathed his sword, his complexion paling. Do you still consider our Baizhen family weak? Jinjin vigorously shook his head. Every noble family possesses its own heritage, and we, the Baizhen, were once a prestigious family in the south. 100 needles wind is our familial signature technique, one of our legacies. Yet, few outsiders are privy to this secret. Managing a family requires strategy. At times, we must be ostentatious, displaying our might like a ferocious beast. But there are moments when we must exercise restraint and conceal our strength. Currently, our Baizhen family must feign weakness, diminishing our presence. After a pause, the middle-aged noble continued, Do you know what the foundation of 100 needles wind is? Jinjin replied, bewildered. Only through endurance and the accumulation of strength can one achieve a remarkable outburst. The breath control technique allows us to suppress our presence, making it difficult for outsiders to perceive or underestimate our fighting prowess. Simultaneously, it serves to store energy. Only by mastering the breath control technique to an advanced level can one practice techniques like 100 needles wind. In essence, the breath control technique is the cornerstone of our family's martial arts. Jinjin, you are the heir of the Baizhen family. You must practice diligently. I understand. I will strive hard, father. Jinjin's eyes sparkled with determination, invigorated by the encouragement. He fixed his gaze upon the swarm of fire wasps before him, his eyes gleaming with newfound resolve. 100 needles wind. This time, his swordplay was entirely transformed. The previous slashing and sweeping motions vanished, leaving only the thrust. A relentless barrage of thrusts erupted. The tip of the blade pierced the air, resembling a multitude of arrows launched with impeccable precision, striking the airborne fire wasps. Jinjin employed a uniquely forceful technique, the blade's tip creating a blurry phantom in the air, akin to a delicate veil of light. What is this? Zidi lifted her head, her face a mixture of shock and joy. Jinjin's counterattack ignited a flicker of hope within her. Well done, my lord, Zidi exclaimed, cheering for Jinjin. One by one, the fire wasps plummeted to the ground. The 100 needles wind technique proved remarkably effective against these poisonous foes. My lord, Zidi, shielded and safe, gazed at Jinjin's silhouette, her eyes reflecting the flickering embers of the diminishing campfire, shimmering with a brilliant glow. Chapter 6. Life and death on the line. The counterattack by Jinjin proved effective, eliminating numerous fire-poisoned bees. However, it simultaneously attracted even more of them. The relentless swarm of fire-poisoned bees came at him in waves. After hundreds of thrusts, Jinjin began to feel the fatigue in his muscles. After 1,000 strikes, that fatigue turned into a deep ache. Particularly, his sword arm felt as if it had swollen, and the weapon in his hand grew heavy. The incessant buzzing of the bees seemed endless, and the swarm, enraged by their losses, surged forth from the campfire. They descended upon the young man and woman like a tsunami, threatening to engulf them entirely. Damn it! Jinjin cursed silently, wielding his long sword with every ounce of strength he had left. At that moment, the blade felt several times heavier, a clear indication that he had reached his physical limit. Sweat poured from him, and his mind began to cloud. The arm that swung the sword felt almost foreign. Its muscles numb. Each thrust sent a jolt of pain from his bones, akin to a long-neglected, rusted gear forced to turn. One by one, the fire-poisoned bees stung him, rendering the chainmail's protective effect nearly negligible. Gritting his teeth, Jinjin kept in mind that behind him was the girl, Zidi. To protect his fiancée, he had not retreated a single step since the battle began. With one hand on his sword and the other fumbling over his body, he pulled out the stinging fire-poisoned bees that had lodged themselves in him. They met their demise at his hands, discarded carelessly to the ground. Master, master, came Zidi's weeping voice from behind. Not a single fire-poisoned bee assailed her, perhaps because Jinjin had thoroughly provoked the swarm. A vast number of bees abandoned the blazing campfire to confront him. It might also have been due to the heat radiating from Jinjin's exertion, far exceeding that of Zidi at that moment. Time felt unbearably prolonged to Jinjin. At last, his vision cleared abruptly, and no fire-poisoned bees remained in sight. The ground was littered with their lifeless bodies. He had triumphed. A wave of relief washed over him, causing him to nearly drop his long sword, the tip almost stabbing his foot. Numbness was his most prominent sensation. Yet soon, the myriad wounds inflicted by the fire-poisoned bees ignited a searing pain throughout his body. His right arm, which had swung the sword, felt as if it had vanished, nearly devoid of sensation. "Master, be careful," Zidi exclaimed, her cry jolting Jinjin's dulled mind back to alertness. Just as the campfire flickered low, a dozen fire-poisoned bees emerged from it, launching another attack. The last remnants of the swarm. But I am too exhausted to continue fighting, Jinjin thought wryly, acutely aware of his condition. He knew that had the bees attacked him all at once earlier, he might have had the strength to fight them off. But now he had relaxed, and his energy had been sapped. Even lifting his sword seemed a Herculean task. Though he felt no pain at present, Jinjin understood that the venom of the fire-poisoned bees had already spread within him. A voice in his mind warned him, if he continued to press on, he could very well pay with his life. This was a soldier's instinct, strong and unyielding. Jinjin recognized the weight of this feeling and knew he could no longer persist in combat. Run. Jinjin gritted his teeth, sighed, and turned to grasp Zidi's hand, urging her to flee swiftly. The young couple dashed into the dark embrace of the forest. They had no choice but to escape. Remaining would only lead to their demise at the stingers of the fire-poisoned bees. Yet by fleeing, despite the peril, there still lay a glimmer of hope. I shall never give up until the final moment. Jinjin's gaze was resolute, his fighting spirit unwavering. Zidi struggled to keep pace, soon stumbling as she tried to match Jinjin's speed. Even though Jinjin was at his lowest physical state, Zidi remained merely a mage. "Master, let me stay behind. I will distract them," she gasped urgently. "Silence." Jinjin suddenly halted, turning to face Zidi. The girl gasped in surprise, colliding into his embrace. In the next instant, she was spun around, her surroundings whirling. When she regained her senses, she discovered that Jinjin was carrying her, sprinting through the underbrush. The dark forest reverberated with the sounds of their reckless passage. Jinjin sought to shake off the swarm, but the buzzing continued to close in. Even in this dire moment, the youth retained his composure. The most straightforward method to deal with a swarm of bees would be to leap into the water, prompting them to retreat. However, the known rivers concealed lurking dangers, and jumping into the water would be tantamount to suicide. Jinjin had no choice but to sprint along the path he had traversed during the day, attempting to create distance between them. This was the best option under the circumstances. Yet, in the darkness, his vision was severely impaired, making it nearly impossible to discern the direction, relying solely on hazy memories to guide him. After nearly colliding with a tree trunk for the third time, Zidi managed to extract a vial of potion from her small pouch with great difficulty. The potion, contained within a glass bottle, emitted a glow akin to that of fireflies. With this faint light, Jinjin could barely discern the path ahead. The jungle was dense with branches and intertwining roots, making their journey arduous, especially at such a frenzied pace. Often, thickets and ferns formed walls that obstructed their passage. Jinjin, clutching Zidi, charged headlong into these barriers. He sensed the forest emanating a palpable malice. as if it were reaching out with countless tendrils from all directions to impede his escape. He fought to break every vine that ensnared them, disregarding the thorns that tore at his clothing and skin in the darkness. The only solace Xinjin found was that the path beneath their feet bore the marks of prior passage. A trail had been opened during the day. Otherwise, navigating through the jungle would have been impossible at such speed. Ziti hurled vials of potion towards the fire-poisoned bees. Occasionally, the bees were attracted, slowing slightly. But more often than not, her efforts yielded little effect. This is dire, Xinjin thought, his heart sinking as he realized the surroundings were becoming increasingly unfamiliar, indicating they had strayed into unknown territory. He pressed on, oblivious to the distance they had covered. Suddenly, a fierce roar erupted as a beast leapt from the underbrush. What is that? Xinjin caught a glimpse of a black panther. A gust of wind, heavy with the scent of blood, rushed towards him. Behind them, the fire-poisoned bees clashed with the panther. Soon, the panther, overwhelmed, let out a cry and retreated. Yet, the fire-poisoned bees, filled with rage towards Xinjin, showed no signs of giving up. In the ensuing chase, they closed the distance, drawing ever nearer to the young couple. Xinjin's strength waned. His legs felt as though they were weighed down with lead. His resolve remained, but his speed began to falter. The terrain changed, gradually rising. Utilizing the dim glow of the potion, a chasm appeared before them, unfathomably deep. In their frantic escape, they had lost their sense of direction, wandering into unfamiliar territory. The fire-poisoned bees approached from behind. "There's a cave, with light," Ziti suddenly exclaimed. From within the cave emanated a faint orange glow, though it was extremely dim. It suggested the presence of habitation. Xinjin gasped for breath, his eyes brightening as he plunged into the cave with Ziti in his arms. Upon entering, a wave of intense heat enveloped them. There were no signs of human activity within the cave. The source of the light was a unique mineral. This mineral glowed crimson, emanating substantial heat and a faint orange luminescence. At the entrance, the minerals were small and sparse, but deeper within the cave, they became more abundant and larger. After several hundred paces, Xinjin felt as though he had stepped into a furnace, and Ziti was already drenched in sweat. It was no longer suitable to advance. The air within the cave was exceedingly scorching, possessing a tendency to steam a person alive. However, the fiery venomous bees pursuing them had also infiltrated the cavern, akin to the relentless approach of death itself. Xinjin gently set Ziti down, and the two were compelled to grit their teeth and delve deeper into the cave. Driven by the swarm. At this juncture, the life and death chase had reached its climax. A flicker of hope ignited within Xinjin's heart, although he was powerless against the swarm of fiery bees. Perhaps the peculiar terrain could cause the bees to lose track of their target. He recalled that these bees locked onto their prey based on heat. The higher the temperature, the more likely they were to be attacked. The path ahead was shrouded in darkness, yet a faint glimmer struggled to emerge. The young man and woman clenched their jaws, pushing their physical limits, stumbling forward in the cave. The passage began to narrow, with scorching ores nearly covering the walls, casting a fiery hue all around. Touching the walls was utterly impossible. They were too hot. "There are signs of beasts here," Ziti suddenly exclaimed, following the direction of her finger. Xinjin noticed scratch marks on the wall, evidence of claws. Any beast capable of surviving in such an extreme environment must surely be formidable. A wave of dread washed over Xinjin, yet he quickly shook his head with a bitter smile. What other choices did he have at this moment? After the fiery bees had entered the cave, although their attention was momentarily distracted by the ores, they had not relinquished their pursuit, hovering behind them with an air of relentless hostility. With an uncertain future ahead, the young man and woman could only forge onward with steely resolve. Suddenly, Xinjin staggered. A wave of intense dizziness struck him violently, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. This was dire. His steps faltered. His vision began to sway as if in the throes of an earthquake, rendering him almost unable to stand. The fiery poison was taking hold. Xinjin was forced to extend his hand to brace himself against the wall. Sizzle. The wall scorched his gloved hand, a plume of black smoke rising swiftly. Simultaneously, a foul odor emanated from Xinjin's body, instantly agitating the swarm of fiery bees behind him, which abandoned their previous lethargy and surged forth with a murderous intent aimed directly at him. Ziti's complexion turned ashen, devoid of any color. She suddenly realized the swarm pursued not only warm bodies to absorb heat, but also locked onto enemies through the stench of fiery poison. When the poison flared, the distinctive foul odor would unleash the bees' ferocity. With the vast quantity of fiery poison coursing through Jinjin's veins. It signified that many of these bees had perished by his hand. Such a formidable adversary would undoubtedly incite a frenzied assault from the swarm. In a state of panic, Ziti hastily retrieved a potion, splashing it over Jinjin in an attempt to mask the stench of the fiery poison, which yielded immediate results. The murderous intent of the bees dissipated, drawn instead to the surrounding searing rocks. Quickly, this potion will only last a short while, Ziti exclaimed, draping Jinjin's arm over her shoulder, using her frail frame to support him forward. After a few arduous steps, Jinjin felt the world spin, his sense of direction utterly lost. Truly struggling to move. The fiery poison rendered him ablaze, as if a colossal bell were resounding within his mind. Clinging to the last vestiges of clarity, he weakly urged Ziti, "You must go, quickly." Ziti, untouched by the fiery poison, understood that within the cave, the swarm's target was solely Jinjin. There was indeed a chance for her to escape. Yet, the young woman vehemently shook her head, her eyes glistening with tears, resolutely declaring, "No, sir. I will never abandon you. I have finally found you, and we have come this far. How can we give up now?" With a heavy sigh, Jinjin suddenly pushed Ziti away with force. "Go." "No, sir." In their struggle, they both fell to the ground. The swarm of fiery bees had already reached above them. At that moment, death loomed ominously. Ziti tightly closed her eyes, while Jinjin glared defiantly at the approaching swarm. He lay on the ground, utterly powerless to rise. He watched helplessly as the fiery bees descended upon him, inches from his face. Roar! Suddenly, a beastly howl echoed through the cave. The bees, as if intoxicated, flitted about chaotically, even colliding with each other. Boom, boom, boom. A series of rapid sounds followed, reminiscent of a battle drum being pounded by a mighty warrior. A monstrous creature charged into the cave, swirling winds accompanying its swift form, leaving behind a colossal shadow in the eyes of the young couple. The mysterious cave beast lunged at the swarm of fiery bees. To their astonishment, the once menacing swarm was driven away, taking flight in a panic. The beast pursued relentlessly, and the two entities quickly exited the cave. Silence fell swiftly within the cavern. The young man and woman lay on the ground, gasping for breath, staring up at the cave ceiling, momentarily lost in astonishment. Chapter 7. The frenzied elixir within the cavern. The expressions of the young boy and girl were marked by disbelief. They were still alive. Ziti was the first to rise, her gaze falling upon the footprints on the ground. Each step of the ferocious beast that lurked within the cave had left shallow impressions on the earth, revealing its formidable size and strength. It was indeed a stroke of incredible luck that it had not trampled over the young duo. "Master." Ziti attempted to support Jinjin. However, the weight of Jinjin, coupled with his armor, was far beyond what the frail sorceress could easily maneuver. Jinjin was in a dire state, upon her touch. She found his body to be exceedingly hot, akin to the peculiar ores found in the cave. The effects of the elixir had worn off, and the foul stench emanating from Jinjin was more potent than before, nearly suffocating Ziti. "We must go, Ziti. Leave this place," he murmured weakly. He could not even shake his head. A slight movement could plunge him into unconsciousness. Jinjin lifted his hand to observe his arm, only to see multiple phantom images of limbs dancing before his eyes. His skin had turned red and swollen, giving him the appearance of a bloated figure. With an elevated body temperature, his eyelids began to swell, severely impairing his vision. Ziti sensed the gravity of the situation, feeling as though she were drowning in a sea of despair. She understood the devastating nature of fire toxin, having witnessed fellow explorers succumb to it. Those unfortunate souls had endured torment before their demise, their eyes swollen to the point of bursting, leaving no sliver of sight. Their throats and nasal passages had swelled so severely that breathing became an arduous task. The cause of death? Suffocation. Jinjin, a being of silver tier, was still unable to withstand the fire toxin. The accumulation within him was excessive, and the ferocity of the fire toxin bees was truly horrifying. In response to Jinjin's insistence to leave, Ziti shook her head defiantly. "I will not abandon you, master. I can concoct an elixir. I am certain I can create the right one. We still have hope. Please do not give up." Jinjin's vision began to blur, as if a viscous substance were gluing his eyelids shut. No matter how hard he tried, he could not open his eyes wider. Within his hazy sight, he saw Ziti weeping as she sat on the ground, extracting vial after vial from her finely crafted leather pouch. She poured the elixirs onto the ground, quickly corroding a small circular pit. Then, she began to mix the potions, combining several vials and producing various dried herbs and roots from her bosom. first grinding them into powder before pouring them into the pit. Bubbles began to rise from the concoction, creating a gentle fizzing sound. Ziti focused intently on the elixirs, adjusting the mixtures while occasionally wiping her eyes, as if the potions were irritating her vision. Jinjin wished to advise her further, but after just a few breaths, he realized he had lost his ability to speak. His throat felt as though it were ablaze, swollen to the point that swallowing was a challenge. His tongue was numb, rendering him unaware of its presence, as if it were a mere figment of his imagination. Soon, his consciousness began to drift. In this semi-conscious state, he felt a cool liquid glide down his throat. His throat, congested like a pile of stones, began to dissolve under the soothing touch of the liquid, swiftly creating a clear passage. The coolness spread deep within Jinjin, gradually permeating his being. When he opened his eyes, he beheld the blurred silhouette of Ziti, nearly leaning against him. The girl's hands were smeared with the potion, applying it all over Jinjin's body, though he was clad in chainmail. The fire toxin had caused his skin to swell, making the armor uncomfortably tight. Under the aid of the elixir, his inflamed flesh began to shrink, accompanied by a piercing chill that made Jinjin shiver involuntarily. The temperature in the cave was high, and Ziti was soon drenched in sweat, her once loose robe now clinging to her form. After applying the potion, her violet eyes sparkled with hope as she gazed at Jinjin without blinking. "Master, you are awake," she exclaimed with joy upon seeing Jinjin's eyes clear. Truth be told, she had little confidence in her concoction. "How long was I unconscious?" Jinjin inquired. "Only a few minutes," Ziti replied promptly. A wave of relief washed over Jinjin. "We must leave this cave at once." It was clear that they were in a perilous location. The previous flight from the fire toxin bees had likely indicated a victory for the cave's beast. Continuing deeper into the cavern posed considerable risk. Who knew if there were other pathways? If there were none, it would be a dead end. Ziti helped Jinjin to his feet. He leaned against the cave wall, which was scorching hot, the stench of burning emanating from his gloves. Yet, Jinjin felt a sense of joy, whether from the heat or the odor. They were both signs of a functioning human body, something he had been unable to sense before. What surprised him further, mingled with a hint of confusion, was the surge of power coursing through him, growing ever stronger. Noticing the uncertainty on Jinjin's face, Ziti explained with a hint of trepidation and guilt, "Master, I apologize. I added many frenzied elixirs to the mixture. Consuming the frenzied elixir temporarily unleashes a vast potential within, significantly enhancing combat prowess. However, the side effects are severe and can be quite harmful to the body." "You did well. There is no need for remorse," Jinjin reassured her, patting her shoulder to alleviate her concern. "Let us hasten our departure," Jinjin urged, attempting to take a step forward. The dizziness still lingered, but its intensity had diminished considerably. He soon discovered that he could walk independently, even run. The power within him was escalating, and he felt as though his chain mail was becoming almost weightless. It seemed the frenzied elixir had fully awakened his latent potential. Yet, what would happen once the effects wore off? This looming uncertainty cast a shadow over Jinjin's heart. Under normal circumstances, the aftermath of the frenzied elixir would leave one in a state of extreme weakness. With the fire toxin still coursing through him and Ziti's hastily concocted potion failing to truly address it, they were merely relying on the frenzied elixir and others to amplify his vitality, allowing him to resist the fire toxin for the time being. Regardless, he resolved to seize this opportunity to escape peril. Even if he were unable to flee, he would strive to save Ziti. Jinjin's determination had solidified. His moments of clarity were brief, and his memories fragmented, yet he understood. Ziti was his fiancée. Their relationship was somewhat intricate, potentially harboring hidden truths. However, she remained steadfastly by his side, even willing to sacrifice her life for him in times of danger. As a knight, could he not protect his own fiancée? Jinjin silently vowed to give his all to safeguard the girl. Hand in hand, they raced through the cave, soon arriving at the cave's entrance. From outside, the ferocious roars of beasts engaged and battle echoed. The conflict beyond the cave was intensely fierce. Both Jinjin and Ziti exchanged uncertain glances, then cautiously approached the cave entrance to steal a look outside. The swarm of fire-poison bees had long since vanished, and the combatants now were of a different ilk. One faction consisted of a monstrous creature that had emerged from the cave, driving away the fire-poison bees. This beast was robust, resembling a grizzly bear. Yet it boasted a pink tail akin to that of a monkey. It stood upright, its hind limbs resembling those of a bear, while its forelimbs bore hands reminiscent of a gorilla rather than claws. Each hand possessed 4 fingers, with long, sharp black nails that seemed as solid as iron. The opposing faction resembled panthers, yet they were devoid of fur, their bodies covered in scales. Moreover, protruding from their foreheads was a single horn, shaped like that of a rhinoceros, but exceedingly sharp. There was only one monkey-tailed bear, whereas the scaled horned panthers numbered over a dozen. Judging by the aura emanating from them, the monkey-tailed bear was a silver-tier magical beast, while most of the scaled horned panthers were bronze-tier, with only the leader and a few others exuding the essence of black iron. The panther pack had encircled the bear, and a fierce struggle ensued. Observing the standoff, Jinjin and Zidi exchanged glances filled with profound sorrow. Should they rashly charge out, they would likely be besieged by the panthers and torn to shreds. My lord, if an opportunity arises, just flee without concerning yourself with me, Zidi whispered softly. Jinjin shook his head, lacking the leisure to refute his fiancée's words. Even he had little confidence in breaking through the encirclement of beasts. Moreover, he was burdened with the responsibility of ensuring Zidi's escape. The challenge was insurmountable. Furthermore, Jinjin's own condition was fraught with peril. Once the effects of the potion wore off, the suppressed fire poison would resurge, posing a grave threat to his life. What should he do? If only he could harness his fighting spirit. Jinjin felt a sense of frustration and despair. His body concealed a weapon, yet he was powerless to wield it. Chapter 8. But we are the Knights Templar. With no chance, Jinjin and Zidi concealed themselves near the cave's entrance, keenly observing the fierce struggle of the beasts outside. Throughout the ordeal, the scale-horned panther pack remained focused and composed, expertly encircling the monkey-tailed brown bear at the center. The moment the young man and woman ventured outside, they would expose themselves to the predatory gaze of these wild creatures. Should they dare to rush out, the likelihood of survival would be exceedingly slim. Unless absolutely necessary, neither would consider such a reckless act. Jinjin's trepidation grew with each passing moment. In this confrontation, the scale-horned panthers held the upper hand, their numbers overwhelming. Although leopards do not typically hunt alone, they often thrive in familial groups. Such a formidable assembly of leopards hunting together was an unprecedented sight. On this island, not only had life forms undergone terrifying mutations, but their behaviors had also transformed dramatically. Jinjin harbored suspicions about the origins of these panthers. He recalled an encounter with a mysterious beast resembling a leopard while fleeing from a swarm of fire-poisoned bees. Ultimately, that creature had fled in fear, driven away by the relentless pursuit of the bees. These panthers, it seemed, were not merely seeking vengeance against the fire-poisoned bees. Rather, their true intent lay in hunting Jinjin and Zidi. In this light, the monkey-tailed brown bear had unwittingly shielded them from disaster. Yet Jinjin felt no gratitude. The brown bear had first driven away the fire-poisoned bees and was now engaged in a brutal struggle with the panther pack, buying precious time for Jinjin and Zidi. However, should it triumph, the bear would inevitably turn its wrath upon the young duo. This was merely a twist of fate. Roar! The panther leader suddenly lunged at the bear's back, sinking its teeth into the creature's neck. Enraged, the monkey-tailed brown bear thrashed wildly. Yet the panther leader clung on tenaciously, nearly being flung off, but maintaining its grip. The bear, with its robust flesh, was bleeding profusely. It extended its gorilla-like claws, sharp nails piercing through the scales, embedding deep into the panther leader's body. The panther leader, refusing to relent, was soon joined by the other panthers, who pounced upon the bear, pinning it to the ground. An opportunity. Witnessing this, Jinjin made a swift decision, seizing Zidi's hand as they dashed out of the cave. However, at that moment, the remaining panthers spotted them, and one let out a fearsome roar before charging in their direction. The others were poised to follow suit. The panthers refrained from pursuing into the cave, for the monkey-tailed brown bear had erupted in fury. Its claws radiated a searing heat, its black iron-like nails glowing red, akin to steel heated in a furnace. The bear rolled violently on the ground, shaking off most of the panthers clinging to it. Then, with ferocious determination, its powerful claws plunged deep into the panther leader's body. In a frenzy, the panther leader struggled, torrents of blood gushing from its mouth and nose. In the next moment, the monkey-tailed brown bear brutally tore the panther leader in half. Its claws, now glowing with a fiery hue, exuded an intense heat, as if freshly extracted from a forge. These crimson claws easily pierced the panther's scales, transforming into instruments of slaughter under the bear's immense strength. In an instant, nearly 10 panthers lay lifeless on the ground, their bodies strewn about in the aftermath of the carnage. The panther pack was thrown into disarray, suffering devastating losses, while the monkey-tailed brown bear emerged as the victor. It was not without its own grievous wounds. Its right eye was gouged out, its body riddled with injuries, blood streaming profusely. The wounds on its legs and arms were deep, exposing bone. The most severe injury was on its neck, where the panther leader had bitten deeply, seemingly severing an artery. Blood continued to pour from the wound. With no other recourse, Jinjin and Zidi could only retreat further into the cave. Injured beasts are often even more fearsome. The young couple found themselves driven deeper into the cave. If there were only one path within, they would ultimately have to confront the bear, leading to a fierce battle. Yet Jinjin felt no confidence in this outcome. Originally armed with a longsword, he had lost it near the campfire. Now, his only weapons were 2 daggers, one in his possession and the other held by Zidi. The boy and girl continued their retreat. For them, the most favorable scenario would be the existence of a side passage within the cave. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The monkey-tailed brown bear halted midway, refusing to advance. It paused, using its claws to excavate the ore from the cave walls, consuming the scorching stones. Jinjin observed intently, his pupils narrowing in astonishment. He realized that after devouring several pieces of ore, the bear's wounds ceased to bleed. Its previously weakened state began to stabilize. Jinjin comprehended the truth. These ores constituted the bear's sustenance. The claw marks he had previously noticed on the cave walls, which he had assumed were merely for sharpening claws, were actually evidence of the bear's foraging. The bear's condition improved rapidly. Jinjin and Zidi exchanged grave glances, understanding the seriousness of their situation. They faced 2 choices. One was to continue retreating in search of a side passage to evade the brown bear. The second was to confront the bear in battle, seizing the moment of its vulnerability. Both options bore considerable risk. The first would squander the current opportunity, allowing the bear to recover. Should there be no side passage, they would still need to engage the bear in combat. The second option, while seizing the moment, left Jinjin uncertain of the outcome, even if they capitalized on the chance. If a side passage existed, he might still fall to the bear's might, an outcome too tragic to bear. Suddenly, Zidi grasped Jinjin's hand. Though she spoke not a word, her beautiful violet eyes conveyed her intent. Everything was left to Jinjin's discretion. In that moment, Jinjin found himself ensnared in a dilemma. This choice was a matter of life and death. It weighed heavily not only on his own fate, but also on that of his fiancée, Zidi. The burden of responsibility pressed upon him. Jinjin's gaze flickered momentarily before hardening with resolve. He squeezed Zidi's hand and then released it. Drawing his dagger, he began to approach the feeding monkey-tailed brown bear stealthily. With both choices fraught with uncertainty, Jinjin possessed no reliable information to guide his judgment. Thus, he succumbed to his natural instincts. He preferred to fight, to grasp at the throat of fate. Even without his longsword, armed only with a diminutive dagger, he drew closer. As he closed the distance, Jinjin's expression suddenly shifted. A memory surged forth from the recesses of his mind. In an old tavern, dimly lit and filled with raucous voices, he found himself seated in a corner, surrounded by knights clad in gleaming armor. Indeed, he was one of them. The knights bore fresh scars on their armor and cloaks, yet all exuded excitement. It appeared to be a celebratory feast following a victorious battle. Huzzah! Someone cheered. I cannot fathom anything that could stand in the way of us. The Knights Templar. Another, resting a hand on their goblet, remarked with a hint of trepidation, I nearly lost control of my steed. The sentiments of the Templar Knights elicited a round of laughter. What peril is this? Younglings, you are still too inexperienced. The voice came from an elder, drawing the attention of Jinjin and the other knights. He bore a beard as white as snow, his physique robust, adorned in armor reminiscent of the Knights Templar. Yet the gilded embellishments upon his armor set him apart from his fellow knights, exhibiting an unparalleled grandeur and majesty. The Templar Knights, rendered speechless, gazed upon the elderly figure with a palpable sense of reverence. The once lively and raucous atmosphere of the tavern swiftly diminished to an utter silence. Commander, please regale us with a tale, one inquired. I am aware that you have participated in numerous grand battles, such as the siege of Iron Banner Fortress, the extermination of the Blood Knights, and the defense of Griffin's Perch. Which battle do you deem the most arduous? The old commander chuckled softly, remaining silent for a moment, then tilted his head back and drained his wooden tankard of ale to the last drop. As he set the tankard down, a fellow Templar Knight promptly presented him with another full cup. The old commander grasped the handle of the goblet, this time taking a modest sip, savoring the frothy beer that clung to the rim. His remaining eye, illuminated by the flickering firelight, glimmered with nostalgia. He began. If one were to speak of the most challenging battle, it would undoubtedly be that of 6 years past, in the Valley of Wolves. I know. It was the annihilation of the Cold Fur Knights. Someone exclaimed with excitement. Several others directed sharp glances toward Jean. The old commander nodded, continuing, indeed. It transpired in the Valley of Wolves. Those southern nobles were nearly all treacherous scoundrels, despicable and fickle. Our Templar Knight 5th Brigade had marched for 5 days, and upon entering the Valley of Wolves, we were betrayed by our allies. Thousands of Cold Fur Knights descended upon us in a deadly ambush. We had just retreated from the front lines when the first wave of attacks struck us unawares, resulting in a loss of 30% of our force, leaving us with barely over 1,000 men, most of whom were wounded. The Cold Fur Knights launched wave after wave of assaults. We managed to hold a tenuous defense based on the remnants of our camp. After repelling the second wave, we sustained the loss of 300 men. Following the third wave, we lost over 200 more. By the fourth assault, we were down to scarcely 80. We exhausted all our berserker potions, faced with no supplies. And to make matters worse, an enemy known as the Corruptor emerged among them. This sorcerer was particularly vile. Under his spells, our weapons and armor faced severe corrosion. Cornered and in dire straits, the commander of the Cold Fur Knights extended an offer of surrender. We understood that the southern nobles sought to capture us, thereby gaining a significant bargaining chip to negotiate with the emperor. However, they underestimated us, the Templar Knights. After a brief discussion, we charged forth. We bore no swords, yet we were Templar Knights. We wore no armor, yet we were Templar Knights. We had no steeds, yet we were Templar Knights. We lacked supplies, yet we were Templar Knights. No matter how numerous or formidable the enemy, or how scant our numbers, we would never yield, for we are Templar Knights. Chapter 9, Indeed. I am fearless. The tavern was enveloped in silence, as all the knights of the temple ceased their activities, attentively listening to the old captain. On their youthful faces, a palpable excitement surged. We shall charge forth. We were defeated. The old captain chuckled, stroking his thick white beard, wiping away the stains of wine. His face adorned with pride. The Cedar Knights did not spare us. Every fallen comrade was struck again. Yet, fortune smiled upon me. For it was a piercing sword that blinded me, penetrating my skull, leaving my brain matter sprawled upon the ground. It was the Emperor himself who intervened to save my life. He inquired what reward I desired, and I boldly requested the designation of the 5th Knights of the Temple, for I yearned to establish a new order. Thus, you younglings came into existence, do you not understand? Otherwise, how could the illustrious Knights of the Temple so easily recruit new members? You little ones are merely fortunate. However, you are still too young. What significance does that battle hold? The old captain shook his head, uttering no more, simply continuing to drink. His words were succinct and crude. Yet the young knights of the temple and the tavern were filled with exhilaration. They animatedly conversed amongst themselves. I recall that battle in Wolf Valley, where our 5th Knights, with but a mere handful, vanquished over 5,000 Cedar Knights, obliterating 3 of their formations. Just as the Cedar Knights finished clearing the battlefield, they were struck by a sudden assault from the 3rd Knights of the temple, ultimately leading to their annihilation in Wolf Valley. The Cedar Knights were the foremost elite of the Southern Noble Alliance. This battle shattered the backbone of that alliance. Indeed, this is the essence of the Knights of the Temple. We are unmatched. We cannot be hindered. Even in the face of despair, we shall raise our heads high and march to our demise. Without a doubt, charge forth, to death we charge. The atmosphere in the tavern rekindled with fervor, as the young Knights of the Temple, whether from the wine or their excitement, flushed with color. Memories faded, yet their voices seemed to linger in my ears, echoing, charge, to death we charge. Jean, unwavering, charged ahead. The monkey-tailed brown bear's ears perked up at the sound. Yet, its grievous wounds rendered it considerably slower than usual. And as it turned, it beheld the youth suspended in midair. Jean dashed forward, leaping high, brandishing a glimmering dagger. The bear, taken by surprise, felt the blade pierce its remaining left eye. In an instant, it was blind. With a furious roar, the bear erupted in rage, the excruciating pain and darkness igniting its primal ferocity. It swung its massive paw, and Jean had no means to evade. In a moment of desperation, he curled his body as much as possible, raising his arms to shield his face and chest. A thundering sound echoed as the boy was flung away by the bear's might. Crashing into the cave wall, the arm he used for protection shattered completely. The violent collision caused multiple fractures in his scapula and ribs. His organs suffered too. The impact was so severe that it seemed to induce internal bleeding. Jean gasped, expelling a mouthful of blood. Agonizing pain coursed through his body, his complexion paling dramatically. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, a new power surged from deep within him. This was the potency of the Berserker potion. After spitting out another mouthful of blood, Jean pushed himself off the cave wall with all his might. Kill! He uttered fiercely, resolutely charging at the brown bear once more. In that moment, a tempest roared in his ears. He seemed to transcend his limits, as the acute pain from his exertions only spurred him on further. His arms felt entirely numb, flailing behind him like two thick strands of noodle. The bear's previous strike was formidable, shattering his arm bones, turning his muscles to pulp, barely holding together. The bear, in a frenzy, lashed out wildly within the cave, rocks scattering everywhere. As debris struck Jean, his expression hardened like iron. He suddenly ducked, narrowly avoiding the bear's claw swipe, his steps accelerating to their utmost limit. He leaped against the cave wall, taking a few steps before soaring into the air once more. The bear, now blind and in a state of madness, remained oblivious. Jean seized the opportunity, descending from the air, his right foot forcefully landing on the dagger lodged in the bear's eye socket. The sound of piercing flesh echoed, followed by the bear's most anguished and tormented roar. Following its primal instinct, the bear grasped Jean with its massive paw. Its razor-sharp claws radiated heat, turning crimson. The claws plunged deep into Jean's abdomen, piercing him entirely, and then the bear slammed him to the ground. The tips of its claws dug fiercely into the hard earth. The searing claws pierced Jean as easily as a hot knife through butter, eliciting a cry of agony from him. His insides and skin felt as if they were being charred. In that moment, he fully comprehended the torment endured by the scaled horned panther. Master. The horrific scene of battle before her compelled Zedi to emit a piercing scream. Her cry reached Jean's ears, reviving a flicker of consciousness amidst the pain. His waist was pinned to the ground by the claws, nearly immobilizing him. At that moment, the monkey-tailed brown bear loomed over him, its gaping maw ready to consume him. In a critical instant, the youth summoned every ounce of strength, twisting his upper body to its utmost limit. The bear, devoid of sight, could not land a blow, its head crashing into the ground with a resounding thud, its teeth gnawing at the earth, scattering stones everywhere. With his arms rendered useless, in this desperate moment, Jean resorted to the bear's method, targeting its neck and biting down. The bear's neck bore a fearsome wound, a heavy price paid from its recent battle with the scaled horned panther leader. The wound was deep enough to reveal bone, its fur long gone. Jean nearly buried his head into the wound, after several bites. His mouth was filled with the bear's flesh and blood. The bear's wound, which had previously bled profusely, had been staunched after consuming stones. Now, however, with Jean gnawing at it, the arteries were severed, and a torrent of blood erupted forth, faster than before. In an instant, the bear's blood coated Jean's face. It was as if he had plunged his head into a miniature waterfall, forcing him to shut his eyes, his mouth and nostrils filled with the horrific scent of blood, mingled with a hint of sweetness. Jean continued to fight back with desperation, relentlessly tearing at the bear's flesh. Consequently, a deluge of bear blood surged down his throat, nearly suffocating him. Yet, at this moment, who could care for breathing? The struggle had reached its most critical juncture. Who would emerge victorious? Who would live or die? Jean began to choke on the blood, his lungs filled with the bear's essence, suffering immensely. The enraged bear emitted a low, mournful growl. It was terrified. It could not see the youth, but it sensed Jean's frail physique. Nevertheless, Jean was fiercer than any beast the bear had ever encountered. Zedi stood frozen, her gaze transfixed on the scene of the human and bear in a fierce struggle, her eyes vacant, as if turned to stone, stunned into silence. The bear attempted to retract its claws to rend the boy into pieces, but after several futile attempts, it realized its strength was waning from the fierce battle. After enduring a desperate struggle with the youthful contender, its strength rapidly waned, akin to an avalanche, rendering it incapable of extricating its claws. With a thud, the brown bear collapsed onto the ground, motionless. Its colossal form was several times that of the young warrior, yet ultimately, it succumbed to defeat. The young fighter also fell, emitting harsh coughs as he violently expelled chunks of flesh and gouts of blood from his mouth. After ejecting the sanguine matter, he finally managed to breathe with some semblance of ease, akin to a drowning man who has just reached the shore, his chest heaving rhythmically as he gasped for air. Yet, after several breaths, he began to cough once more, expelling frothy blood again, uncertain whether it was the bear's blood or the result of his own internal hemorrhaging. A profound sense of dizziness enveloped the young man's mind. He attempted to rise, but his efforts culminated in utter failure. His abdomen remained impaled by the bear's sharp claws, which continued to bleed profusely. Following their recent violent clash, the original penetrating wound had been violently stretched, tearing it asunder. Charred, dark intestines oozed from the gaping wound. With a thud, the young warrior collapsed once more onto the ground. He gazed at the massive bear carcass, releasing a feeble laugh that echoed the mirth of the venerable leader of the Holy Knights. Gradually, the light in his eyes dimmed, and his laughter subsided. After a few breaths, his pupils lost all luminosity. The effects of the frenzied potion had dissipated. The young man fell into complete unconsciousness. In that moment, both man and beast lay utterly still. Chapter 10. The obsession of life and death in a profound darkness. The consciousness of the young boy gradually began to awaken. Where am I? What is this place? Where am I? Who am I? Why am I trapped here? What am I to do? The boy grew increasingly anxious, feeling as though he had forgotten something of utmost significance. He started to struggle, attempting to break free from this dark prison. Suddenly, a flicker of ethereal light appeared before him. The minuscule glow stood out starkly against the surrounding darkness. As the light danced, fragments of the boy's memories began to resurface. The light in the darkness resembled the dim candlelight in a tavern. He felt warmth and was on the verge of succumbing to slumber. At that moment, a ferocious roar pierced through the stillness. Waves of relentless pain crashed over him like the sea, and he felt as if he were a tiny boat, at any moment to be shattered by the tempest. Alongside the pain, there was an unbearable heat and a profound dizziness. These sensations were not unfamiliar to him. The fire poison had flared up again, he thought. He felt the sharp claws of a brown bear still embedded in his abdomen, making it difficult to rise. Summoning all his strength, he managed to lift his head slightly. Then, he beheld the carcass of the bear and a familiar figure bent over it, diligently collecting its blood. It was Ziti, who occasionally wiped her tear-streaked cheeks, her face etched with concern. Instantly, the boy felt a wave of relief. He had feared that a new beast had attacked upon hearing the roar. Seeing Ziti safe, he relaxed, unable to keep his head up any longer. And his skull thudded against the ground with a dull thump. Ziti was startled by the sound, and upon noticing that the boy had awakened, she exclaimed in delight, "My lord, Lord Jinjin, you're awake." She rushed to his side. As she drew closer, he noticed her swollen eyes and the evident trails of tears upon her cheeks. Jinjin wished to speak, but the words would not come. His throat and tongue felt swollen, rendering him mute, and all he could manage was a bitter smile. In that moment, the boy realized that if another beast were to attack, he would be utterly incapable of protecting his fiancée in his current state. Ziti spoke, "My lord, the fire poison has returned. The previous antidote is ineffective. I am preparing a new potion. I will succeed. Please believe me, my lord. You must not give up. I will save you." Ziti's words were intended to comfort Jinjin, but seemed more like self-deception, a means to bolster her own confidence. Jinjin nodded. Yet even this slight motion sent him spiraling back into unconsciousness. Time slipped away in the darkness, and he awakened once more to the sound of a beast's roar. Not perceiving any new threat, he understood. Was it merely an auditory hallucination? How long had he been unconscious this time? He surveyed his surroundings and found Ziti beside him again. However, this time, she was not collecting bear blood. Instead, she had cut into Jinjin's arm, drawing forth his blood. A glass vial was already half filled with his dark red, scalding blood. Upon seeing him awake again, Ziti exclaimed, "My lord, I am treating you. I am drawing out your poisoned blood to dilute the fire poison within you." The boy remained silent. Strangely, he felt no pain this time. This was undoubtedly a troubling sign. The sensation of pain is a natural human response, a vital warning mechanism alerting the body to protect itself. Jinjin understood that his condition was dire. Not only had the fire poison reemerged, but his battle with the brown bear had left him severely injured. The absence of pain signified that his nerves had been utterly destroyed. Only a strong dizziness remained in his mind. He dared not move, for he had learned from experience that even the slightest motion could send him spiraling back into unconsciousness. Jinjin could only gaze at the cave ceiling. Regardless of the wounds or the blood being drawn, he felt nothing. His sense of hearing had also faded. In that moment, he experienced a peculiar tranquility and serenity. Yet soon, this calmness dissipated, replaced by a creeping fear that enveloped him like mist. Yes, fear. He was afraid. He sensed death approaching, a fear of mortality itself. In truth, he had confronted death during his encounter with the brown bear. But at that time, he had lacked the leisure to contemplate it. The slow encroachment of death was an unbearable sensation. The boy felt his life ebbing away, quietly, without a sound. From the depths of his being, he yearned to grasp the fleeting essence of life. Yet life was like water held in cupped hands. No matter how hard one tried, it would slip through the fingers, ultimately running dry. He realized he was nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter, left to quietly await the grim reaper's scythe. Jinjin had once believed himself to be courageous enough, yet at this moment, he felt his own fear, his own vulnerability. This fear was so palpable, so intense, that it made him acutely aware that no amount of suffering or training could prepare him to face it with complete composure. He understood that this fear was the most primal of all fears, a fundamental instinct for survival inherent to every living being. Fear, like a fog, enveloped his entire heart. Alongside it were feelings of helplessness, despair, panic, and rage, all stemming from that fear. Jinjin began to pray. Oh, great deity, the Supreme Emperor. As a knight of the sanctuary, he worshipped the contemporary divine emperor of humanity. The human race, under the guidance of the divine emperor, was led by him, a being whose prowess transcended legendary status, a deity walking among mortals. Jinjin continued to confess to the divine emperor, attempting to atone for his past transgressions, only to awkwardly realize that, having lost his memory, he could not recall any of his wrongdoings. Thus, he beseeched the divine emperor for mercy, praying that after his death, Ziti would be granted safe passage away from this perilous island. Every knight of the sanctuary was under the watchful gaze of the divine emperor. Could it be that on this island, the connection between the faithful and the divine could be severed? With such doubts swirling in his mind, Jinjin once again succumbed to darkness. As before, accompanied by a deafening roar, he awakened anew. This time, upon regaining consciousness, Jinjin furrowed his brow. He felt a surge of intense pain. Unlike the previous sensations of agony, this time it felt as though he were being pricked by countless needles. Every inch of his skin, every muscle, every bone, inside and out, seemed to bear the scars of untold torture, reduced to a state of utter ruin. Moreover, the searing sensation of the fire poison had intensified dramatically. The boy felt as if he were being consumed by flames, placed in a bonfire, burning fiercely. It worked. It worked. He heard Ziti's voice exclaim with fervor, her excitement palpable. Jinjin turned his gaze to see her actions, and his heart jolted. The girl was no longer collecting bear blood or drawing his blood. She was pouring blood over his wounds. This was undoubtedly bear blood. Jinjin had been grievously injured, particularly in his abdomen, where the wound was horrifying. Yet now, the claws of the brown bear that had pierced his side had vanished without a trace. Ziti seemed to have poured numerous potions over the wound, mixing them into a chaotic blend of colors, reminiscent of a painter's palette poorly combined. The continuous infusion of bear blood flowed into the thick pigments, quickly being absorbed. At this moment, Jin's body resembled parched soil, desperately absorbing every drop of bear blood that Ziti poured in, with astonishing rapidity. As he absorbed more and more bear blood, the sensation of pain intensified correspondingly. Yet, simultaneously, his heart felt increasingly powerful. The rhythmic thumping grew louder, the pace of his heartbeat accelerating. The young man was struck by a peculiar illusion. If his heart raced any faster, it might leap from his shattered form. This concern was short-lived, as Jin soon succumbed to unconsciousness once more, overwhelmed by a surge of pain that had escalated manifold, far beyond the limits of what a normal human could endure. Chapter 11. Am I a genius among geniuses? Time passed unmeasured until Jinjin gradually awakened. The melodic chirping of birds graced his ears, accompanied by a gentle breeze that carried the fresh scent of grass and foliage. He first noticed that the excruciating pain that had tormented him was now but a distant memory, leaving only a lingering discomfort. He attempted to lift his head, and the overwhelming sensation of vertigo dissipated entirely. Upon further inspection, he discovered his body swathed in numerous bandages, particularly around his waist, where layers concealed traces of blood. With considerable effort, he strained his arms to prop himself up. His entire being felt utterly drained, as if he had endured days without sustenance, and he was parched, yearning desperately for water. As he succeeded in sitting up, he was taken aback. His gaze fell upon his arms and hands, which had once suffered catastrophic fractures, the flesh reduced to a pulp by the claws of a bear. Yet now, astonishingly, they appeared nearly mended. The skin was an abnormal shade of red, resembling that of meat subjected to boiling. Could it be that Ziti had truly accomplished this? Remarkable. Jinjin marveled internally. If it were indeed magic or divine intervention, The challenge would not be insurmountable. However, here, Ziti was unable to wield her spells. The fact that she achieved this solely through potions was nothing short of extraordinary. Was my fiancé truly a master alchemist? Looking around, he noted that Ziti was absent. The young man soon realized he was no longer deep within the cave, but rather closer to the entrance. This area was devoid of the perilous struggle he had endured with the bear, and the surrounding minerals were sparse, the air not stifling, allowing him to hear the birds outside. As he absorbed the sporadic gusts of wind mingling with the crisp notes of birdsong, his heart swelled with emotion. His gaze wandered to the cave entrance, where a resilient wildflower, adorned with blue and red hues, defiantly bloomed against the cave wall. Jinjin stared intently, his eyes welling up with tears, nearly weeping. After the harrowing experience of life and death, even the simplest of sights became a cherished treasure. He observed the unassuming wildflower, its delicate petals trembling gently in the breeze, and an overwhelming sense of vitality surged within him. I am alive, I live. The elation of survival washed over him like an endless tide, making it difficult for Jinjin to contain his emotions. After a considerable while, the tumult of his feelings began to subside, only to be replaced by new concerns. The reality of his surroundings remained perilous. He recalled the many corpses of scaled panthers lying outside the cave, their fresh remains a siren call to carnivorous predators. Having endured these past few days, Jinjin had fully grasped the dangers of this island. Any estimation of peril was an understatement. He attempted to rise, but faltered in his efforts. Merely sitting up had pushed him to his limits. His body felt utterly weak, especially around his waist, as if a significant portion were missing. And his legs bore no strength. You're awake. A familiar voice broke through. Ziti appeared at the cave entrance, frozen in disbelief. Jinjin nodded and offered her a faint smile. Upon confirming the reality of his condition, Ziti was overcome with emotion and rushed forward, nearly throwing herself into his arms. The embrace almost toppled Jinjin backward. He gently patted her delicate shoulder, his voice hoarse. I listened to you. I did not give up. Yes, Ziti affirmed. Releasing her hold, her violet eyes fixated on him, unblinking. Lord Jinjin, you are a true paladin. In that moment, the young knight felt the weight of her admiration and affection, unmasked and genuine. Jinjin offered a wry smile and shook his head. Not quite. Even now, I am unable to harness my fighting spirit. Ziti's faith in him surpassed his own self-assessment. I utilized the blood of the bear to concoct a temporary potion. I scattered it near the cave entrance, and now this area is infused with the bear's scent, which should deter other predators. For the time being, we are safe. Furthermore, I ventured deeper into the cave and discovered that it has only one passage. Your earlier decision was remarkably wise. Jinjin nodded repeatedly, his worries finally easing. How do you feel now? Ziti resumed her examination of his wounds. Watching her diligently at work, Jinjin felt a growing admiration for the young woman. Despite her black iron status and inability to wield magic here, she possessed formidable skills in potion making. Without her assistance, he likely would have perished. Beyond admiration and gratitude, Jinjin felt a deeper emotion stirring within. Their bond as engaged partners hinted at complexities that merited further exploration. Yet, regardless of the intricacies, their shared experiences of life and death forged an unbreakable connection. My lord, your condition is stable. Your fatigue stems solely from a lack of rest. With sufficient nourishment and hydration, you should be able to walk normally in a few days, Ziti concluded after her thorough examination. All of this is thanks to your potion. Jinjin praised. Ziti shook her head. The circumstances were dire, and the conditions for potion making were far from ideal. To be honest, I had no confidence. I merely exerted myself to the utmost, never anticipating such remarkable results. Perhaps. Ziti hesitated, her beautiful purple eyes fixed on him, glimmering with curiosity. Jinjin chuckled softly. What do you wish to ask? Do not hold back. Immediately, Ziti inquired. My lord, are you truly only of silver rank and not gold? Jinjin pondered. Why do you suspect this? Ziti explained. It is possible that my potion had an effect, but I believe that likelihood is quite low. I suspect that your innate vitality is far more robust. Such life essence cannot belong to a silver rank. Only those of gold possess such vigor. You have passed this trial largely due to your own self-healing capabilities. Do you believe my rank is not silver, but gold? Jinjin frowned slightly, glancing once more at his arms. They appeared almost as good as new. He vividly recalled the severity of his previous injuries. His abdominal wounds, once grave, had seemingly vanished, replaced by fresh, pink skin. To be honest, This level of healing was only slightly inferior to the regrowth of a severed limb. Was it truly the potion's efficacy? Jinjin found himself questioning. His heart raced. Could it be that my talent is extraordinary, not merely silver, but possessing the essence of gold? Am I truly a genius among geniuses? If so, why would I conceal such a talent? Am I afraid that someone might extinguish this budding potential? Thus, I have endured in silence until now? Filled with confusion, Jinjin could only shake his head and offer a rueful smile. Regrettably, as the person at the center of it all, he remained oblivious to the truth. Ziti retrieved a water pouch, and Jinjin accepted it, sipping carefully. My lord, how does the water taste? She asked, concern etched on her face. Jinjin savored the liquid, contemplating. There is no pain. It feels as it always has. Upon hearing this, Ziti exhaled a sigh of relief. That is good, but we must continue to monitor your condition. Jinjin consumed only water, neglecting to eat anything. Even the water he drank was but a mere fraction. Although it merely quenched his thirst slightly, Jinjin understood the necessity of this act. From an external perspective, his wounds appeared to be healing well, yet the true condition within remained inscrutable to the naked eye. Ziti, unable to employ magic in this cavern and lacking the expertise of a healer, found herself at a disadvantage while Jinjin could not summon his fighting spirit. After a brief sip of water, Jinjin reclined on the ground to rest, gradually allowing himself to relax. Upon investigating the cave's depths, Ziti concluded that its extensive excavation was largely attributed to the monkey-tailed brown bear, which had incessantly consumed the minerals within the mountain, thus shaping this cavern. The monkey-tailed brown bear, a beast of silver rank, had established its dominion here, instilling fear in nearby predators. The territory surrounding it had solidified into a certain degree of a fixed domain, particularly after the previous defeat of the scaled-horned Black Panther pack. It was likely that no predators would dare to encroach upon this area for the foreseeable future. After all, these creatures were oblivious to the fact that the brown bear had already fallen to Jinjin's blade. Presently, the surroundings appeared relatively secure, rendering the cave a suitable refuge. Jinjin awoke in the morning and replenished himself with more water at noon. By afternoon, he felt the urge to urinate. However, his body was too weak to rise. My lord, allow me to assist you, Ziti offered, having closely observed Jinjin's predicament. She was adept at reading his expressions, and upon noticing his slight discomfort, she understood. Reluctantly, Jinjin lay on the ground, and with Ziti's help, he managed to relieve himself. My lord, I am your fiancée. There is no need for embarrassment. Despite her words, a charming blush adorned Ziti's cheeks, her hair slightly askew, as if her entire demeanor radiated warmth. Not only did Ziti help Jinjin with his trousers, but she also carefully examined his urine. My lord, it appears your recovery is progressing well. You may drink water without concern. However, you must be cautious with food. Moments later, Ziti reported back with a look of joy. Jinjin nodded, feeling a flicker of happiness. The human digestive and urinary systems are of paramount importance. Jinjin would gladly sacrifice both arms rather than endure complications with digestion or urination. Losing one's arms would be inconvenient, but severe issues with digestion or urination could prove fatal. As night fell, Jinjin began to eat. The coarse rations he consumed were far from delicious, yet he found satisfaction in the meal, even experiencing a profound sense of happiness. Truth be told, the ravenous youth could have devoured several oxen in one sitting, yet he restrained himself, adhering to the same cautious approach he took with water, consuming only a small amount of rations for his first meal. Upon awakening the next day, he had regained some strength and could stand unaided. Though walking was still a challenge, he felt no dizziness, merely an overwhelming fatigue. It even seemed as though his arms were unusually heavy, a sensation he struggled to bear. The youth did not push himself. Wisdom and patience were virtues esteemed by the holy knights. He ate a little in the morning and more at noon. By evening, he successfully produced a bowel movement. Although Ziti offered her assistance, this time, Jinjin insisted on managing it himself. After examining his feces, Ziti was elated. My lord, your body is recovering remarkably well, or rather, astonishingly so. Such physical resilience is beyond the capabilities of one of silver rank. Ziti gazed at Jinjin, her violet eyes shimmering with fervor. Chapter 12. My fiancé. He has a merchant association. On the third morning, Jinjin slowly awakened, enveloped in tranquility. He had rested well the previous night, no longer lying on the hard stone ground, but instead on a soft bed of dry leaves and branches, carefully gathered by Ziti for his comfort. The thought of his fiancée filled him with warmth, yet he noticed her absence. Recalling Ziti's suggestion before they slept, to draw some of his blood for examination to determine if any lingering fire poison remained. He had agreed. A pang of concern gripped him. Had she truly spent the entire night without rest? Although he felt confident in his ability to sense any disturbances around him, he noticed the other side of the makeshift bed covered in hay showed no signs of having been disturbed. Thus, he deduced that Ziti had not slept there at all. She had ventured deeper into the cave and had not returned. Rising, he made his way into the depths of the cave. Ziti had set up a temporary apothecary in the inner recesses of the cave, where she had been diligently working during the past 2 days, seldom venturing outside. When she did, it was only within the vicinity of the cave, dedicating the majority of her time to concocting potions while tending to Jinjin. As he entered the cave, he found Ziti kneeling amidst various pits. These pits varied in size. The larger ones contained processed beast blood, bones, and hides, while the smaller ones held an array of colorful potions, resembling a miniature dye workshop. "Forgive my rudeness, my lord. I am currently preparing a potion," Ziti said, shaking a small glass vial in her hand while deftly sprinkling a sandy-like ingredient with the other. The vial, no larger than a finger, held a dark red liquid that resembled bear blood. The minute particles merged seamlessly into the potion, adhering to the inner walls of the glass. Ziti focused intently on the vial, occasionally adding more of the sandy ingredient or scooping some bear blood from the larger pit. Eventually, it appeared she achieved a delicate balance, as the grains completely dissolved, leaving no trace. Nodding slightly in satisfaction, she corked the vial and placed it on a wooden rack fashioned from rough twigs, nearly filled with similar glass containers. Seeing the vials filled with exotic potions, Jinjin inquired, "So, you have been concocting these potions throughout the night? Is such toil truly advisable?" "Thank you for your concern, my lord," Ziti replied with a smile. "But if I do not prepare these potions, the bear blood will lose its efficacy. These are precious materials, and it is unfortunate that I lack sufficient refining tools. Utilizing this silver-grade bear blood merely for potion making feels extravagantly wasteful. Most magical ingredients have a limited shelf life, and once past their prime, their value diminishes significantly." Jinjin nodded in acknowledgement of Ziti's efforts. "You have worked hard," he remarked, his gaze lingering on the glass vials. A peculiar sensation washed over him. He seemed to detect a sweet aroma emanating from the vials, stirring a deep-seated impulse to indulge in the bear blood. "Am I simply too hungry?" He quickly suppressed this strange feeling. Despite knowing he was recovering well, he had not feasted heartily in days, and he remained cautious about his food intake. Consequently, both the bear and leopard blood had been depleted, leaving him to deal with the remaining meat. Ziti, licking her dry lips, retrieved a piece of beast meat from the large pit, layering it with a mixture of green and yellow herbs before pouring a small vial of potion from a dark wooden tube. The liquid, though limited in quantity, quickly permeated the meat, releasing a pungent odor. A faint hissing sound followed as the once plump meat shriveled into a desiccated state. Ziti tore apart the cured meat, transforming it into shredded strands, which she then compacted into a fluffy pile. For the past 2 days, aside from dry rations, this shredded meat had constituted his primary sustenance. They did not start a fire. The harrowing experience with the fire poison bee's blood had instilled a profound caution in them regarding flames. Additionally, lighting a fire in the cave would compromise oxygen levels and lead to smoke inhalation or poisoning. The processed shredded meat, while unpalatable, retained its nutrients and eliminated any potential bacteria and toxins. These were high-quality magical materials, capable of fetching a handsome sum in the market. It was indeed a pity. Even a simple crucible would be a welcome addition. Ziti lamented while she worked. Jinjin chuckled, opting not to urge the weary Ziti to rest. Instead, he settled beside her, asking, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" Ziti smiled brightly. "Since you offer, I shall not be shy about it." From that point on, Ziti handled the delicate pouring of potions while Jinjin took on the task of shredding the meat. Their collaborative efforts significantly increased their efficiency. During their work, Jinjin awkwardly noticed several small pits in the corner, containing his bodily waste from the past few days. "Studying these could provide insight into your health," Ziti remarked matter-of-factly. "Though regrettably, I cannot ascertain your true strength." She continued, "I also wish to analyze this to recreate the potion that healed you. If indeed my potion was responsible for your recovery, its formula would hold considerable value." Such a research-oriented mindset. One could hardly fail to commend a mage for it. Jinjin mused, voicing his approval. "You are absolutely right. Have you made any discoveries?" Ziti sighed softly, her expression dimming slightly. The situation was quite urgent at the time. and many crucial steps were guided by instinct. I could not even estimate the proportions of the ingredients used. Reproducing the potion in its entirety is impossible. I can only do my utmost. However, I have made some progress. Using bare blood and minerals, I created 2 potions, one that ignites and another that extinguishes. Jinjin nodded. After he assisted Ziti in processing all the beast meat, he gently patted her shoulder, proposing, "Let us share a meal together." They partook of some dry rations, the freshly made meat fluff, and warm water. Although they had not lit a fire, they utilized heated stones to warm the water. In such an environment, sipping warm water brought immense comfort. As the soothing liquid coursed down his throat, it felt as if his very soul received a gentle embrace. Ziti nodded. "My lord, I am assuredly your fiancée. This is indisputable. But which family do you belong to? Where is your family estate?" Ziti managed a wry smile. "My lord, you overestimate me. I am not a noble. I am merely a merchant. My family has been engaged in trade for generations. Noble marriages are almost exclusively among those of the same class, with some even marrying within their own kin to preserve blood purity. So, have you awakened some noble lineage within you?" Jinjin inquired. "It is indeed possible. Although nobles typically have but one wife, it is not uncommon for them to indulge in numerous lovers, resulting in a considerable number of illegitimate offspring. Merely examining the family tree makes it arduous to ascertain the genuine lineage. History is replete with instances of lesser nobles possessing the rich blood of the elite, and even commoners unexpectedly manifesting remarkable potential, only to discover that their ancestry traces back to a noble lineage. Those endowed with such illustrious bloodlines are often courted by the nobility, integrating into their families. Yet, Ziti shook her head again, revealing a hint of sorrow. "I apologize for disappointing you, esteemed sir. My lineage is rather unremarkable. In fact, attaining black iron level strength has nearly exhausted my potential. I am not of noble birth, nor do my ancestors belong to the aristocracy. My father was the previous president of the Wisteria Merchant Association, and now it is my turn to lead the entire organization." Wisteria Merchant Association? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Wait, could it be? Chapter 13. The alliance of interests within the realm of common knowledge retained by the Jinjin family lies the information regarding the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce. On the enlightened continent inhabited by humanity, there exist 6 prominent commercial guilds, each steeped in history and backed by powerful noble families, with their enterprises sprawling across mountains, jungles, lakes, seas, and deserts. Beneath these 6 grand guilds, one particular association has rapidly ascended in the past century, emerging as a remarkable commercial entity, second only to the 6 major guilds, outpacing all others by a considerable margin. This association is none other than the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce. The Wisteria Chamber has absorbed a vast number of small and medium-sized guilds, and even individual merchants, embracing those who operate independently, thereby establishing an extensive scale and influence in the lower and middle markets. However, lacking protection from the upper echelons, the powerful nobles of the enlightened empire have set their sights on the profits of the chamber and chosen to take action. The Wisteria Chamber has faced suppression, leading to the untimely demise of its president, resulting in its fragmentation and subsequent division among the aristocrats. After my father's incident, I stand as the sole daughter. I refuse to concede. To allow the hard work of my father, grandfather, and ancestors to be obliterated would be a profound act of filial ingratitude. Many elder members of the merchant caravans also refuse to pledge allegiance, rallying around me. Yet, no matter how abundant the wealth, it pales in comparison to the might of power. My father's death has made me acutely aware that I must engage in the political sphere of the empire. Merely relying on the previous methods of the chamber, where increased wealth and scale lead to a dead end, is no longer viable. I have meticulously chosen partners for collaboration, ultimately finding a harmonious accord with you, my esteemed lord. A flash of insight struck Jinjin's mind, illuminating the underlying connections, although only fragments of memory remain. Jinjin understands that the Baijin family is among the southern aristocracy. The decisive battle they faced was the annihilation of the Cold Fur Knights. The conquering forces of the enlightened empire became ensnared by the formidable mountain terrains, resulting in a stalemate in their southern conquests. The southern nobles, who had initially submitted, began to see hope amidst the deadlock and covertly reached out to the resisting southern nobility, forging an alliance. The 5th Legion of the Temple Knights withdrew for rest from the front lines, allowing the allied southern nobles to dispatch the Cold Fur Knights to execute an ambush. The Cold Fur Knights were the elite legion of the Southern Noble Alliance, successfully obliterating the 5th Legion of the Temple Knights, only to be vanquished by reinforcements from the Temple Knights. As the Cold Fur Knights were routed, the southern nobles hastily sent reinforcements, which led to significant vulnerabilities in their once impenetrable defenses. The Imperial forces responded with remarkable speed, launching a coordinated offensive that utterly dismantled the southern nobles' lines. As a result, the southern nobility suffered a catastrophic defeat, losing the capacity to resist the might of the enlightened empire, facing either death or surrender. The faction of southern nobles that had initially submitted and then rebelled faced severe purging. The Baijin family was among these nobles. At that time, a significant portion of the Baijin family members were part of the Cold Fur Knights. Although the Baijin family managed to survive the purges, their lands, wealth, and military strength suffered considerable reductions. Subsequently, they endured relentless suppression and exclusion from various imperial noble factions. Naturally, the Baijin family sought not to descend into obscurity. They rallied other families in similar predicaments to form alliances while actively probing the imperial hierarchy. Sending Jin into the Temple Knights was one of their strategic moves. The Temple Knights stand as the elite military force of the enlightened empire, directly under the command of the emperor, representing his most loyal military strength. Each knight in the Temple Knights venerates the emperor, having dedicated their faith, thus ensuring their utmost loyalty, making the Temple Knights the most trusted faction of the emperor. Generally, the influential nobles in power within the empire seldom, if ever, send their offspring into the Temple Knights. Offering one's faith is akin to nurturing a potential traitor within the family. Nobles prioritize self-interest above all, with familial interests often taking precedence. In contrast, smaller nobles aligned with the emperor, along with court nobles and a select few of the larger nobles, may choose to send their children into the Temple Knights. Jin, as the sole heir of the Baijin family, joining the Temple Knights serves as a heartfelt pledge of loyalty to the enlightened emperor. This diplomatic gesture successfully alleviated external pressures on the Baijin family. Nevertheless, Jin's experience within the Temple Knights inevitably subjected him to oppression and exclusion, a consequence that was both natural and expected. After all, the Cold Fur Knights had nearly decimated the 5th Legion of the Temple Knights. Who among the nobles does not share familial ties? As the only heir of the Baijin family, my induction into the Temple Knights was met with hostility and suppression, a scenario I anticipated and chose to endure. The memories of Qin Kuei clearly depict him as seeking confrontation, deliberately complicating matters. His motivations are understandable. Perhaps a relative of his perished in the 5th Legion. As for Jin's own actions, they can be assessed as well. Although endowed with exceptional talent, he refrained from seeking the spotlight, opting instead to conceal his abilities and devote himself to diligent training. His low profile was a strategy to evade political adversaries who might seek to suppress or eliminate him preemptively. He aspired to find allies within the Emperor's faction rather than create enemies. As the future steward of his family, he approached the Temple Knights with diplomatic intentions. Opportunities to forge friendships abound within the military. When faced with significant external pressures, the Knights compel themselves to trust one another and rely on mutual support. Such shared experiences of life and death can greatly dissolve past animosities. Through this approach, the Baijin family maneuvers out of political turmoil, positioning itself as a member of the imperial faction. However, even after achieving this, the Baijin family can only be said to have tenuously established their footing. They remain a rather impoverished noble house. The pressing question is how to expand their territory, augment their wealth, and strengthen their family's influence. The human continent has already been unified under the enlightened emperor, ushering in an era of peace with few opportunities for expansion. Yet, the human force's large-scale offensive against the Beastman continent presents a prime opportunity for many nobles to extend their territories and establish their own military achievements. White Sand City represents an opportunity for the Baijin family. Thus, Jin has come to compete for the position of city lord. From Zidi's perspective, the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce has been divided among the powerful nobles, leading to the demise of its president. If the elder members could have yielded, they would have already allied with these nobles. The elders uniting around Zidi inherently stand in opposition to these aristocrats. Consequently, Zidi is left with no choice but to align herself with members of the imperial political faction. Among these members, the strong ones are unlikely to be impressed by the remnants of the Wisteria Chamber. A complete Wisteria Chamber might pique their interest, but the current organization is already fragmented. Those of moderate strength harbor reservations. Zidi's faction represents the essence of the Wisteria Chamber. To hastily accept them would mean opposing the powerful aristocrats within the empire. The benefits and risks within this context warrant meticulous consideration. The weaker members, such as some court nobles, lack territories and are unable to accommodate the chamber's members. Simultaneously, as the newly appointed leader of the chamber, Zidi has her own concerns. She strives to avoid aligning with overly dominant nobles. After all, she is merely a mage of black iron rank, and an excessively powerful noble could very well absorb the remnants of the Wisteria Chamber in future collaborations. After careful deliberation, Zidi sets her sights on the Baizhen family. The current patriarch of the Baizhen family is a golden tier powerhouse, albeit significantly weakened, having lost his right arm. Once a grand noble of the south, the Baizhen family boasts a long and storied history. After being compelled to align with the empire, they faced exclusion and suppression. Now barely managing to maintain their standing, desperately in need of expansion and development. Their territory has been stripped, and the resources of their existing lands are scarce, compounded by ostracization from neighboring territories. Thus, the Baizhen family regards the Zitong Chamber of Commerce as a far more crucial ally than other families. Most importantly, the Baizhen family is willing to pay a price, even going so far as to promise the marriage of their future heir to the chamber. Once the agreement was established, an engagement ceremony was held, and the news was widely disseminated. All these factors, in a wondrous twist of fate, led to the union of the young couple, Jinjin and Zidi. They each grapple with their own predicaments, yet their mutual dependence is profound. It is not merely their desire, but also the will of the forces behind them. Otherwise, how could a noble like Jinjin possibly become engaged to a woman of lesser bloodline? The Baizhen family has risked their sole heir, first sending him to the temple, and now dispatching him to the front lines of Baisha City, facing the immense peril of their heir perishing in battle. This is indeed a gamble. The Zitong Chamber of Commerce finds itself in a similar predicament. Neither side has a path of retreat. It is no wonder that ZD remains steadfastly by my side. Jinjin's thoughts swirled, finally unraveling the complex layers of hidden truths. As he gazed upon the young maiden before him, he felt an even greater sense of intimacy. Jinjin did not disdain the alliance formed for mutual benefit. Rather, he embraced it wholeheartedly. Such alliances are often more dependable than mere sentiments of loyalty. Moreover, loyalty can also be cultivated with the bond of marriage. Jinjin understood that ZD would undoubtedly become his most reliable ally in the future. ZD continued. We initially boarded the ship with the intention of entering the Beastman continent to compete for the lordship of Baisha City. However, during our voyage, we inexplicably encountered a maritime disaster, ultimately arriving at this island. Jinjin pondered. Therefore, our task now is not only to preserve our lives and escape this place, but also to gather more followers. ZD, how many troops do I have, and how many reliable retainers? In response to this inquiry, ZD hesitated for a rare moment, carefully considering her words before replying. My lord, you possess the qualifications to compete for the lordship of Baisha City, along with extraordinary innate abilities. Our primary contingent consists of the armed elite of the Zitong Chamber of Commerce, and we have also hired 2 renowned mercenary groups. Jinjin was momentarily taken aback. He realized that his own side lacked any retainers. He was merely a figurehead. Reluctantly, he found himself relying on the Zitong Chamber of Commerce and the hired mercenaries. This was indeed a precarious situation. As the sole heir of a noble family, he was risking his life on the front lines of war for a future, yet he found himself devoid of a direct military force. In contrast to the mercenary groups motivated by monetary gain, the armed forces of the Zitong Chamber had become Jinjin's most loyal strength. Had the Baizhen family fallen to such depths? Yet, it seemed implausible that there were none at all. This abnormal circumstance furrowed Jinjin's brow. ZD clarified. Indeed, there was a contingent dispatched from your family. Unfortunately, they encountered a bandit attack en route, resulting in total annihilation. Additionally, there have been frequent sightings of goblins and ogres around the borders of the Baizhen territory. We feared that other competitors might reach Baisha City ahead of us and establish an early advantage. Thus, we feigned a delay, disguising our identities and secretly set sail aboard the Zhuwen ship. Jinjin's pupils contracted slightly, and he snorted coldly. It seems the competition for the lordship of Baisha City is quite fierce. It is astonishing that a noble's elite force could be obliterated midway by so-called bandits. Moreover, the borders of the Baizhen family's territory were once the heartland. How could there be any space for goblins and ogres to thrive? Realizing something, Jinjin then inquired, "Who else is competing with me for the lordship? Are they aboard the same ship as us?" ZD shook her head. "There are two others, both your colleagues. They did not travel on the same vessel as us." Jinjin remained silent, deep in thought. This answer implied that they would not have to confront malicious and formidable competitors on this island. Yet, it was equally plausible that this maritime disaster stemmed from the actions of those competitors. ZD then added, "However, my lord, there is a priest from the temple traveling with us, named Jasha. He is the evaluator for this lordship competition. He is likely still alive, and if we can locate him and offer our assistance, it would be most advantageous." Jasha? Jinjin slightly raised an eyebrow, pondering the implications. Chapter 14. Geological Anomalies. A few days later, on a bright morning, the melodious chirping of birds filled the air. The sun streamed through the gaps in the leaves, penetrating the faint mist that enveloped the forest, casting a gentle glow upon the ground. A young boy and girl stood side by side, gazing at the cave before them. Their expressions a mixture of emotions. The boy, with his golden hair, fair skin, and robust physique, donned a suit of chainmail, his demeanor alert and spirited. The girl, cloaked in a purple hooded robe, had raven curls spilling from her hood, her sun-kissed complexion and striking features accentuated by her mesmerizing violet eyes, which shone like precious gems. It was none other than Jean and ZD. Days prior, they had fled here from a swarm of fire wasps. Afterward, they had taken refuge in the cave to tend to their wounds and recuperate, transforming it into a temporary haven that afforded them a momentary respite. Yet, despite its warmth, the cave could never replace the comfort of home. "Let us depart." Glancing back at the cave one last time, Jean turned and stepped into the woods, with ZD closely following. Unlike their previous escape, they now bore heavy packs filled with an assortment of beast bones, dried meat, and oars. Additionally, they carried several spears, both long and short. Jean had lost his long sword by the campfire, and his only remaining dagger had shattered while defending against a monkey-tailed bear. Consequently, over the past few days, ZD and Jean had collaborated to craft several spears. The long spears measured approximately 1.8 meters, while the short ones were around 1.5 meters. The long spears were intended for close combat, and the short ones for throwing. The shafts were fashioned from sturdy trees near the cave, resembling ironwood in their resilience. It would have been arduous for Jean to carve these weapons solely by himself. ZD's corrosive potions had played a pivotal role in their creation. In comparison to true steel weaponry, these spears were of considerably lesser value, both in durability and sharpness. However, they had no choice. Jean was severely lacking in weaponry, possessing only a single intact dagger, which he had entrusted to ZD. Before setting off, she had offered the small dagger to him, but he had declined. ZD's dagger was somewhat unique, intended for material preparation during potion crafting. Moreover, in times of crisis, she could wield it for self-defense. In the wilderness, despite Jin's good intentions, he could not guarantee her complete safety, necessitating ZD's ability to protect herself. The diminutive dagger, however, provided little assistance to Jean. Interestingly, the claws of the monkey-tailed bear could have served as weapons, yet they disintegrated into ash-like remnants upon the bear's demise. Their shortages extended beyond weapons. Armor was equally lacking. ZD wore an apprentice's robe, offering minimal magical protection, rendering her vulnerable to the ferocious assaults of wild beasts. Jean had discarded his arm guards after they had fulfilled their last line of defense during the battle with the bear. Without them, his forearms might have been crushed. He also lacked a helmet, and the chainmail on his upper body was his only solace. Jean took the lead, forging a path ahead, while ZD followed closely behind. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they were acutely aware of their strategy. Jean had left his long sword behind, which, despite its unwieldiness, still held irreplaceable value. Along their original path lay several temporary camps, each harboring a modest supply of provisions. Thanks to their diligent efforts, their food supply was abundant, but water was scarce. Although they had crossed rivers, the waters concealed treacherous serpents, making the risk of fetching water too great. Moreover, water sources around the cave were exceedingly limited. The dwindling supply in their water pouch was a significant motivator for the young duo to leave the cave. The trees stood tall and straight, and ZD noticed that as they delved further into the forest, the trees grew increasingly lofty and robust, some towering 50 to 60 meters into the sky. Here, sunlight did not pierce through like columns. Instead, It struggled against the thick white mist that blanketed the depths of the woods, diffusing in a gentle haze. The air was infused with the fresh scent of foliage, while flocks of birds soared above the treetops. Occasionally, a woodpecker could be seen perched on a trunk at least 3 meters off the ground, its pecking resonating in the tranquil forest. Before long, the two had fully penetrated the forest, surrounded by trees on all sides. Jean and Ziti halted to mark their path. Ziti used her dagger to carve notches into the lower trunks, while Jean took out a piece of animal hide, utilizing charcoal to sketch a map. This was a precaution against becoming lost, for the forest was notorious for its disorienting nature. The trees bore a striking resemblance to one another. Elves possessed an extraordinary aptitude for navigation in such environments. It was said that no young elf ever lost their way in the woods. The consequences of losing one's bearings were dire, as the wilderness was far from forgiving to humans, often marking the beginning of their demise. Jean carefully tucked the hide and charcoal into his clothing. This marked his 14th drawing. A small patch of black ink marred the center of the hide, rough and unrefined. As he resumed his journey, a flicker of hesitation crossed his face. After traveling for so long, logic dictated that he should have discovered some trace of the path he and Ziti had once taken in their flight. Yet, there was nothing. The surroundings were imbued with the essence of nature, devoid of any evidence. Based on the time and distance traveled, he surmised they had not ventured far. The campfire site should be nearby. This way, Jean declared, continuing to lead the way and opting to veer left. His strategy was one of cautious conservatism, searching for potential clues in the vicinity of the cave. The advantage of this approach was clear. It minimized the risk of overlooking vital signs. By noon, the sun had grown noticeably warmer, and the mist in the woods began to dissipate. Visibility improved significantly, yet Jin's expression darkened further. Despite their thorough search, they had yet to uncover even the slightest hint of their past. "This place feels wrong," Ziti remarked, her brow furrowed in confusion. The expanse of the forest was too vast. The area they had traversed earlier was distinctly characterized by a rainforest landscape, with humid, oppressive air, and low shrubs blanketing the forest floor, intertwined with countless vines. In stark contrast, the current terrain was more akin to a typical forest, though still composed of trees. These grew tall and straight, with sparse vines and significantly fewer shrubs and ferns than in the rainforest. Jean recognized this discrepancy as well. He had initially believed this forest to be small, given its proximity to the cave and the peculiar scorching mineral veins that produced a landscape so markedly different from its surroundings. However, the forest's expanse was far greater than either of them had anticipated. According to navigational norms, the terrain on the island should have been predominantly rainforest. Jean distinctly remembered that during the early stages of their escape that night, the area was indeed thick with rainforest. The formidable beast resembling a black panther had pounced from a branch that was unmistakably part of the rainforest. Yet, shortly thereafter, Ziti had spotted the cave and alerted him. Upon discovering the cave, he had immediately adjusted their running direction, indicating that they must have transitioned from the rainforest into the forest at that moment. Jean was confident that his memory was not flawed, for he had compared his recollections with Ziti's. Based on their memories, the forest should have been a mere fragment, surrounded by the vast rainforest. However, after a morning of exploration, the bizarre reality lay starkly before them, leaving them both perplexed. It seemed that this island harbored profound mysteries. Not only do bizarre beasts emerge in endless variety, resembling a patchwork, but the flora is equally perilous, and the terrain may undergo strange transformations. As Ziti spoke, a shadow suddenly descended from the towering treetops. The shadow was slender and swift, slicing through the air with a whoosh. Yet, Jin's speed surpassed even that. In an instant, the spear lunged forth. The momentum of the shadow came to an abrupt halt as its stout neck was pierced by the spear tip, leaving it suspended. This was a peculiar bird, approximately the size of an adult's fist, cloaked in a layer of black feathers. The feathers were remarkably hard, akin to iron. The weight of these feathers rendered it incapable of flight, yet simultaneously, it had developed formidable muscles. This bird typically lurked within the thickets, and upon detecting movement in the forest, it would leap down, using its legs and wings to accelerate, cleverly harnessing gravity to peck through the skull of its prey. After the animal succumbed, it would consume the brain, blood, and subsequently the eyeballs, before finally devouring the flesh. After encountering it several times, Ziti named it the iron feather bird. The iron feather bird was nearly flawless, save for one vulnerability: the area beneath its head and neck, where the feathers were densely packed, yet weak in defense. At that moment, Jin's spear tip precisely pierced the neck of the iron feather bird, delivering a fatal blow. Soon, the thrashing iron feather bird lay still. Jin thrust the spear into the ground, securing the bird's lifeless body. Ziti approached with a dagger to conduct an autopsy. The iron feathers proved to be exceptionally sturdy, making for excellent materials. Additionally, Ziti collected some of the bird's blood. As for the flesh of the iron feather bird, it was of little weight and value, which Ziti discarded without hesitation. While Ziti gathered materials, Jin stood guard beside her, wielding a short spear to fend off any other ferocious beasts. During their initial encounter with the iron feather bird, Jin had been somewhat flustered. He had first knocked the bird to the ground with his spear. Although it could not fly, it was remarkably swift on the ground. Jin had thrown 3 short spears before managing to slow its pace. Ultimately, he had forcefully pierced the bird's abdomen with his long spear, rendering the spear tip unusable. However, now Jin's technique had become increasingly adept. He realized that the iron feather bird posed the greatest threat when it swooped down from the trees, yet at that moment, it also exposed its neck, revealing its most vulnerable point. With this revelation, the iron feather bird no longer constituted a threat, becoming a consistent source of contribution. Beyond the iron feather bird, the forest harbored many other dangers. Hidden among the fallen trunks and decaying leaves were often venomous vipers. One must never let their guard down around seemingly innocuous plants. For instance, a certain unremarkable moss could poison Jin upon mere contact. Green spots began to sprout on Jin's face, small and round, yet entirely sensationless. Upon discovering this, Ziti immediately administered an antidote, which only alleviated the symptoms but did not cure the affliction. The two had no choice but to swiftly search for the source of the poison. After utilizing the moss to concoct a rudimentary remedy, Ziti incorporated it into the antidote, finally eradicating the toxins from Jin's body. The myriad concealed dangers significantly impeded the exploration efforts of the young duo. Chapter 15. I want my fighting spirit. Spending the night in the forest presents risks that are evidently greater than those of the cave. The cave offers considerable warmth, yet the two remain without a fire. They sip a little water and consume a significant amount of dried meat, both striving to stave off hunger. The state of hunger is fraught with peril. Prolonged deprivation can deplete one's strength, and diminished strength can plunge one into deadly peril on this treacherous island. In the cave, silence envelopes them as they eat quietly. Gazing at the familiar cave walls, Jin cannot help but smile wryly. After a recent conversation with Ziti, he has gained insight into his circumstances and increasingly realizes the greater responsibilities that lie ahead. He soon comprehends that merely escaping himself or aiding Ziti in their flight would still signify failure. He must vie for the position of Lord of Baisha City, revitalize his family, and collaborate with Ziti to maintain the remnants of the Wisteria Trading Guild. Therefore, he must endeavor to gather the remaining individuals on this island, striving to rescue and rally them to his cause. Among them is a pivotal figure, Jesha. If he still survives, Jin intends to extend a helping hand and cultivate goodwill. Ultimately, he requires subordinates. Without their assistance, he and Ziti would remain isolated, rendering it impossible to seize control of a city, even upon reaching Baisha City. Thus, as they set out in the morning, the youth harbors grand aspirations and long-term plans. However, the outcome of their day of exploration is unexpectedly disheartening. Reality is often harsh. After finishing their evening meal, they begin to prepare their gear. The spear, having seen frequent use, requires considerable repair. Such rudimentary equipment must be maintained promptly, lest its effectiveness diminish significantly. In truth, even blades and swords necessitate regular sharpening and upkeep. Naturally, the maintenance of wooden spears is far more frequent than that of swords, as their lifespan is considerably shorter. Jin first utilizes the potion Ziti offers to soften the spear before employing his only dagger to sharpen the tip further. My strength has grown, Jin muses, recalling his repeated victories over the iron feather birds. Such feats would have been impossible in the past, yet he has undeniably achieved them now. Is it due to the restoration of his memories, allowing him to master the 100 Needles wind combat technique? After his memory returned, Jin discovered a profound affinity for thrusting, finding it exceedingly convenient and effortless. Unlike his initial encounter with the fire poison bees, where his memories had just resurfaced, he has since practiced the 100 Needles wind technique numerous times in the cave, mastering its application. Not only has his speed improved, but his thrusts have also become remarkably stable. Of course, the equipment plays a crucial role. In his first encounter, he wielded a longsword. though the blade was sharp. Using it felt awkward and even painful. In contrast, the spear allows for a far more effective execution of the 100 needles wind technique. The spear is lighter than the long sword, and its sharp tip is more akin to a stabbing weapon. However, the effectiveness of the 100 needles wind technique still relies on the use of fighting spirit to unleash its true power. This brings Zhenjin back to an old dilemma. When will he be able to harness his fighting spirit? He has no certainty regarding the answer. Fighting spirit, this is crucial. Without it, relying solely on his physical form, Zhenjin lacks the armor, claws, and fangs necessary to contend with a black iron-level magical beast. Against a multitude of bronze-level beasts, his only option would be to flee. If he could wield fighting spirit, his combat prowess would surpass that of black iron-level beasts. The enhancements to defense, agility, and other aspects brought about by fighting spirit would significantly bolster their chances of survival on this island. Yet Zhenjin finds himself in a rather awkward predicament. His memories appear to be fragmented, suggesting he must await the emergence of relevant recollections before he can tap into the latent fighting spirit within him. Previously, he had hoped that in life-or-death situations, he might instinctively summon his fighting spirit. However, after his battle with the monkey-tail brown bear, he has come to understand that such a notion is a mere fantasy. Zhenjin is even uncertain whether his true cultivation level is at the silver tier or the golden. Moreover, even if pertinent memories resurface, the unique environment he finds himself in is a significant determining factor. The island prohibits low-tier extraordinary powers. ZD's black iron-level magic cannot be utilized, and low-tier magical artifacts have become ineffective. The efficacy of high-tier magical items has also been severely diminished. From the guards, ZD has learned that both bronze and black iron-level fighting spirits are similarly constrained by the environment. This is undoubtedly a problem. Zhenjin shakes his head slightly, attempting to cast aside these troubling thoughts. Overthinking serves no purpose and only amplifies his frustration. At the very least, even without fighting spirit, he can now manage to secure a difficult victory against the fire-poison bees. After meticulously assessing the strengths of both sides, he arrives at this conclusion, which brings him some comfort. In fact, when he initially battled the fire-poison bees by the campfire, he was already on the brink of success, only to be pursued by the last remaining few. Now, Zhenjin's strength has indeed increased, making it quite likely he could overcome the original swarm of fire-poison bees. However, the current situation is far more complex than his previous encounter with the bees. This island is peculiar, forbidding fighting spirit and magic, leaving the young man and woman feeling constrained. The terrain even undergoes bizarre transformations, adding an air of mystery to the surroundings. If given the choice, Zhenjin would prefer to confront the fire-poison bees rather than the vast and unyielding nature that now surrounds him, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. Thud, thud, thud. ZD is diligently pounding a strip of stone into the bottom of a hemispherical pit. Within this excavated pit lie the materials she gathered throughout the day. Most consist of leaves, along with a few roots, all shredded and crushed into a mushy mass with the stone. Next, the young woman retrieves a vial of powdered herbs from her small leather pouch. With great care, she pours a small amount of the powder into the pit. Just a sprinkle of the powder, upon contact with the mush, causes it to swiftly dissolve into a thick, dark red liquid. ZD immediately uses a twig to stir the mixture, continuously mixing it. After a moment, she pauses to observe. When the upper layer of liquid begins to solidify, she uses the twig to break through the hardened surface, revealing the liquid beneath, and continues to stir. With each layer she breaks, the exposed liquid becomes increasingly vibrant in color and appears clearer. When ZD stirs again, she switches to a clean twig. After peeling away layer after layer of the hard shell, the final liquid transforms from dark red to a brilliant pink. Upon reaching this stage, ZD seems to exhale in relief, ceasing her efforts to break the solidifying surface, allowing the entire mixture to begin solidifying. By the following day, the bright pink liquid in the pit has completely dried. ZD crushes the resulting powder into a fine, delicate pink dust. She then uses broad leaves to separate the powder into small, exquisitely crafted pouches. Handing some of these pouches to Zhenjin, she explains, "This powder leaves a trace. The bright pink will stand out prominently in the forest. Whether sprinkled on tree trunks or stones, it will persist for quite some time, even enduring heavy rain for several days. Undoubtedly, this is a valuable item. Although magic is forbidden in this realm, the utilization of these potions is purely based on their physical properties. While Zidi's potion-making skills have yet to reach a masterful level, the essence of her creations leaves Jean in awe. After enjoying their breakfast, the two companions resumed their journey, refreshed from a night of ample rest. Both physically and mentally invigorated, they also possessed dry powder, allowing them to mark their path with greater ease. Additionally, their supply of spears was replenished. Although the quantity remained unchanged, the proportions were adjusted, resulting in an increase in long spears while the number of short spears was diminished. Initially, the young duo believed that traversing the rainforest would render long spears cumbersome. However, following the alteration of the terrain, they found the forest to be relatively open, with towering trees standing tall and branches sprawling, causing less obstruction than anticipated. Throughout their exploration, the long spears proved to be more advantageous. For instance, Jean utilized a long spear to startle a lurking snake. The extended reach of the spear granted him more reaction time should the venomous creature strike back. Moreover, during the late hours, the two engaged in a thoughtful discussion regarding the markings on their animal hide map. As they embarked on their second expedition, they altered their previous strategy, abandoning their search around the cave vicinity and instead focusing their efforts in a singular direction. The course they chose seemed to align vaguely with their initial path, a deduction they made under the dim light of the stars. Although uncertainty lingered, they perceived this direction as the most promising possibility. Chapter 16. A call for help. In their quest to determine the right direction, the young duo exerted their utmost efforts. Navigating by the stars was not their forte. Zidi's true skill lay in commerce. Alchemy and magic were secondary. While he possessed a basic knowledge of the essentials, his fragmented memory revealed that he excelled in combat. Both were aiming for the position of Lord of Baisha City. Who could have foreseen that they would encounter a shipwreck? Who would have imagined they would find themselves marooned on such a perilous island? They advanced in a straight line, occasionally pausing to search their surroundings to confirm their current direction. Unlike the previous day, their strategy for exploration had changed, allowing them to swiftly surpass their earlier boundaries and enter new terrain. Be cautious, Jinjin warned. Beside them loomed a sheer cliff, where a towering tree stood defiantly at the edge, its roots exposed and clinging to the precipice. At the base of the cliff, more trees grew, their canopies rising several meters above the cliff's edge. Zidi nodded, following Jinjin as they carefully navigated around the cliff. The height was daunting. A fall could result in severe injury. Broken bones and bloodshed were not uncommon. In this forest, human frailty surpassed all imagination. A mere sprained ankle could lead to a series of dire consequences, including being unable to escape from a predator. Should they lose their footing, even someone as capable as Jinjin would suffer greatly, as he was unable to summon his fighting spirit. This treacherous terrain was manageable by day, but at night, it became a formidable challenge. Human vision is significantly hindered in darkness. Without the aid of fighting spirit or magic, relying solely on sight rendered one nearly blind. Just when one might believe they were traversing safe ground, a simple brush aside of obstructing branches could lead to a fatal misstep off the cliff. Fortunately, we did not encounter such terrain while fleeing, Zidi remarked with relief. Indeed, Jinjin echoed, sharing her sentiment. Had they tumbled down the cliff while fleeing from the fire-poisoned bees, they would likely have become mere bones at the cliff's base. As they distanced themselves from the cave, the cliffs became increasingly prevalent. The undulating terrain was not entirely disadvantageous. At times, the young pair found themselves at a cliff's edge with a broader view, allowing them to survey the landscape. However, this was a rare occurrence. Most of the time, even at the cliff's brink, dense trees obscured their line of sight. Navigating through such an environment made it all too easy to lose one's way. Jinjin diligently marked their route on the map, drawing a straight line. Yet, in reality, was their path truly a straight line? Both were uncertain, plagued by a sense of insecurity. In the absence of reference points, they found it challenging to assure themselves that they were progressing in a straight line. Thus, when they encountered a stretch of clear sight at a cliff, they cherished the moment dearly. It was difficult for an ordinary person to fathom this. In the depths of the forest, even a simple glance at the horizon could spark joy and confidence in those lost within. This was also compounded by Junjin's lack of tree climbing skills. Nightly training had never included instruction in climbing trees. This was unsurprising, as knights, possessing fighting spirit, could easily leap onto branches without the need for specialized training. In battle, knights were never solitary. They had steeds, attendants, and when armies clashed, scouts had already paved the way. Jinjin had attempted to climb a tree. After reaching 3 meters above ground, he abandoned the effort. to survey the area from the treetops. He would need to ascend at least 10 meters, a height fraught with danger. A misstep could result in injury. Though he was a knight, one of the most elite temple knights under the emperor's command, he could not summon his fighting spirit. Without that protection, his body could scarcely withstand such a height. During his entire tree-climbing endeavor, an attack would render him and Ziti most vulnerable. Furthermore, scaling a tall, straight tree was far more challenging than navigating through the twisting, vine-entwined trees of the rainforest. Lastly, he had to consider his own stamina. Climbing trees was exhausting. Overexertion would lead to sweating, hunger, and the need for substantial food and water, resources the young duo were running low on. Jinjin peered into the distance. Look over there, a low-lying area, he suggested. They should strive to move toward the depression. Such terrain might contain water, which could replenish their supplies, and perhaps lead them to a river. Following a river would guide them out of the forest. Given that the island was surrounded by sea, water flowed toward lower elevations, ultimately merging with the ocean. An ideal river would culminate in a beach or rocky shore. After scattering a pouch of luminous powder at the cliff's edge, the young pair slightly altered their direction. Soon, they arrived at the low-lying area. To their disappointment, they found no river, nor any water at all. The landscape resembled a vast bowl, still filled with trees. Just as they were about to change direction, they suddenly froze. A black panther had unexpectedly appeared before them. Its body was adorned with black scales, and a horn sprouted from its forehead. It was a scaled horn panther. Upon spotting the panther, it too noticed them. For a moment, both parties stood still, taken aback by this unforeseen encounter. Jinjin quietly gripped his spear, feeling a surge of tension. He was unafraid of a single scaled horn panther. It would be easily subdued. But what if there were many? The thought of facing an intact pride of panthers was far more terrifying. Although most scaled horn panthers were of bronze level, their numbers could enable them to hunt collectively, even daring to attack a silver-tier beast like the monkey-tailed brown bear. If Jinjin were to be besieged by a horde of panthers, he would struggle to protect Ziti while ensuring his own safety, a daunting task indeed. However, there were no viable options. They could only adapt to the situation as it unfolded. Both remained motionless, the air seemingly frozen. Ziti held her breath, the pressure mounting within her, causing her face to pale. After a brief standoff, the scaled horn panther abruptly turned and fled. Unexpected turn of events. Quick, we must pursue. It may be leading us to its pride, Ziti exclaimed, her voice barely above a whisper. Jinjin nodded, recalling how a swarm of fire poison bees had previously driven a panther away, only for the entire pride to return seeking vengeance, ultimately clashing with the monkey-tailed brown bear. Stay close. If we become separated, Jinjin began, but Ziti interrupted. Do not worry. We have our potions to mark our path for regrouping. She replied promptly. This was a method they had previously agreed upon to prevent losing each other in the wilderness. Jinjin dashed forward, his legs propelling him swiftly. Trees loomed before him, yet he adeptly maneuvered around them. The rush of wind filled his ears as he concentrated, not only keeping a keen eye on the panther's form, but also remaining alert for any potential ambush. It was daytime, and Jinjin's vision was sharp. He breathed heavily, his heart fervently pumping blood, which surged through his veins like a tempest, as the multitude of muscles in his body flexed and contracted, generating a powerful kinetic energy. Jin, determined and swift, rapidly closed the distance between himself and the scaled black panther. This creature, adorned with scales, did not exhibit remarkable speed. As they drew nearer, Jin was astonished to observe that the panther bore wounds. Could it be that it had previously participated in the assault on the monkey-tailed brown bear? A flicker of relief swept over Jin, for the pride that had been decimated by the bear had lost its leader, leaving only a handful of survivors. Yet, caution lingered in his mind. Could this merely be a ruse to lure him into a trap? Having heard Ziti recount the treachery of the malevolent blue wolf, which had persistently ambushed the exploration team, Jin understood that the beast on this island defied conventional reasoning. If the scaled panther pride was employing a tactic of deception, it would not surprise him in the least. To Jin's further astonishment, the panther, which had been sprinting ahead, suddenly came to a halt. It emitted a whimpering sound, pacing restlessly in place, exuding an air of agitation and unease. As Jin cautiously approached, he noted that the panther seemed more terrified of something lurking within the forest ahead than of him. A grave expression crossed the young man's face. He refrained from attacking the panther, instead surveying his surroundings. It soon became apparent that the forest had grown even darker than before, though the trees still towered above. Their leaves were a sickly green, and the bark bore signs of decay. The ground was littered with thick layers of dead branches and foliage, while the air carried an unsettling chill. Noticing no signs of other beasts, Jean redirected his gaze to the scaled black panther. He advanced slowly, and as the distance between them diminished, the panther could no longer contain its fear and bolted away. Jean followed closely behind. Suddenly, the panther let out a blood-curdling scream. A burst of white spider silk erupted from the ground, ensnaring the panther in its sticky embrace. The web quickly ascended, its remarkable adhesive properties binding the panther tighter with each desperate struggle. Soon, its body was nearly enveloped in the shimmering strands. A pale blue spider descended gracefully from the treetops, landing on the web. Its main body was as large as a millstone, while its 8 legs were long and slender, each measuring at least 2 meters in length. The spider moved across the web with the finesse of a musician gliding over piano keys, exuding an air of elegance as it began its work, mending the tattered web that had ensnared the panther, rendering it flawless and impenetrable. The panther's struggles grew weaker, as the white silk bound it firmly between the trees, suspended approximately 6 or 7 meters above the ground. Witnessing the spider's successful hunt sent a shiver down Jin's spine. He began to retreat, his nerves taut. His gaze remained fixed not only on the spider diligently repairing its web, but also on the ground beneath him. Perhaps a web lay hidden nearby. Fortunately, after completing its meal, the 8-legged spider did not turn its attention towards him, but instead retreated into the depths of the treetops, vanishing from sight. Yet Jean dared not let his guard down. In the canopy around him, he discerned other prey ensnared in webs. Their forms varied, with the majority resembling panthers. A realization dawned upon him. Could it be that the pride driven away by the monkey-tailed brown bear had met its demise here? He understood that the panther had been fleeing from the fearsome 8-legged spider. The pride had fallen into an ambush, suffering near total annihilation, with one panther narrowly escaping, only to encounter Jean along the way. In addition to the panther-shaped victims, he also spotted deer, foxes, rabbits, and even the forms of tigers and rhinoceroses ensnared in webs. What manner of terrain could sustain such creatures as rhinoceroses? Jin's heartbeat quickened at the sight of these remnants. Although he had only seen one 8-legged spider, he was certain that many more lurked within the treetops. Otherwise, a single spider could not have decimated an entire pride. Furthermore, capturing large prey like rhinoceroses and tigers would require more than just one spider. Normal spiders hunt alone, yet this 8-legged spider appeared to exhibit communal behavior. Jean had grown accustomed to such peculiarities. Just as he resolved to distance himself from this ominous place, a faint voice drifted through the air. "Wait. Don't go. Please. Please, save me, save me." Someone was pleading for Jean's help. Chapter 17. My Knight's creed suddenly. A cry for help pierced the air, and Jin's golden pupils constricted in response. Someone was ensnared in a web above. He was still alive. Jean furrowed his brow. As a knight, it was my creed to save lives and assist the weak. First, I must remain calm. The youth reminded himself of this and halted his retreat. He carefully observed the surroundings before changing direction, cautiously re-entering the arachnid's hunting ground. He deftly avoided any web traps, and upon adjusting his position, he looked up to locate the source of the cries. The web trembled gently, tightly enveloping its prey, and its outline clearly revealed a human form. The web around the person's face was sparse, with cracks allowing for a feeble glimpse of the world. This unfortunate soul hung suspended in the air, and with a clear view, he spotted Jean and immediately called out for help. "Please, save me. If you leave, I will surely perish. You are from the Pig Kiss, aren't you? We are in the same boat. I beg you, have mercy, do not abandon me." Upon hearing this, Jin's heart stirred. He had learned much from Ziti, and indeed, their ship was the Pig Kiss. It seemed this trapped individual was one of its crew members. Jean hesitated to take action. A reckless rescue could ensnare him as well, possibly endangering Ziti further. He remained motionless, intently watching the suspended man, while also keeping an eye on the spiders lurking in the treetops. He needed to ascertain that this was not a trap. Jin's muscles tensed, ready to react at the slightest disturbance. Yet, the spiders remained still. After pleading for a moment, the supplicant noticed Jin's inaction and continued to cry out softly. "Do not doubt me. Those beasts caught in the web struggle fiercely. The more they resist, the more threads adhere, tightening the web until they suffocate. I did not struggle. I fainted and was subsequently ensnared, which is why I am still alive. I implore you, save me. I do not wish to die." At this point, the man's low sobs echoed through the air. Being immobilized in the web, witnessing death approach step by step, is a terror that few can bear, pushing the supplicant to the brink of madness. This raw display of humanity deepened Jin's conviction. The fear of death is an intrinsic part of all life. Even as a knight, bold enough to confront a monkey-tailed bear in combat, he too harbored feelings of fear. Such emotions do not signify weakness. Rather, facing fear continuously is the true embodiment of courage. Still no reaction? It seems these spiders do not hunt by sound, Jin speculated, deciding to take a slight risk. He softly called out, "What is your name?" The trapped man immediately responded with excitement. "My name is Huang Zhao, sir. I am a sailor aboard the Pig Kiss. Merciful sir, if you rescue me, I will dedicate my life to repaying your kindness." At this moment, most of Jin's attention remained on the treetops. After he spoke, the spiders showed no signs of movement, alleviating some of his concerns and confirming his earlier suspicions. "Very well, Huang Zhao, how can I rescue you?" Jin inquired. This question was crucial. He needed to confirm Huang Zhao's intentions and gather more information. Thus far, he remained skeptical. Could it be that these spiders intentionally keep their prey alive, drawing them to call out and attract their kin? In response to Jin's query, Huang Zhao, eager to share. "Caution, sir, you must not act recklessly. The spiders here descend at night to lay their webs on the ground. These webs are hidden underground. Should you step on one, it will trigger the trap. The web retracts, and the spiders weave anew, causing the prey to hang lifeless in the air. Regardless of how loudly I speak, no spiders will respond. However, if I struggle and shake the web above me with sufficient force, it will provoke the spiders to resume weaving. Thus, if you manage to extricate me from the web, it will surely attract them." Each spider is a formidable bronze creature with terrifying strength. There are at least a dozen nearby. The force of their strikes is akin to that of a charging horse. I was caught off guard, struck by a spider and knocked against a tree, rendering me unconscious. When I groggily opened my eyes, I found myself suspended in midair, while the exploration team had already been decimated, with the survivors fleeing. However, these spiders also coordinate. They do not merely lay webs on the ground, but can work together to weave a larger web in the air. They descend from above, enveloping their prey. These webs are incredibly adhesive. Only a very sharp sword, wielded with skill, can sever them. My brother, Huang Zhao, is the exploration team leader and a master with the sword. I witnessed him become ensnared by the web, his speed drastically reduced, rendering him incapable of cutting through it. They eventually resorted to fire, which burned the webs and allowed us to escape. These spiders are quite fearful of flames. I longed to call for help, but I was so dazed that I could barely cry out, my vision clouded. I heard their cries and then lost consciousness again. When I awoke, there was no sign of fire, only solitude. Jin listened intently, secretly analyzing the information conveyed. After a moment, he asked, "You said your name is Huang Zhao? How many were in your party, and why did you come here? Besides your group, were there any other survivors? When were you attacked?" "The captain is missing, and the first mate commanded us. This island is peculiar. Low-level magic and fighting spirit are ineffective. We established a temporary camp on the beach. The first mate assigned my brother, myself, and several others to explore the island for materials to construct a ship and to seek food and fresh water. Many believed they were experiencing illusions but could not escape. We were in a state of panic, and some even committed suicide. The group descended into chaos. Food and water were rapidly depleted, and I thought our party was doomed. Fortunately, a traveler joined our group, an old scholar who once served a noble in a desert territory. His name is Tsang Su. He adeptly navigated the desert and found an oasis, replenishing our water supply. We rested there for several days before continuing onward. Our luck improved as we reached the edge of the desert and ultimately entered this forest. Upon our arrival, we were ambushed by a swarm of spiders. Most fled, but 5 or 6 perished. During their escape, I heard my brother shout for retreat. He must not have realized I was missing, which is why he did not come to rescue me. In truth, I was captured by the spiders and intended as food, yet I am still alive." Huang Zhao's emotions surged. Jin remained silent. Huang Zhao's fervor gradually subsided, and he continued, "I do not know how many days have passed. I have been unconscious for so long, and no one has informed me. However, I awoke 3 days and 2 nights ago. For the sake of the wise emperor, please save me. Sir, we are on the same ship. Only you can rescue me now. Have mercy, and I shall repay you with all my strength." The yellow algae once again emitted a plea. "Is there truly a desert here?" Needle Gold questioned in confusion. "My lord, I assure you, I do not deceive you. Not in the slightest. The voice of yellow algae rose. I know it sounds utterly implausible, yet it is indeed true. We have genuinely arrived at a desert, and then inexplicably found ourselves here. I possess a whistle. Its sound carries far, though it remains tucked away in my pocket. Furthermore, I am well versed in semaphore, and from a high vantage point, I can signal using colored flags. Yellow algae spoke hurriedly. Observing Needle Gold's silence, he quickly added, ciphers. Yes, I also have ciphers. We had agreed to leave signs along our path. As long as one follows these signs, they will be able to locate my brother and the others. Needle Gold gazed at the sky, which was rapidly darkening, indicating that evening was fast approaching. He ventured a considerable distance, with the persistent cries of yellow algae echoing behind him. It was clear that he was exerting every ounce of strength to call out. His voice was hoarse, laced with fear and urgency, yet also imbued with a heavy sense of hope. After all, Needle Gold was perhaps his only lifeline. How to save him? How to contend with so many spiders, at least a dozen vicious bronze beasts? Numerous questions loomed before Needle Gold, who gently shook his head, his gaze resolute. Regardless, we must first reunite with Zidi. Before long, the youth successfully reunited with the maiden. In truth, after their separation, the girl had tirelessly pursued Needle Gold from behind. The speed of the scaled horned panther was not swift, and the distance between them was not vast. You haven't encountered any dangers, have you? Needle Gold inquired. No, fear not. I am not without means of defense, Zidi replied, first nodding and then gently patting the small leather pouch at her waist, a proud expression gracing her face. I have discovered some new developments. Needle Gold succinctly recounted the unfolding events and sought the maiden's opinion. Upon hearing his account, Zidi pondered for a moment before responding. My lord, I advise you to rescue him. While Needle Gold had his inclinations, he was more inclined to hear Zidi's true perspective at that moment. Thus, he continued, could you elaborate on your reasoning? Zidi's expression turned solemn, her tone earnest as she stated, my lord, according to your description, he possesses a bronze aura. The bronze tier is already considered lower elite. Generally, one can serve as a chief sailor on a vessel. Some capable individuals may even rise to become a squad leader. This individual alone possesses the qualifications to be recruited. If you save him, he is highly likely to serve you. Moreover, he has a brother, Blue Algae, who is the captain of this exploration team. His rank surpasses his, indicating even greater strength. Capturing one yellow algae may very well mean also securing his brother, Blue Algae, thus yielding two elite bronze-level individuals. They likely have a following. Should the two of them align with you, my lord, you would naturally acquire a group of subordinates. We are in dire need of personnel, even aside from the prospect of controlling White Sand City in the future. These individuals would significantly enhance our survival odds on the island. Sometimes, in the face of danger, it suffices to outrun one's companions. As she spoke, a glimmer of intensity flashed in Zidi's eyes. Needle Gold nodded. Is there more? Zidi continued. We also require intelligence. Hence, even if these two do not ally with you, merely communicating with them could expand our map and deepen our understanding of this island. According to Yellow Algae, the main force is constructing ships for self-rescue. This also presents the most reliable means for us to depart from here and reach White Sand City. However, even with a ship, we lack the crew to navigate it. To ensure a vessel can traverse the sea for months, we require a captain, a first mate, navigators, sailors, helmsmen, shipwrights, gunners, ship's doctors, lookouts, and other skilled individuals. Attempting to save these people would also render our subsequent journey safer and swifter. Needle Gold and Zidi were not adept at sailing. Yet, to save him, they would have to confront at least a dozen bronze spiders. Needle Gold pondered. My lord, I have devised a plan, Zidi replied with a smile. Trust me, if the cost outweighed the benefit, I would never propose such an action. Needle Gold chuckled. Ah, it seems you truly live up to your reputation as the current president of the Wisteria Merchants Association. The young knight regarded Zidi with an appreciative gaze, though his expression gradually turned serious. You speak wisely. However, you seem to have overlooked the most crucial point. Zidi promptly suppressed her smile, her demeanor turning earnest as she bowed her head. I humbly request your guidance, my lord. For a moment, Zidi gazed at the youth, momentarily taken aback. Before her face broke into a smile, my lord, I understand now. Chapter 18. An underestimation, my lord. You have come. You truly have not given up on me. Thank heavens. Huang Zhao exclaimed, his voice brimming with astonishment and emotion. However, his spirits soon plummeted, unable to conceal his disappointment as he inquired. "Is it just the two of you? Where are the others?" "It is only us," Zhenjin replied. "My lord, do you have confidence in this?" Huang Zhao stammered, his anxiety palpable as the matter concerned his very life. "Perhaps we should summon more people." ZD scoffed. "With more people? Are they here to save you or to meet their demise? You must trust us now." Huang Zhao swallowed hard and finally managed to say, "My lord, please be careful." ZD retrieved several vials of potions from her small bag and handed them to Zhenjin. He hurled the vials, which soared through the air in elegant arcs, shattering against tree trunks or stones, releasing their contents that swiftly spread across the surroundings. A peculiar, foul odor enveloped the air, reminiscent of burnt chicken feathers, dog excrement, and dried squid. If magic were available, employing levitation or flight spells would have easily rescued the suspended Huang Zhao. In the current scenario, Zhenjin and ZD adopted a strategy centered around the potions. These were incendiary potions, accurately thrown by Zhenjin to key locations. After his injuries healed, Zhenjin discovered that his strength had significantly increased. Upon discussing with ZD, she speculated that this could be attributed to the temporary concoction created using the blood of a monkey-tailed brown bear. Such potions are not rare, the most renowned being strength potions, which permanently enhance the user's power. However, excessive consumption diminishes the potion's effectiveness. Another possibility was that the life-and-death battle had awakened Zhenjin's bloodline to a certain extent. Nobility possesses some of the finest bloodlines in the world, which is why they are often gifted and talented. The Zhen family was once a prominent noble house in the south, naturally boasting an illustrious lineage, rumored to trace back to the legendary magical beast, the Golden Needle Queen. Those with such bloodlines are swift and stable in their movements, demonstrating exceptional precision in their strikes. While this bloodline may not excel in brute strength, it is possible that Zhenjin harbors hidden bloodlines within him. Common bloodlines include those of dragons, giants, ogres, and even demons. Due to frequent intermarriage among the nobility and their extravagant, debauched lifestyles, bloodlines intertwine, making it challenging to determine the extent of one's lineage. Instances like Zhenjin's, where one undergoes trials of life and death, unleashing hidden potential and awakening dormant bloodlines, are not uncommon in the annals of various races. There is also the possibility that, as ZD speculated earlier, Zhenjin's true cultivation level is not merely silver, but rather gold. Silver represents the pinnacle of human ability, while gold surpasses these limits, resulting in extraordinary qualitative changes in speed, strength, and recovery. If Zhenjin possesses golden cultivation, it is unlikely he is a seasoned golden strongman. Given his age, he must be in a phase of ascension. Thus, his increase in strength is likely the result of his golden-level fighting spirit nurturing his body. Regardless of the outcome, Zhenjin's enhanced strength is undoubtedly a boon. Having nearly exhausted ZD's supply of incendiary potions, Zhenjin finally produced a spark stone, igniting a brilliant blue ember. When the ember landed on the potions, a fierce flame erupted, rapidly igniting the surrounding incendiary agents, culminating in a towering wall of fire. The fire blazed intensely, beginning to consume the nearby trees, climbing ever higher. The treetops echoed with the skittering of arachnids as the eight-legged spiders grew agitated. Huang Zhao felt the air beneath him grow increasingly scorching, his heart racing in disbelief at the chaos the young pair had orchestrated. It dawned on him that this girl was an apothecary, but how would they rescue him? As Huang Zhao pondered this, Zhenjin made his move. He drew a short spear from his back, coating its tip with incendiary potion. Zhenjin held the spear, briefly waving the tip through the nearby flames, causing it to ignite effortlessly. In the next moment, Zhenjin's arm swung back slightly. Then he hurled the spear with force. It sailed through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before accurately striking its target. The prey was a spotted creature, already lifeless in the web. Upon contact, flames swiftly spread, incinerating the web entirely. The spotted prey, a scaled-horned black panther, plummeted to the ground, its slight flames extinguishing almost instantly due to its fish-scale armor. Zhenjin continued to hurl short spears, causing various creatures to fall. Some continued to burn, while others extinguished. "They're coming," ZD thought, her heart fluttering as she observed eight-legged spiders descending rapidly, intent on weaving new webs from their fallen prey. Some burning creatures were met with a viscous green liquid spat from the spider's mandibles, extinguishing the flames before they resumed weaving. Clearly, they were not entirely helpless against fire. Soon, no new spiders descended. A total of 26 bronze beasts lay before the young duo. ZD secretly breathed a sigh of relief. These spiders, being mere beasts, lacked the cunning of the blue-haired wolf, rekindling her sense of superiority and confidence as a human. 3 spiders advanced, and Jinjin stood his ground. As they approached within an optimal distance, he calmly ignited the incendiary potion at his feet. A second wall of fire erupted, trapping the 3 spiders within. The spiders emitted horrifying cries, attempting to shoot silk toward the treetops to escape. However, their silk was incinerated the moment it crossed the flames. The wall of fire gradually spread, easily driving the 3 spiders into a corner. Forced to act, the spiders charged through the flames, their bodies singed. They screeched in panic as they fled. Now, Jinjin's eyes sparkled with determination. He hurled 3 short spears in rapid succession, the flames igniting as they struck the silk above Huang Zhao's head. For strands of silk, resembling thick white ropes, held him aloft. The fire swiftly severed the silk, leaving Huang Zhao dangling precariously. He swung through the air before crashing against a tree trunk. In the next instant, Jinjin launched a 4th spear, severing the last remaining strand of silk. Huang Zhao gasped as he fell to the ground. Though painful, he remained uninjured, as the remarkably adhesive silk had excellent elasticity, cushioning his fall from a mere 2 meters above the ground. Unfortunately, a spider that had just ensnared its prey detected the commotion and lunged at Huang Zhao. In a moment of panic, Huang Zhao's eyes widened. Then he let out a low growl, rolling deliberately into the wall of flames. The fire instantly consumed the silk binding him, then began to scorch his flesh and hair. At this moment, Huang Zhao exhibited the resolute and fierce spirit of a mariner, running silently through the wall of flames until he emerged from another fiery barrier. He had successfully evaded the monstrous 8-legged spider, yet faced a horrific fate engulfed in flames, likely to be burned alive. "Well done," ZD exclaimed, beckoning him to come closer. Without needing her call, Huang Zhao instinctively rushed towards Jinjin and ZD. The distance between them swiftly closed. ZD raised her arm and scattered a vial of potion. A cascade of blue powder sprinkled onto Huang Zhao. He let out a piercing scream as the flames engulfing him receded mysteriously, subdued by the blue powder until they vanished entirely. Huang Zhao trembled violently. In a fleeting moment, his appearance was utterly transformed. His hair reduced to a mere charred tuft, emitting thick smoke, while his exposed face and arms were left blackened and scorched. Gasping for breath, he quickly passed Jinjin and ZD, urging, "Hurry, hurry. There's a giant one coming." No sooner had he spoken than a powerful beastly presence descended from above. Jinjin and ZD turned pale. It was a silver-tier spider leader, larger in stature, with denser blue fur and elongated legs. It sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, charging at Jinjin, ZD, and Huang Zhao with astonishing speed. "You go ahead." In that critical moment, Jinjin was the first to react, glaring fiercely at Huang Zhao before stepping forward with a solemn demeanor. He swiftly hurled a series of spears. However, the spider was as swift as the wind, easily evading the projectiles. Soon, Jinjin's spears were depleted. Gritting his teeth, he raised a long spear high and retaliated against the spider leader. "My lord," came ZD's alarmed cry from behind. "Go. Do not let us become a burden." Huang Zhao shouted as well. Yet, in their hesitation, they missed their chance. The spider leader suddenly unleashed 3 streams of silk, accurately ensnaring all 3. Jinjin found his spear and hands bound, forced into a struggle with the spider leader. ZD's cloak was caught in the silk. At that moment, she displayed the agility and flexibility of youth, swiftly shedding her cloak and bending down to retrieve a dagger strapped to her calf. "My lord, catch." Just as ZD intended to throw the dagger to Jinjin, a mass of silk surged toward her. The silk expanded rapidly in the air, forming an intricate web. Upon striking ZD, it enveloped her chest and waist, knocking her to the ground and firmly pinning her down. The impact disrupted her hold on the dagger. Although she managed to throw it, it fell not to Jinjin, but near Huang Zhao. Huang Zhao's right foot became ensnared in the silk. He lay on the ground, struggling desperately yet unable to resist the spider leader's strength, which began to drag him away. Instinctively, he reached for the dagger, grasping it with fervor. He drew the dagger and swung it wildly, missing twice in his panic before finally severing the silk. Miraculously free, Huang Zhao hurriedly retreated. "Quickly, throw the dagger to my lord," ZD screamed. "No, no. I refuse to die. I refuse to die." Huang Zhao, seemingly deaf to her pleas, cried out in madness as he fled. Strangely, the spider leader did not pursue him further, allowing him to vanish into the depths of the forest. Damn it! ZD seethed with rage. In that critical moment, Huang Zhao had fled with the only weapon capable of cutting free. Jinjin and ZD endeavored to rescue him, only to find he had betrayed them, choosing to escape alone. Chapter 19. Do not underestimate. Flames blazed fiercely, scorching the air as a colossal tree slowly toppled with a resounding crash, sending sparks flying and igniting further chaos. The eight-legged spider leader emitted a piercing shriek, sharp enough to shatter eardrums. This was its territory, its home, now reduced to ashes. The scene before it ignited a profound rage. Unlike ordinary eight-legged spiders, it harbored no fear of the flames, and its silk had undergone a qualitative transformation, rendering it impervious to burning. The culprit stood before it, and it resolved to unleash all its fury upon these two individuals. ZD was ensnared in the web, her presence a mere afterthought, as she bore the black iron aura, posing little threat. The only concern was Jinjin. The spider leader found the boy's aura somewhat elusive. It shrouded Jinjin in an overwhelming intent to kill, launching an increasing barrage of silk toward him. Initially, only the spear in the boy's hands were ensnared, but soon layers of silk enveloped Jinjin entirely, even beginning to cover his ears and nose. At this critical juncture, a dagger could have severed the silk and freed Jinjin. Yet, none came. Huang Zhao had the opportunity to throw the dagger, but he refrained. Thus, Jinjin found himself in dire straits. A weapon was essential for escape. Had the long sword been in Jinjin's grasp, he could have easily resolved this predicament. Even without it, a curved blade would suffice. In any case, a spear was of no use. Jinjin exerted all his strength within the web, refusing to surrender. Though his power had increased, it still fell short of the web's limits, preventing his escape. The fruitlessness of his attempts brought a flicker of despair. If he could not break free with all his might, hope was all but extinguished. Struggling aimlessly would only tighten the silk's grip, akin to sinking in quicksand. Futile efforts would hasten the arrival of death. Jinjin remained motionless, his thoughts racing as he sought a means of escape. Layers of silk encroached upon him, and the spider leader deliberately moved closer. Its grotesque mandibles adorned with a multitude of eyes, all fixated upon Jinjin. The spider's eyes glared, its mandibles clacking ominously, as if mocking him. It yearned to torment this boy, to pierce him and watch his blood drain, while simultaneously injecting venom into his body, relishing the slow decay of the boy from within, ultimately reducing him to a mere puddle to be consumed, leaving not a trace behind. This was the fate that awaited anyone who dared to offend it. Jinjin ceased his struggles, gritting his teeth as he was compelled to meet the spider leader's gaze. They were mere steps apart. The spider raised its foremost pair of legs, their tips sharp as daggers, easily piercing the web. Jinjin stifled a groan as he felt the legs, akin to daggers, attempting to penetrate his back. The chainmail held firm against the assault, but this resistance only served to further infuriate the spider leader. With a violent tug of the silk, the distance between Jinjin and the creature shrank to mere inches. With a shriek, the spider leader's mandibles gaped wide, unleashing a foul, acrid stench that sprayed across Jinjin's face. Simultaneously, a viscous green liquid, reminiscent of saliva, poured forth from its mandibles. Jinjin's eyes widened in horror, fearing that the spider intended to devour his very brain. Yet, in the next moment, the spider leader relaxed its grip slightly, its mandibles swaying mockingly before Jinjin. He discerned a cruel and sadistic delight in the spider's visage. A chill gripped his heart as he understood. This spider sought not just to instill fear, but to torment him, to relish his suffering. To hear his cries and witness his struggles as he slowly descended into death. The pressure on his chainmail intensified until it finally reached its breaking point, pierced by the spider's sharp legs. They penetrated Jinjin's flesh, and he initially felt a coldness, followed by an agonizing pain. Beyond the intense suffering, a palpable fear engulfed him. Jinjin could distinctly sense the trajectory of the spider's legs. One leg burrowed deeper after breaching the outer skin, while the other met resistance against his ribs. The spider leader persisted, and Jinjin's ribs shattered under the strain. A cry of agony erupted from him, twisting his handsome features into a mask of torment. The flames continued to scorch, casting a harsh light on Jinjin's face, rendering him a visage of demonic fury. The spider leader observed with satisfaction, its myriad eyes perfectly reflecting the boy's current expression. Yet, to its disappointment, it detected no signs of weakness or pleading in Jinjin, only a seething rage and hatred. The fire within Jinjin burned more fiercely than the surrounding inferno. Under the spider leader's torment, he emitted a series of low, anguished growls. His mind felt as if it would burst, and a vivid memory suddenly resurfaced. The arena was surrounded by an eager crowd as the duel within neared its conclusion. Indeed, the former southern aristocrat had not disappointed. A young knight was cornered, bearing wounds that exposed bone, utterly beleaguered. It was the holy knight, Qin Kuei. His opponent, a middle-aged man with 2 slender mustaches, remained unscathed, moving with an air of casual superiority toward Qin Kuei. Jinjin found himself amidst the crowd, anxiously observing the 2 combatants. His gaze was fixated on the middle-aged man, his father, the patriarch of the Baijin clan. Beside Jinjin, many fellow holy knights were present, familiar faces among them. Qin Kuei, just concede if you cannot win. Your opponent is too formidable, and you are still too young. Defeat is not disgraceful. Remember, you have a sister, Qin Kuei. Do not be stubborn, the young knights implored. Qin Kuei's sister stood outside the arena, her face pale, devoid of color, trembling like a fragile flower caught in a tempest. Taking a deep breath, Qin Kuei steadied himself, summoning all his strength to lift his long sword once more, facing the patriarch of the Baijin clan. A heavy sigh resonated through the crowd. What could be done? Even if Qin Kuei chose to concede, would the patriarch of the Baijin clan allow it? Indeed, Qin Kuei's father and grandfather had perished in that fateful battle, all at the hands of the Baijin family. The animosity between the 2 families ran deep. With a shout, Qin Kuei charged again, yet his efforts were futile. The patriarch of the Baijin clan effortlessly disarming Qin Kuei with a flick of his rapier. The long sword soared into the air before crashing to the ground, its blade embedding into the marble behind Qin Kuei. The disparity in strength was stark. Qin Kuei's sister could no longer contain herself. She pleaded with the elderly knight presiding over the duel, Uncle Commander. For the sake of our family's long-standing ties, I implore you to intervene and save my brother. The elderly knight was the commander of the 5th Regiment of the Holy Knights. He snorted disdainfully, his expression darkening. This is a sacred duel between knights, fair and just, and I shall show no favoritism. He cast a piercing glance at Qin Kuei's sister and spoke with a sharp tone. I have long endeavored to save your brother. Yet as a member of my 5th Regiment, he disregards even my authority as the commander, obstinately seeking to challenge the patriarch of the 100 Needles clan. Humph, how young is he? What strength does he possess? What combat experience does he hold? He has not even mastered the signature technique of the Qin Kuei family, the bronze armament, and yet he dares to confront the patriarch of the 100 Needles. Is this the bravery and fearlessness of a knight? No. It is merely the folly of being blinded by revenge. Thus, you have witnessed it yourself. The patriarch of the 100 Needles unleashed the technique 1,000 Needles Fury, utterly dismantling your brother's bronze armament. 1,000 Needles Fury is an advanced form of the 100 Needles clan's signature technique, 100 Needles Wind, a maneuver that can only be executed by those of golden cultivation. Countless knights of the Empire have perished under this technique. There are not merely thousands, but hundreds. Even I fell victim to this move in my youth, pierced through the heart by the blades of the 100 Needles clan. Your brother, Qin Kuei, has forsaken the code of the Holy Knights. He has abandoned courage and violated patience. This is his self-imposed demise. As the current patriarch of the Qin Kuei family, he must bear the consequences of his recklessness. This is the price he must pay, even if it is his life. The merciless words of the old commander rendered Qin Kuei's sister utterly powerless, causing her to collapse onto the ground, weeping into her hands. The surrounding young knights fell silent, their anger simmering, teeth clenched and fists tightened. The patriarch of the 100 Needles cast a discerning glance at the old commander before advancing towards Qin Kuei once more. In an arrogant tone, he declared, Qin Kuei Patriarch, what capability do you still possess to resist? Do you still have any fighting spirit left? If so, then with my next strike, I shall take your life. The patriarch slowly raised his blade, its tip pointing almost directly at his own nose. This shall be the final act of your life. So, do keep your eyes wide open and watch closely. Rest assured, to employ 1,000 Needles Fury to end your life would be to overly exalt you. You are far inferior to your father and grandfather. 100 Needles Wind is the most fitting farewell for you. If you should somehow survive this strike, I shall spare your life. What harm would that be? With that, the patriarch's blade erupted into a dazzling flurry of sword shadows. Qin Kuei let out a furious roar. Having awaited this moment, the remaining fighting spirit within him surged forth, coalescing into a lance of radiant azure light, reminiscent of a knight's charge. Boom! The two forces collided and then passed each other. An arm was flung into the air, spilling forth a torrent of blood before plummeting to the ground outside the arena. Clutched within that severed limb was the blade of the Patriarch of the 100 Needles. The entire arena fell into stunned silence. With a thud, Qin Kuei collapsed, motionless, while the Patriarch of the 100 Needles pressed his left hand against the nearly severed wound, his expression one of utmost anguish. "Father! Father!" cried Jinjun, his voice trembling violently. At that moment, the old commander stepped into the arena, positioning himself between the Patriarch and Qin Kuei, separating the two. His brow furrowed deeply, his demeanor gravely serious as he fixed his gaze upon the middle-aged nobleman with the severed arm, Patriarch of the 100 Needles. "All words spoken during a duel are sacred oaths. Your duel has concluded." The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, fixated on the unconscious Qin Kuei, gritting his teeth, allowing blood to flow from his wound, his face a mask of fury and hatred. After a prolonged silence, he finally nodded slowly, his expression rife with malice and resentment. Staggering down from the dueling platform, "Father!" Jinjun rushed over to support the Patriarch of the 100 Needles. The surroundings erupted into cheers. Qin Kuei's sister weeping tears of joy, while the young holy knights raised their arms in triumphant exultation, and many bystanders expressed their disbelief. The middle-aged man surveyed the scene around him, his expression gradually returning to calmness. "My son, lift your head and look at me. Tell me, what is the tenet of our clan? Do not overestimate nor underestimate others." Jinjun managed to lift his head, his voice choked with emotion. "Very well, remember it. Engrave it in your mind," the Patriarch of the 100 Needles said through gritted teeth, his resolve unwavering. Chapter 20. The Transformation of Hands as Memories Faded. A tempest of fury surged within Jinjin's chest. He felt as though this overwhelming emotion could burst him apart. A primal scream erupted from his lips. "I cannot perish here. How could I fall at this juncture? I must protect my fiancée. I will leave this place alive, seize control of Baisha City, and ultimately revive my family. The Baijin clan. My path as a knight. My knightly journey cannot be halted here." The youth roared within, his blood seemingly boiling at that moment. It surged through his veins like a mighty river, cascading into a waterfall, flooding into his hands. At that moment, a transformation occurred. His hands rapidly expanded, growing thick and powerful. His fingers elongated, the nails turning jet black, transforming into claws as hard as iron. These claws, sharp as daggers, glistened with menace. Jinjin attempted to swipe at the webbing. With the slightest force, it tore apart effortlessly. The crimson claws now radiated heat, as if they had been searing on a forge for an eternity. Without a moment's contemplation, he instinctively plunged his clawed hands toward the spider leader. The 8-legged spider leader was alarmingly close to Jinjin, their faces merely a hand's breadth apart. As Jinjin's transformation took place, the web obscured his movements. When his claws lunged forth, the spider leader was caught completely off guard, unable to evade. With a sickening sound, the 12-inch-long crimson claw pierced deeply into the spider leader's body. Jinjin let out a fierce shout, pressing harder, nearly burying his entire hand within the wound. The spider leader, struck as if by thunder, became momentarily paralyzed, akin to a statue. Within a breath, a torrent of spider blood and milky brain matter poured forth from the gaping wound. This silver-tiered 8-legged spider leader was slain instantly. With their leader dead, the remaining spiders fled in haste, and the youth and maiden were abruptly out of danger. More precisely, it was Jinjin's claws that had saved them. Astonishingly, his hands had transformed into something resembling those of a giant gorilla, expanded several-fold, adorned with dense black fur that made his forearms appear diminutive. Just as Jinjin was processing this shocking change, another transformation occurred. First, the red iron claws rapidly cooled, crumbling into ash and dissipating into the air. Subsequently, his hands shrank back to their original human form, the black fur shedding away to reveal his fair skin beneath. Suddenly, Jinjin's body swayed violently. A profound sense of weakness washed over him, an indescribable fatigue that transcended physical exhaustion, as though a vital essence had been abruptly siphoned from his being. The flames continued to scorch around him, the brush crackling ominously. Without the support of his claws, the 8-legged spider lay lifeless on the ground. Everything felt surreal, akin to a dream. "My lord Jinjin," Zidi's voice echoed from a distance, growing clearer and more urgent. Spurred by her call, Jinjin regained his senses. Hissing, He drew in a sharp breath. Two of the spider's legs were embedded in his back. Gritting his teeth, he wrenched them out, blood gushing forth. After hastily applying a potion to his wounds, Jinjin rushed to Zidi's side. Although he lacked a dagger, the spider's legs proved even sharper. Using them, he sliced through the webbing, freeing Zidi. "My lord, you've awakened your fighting spirit," Zidi exclaimed in astonishment. A thought flickered in Jinjin's mind. Zidi had been lying on the ground, and he had turned his back to her. She had not witnessed his transformation. "No, I merely pierced the web with a spearhead." Jinjin instinctively concealed the truth, not wanting to burden his fiancée with concern over such a bizarre occurrence. "That detestable Huangzhao has fled. We must find him and teach him a lesson," Zidi said fiercely. Had Huangzhao not abandoned them in their time of peril, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. Jinjin nodded, about to speak when a thunderous crash interrupted. A massive tree engulfed in flames collapsed to the ground. Sparks flew, and the fire spread further. "We must leave this place at once," Zidi urged, eager to tend to Jinjin's wounds, but he halted her. Though the wound was deep, it had stopped bleeding. His utmost priority was to escape the inferno. "Wait, we cannot leave this behind. It is invaluable." Zidi pointed at the corpse of the spider leader, her eyes gleaming with fervor, even more intense than the flames surrounding them. Thus, the youth and maiden combined their strength to drag the eight-legged spider from the flames, swiftly retreating to safety. As they reached a secure distance, they were met with a deafening buzzing sound. Countless fire wasps surged into the inferno, their sheer numbers blotting out the sky. The overwhelming swarm quickly quelled the raging flames, gradually extinguishing them. Jinjin and Zidi, both severely afflicted by the fire toxin, dared not linger nearby. They ran for several miles before finally halting to catch their breath. Fortunately, they discovered an ideal refuge at the base of a cliff. For the next 3 days, Jinjin and Zidi recuperated in their newfound sanctuary. Using the remaining bodily fluids of the eight-legged spider, Zidi concocted a potion that mimicked the scent of a silver-tier magical beast, significantly enhancing the safety of their hideout. Jinjin's remarkable vitality was on full display as the gaping wound on his back healed astonishingly quickly. Coupled with Zidi's potion, fresh skin began to form over the injury. Jinjin had worried that the spider's legs bore corrosive toxins, but such concerns proved unfounded. Seizing this opportunity, Zidi meticulously disassembled the eight-legged spider. Despite the rudimentary conditions, she exerted every effort to gather usable parts. With these materials, she brewed several bottles of corrosive and adhesive potions. While these were basic concoctions, the high-quality ingredients promised potent effects. Zidi expressed her regret frequently over the 3 days, lamenting, "If only the conditions were better, I could have crafted agility potions. What a pity that these materials are being underutilized for such trivial brews." Jinjin smiled, reassuring her of the value of what she deemed trifles. The incendiary and fire-retardant potions she had previously created from monkey-tail bears and cave minerals had proven immensely effective. Chapter 21. The transformation potion. The sky was a brilliant blue, and the branches overhead intertwined like a tapestry. As they continued their journey, Jinjin and Zidi felt the temperature of the air rapidly decline. In an open area, Jinjin gazed into the distance and was astonished to discover a patch of pristine white, a snow-capped mountain. How extraordinary it was to find a snow mountain on this island. According to the route of the Zhuan, this island was clearly situated in the tropics, where rainforests would be the most typical landscape. Yet here, not only were there wooded hills, but also a snow-capped peak. Following Huangzhao's prior descriptions, there was even mention of a desert. "Look, my lord, there are traces of Huangzhao," Zidi exclaimed, having made a new discovery. Jinjin examined the marks and nodded in affirmation. "We are close to finding him. Besides him, we may also locate other members of the exploration team." Their course had been adjusted for along the way. They had not only uncovered Huangzhao's footprints but also markings left by the exploration team. As they pressed on, Jinjin raised his long-handled sickle to clear the Spanish moss that obstructed their path, severing the long strands that nearly brushed the ground. This sickle was crafted from a bent spider leg. In addition, with Zidi's assistance, Jinjin had fashioned several spider spears and a spider longsword. These newly crafted weapons were exceedingly sharp, providing immense convenience to both Jinjin and Zidi throughout their journey. The battle with the spiders had significantly enhanced Jinjin's armament. The quality of the steel longsword paled in comparison to the spider longsword. In the past, Jinjin would have felt elated. But now he found himself preoccupied with thoughts of a recent transformation. His hands had suddenly morphed into the lethal claws of a monkey-tailed bear, striking a fatal blow to an 8-legged spider and igniting the silver-tiered beast in flames from within. Afterward, he refrained from revealing the truth to Ziti, offering rather clumsy evasions. Thankfully, Ziti did not press him for answers. Her understanding nature stirred a deep sense of gratitude within Jinjin. Jinjin's mind first drifted to the possibility of a transformation spell. Druids could transform into wolves, bears, or even dragons. Mages had their sheep transformation spell, and rogues possessed disguise techniques. Could it be that I am not merely a paladin but also possess other capabilities? This hypothesis was swiftly dismissed by Jinjin, for any spell required a casting process. However, the transformation of his hands had occurred so naturally that it bore no semblance of unconscious spellcasting. Moreover, it was crucial to remember that the use of low-tier magic and martial energy was strictly prohibited across the island. Could it be a bloodline awakening? Nobility often possessed extraordinary bloodlines, accompanied by distinct traits. For instance, the lineage of the Holy Emperor was marked by the sanctified bloodline, with the direct descendants, including the Holy Emperor himself, possessing silvery eyes and snow-white wings. Half-elves, with their mixed elven and human heritage, bore pointed ears, while those with demonic or devilish bloodlines often sported horns. Yet, why would my hands transform into those of a monkey-tailed bear? Could it be that I have awakened the bloodline of the bear? Setting aside the existence of such a bloodline, it seemed rather coincidental, did it not? Thus, the most plausible explanation remained that Ziti had concocted a potion in her desperate attempt to save me. Jinjin speculated that the potion birthed during that irreplicable act of rescue might very well be a transformation potion. After all, Ziti had infused him with a substantial amount of monkey-tailed bear blood, a primary ingredient for a specific transformation potion. In saving Jinjin, the effects of the potion had likely taken root within him, only to surge forth in the dire moment when faced with the 8-legged spider. Jinjin believed this possibility held the greatest weight, leading him to ponder further. Was the effect of this transformation potion still lingering? Could it erupt once more? If it were to manifest again, how long could it be sustained? Jinjin hoped for another explosion of power, for such a transformation would serve as a trump card. This card bore immense significance, allowing him to directly slay a silver-tiered beast. While numerous advantageous factors contributed to this achievement, one could not dismiss the inherent ferocity of the claws themselves. As for the potential consequences of wielding this transformation potion, such as power erosion or bloodline contamination, Jinjin chose to set those concerns aside for the moment. Survival was paramount. Any lurking dangers could be addressed later, once stability was restored, by seeking a priest from the temple for purification. A gust of wind swept through, rustling the branches and stirring the forest into a symphony of deep greens, vibrant greens, and pale greens. The breeze seemed to originate from the snow-capped mountain, causing the air temperature to plummet. Yet, this did not trouble Jinjin or Ziti. Although their clothing was scant, they carried numerous pieces of heat-retaining mineral stones. Following the traces, they advanced onward. Before them, a babbling mountain spring appeared, likely a source of underground water. Jinjin observed and deduced that the spring's water was crystal clear and refreshingly cool. He hesitated to drink, despite their water supply being critically low. The water sources in the wild were often fraught with danger. Recklessly consuming it could cost them their lives. The presence of numerous animal tracks suggested that it was safe. Suddenly, Ziti pointed at the soil surrounding the spring, her expression shifting. "Wait, my lord Jinjin, look over here." On the opposite side of the spring, they spotted a multitude of human footprints. These tracks encircled the spring, indicating that many had previously gathered here to collect its water. "Excellent. Some of the footprints are quite fresh. It seems we are close to the exploration team," Jinjin remarked. "However, let's fill our empty water bags first." They began to gather water. Fortunately, they had managed to find water bags. Otherwise, exploring the wilderness without a means of storing water would have proven exceedingly inconvenient. Ziti crouched down, extending her arm to open the bag wide, leaning down to fill it. Jinjin, however, adopted a more cautious posture while collecting water. He did not lower his head but kept it raised, glancing around frequently, remaining vigilant while filling the bag. In the wild, many ferocious beasts lay in wait near water sources, poised to pounce on unsuspecting prey that let their guard down while drinking. Similar training was also imparted in human military ranks. When drinking or refilling water, one must always maintain awareness of their surroundings to prevent ambush. Thus, when danger approached, Jinjin was the first to notice, alerting Ziti with a loud warning. The two quickly rose to their feet. One, two, three. Some emerged from the forest, others from higher rocks, while a few concealed themselves within the underbrush. Soon, the young man and woman realized they were surrounded. Most of these individuals wore weathered attire, their sun-kissed skin bearing the marks of exposure. Each carried a weapon, primarily curved blades, alongside swords, spears, and even bows and crossbows. A bronze-tiered elite stepped forward, approaching Jinjin and Ziti. Upon seeing this individual, Jinjin's eyes momentarily flickered with intensity. Ziti's expression soured as she exclaimed, "It's you. Humph, we finally caught you, Huangzhou." Chapter 22. Selling oneself for protection a few days ago. What manner of person is this? The vigilant sailor suddenly shouted, gripping his spear tightly. A suspicious shadow emerged from the thicket, glanced at the sailor, and then collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The sailor stood frozen for a moment before cautiously approaching the mysterious figure, prodding their shoulder with the spear and turning their face skyward. Despite being shrouded in darkness and bearing terrifying burns, the sailor furrowed his brow in recognition. "It's Huangzhou. He's alive," the sailor exclaimed, stirring the entire camp of explorers. A throng of people rushed over, led by Lan Zhao, who possessed a robust physique comparable to that of two grown men, emanating a rich aura of bronze. Upon seeing the unconscious Huangzhou, Lan Zhao's disbelief quickly transformed into elation. He knelt down and gently cradled Huangzhou's head, positioning him to lie back. "Brother, brother, awaken," Lan Zhao called out loudly. Though unconscious, Huangzhou murmured, "Water, water." Lan Zhao reached out, and the other sailors promptly handed over a water pouch. After quenching his thirst, Huangzhou gradually regained consciousness. His voice was exceedingly hoarse, and he appeared utterly frail. Alone, he had pursued the main force through the perilous forest. His face was lined with wrinkles, and his emaciated form was adorned with a pair of shattered spectacles. A thick tuft of white beard covered his chin, having turned a grimy gray from neglect due to the hardships of life outdoors. This elder was Tsang Su, a venerable scholar who had served noble families for many years. The entire exploration team held him in great esteem, for it was his guidance that led them out of the desert. "Thank the gods, thank fate, you are still here, you are alive. Good heavens, what a miracle!" Lan Zhao shouted with fervor. "Quickly, tell your brother what you encountered." Lan Zhao was filled with curiosity. Huangzhou, filled with irritation, scoffed, "I did not die. I merely fainted at that moment." He briefly recounted the events and their outcome. The surrounding people murmured in agreement, expressing their astonishment and congratulations. However, the old scholar Tsang Su's expression darkened. "Trouble looms, my friends. It appears we are in peril." "What trouble?" someone inquired. "No matter how grave the situation, I will not abandon my brother. We shall confront the spider swarm." Lan Zhao's eyes glinted with a hint of murderous intent, his resolve unyielding. "Moreover, with that great fire, the spiders must have perished." Huangzhou spoke with a tone of pride. "The danger has passed. My escape has now become a point of boasting." The old scholar shook his head. "I am not referring to the spiders. I speak of those two individuals. They have surely perished, though it is somewhat regrettable." Huangzhou replied, avoiding direct admission of his cowardice and instead claiming that the eight-legged spiders had attacked Jinjin and his companions, while he had been fortunate enough to escape. "Not necessarily dead," the old scholar sighed. Lan Zhao murmured, "This island prohibits low-tier magic and combat skills. Those two young individuals possess such formidable abilities. Could they have evaded the wrath of the eight-legged spider leader?" Tsang Su continued to furrow his brow. "Indeed, black iron level strength is restricted on this island. But what of the silver tier? The golden tier? We have no such powerful individuals among us. Hence we cannot ascertain if that level of strength is also subjected to restrictions." Huangzhou's eyes widened in disbelief. "Mr. Tsang Su, do you suspect that those two are silver experts, or even golden ones?" "That is impossible. They are far too young. Besides, I have never sensed any silver or golden aura from them." The girl, however, seems to be a black iron level mage. The old scholar chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Are there not many young strong individuals? The White Wolf General of Cold Iron City is only 17, and the great mage of the Golden Rose family, Shui Si, is merely 16. The recently emerged assassin, Luo Shi, is said to be only 18, having been discovered from the common folk by the Assassin Alliance." "Surely not. These individuals are future luminaries, far removed from our reach. How could I have encountered such people by mere chance?" The old scholar's voice lowered. "The likelihood is quite high. Based on your description, that young girl possesses black iron strength at such a tender age. This alone renders her significant. What sort of faction could have nurtured her? That girl addressed the young man as master. Thus, what might be his status and strength? Song Su posed a thought-provoking question. The group fell into contemplation, the expressions of the brothers Huang Zhao and Lan Zhao growing increasingly grim. After a moment of silence, the old scholar continued. I believe that young man not only holds a high status, but is also very powerful. While the likelihood of him being golden level is slim, he may well be a silver level expert. Mr. Song Su, do you possess any evidence for this claim? Why do you hold such a belief? Lan Zhao retorted. Song Su smiled. Let us consider it from a different perspective. Suppose you encountered a distressed individual trapped amidst a dozen bronze-level 8-legged spiders, and you, along with your companions, numbered only 2. If you were not of silver or golden caliber, would you dare provoke those spiders to risk a rescue? Lan Zhao's jaw dropped, momentarily speechless. Thus, it is likely that those 2 have not perished. Have I offended a silver expert, or perhaps even a golden-level strongman? Huang Zhao muttered. A twitch at the corner of his mouth. I should not have fled. I ought to have returned the dagger to them. I was wrong. I made a grave mistake. Huang Zhao clutched Lan Zhao's arm tightly, exclaiming. Under immense psychological pressure, he finally chose to confess. The faces of the group changed upon hearing of his cowardly retreat and the theft of the crucial dagger. What shall we do, Mr. Song Su? Lan Zhao, devoid of ideas, turned to the old scholar with a pleading gaze. Everyone, remain calm. Song Su raised his hand to steady the group's emotions. The situation is not yet beyond salvage. All that has transpired is speculation on my part. It is possible that those 2 have become spider prey or perished in the flames. But did you not just say, Lan Zhao interjected, that it is more likely these 2 have resolved the trouble and are pursuing us? We have left traces along the way. Lan Zhao's face contorted with conflict. If they are dead, we might salvage some fine equipment. If they are alive and ensnared in a predicament, we must extend our aid to repay their life-saving grace to Huang Zhao and atone for his cowardice. If they are pursuing us, I strongly suggest we do not resist unless absolutely necessary. Let us consider, can we truly contend with those who vanquish the 8-legged spider swarm? Submission. Surrender is a commendable choice. Let us not forget, we were once comrades on the same ship, and we have all found ourselves here. They require our assistance. Even great figures need subordinates. At the very least, they will need enough manpower to operate the vessel. Song Su's words resonated with the crowd, prompting nods of agreement. Then what should I do? Huang Zhao asked anxiously. Fear not. I am here for you, brother. Although Lan Zhao spoke reassuringly, his tone betrayed a lack of confidence. Song Su looked sincerely at Huang Zhao. Aggressive confrontation will only lead to self-destruction. Even if you choose to flee, where can you escape to? Into the forest. Only to be devoured by wild beasts. Following my plan offers you your greatest chance of survival. Remember, if those 2 prominent figures are still alive, one must endeavor to showcase the value of one's survival. Do not be miserly with your possessions, although the great figures may scoff at them. It is imperative to contribute and to fully express your remorse. Huang Zhao nodded continuously, desperately committing the words of the venerable scholar Song Su to memory. At the location of the mountain spring, they encountered Jinjin and ZD. They revealed themselves, and Huang Zhao stepped forward, approaching the young man and woman. It's you. Humph. We finally caught you, Huang Zhao, ZD declared, displeased, while Jinjin remained silent, his gaze unsparing. Huang Zhao's heart quivered. How he wished that Jinjin and ZD would meet their demise. Yet there they stood, unharmed, before him. Even though Huang Zhao was a rough man, inherently foolish, the underlying meaning was clear and well explained by the old scholar Song Su. Soon after, Huang Zhao noticed the new weapons equipped on Jinjin. These battle spears, scythes, and long swords were evidently crafted from spider limbs combined with wood. They had vanquished that silver-ranked spider leader. Why am I so unfortunate to encounter 2 prominent figures? Clang. Huang Zhao's curved blade clattered against the rocks. Then, with a thud, Huang Zhao knelt on the ground, his forehead striking the earth as he earnestly pleaded for mercy. My lords, I am Huang Zhao. I am the one who fled in the face of battle. I was wrong. I have committed an unforgivable sin. I shall not resist. Do with me as you please. The young man and woman exchanged bewildered glances. What was happening? After being surrounded, they had thought these individuals meant them harm. Instead, Huang Zhao openly confessed and surrendered. My lords, I am the old scholar Song Su, who served the Shada family for 38 years. The old scholar approached, followed by a burly man, Lan Zhao. Jin Jin remained silent, while ZD stepped forward, introducing, I am ZD, the current leader of the Wisteria Merchant Association. It is my honor to present to you this esteemed individual before you. A noble bloodline bearer whose lineage can be traced back to the legendary beast, the Golden Needle Queen. He is the sole heir of the Baijin family, a knight of the Holy Temple, and a candidate for the lordship of Baisha City. The mention of the Wisteria Merchant Association caused murmurs among the crowd. Many had heard of this illustrious guild. The Knight of the Holy Temple? ZD's words ignited a wave of astonishment. Lan Zhao swayed slightly, while Huang Zhao knelt, unable to raise his head, his ears buzzing. The Baijin family. Song Su's pupils contracted. His understanding of the nobility far surpassed that of Lan Zhao and Huang Zhao. He knew all too well that the Baijin family was formidable. Though they had suffered significant losses in their struggle against the empire, they were once a great southern noble family with profound roots. The current patriarch of the Baijin family was a golden-ranked powerhouse. Despite his injuries, he remained a force to be reckoned with. And this young man before him was the sole heir of such a family? A respectful expression graced Song Su's face as he bowed, speaking solemnly, "It is my honor, Song Su, to meet you, my lords." Lan Zhao knelt, proclaiming, "I, Lan Zhao, pay my respects to you, my lords. Huang Zhao is my younger brother. I am willing to offer my life as a price. I implore you, my lords, to forgive his transgressions." "Brother." Huang Zhao lifted his head, shocked, gazing at Lan Zhao, blood streaming from his forehead. Jin Jin's expression remained impassive, his silence imposing an increasingly heavy pressure on those present. "My lords," the old scholar began again, "please allow me, an outsider, to candidly share all that I have witnessed." "Speak." Jin Jin finally uttered his first words. This reckless and timid youth had indeed fled before death. Yet once he settled, he was tormented by the guilt and burden of his sins. "It is precisely for this reason that we are fortunate to encounter you, my lords. I beseech you, my lords, in light of Huang Zhao's remorse and desire for atonement, to be lenient with him." Huang Zhao and Lan Zhao cast grateful glances towards Song Su. ZD observed the two kneeling brothers and could not help but sneer. This despicable coward deceived Lord Jin Jin, concealing the existence of the silver beast for his own selfishness. He then fled, putting the noble bloodline in peril, and repaying kindness with malice. "Scholar, you urge us to be lenient with such a person?" Song Su nodded repeatedly, smiling as he replied, "Upon our first encounter, I admit my words were indeed overly presumptuous. However, in truth, they are not soldiers of the empire, but merely sailors aboard the Pig Kiss. To speak of fleeing in battle, it hardly applies, does it? Alas, these brothers are truly pitiable. They are fishermen who lost their parents at a young age and have relied on one another ever since. If you were to execute the younger brother, I fear the elder would not survive either. Lord Jin Jin, you are a knight of the Holy Temple, the epitome of chivalry. You were born noble, with a vast future ahead, soaring like the clouds. Yet these brothers are but ants in the soil. Lord Jin Jin, you shall surely become the future lord of Baisha City. When that time comes, your brilliance will illuminate the entire city, and your benevolence will nurture all the citizens. Why be stingy with these two insignificant ants?" ZD raised her brow, casting a deep glance at Song Su, yet she remained silent. Song Su gently nudged Lan Zhao, who suddenly awakened, exclaiming loudly, "My lord, please, have mercy and grant us brothers a chance for repentance and to repay your great kindness. Please graciously accept us, your humble servants, and from this day forth, let us serve at your command." Huang Zhao remained silent, continuously bowing. The brothers' desperate plea moved others around them. "My lord." ZD looked to Jin Jin, adopting a posture of waiting for his judgment. All eyes turned to Jin Jin. The old scholar Song Su, however, bowed his head, his gaze directed at the ground. Seeing the brothers bloodied, Jin Jin finally spoke slowly, his expression unchanging. "To save the dying and assist the weak is the creed of my Holy Temple Knights. It is precisely for this reason that I intervened to save you in the Spider Forest. One must neither overestimate nor underestimate a person. This phrase is the family motto of the Baijin clan. Therefore, Huang Zhao, Lan Zhao, I am willing to grant you both an opportunity, hoping you will change my perception of you through loyalty and tangible actions." Thank you, my lord." Huang Zhao and Lan Zhao rejoiced. Those surrounding them exhaled in relief, glancing at Huang Zhao and Lan Zhao with envy. Though the brothers had sold themselves into servitude and lost their freedom, aligning themselves with a figure as prominent as Jin Jin might lead to future prosperity. Song Su bowed once more, stating, "Lord Jinjin, your magnanimity is akin to the earth, your compassion rivaling the sun. We praise you. You shall be our banner, guiding us humble folk towards the right path under your leadership." Jinjin surveyed the crowd, standing tall like a lance, his calm voice resonating clearly in every ear. The radiance of the holy temple envelopes every inch of land. The banner of the empire shelters every citizen. Follow me, and I shall lead you to safety. Chapter 23. The initial mastery of the exploration team. The plan to gather more subordinates had been carefully devised by Jinjin and Zidi. Thus, Zidi had strongly urged Jinjin to rescue Huangzhou. However, Huangzhou concealed the existence of the silver beast and fled at a critical moment, causing unforeseen complications. Yet, in retrospect, the outcome proved to be even more favorable. Huangzhou and Lanzhou had ultimately become Jinjin's slaves. Initially, they were merely to be recruited, retaining their freedom. Now, as servants, they had forfeited that liberty. Both brothers were of bronze rank, making their value as slaves quite significant. Under the current circumstances, Jinjin could not afford to be overly ambitious. With Huangzhou and Lanzhou pledging their allegiance as servants, their inherent influence naturally swayed others to align themselves with Jinjin. Consequently, Jinjin smoothly acquired actual control over the exploration team. Huangzhou and Lanzhou, both elite bronze-level warriors, had distinct combat specialties. Huangzhou excelled with the polearm, while Lanzhou was adept with the curved blade. They were the strongest among the group. The remaining members included 2 archers and a crossbowman, alongside 13 others skilled with blades, firearms, and shields. In total, there were 19 individuals, not counting Jinjin and Zidi. According to the insights shared by the elder scholar, Sangxiu, the exploration team had initially comprised nearly 40 members, a rather substantial force. However, by this point, their numbers had dwindled by half. The armor among these individuals was rather inadequate. Huangzhou and Lanzhou donned leather armor, while the rest were clad in simple linen garments. Resources for survival were not in short supply, as the team had ample provisions of food and fresh water. Jinjin acquired this intelligence from Sangxiu. "Since this mountain spring is potable, I would like to request that you assign some individuals to gather more fresh water. We can afford to relinquish half of the oil." Jinjin issued his first command. "Yes, my lord," Sangxiu responded, respectfully exiting the tent. This tent had been erected by Huangzhou and Lanzhou, allowing Jinjin to enjoy a comfortable midday nap. No sooner had Sangxiu left than Zidi entered, lifting the curtain. "My lord, our elder scholar is no ordinary man," she remarked. While Jinjin had a private audience with Sangxiu, Zidi had engaged with each team member, piecing together the truth from their accounts. It turned out that Sangxiu's analysis had alerted Huangzhou and Lanzhou to the severity of their predicament. Jinjin smiled faintly at Zidi's report, realizing that the spoils they had collected from the 8-legged spider had indeed instilled fear among the others. One must neither overestimate nor underestimate people, Jinjin mused. Reflecting deeply on the situation, although the outcome was favorable, the entire process compelled Jinjin to critically reassess himself. He had overestimated Huangzhou's integrity, failing to recognize the potential for information concealment. He had naively believed that Huangzhou would be indebted to him for saving his life. Instead, Huangzhou had abandoned both Jinjin and Zidi, his saviors, at a crucial moment. Subsequently, under immense pressure, Huangzhou and Lanzhou had pledged their servitude. Was their repentance sincere? Perhaps to some extent, but more likely it was due to Jinjin and Zidi's formidable prowess and their profound backgrounds. What of the others? They appeared eager to be led by Jinjin. Why? Because he was a strong leader, and in such a perilous environment. It was a sound survival strategy for the weak to align with the strong. Jinjin's identity as a knight of the sanctuary, coupled with his previous act of saving Huangzhou, further convinced the team that this young leader possessed commendable virtues worthy of their trust. Among them, the most striking figure was the elder scholar, Sangxiu. Having served a noble family for over 30 years, he had acquired invaluable wisdom regarding noble survival and strategy. Despite being unarmed and lacking combat prowess, he commanded the respect of the entire exploration team. Huangzhou and Lanzhou were nearly obedient at Sangxiu's every word. Upon receiving information from Huangzhou, Sangxiu swiftly discerned the identities of Jinjin and Zidi. Huangzhou and Lanzhou had effectively become his bargaining chips in seeking an audience with Jinjin. And even as they surrendered their freedom, they remained grateful to Sangxiu. His words to Jinjin, while ostensibly praising the brothers, were, in truth, a transaction. Jinjin's first order was to appoint Sangxiu as the leader, directing a group to collect fresh water. Jinjin maintained a cautious regard for Sangshu. Even as he admired his capabilities, he recognized the necessity of such talents in his vicinity. Despite Sangshu being merely a scholar, one that even a common farmer could easily overpower, his knowledge and wisdom were intangible strengths. Regarding his fragmented memories and inability to wield fighting energy, Jinjin instructed Zidi to maintain discretion. Zidi nodded earnestly, her expression solemn. I understand, my lord. Having just assumed leadership of the exploration team, Jinjin was acutely aware of the lurking dangers. If his subordinates discovered that he could not harness fighting energy, would it not provoke unfavorable sentiments? Without the ability to wield such energy, the disparity between various ranks would become less pronounced. Just as the family motto of the Baitian clan advised, one must neither overestimate nor underestimate others. Jinjin now truly comprehended this wisdom. Though he had become the leader of the exploration team, his control remained tenuous. Enforcing commands to the letter was beyond his current capabilities. Arrange for the members of the exploration team to enter sequentially. I wish to converse with each of them privately within the tent, Jinjin instructed Zidi once more. Lord Jinjin, I am currently speaking with Baya, Sangshu interjected, momentarily taken aback, aware that Baya, a cheerful youth and the son of a hunter, was not particularly prominent within the team. Has Baya committed some error? Sangshu inquired, intrigued. What does it matter? Huang Zhao shrugged. It's merely a matter of personal background, family circumstances, individual skills, and information about shipwrecks and islands. At that moment, the tent curtain was lifted, and Baya emerged, his demeanor invigorated. Ah, it is the esteemed scholar. Baya greeted cheerfully. By your expression, it seems you have caught Lord Jinjin's attention? Sangshu smiled knowingly. Baya grinned widely. Not at all. In fact, Lord Jinjin promised everyone that if we perform well in the coming days, we might have the opportunity to follow him to Baisha City. At the very least, we could become guards in Baisha City. Does that not fulfill your wishes? Sangshu clapped Baya on the shoulder. Baya nodded eagerly, determination shining in his eyes. I will certainly do my best. After receiving a report from Lanzhao, Sangshu re-entered the tent to meet with Jinjin. Good job. You may take your leave to rest now. After lunch, there will be a meeting to discuss our next course of action, so be prepared, Jinjin instructed. Yes, my lord. Sangshu bowed and exited the tent. He did not stray far, standing nearby to observe for a moment. The members tasked with gathering fresh water were summoned in turn by Jinjin. Each individual spent only a brief time within the tent, yet when they emerged, their expressions had transformed noticeably. Even those typically stoic wore a newfound brightness in their eyes. Sangshu gazed at the tent thoughtfully, a smile gracing his lips as he murmured to himself, "This is indeed a favorable turn of events." Not every strong individual possesses the talent for leadership. In Sangshu's view, Jinjin was remarkably young. For one so young to possess at least silver-level prowess was truly rare. It was likely that he had dedicated most of his time to personal cultivation. This brings us to the issue of energy, naturally. This has resulted in a deficiency in learning and mastery in other areas. However, it appears that Jinjin has at least demonstrated a satisfactory capability in the role of a leader. This young man, not yet the lord of Baisha City, is able to promise these expedition members a bright future by merely conjuring it from thin air. The hearts of the people are gradually being drawn towards Jinjin. The morale of the team is on the rise, and Jinjin's grasp over the entire exploration team is deepening rapidly. Chapter 24. The Beast on the Island. Our man-made the afternoon meeting was convened within the confines of a tent, attended by 4 individuals, Jinjin, Zidi, Sangshu, and Lanzhao. Several animal skin maps were unfurled upon the ground, the largest of which was positioned centrally. Jinjin gestured towards this prominent map, stating, "This is the amalgamation of all the maps we possess, created by Zidi." All eyes turned to the map, oriented with north at the top and south at the bottom, west to the left and east to the right. The northeastern corner depicted an anchor, while the southeastern corner bore a cross. Jinjin's finger moved to the cross, indicating, "This is where Zidi and the delegation landed. On this beach, there are 3 landing boats." The 2 routes represented the paths taken by Zidi and Sangshu's respective exploration teams. However, these routes did not converge. Instead, they abruptly halted midway. The center of the large map was a vast expanse of emptiness. Jinjin produced 2 smaller maps and placed them within the vacant space. One illustrated the desert terrain, while the other depicted the mountainous forest landscape, with emphasis on the latter. The mountain forest map illustrated significant locations such as the caves inhabited by the monkey-tailed brown bears, the spider forest, and mountain springs. The two exploration routes converged at the mountain spring, drawing no objections from the gathered individuals. This island forbade low-level magic and combat energy, inhabited by numerous unimaginable ferocious beasts, necessitating the unification of all possible forces for survival. External rescue was distant and unpredictable. The more reliable course was to reconstruct the vessel and set sail anew. The construction and navigation of a sea vessel could not be accomplished by a mere handful of individuals. The evident challenges before us were twofold. Jinjin continued. The first is the ferocious beasts along the way. The second is the peculiarities of the terrain here. What are your thoughts? Lanzhao expressed his loyalty, to which Jinjin nodded in satisfaction. Then I look forward to your performance. Upon hearing this, Zidi seemed to sense something amiss. She looked at Lanzhao with a puzzled expression. Your statement is somewhat peculiar. If low-level magic and combat energy were not prohibited here, those ferocious beasts would unleash various magical abilities. While we are powerful, they would pose an even greater threat. According to my speculation, that is not the case, Lady Zidi. Sangshu interjected. I believe the beasts on this island are unable to employ any magical abilities. Oh, what leads you to such a conclusion? Zidi inquired further. Jinjin shook his head. To date, no magic crystals have been discovered. This is clearly abnormal. Sangshu nodded in agreement. Although we have not encountered any silver-tier beasts along our journey, we have come across numerous corpses of bronze and black iron-tier beasts. Yet, we have never seen the presence of magic crystals. Why is that? The formation of magic crystals occurs when beasts reside in an environment rich in elemental energy, accumulating magic power as they grow and feed, ultimately resulting in a qualitative transformation that produces a magic crystal. Not only do magic crystals store the majority of the beast's internal magic power, but they also assist in stabilizing and channeling that power. Generally speaking, the stronger the beast, the higher the quality of the magic crystal within. Jinjin and Zidi both concurred with Sangshu's reasoning. This was indeed common knowledge. Sangshu then articulated his perspective. I believe that the magic power within the beasts inhabiting the island is chaotic. They cannot coordinate their magic power, resulting in instability. Consequently, these beasts are unable to manipulate their internal magic power, leading to the inability to form magic crystals. Zidi slightly nodded, then shook her head. Chaotic magic power indeed cannot result in the formation of magic crystals. However, this is merely one possibility for the absence of magic crystals. The crux, Mr. Sangshu, is how do you ascertain that the magic power within these beasts is utterly chaotic? This prompted Zidi to harbor doubts. As a black iron tier sorceress, she was unable to wield magic here, thus rendering her incapable of investigating the state of the beast's internal magic. Sangshu, being an ordinary person, not even a magic apprentice, had no means of measurement. Confronted with Zidi's skepticism and inquiry, Sangshu remained composed and unruffled. I deduced this. The old scholar then introduced a new theory. Firstly, I believe that the beasts on this island are not of natural origin. They are artificially created, artificial beasts. Jinjin and Zidi exchanged astonished glances, both reflecting their surprise. Meanwhile, Lanzhao, who had likely heard Sangshu's assertion long ago, displayed no signs of surprise. How do you conclude that these beasts are not naturally occurring, but rather artificially manufactured? Jinjin questioned. Sangshu began to elaborate. Since entering the island, I have dissected many beasts and found that although they possess stable circulatory systems and closely cooperating organ structures, as if they were born that way, a deeper investigation reveals their unnaturalness. Zidi furrowed her brow, contemplating Sangshu's words. Unnatural? Indeed, the elderly scholar affirmed with a nod. His gaze profound. They lack the essence of nature. Do you not feel that these beasts appear to be cobbled together? At first glance, the monkey-tailed brown bear seemed to be an amalgamation of a gorilla, a monkey, and a brown bear. However, upon closer inspection, its internal skeletal structure was remarkably rational. It possessed two hearts, and its other internal organs perfectly supported its physique. I am a low-tier sorcerer, and during my studies, I dedicated the most effort to alchemy. I have collected numerous materials and am familiar with the anatomy of most creatures. Although this is my first encounter with such beasts, I believe their physiques are flawless and not the result of deformities, mutations, or useless bodily tissues. What is there that is unnatural? Jinjin felt a slight jolt in his heart. Zidi's mention of the monkey-tailed brown bear reminded him of the transformation of his own hands. In a moment of desperation, his hands had abruptly transformed into claws akin to those of the monkey-tailed brown bear, delivering a fatal blow to the eight-legged spider. Afterwards, his hands reverted to their original form. For reasons he could not articulate, Jinjin chose to conceal this incident from Zidi. Her current reference to it seemed to be an active demonstration of her own power. Jinjin immediately discerned Zidi's underlying intention. Indeed, a moment later, he observed Lan Zhao's eyes widening in admiration as he cast a look of respect towards him. "Master, your prowess is truly formidable," Lan Zhao exclaimed from the depths of his heart. "Lord Jinjin, your innate talent is astonishing. Your valor and achievements will surely be widely celebrated." Sangshu chimed in, then turned his gaze to Zidi. "Lady Zidi, you are entirely correct. I fully trust your judgment. Their life forms are indeed remarkably rational and stable. I lack the qualifications of a sorcerer and have never dabbled in alchemy, but I have had the fortune of perusing numerous texts. Among these texts are histories from various families, detailing how certain noble lineages rose to prominence and managed their territories. Their early pioneering stories are essentially accounts of their struggle against nature, a process of taming the natural world through human effort. The records in these books recount clearing out wolfman bandits, fending off beast tides, hunting wolf packs near villages, and driving wild boars from fields, among others. To guide future generations, the sages who compiled these histories left behind many meticulously illustrated depictions, thoroughly documenting the forms, habits, and methods of effectively resisting and slaying these beasts and monsters. It is precisely due to these reflections that I have reaped immense benefits. After some contemplation with my rather obtuse intellect, I have drawn numerous superficial yet intriguing conclusions. This has led me to perceive the unnaturalness of the ferocious beasts inhabiting the island. I have observed that typically, beasts adorned with horns are herbivorous. Their horns serve as the primary means of defense against predators. In contrast, the more ferocious carnivores possess longer, sharper teeth and more developed musculature, excelling in sprinting, particularly in short bursts. Some have pads beneath their claws, facilitating a stealthy approach to their prey. At this juncture, Sangshu slightly shifted his discourse. Not long ago, in a place where the yellow algae had yet to discover us, there lay a hill with relatively sparse forests and a cooler climate, occasionally interspersed with delicate snowflakes carried by the wind. This was the terminus of our exploration, where we caught a fleeting glimpse of a creature of golden caliber, a moose, with enormous antlers resembling a chaotic tangle of branches. This moose is carnivorous, eschewing grass, and boasts a pair of magnificent, snow-white wings upon its back. I privately dubbed it the bone-wing moose. Despite our hasty encounter, I surmised that its skeletal and muscular structure must be exquisitely designed to support its daily activities with stability and grace. Yet, it is not a creature of nature. Its size renders it ill-suited for flight. Those colossal wings merely afford it gliding capabilities. It survives in the wild, occupying a high predatory niche. Yet it possesses horns, an adaptation for defense, detrimental to its hunting prowess and stealth. Consider, for instance, the monkey-tailed brown bear that was slain by the adult. When monkeys swing through the trees, their tails maintain their balance and stabilize their trajectory mid-jump. But does the brown bear require such an appendage? It is cumbersome. Which trees could possibly bear its weight? Does it leap frequently? The monkey's tail, attached to its body, might seem superfluous. Furthermore, the gorilla's hands, reminiscent of human hands, starkly contrast with the claws of many ferocious beasts, for the gorilla possesses a thumb. This anatomical feature aids the gorilla in gripping branches while traversing from tree to tree. Yet, in the hands of the monkey-tailed brown bear, such hands have inexplicably developed claws. Does this not seem redundant? This exemplifies the unnaturalness I have been alluding to. Observing the contemplation on the faces of those present, Sangshu continued his discourse. The foremost necessity of life is survival. The natural environment is harsh and unforgiving. The beasts that have successfully survived and procreated often exhibit astonishing survival skills, typically endowed by their anatomical features. Consider the mole. It possesses formidable claws, enabling it to burrow effortlessly. Yet, it is nearly blind. In truth, its sight is unnecessary, for the soil is a realm of darkness devoid of light. Instead, it relies on its keen sense of smell, a testament to the essence of life in nature. It possesses its strengths alongside its shortcomings. In its being, advantages and disadvantages harmoniously unite, allowing it to find its most suitable position amidst the brutal competition for survival against other life forms. However, let us examine the monsters of the island. Their power is excessive. Their structures are stable, yet they harbor contradictions and conflicts amongst themselves. Their roles within the natural order remain ambiguous. Take, for example, the The monkey-tail brown bear slain by Lord Jean, does it require its monkey tail? Certainly not. Likewise, does the bone-wing moose truly need its expansive antlers? Again, the answer is no. The weighty antlers upon its head hinder its predatory endeavors instead of aiding them. Chapter 25. Terrifying Hypotheses Within the Tent. Sangshu continued to speak eloquently. In our region, there exists a peculiar red frog. It burrows deep into the earth, drinking as much water as possible, causing its body to swell several times in size as it stockpiles moisture. When drought arrives, these creatures remain motionless, akin to bears in hibernation. During this state, they are exceedingly fragile, devoid of any capacity for movement, their bodies engorged with water, rendering their skin thin and vulnerable. Yet, it is this very transformation that enables the water-storing red frog to survive the dry season, while far mightier beasts succumb to the sandy abyss. This is the essence of nature. The water-storing red frog has found its niche within the ecosystem. It possesses formidable survival skills, yet it is equally delicate. To endure in the wild, it has exhausted all its efforts. It cannot grow claws or wings. The more powerful the organ, the greater the nutritional requirements for its development. The more intricate the structure, the longer the time needed for evolution. Competition in nature is ruthlessly fierce. It does not give rise to species such as the monkey-tailed brown bear or the bone-feathered deer. In a relaxed environment devoid of survival pressures, organisms become lethargic and corpulent, and no formidable life forms like the monkey-tailed brown bear or the bone-feathered deer would emerge. Such species can only be artificially created. Ziti sighed. I am enlightened, Mr. Sangshu. Your knowledge commands my profound respect. Jinjin nodded in agreement. Sangshu continued, of course, all of this is merely my conjecture. I lack the evidence to substantiate it. Yet, I am nearly certain that these bizarre magical beasts are not creations of nature. The most probable explanation is that they are artificially created, or perhaps the result of some mineral or residual magical energy causing species mutations. Lan Zhao could not restrain herself from asking, then who could create such numerous magical beasts? Which prominent figure in the empire could it be? Could it be a deity? Only a deity possesses the power of creation, does it not? Ziti gently shook her head. A sorcerer could also be responsible. As far as I know, legendary sorcerers can alter and govern semi-planes. Is this not akin to imitating the divine act of creation? Sangshu lamented. Perhaps it is a legendary archmage, or a deity among the empire's higher echelons, who has established their laboratory of creation here. This island is not small, yet it remains undiscovered. Its location is actually quite close to the route of the pig-kissing ship. Our arrival on this island was purely accidental due to a shipwreck. Lan Zhao's complexion paled slightly. This island is truly terrifying. What immense power could conceal such an island and forge so many monsters? It would be easier for them to kill us than to crush an ant. How strange. Why do they not simply eliminate us? We have uncovered their secret. Sangshu whispered. Perhaps they are not currently on this island. They might be away. Or perhaps they simply do not care. Our every movement may be under their surveillance. They may find amusement in watching us struggle here. Only when we are close to successfully escaping this island will they intervene. Lan Zhao couldn't help but exclaim. Then we are doomed. The atmosphere within the tent grew exceedingly heavy. In the face of such a formidable presence, any plans for escape, even the grand aspirations of the young knight, seemed like mere folly. After a long pause, Jinjin exhaled deeply. Mr. Sangshu's hypothesis is truly chilling. Yet, I must admit, it is quite plausible. Based on this conjecture, let us continue to speculate. The geological anomalies here must also be of human origin. So, Mr. Sangshu, do you believe this is a divine technique for relocating land, or a magical teleportation array? Sangshu replied, Firstly, I personally believe that the geological anomalies are not targeted at us. To eliminate us would be trivial for such a great presence. There is no need for such elaborate measures. Secondly, I lean more towards the notion of a teleportation magic array rather than divine techniques. We have directly experienced the geological changes. The entire process was remarkably swift. In the blink of an eye, we found ourselves transported from a desert to a forest. This aligns perfectly with the descriptions of magical teleportation found in literature. Of course, all of this remains my conjecture. Akin to an ant speculating about the scenery in the clouds, absurd and presumptuous. Ultimately, I believe that the seemingly anomalous teleportation mechanism is likely one of the measures employed by the island's master to maintain ecological balance. Ziti blinked. Pray tell, how did you arrive at this conclusion, sir? Sangshu responded. I have noticed that it is not only us who have been teleported. Many ferocious beasts have also been transported to new locations. A flash of insight struck Shinjin. He recalled the group of scaled horned panthers. These panthers likely originally inhabited the jungle, only to have arrived in the mountainous region alongside the young men and women. Here, they needed to carve out new territories, leading them to confront the monkey-tailed brown bears and subsequently suffer losses among the blade spider swarm. Ziti looked at Sangshu. If these ferocious beasts are also being teleported, then perhaps the master of this island intends for them to engage in combat, selecting the strongest monsters. Much like the alchemical puppet contests held by the Alchemist Guild, they might be seeking to cultivate the most formidable living weapons. Sangshu smiled. Lady Ziti, your analysis is indeed quite astute. This possibility does exist. However, I still maintain that the preservation of ecological balance is the more likely motive. Do you not perceive that the natural equilibrium of this island is precariously fragile? Despite the vastness of nature, it possesses a delicate side. The Shada family hires bishops from the Temple of Life each year to aid in increasing their agricultural yields. I have had discussions with them and have been fortunate enough to learn from wandering druids. Life exists in myriad cycles within nature. For instance, plants grow from the soil, only to be consumed by herbivores. The flesh and blood of herbivores then become sustenance for carnivores. The excrement of these animals serves as nourishment for plant growth, while their decomposed remains enrich the soil. Nature is replete with such cycles of life. Even the most powerful predators face attrition through mutual slaughter, the constraints of lifespan, and the challenges posed by adverse environmental changes. The Shada family endured several consecutive years of locust plagues. With the assistance of a master druid, they finally uncovered the root cause. It turned out that the locusts swelled in number because their predator, the bread scorpion, had diminished in population. Why had the bread scorpions decreased? Because during those years, the Shada family began to assemble their cavalry, procuring large numbers of chocobos, which particularly enjoyed feasting on the bread scorpions beneath the sands. The cycles of life resemble a chain, with each link interdependent. They influence one another. And should one link falter, the repercussions may amplify, leading to catastrophic outcomes. That makes sense, Jinjin nodded. He thought of the monkey-tailed brown bear. This silver beast, which fed on ores, currently appeared to have no natural enemies. If allowed to thrive unchecked, it would eventually consume all the minerals. The heat-emitting veins of or exert a significant influence on that region. Once depleted, it could trigger severe repercussions in various aspects, such as a drastic drop in temperature. However, ultimately, due to the teleportation mechanism, the monkey-tailed brown bear clashed with the scaled horned panthers, ultimately falling at Jinjin's hands. Thus, the impending ecological crisis on the island was averted. Ziti's thoughts began to wander. Thus, it appears that the owner of this island deliberately crafted diverse terrains such as jungles, mountains, deserts, and snow-capped peaks to confine the ferocious beasts he created, thereby stabilizing the island's ecosystem and preserving the natural balance. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that he seeks to cultivate a creature capable of thriving in all environments, the mightiest of monsters. The young girl remained undeterred in her speculations regarding biological weaponry. Changshu added, I believe that teleportation is merely one of the measures employed by the island's master to maintain ecological stability. His efforts encompass more than this. For instance, consider the fire wasps. Do you not think this swarm was purposefully engineered to prevent catastrophic wildfires in the jungles and forests? Furthermore, the environment here strictly prohibits low-tier magic and combat energy, even more so than the magical restrictions in the Sky City. This does not resemble a defensive mechanism, as safeguarding against low-tier adversaries is superfluous. Rather, it resembles shackles that hinder the magical beasts from unleashing their true potential. Thus, I surmise that this magical suppression is indeed a protective measure for these creatures. I implore your guidance, esteemed sir. Ziti proactively sought counsel. Changshu replied, the magical beasts on this island did not arise naturally. Although their physiological structures are stable, they are not in harmony with the surrounding environment. Additionally, the magical energies within them clash, preventing the successful absorption of elements to form magic crystals. This may be an aspect the island's master wishes to enhance. He has achieved remarkable stability at the corporeal level, a truly astounding feat, yet the patchwork nature of their bodies poses challenges in elemental absorption, which he has yet to resolve perfectly. Chaotic magical energy is exceedingly unstable and can occasionally lead to explosions, even when forcibly suppressed. It can result in magical corrosion of the host. If left unchecked, the chaotic magic will prove detrimental, making it difficult for the beasts to survive beyond a week. Therefore, he has created a unique environment that forbids low-tier magic and combat energy, thereby safeguarding these magical creatures and ensuring their longevity. Regarding matters of magical energy, Lord Jinjin and Lady Zidi, you must possess greater insight than I. Zidi nodded slightly, lost in contemplation. Jinjin's expression turned grave as he quietly analyzed the present situation. On this island, we have encountered magical beasts of bronze, black iron, silver, and even gold tiers. According to our current analysis, even the chaotic magical energy of gold-tier beasts is successfully suppressed in this environment. Consequently, only those of at least the Saint Realm would be able to wield combat energy freely here. No matter how talented Jinjin may be at his age, he could never attain the Saint Realm level. Chapter 26. The Central Strategy. Lord Jinjin, are you capable of channeling your fighting spirit? Asked Sangxiu. Jinjin shook his head, indicating his inability to do so. He had previously conferred with Zidi about concealing his secret of being unable to wield fighting spirit. However, now that the conversation had reached this point, further concealment had become meaningless. Yet, Jinjin still chose to obscure the fact of his amnesia. Sangxiu sighed. If someone could harness gold or lower-tier fighting spirit, it would overturn my hypothesis. I sincerely hope my conjecture is incorrect. Jinjin retorted, So, Mr. Sangxiu, have you conceived of any effective methods that would allow us to overcome the bizarre magical beasts in the environment here, enabling us to reach our destination smoothly? I have titled this manuscript Theory of Evolution. I believe that while nature maintains a harmonious cycle and balance, the forms of life within it are not immutable. Whether we are human, dragon, or beast, all are slowly evolving. This evolution is closely linked to changes in the natural environment and shifts in the modes of existence. Jinjin nodded. This is bound to be a classic work. Sangxiu bowed deeply and sincerely remarked, Suffering a shipwreck is my misfortune, but encountering so many strange beasts here fills my heart with joy, for this will strongly validate my theory of evolution from another perspective. It is for this reason that I actively applied to join the exploration team, aiming to engage with these beasts firsthand. It is an honor to meet you here, and I shall devote myself to serving you with all my might. I truly feel unworthy of your expectations, but please forgive my inadequacies. After all, I am merely a scholar. I understand, Jinjin nodded. He discerned that while Huangzhou and Lanzhou had become subservient, Sangxiu had no true intention of aligning with him. Sangxiu implied that during their time of peril on this island, he would fully assist Jinjin, but once they reached the Beastman continent, he would part ways to pursue his manuscript Theory of Evolution. If I become the Lord of Baisha City, I will certainly assist you in gathering intelligence on the Beastmen, Jinjin continued. I am immensely grateful. Sangxiu bowed deeply once more. At this moment, Zidi suddenly spoke. If Mr. Sangxiu's hypothesis is indeed true, then both this island and the various magical beasts must be products of transformation. There must be a central hub on this island. What do you think would happen if we were to locate this hub? That is quite a bold thought. Lanzhou interjected hastily. Isn't that too dangerous? The entity capable of transforming the entire island and creating so many magical beasts is something we cannot contend with. It would be akin to courting death. Zidi smiled and shook her head slightly. Not necessarily. Consider this. Based on our previous analysis, there are two primary possibilities. The first is that the master of the island is absent, making this the perfect time for us to raid the hub. The second is that the master has been present all along, monitoring us, toying with us, or simply indifferent to our presence. However, should we attempt to escape the island, they would surely intervene to eliminate us for the sake of secrecy. Therefore, rather than that, it might be wiser to strike at the hub directly. If we can dismantle the hub, we can halt the transmission and restore the island's environment to normal. We would be able to utilize magic and fighting spirit, while the ferocious beasts would collapse as a result. This would be exceedingly favorable for our escape. Lan Zhao fell silent. Upon reflection, it did seem plausible. Zidi then turned to Jinjin, her eyes sparkling with intensity. My lord, we are aiming to reach the Beastman continent and strive for control of Baisha City. If we could acquire such magical technology to mass-produce silver-tier and gold-tier magical beasts, even if these creatures could only sustain themselves for a brief period before self-destructing, think of the tremendous advantages that would afford us. In an instant, Jinjin's heart raced with excitement. The prospect of having subordinates of gold caliber was an extravagant dream. The idea of mass production was positively enchanting. Even more enticing was the thought of creating magical beasts that would fight to the death, causing immense distress and fear among enemies. Jinjin gazed into Zidi's eyes, which seemed to shimmer with the luster of gold coins. His understanding of Zidi deepened significantly. The young knight couldn't help but ponder, this girl before him, indeed worthy of being the president of the merchant guild, was willing to cast aside her life in pursuit of potentially immense profits. Yet, Jinjin refrained from expressing his thoughts and instead turned to Tsangshu. Mr. Tsangshu, what is your perspective on this? Jinjin demonstrated his respect for Tsangshu. The previous discussion had greatly elevated Jinjin's appraisal of Tsangshu. From him, Jinjin had truly felt the profound power of knowledge. Tsangshu spoke slowly. My lord, I do not concur with Lady Zidi's suggestion. Firstly, we do not know the exact location of the hub. Searching for it would necessitate venturing across the island, confronting various strange and ferocious beasts, as well as the harsh natural environment. Secondly, even if we were to locate the hub, it is reasonable to assume that the island's master has established formidable defenses there. Can we breach those defenses? If we were to recklessly assault the hub, might we not alert the master, should they be abroad? Thirdly, my conjecture regarding the presence of the island's master, the alterations in the terrain, and these ferocious beasts is merely speculative, lacking direct evidence. Perhaps my assumptions are entirely incorrect. And this is simply a peculiar island, a creation of nature's forces and will that we shall never fully comprehend. Jinjin pondered for a moment before nodding. Your analysis is astute. The hub is too nebulous, and the risks are too great. Our strength is insufficient. Thus, our primary objective is to reunite with the main force and promptly construct a vessel to escape this island. Your command shall be followed, my lord, Lan Zhao replied immediately. Tsangshu seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Zidi opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing. Let us rest for another quarter hour. And then we shall set forth, Jinjin commanded. My lord, Tsangshu interjected again, I have a small suggestion. Please, Mr. Tsangshu, Jinjin encouraged. My lord, allow me to report a delightful discovery. Tsangshu pointed to a small map of the forested area. Here, at the forefront of our exploration, resides a large herd of sheep, numbering at least in the thousands. I strongly recommend we hunt this herd. In doing so, we would secure a substantial food supply. Jinjin's brow furrowed slightly. A herd of over 1,000 sheep? The young man's gaze shifted between Tsangshu and Lan Zhao. Lan Zhao promptly affirmed, Indeed, my lord, it is a large herd. We have already attempted and successfully hunted too. They are timid and gentle, only concerned with fleeing, posing no danger. Many members of the exploration team believe this to be a gift from the heavens. However, our current food reserves are quite sufficient, Zidi interjected. That is indeed the case. Tsangshu nodded, but we must prepare for unexpected events. For instance, should the transmission mechanism activate again, we might find ourselves cast into a desert region. Tsangshu then turned to Jinjin. Knowing that Jinjin was the true decision-maker, according to our reconnaissance, the leader of this sheep herd only emanates a bronze aura. Lord Jinjin, there is no need for excessive concern. This flock of sheep resides at the lower end of the natural cycle, undoubtedly attracting numerous herds of beasts. Even those of formidable golden rank, who feast upon the sheep. That skeletal feathered deer may very well be one of them. Therefore, our extensive hunting of the flock poses the greatest risk not from the sheep themselves, but from other predators. This is easily mitigated, as we are not directly confronting these hunters. Jinjin pondered in silence. He then nodded, acknowledging, this is a commendable suggestion. Let us slightly amend our itinerary. We shall hunt the flock first, and then set off. Given his previous experiences, Jinjin understood that such opportunities for relaxed hunting are scarce on this perilous island. Indeed, if we were to forego this chance now, we may never encounter such a favorable opportunity again. Following the revised plan, he also did not intend to delve as deeply into the island's interior as he currently was. Thus, he acquiesced readily. Chapter 27. I am surprisingly strong. The flock of sheep bleated in distress, rushing down in a state of utter panic. This herd comprised hundreds of goats. There were predominantly a shade of ashen gray, with their white bone horns resembling two pale swords, slightly curved. Initially, the goats were leisurely grazing on the grass, but the sudden appearance of two members from the exploration team sent them into a frenzy. Armed with curved blades, the duo did not need to strike. Their loud shouts alone were sufficient to scatter the terrified goats. From a nearby hill, individuals such as Jinjin, Zidi, and Tsangshu observed the scene from above. The goats attempted to change direction during their flight, yet they were met with well-placed ambushes that obstructed their path at critical moments. Time and again, The goats were redirected until they ultimately found themselves trapped in a hollow. The exploration team began to close in, with more members emerging from all directions. No matter where they turned, the goats found themselves surrounded, leading to frantic attempts to turn in place. The team members raised their weapons high, repeatedly bringing them down, beginning to reap the lives of the goats. As Tsongshu had remarked, the goats were incredibly timid. Faced with the slaughter, they offered no resistance. They emitted terrified cries, desperately trying to squeeze into the center of the herd. However, unfortunate goats lingered on the periphery, falling victim to the humans one by one with ease. Observing this, Tsongshu remarked, in the heart of the empire, many nobles have begun to enclose vast areas for sheep farming. They raise sheep extensively. I have had the privilege of visiting several renowned sheep farms in the empire, and their scale is truly astonishing. In my view, the sheep species lacks the ability to sustain itself. Their survival relies entirely on the care and protection of others. Sheep possess no means of self-defense. Male sheep are even more timid than females, easily frightened by the slightest unusual sound, leading them to flock together merely to alleviate their fears. They are not only cowardly, but also quite foolish. They are oblivious to danger and cannot sense its approach. It seems that no matter what occurs, they stubbornly remain in place. Even in the face of wind or rain, they require a lead sheep to guide their migration. Yet, in reality, the lead sheep also remains stationary unless driven by a shepherd or sheepdog. Sheep are exceedingly fragile, unable to walk for extended periods without becoming exhausted. When they run, their hearts race too quickly, making it difficult for them to breathe. Extreme temperatures can decimate entire flocks. They are prone to illness, and sometimes even mere obesity can prove fatal. In comparison, goats are more active, robust, and courageous, yet their traits are not vastly different. Both types of sheep exhibit similar behaviors. Goats are affectionate towards humans, enjoying physical affection, and are easily domesticated. They can thrive on a variety of feed. However, sheep are still favored due to their dense wool, which can be spun into yarn and other textile materials. Particularly in recent years, the empire's textile machinery seems to have undergone significant technological advancements. The Shada family is particularly interested in the sheep trade, sending me to conduct an investigation in the empire's central region. Unfortunately, the empire's great nobles intend to monopolize the latest textile machinery. Additionally, the desert's scarce and harsh land, with extreme temperature fluctuations, is unsuitable for large-scale sheep farming. As the conversation unfolded, the flock had already been decimated by more than half. Among the attackers, Huangzhou stood out. Armed with a spear, each thrust could penetrate through 3 or 4 goats. Possessing bronze-level strength, his extraordinary physical prowess was evident, even though he could not channel battle energy. Jinjin entrusted him with the task of surrounding the goats for the first time. Driven by a desire to redeem himself and knowing that his every action was under scrutiny, Huangzhou exerted himself relentlessly. However, in the next moment, his previously unstoppable spear was finally blocked. It turned out that the lead goat, having been cornered, began to retaliate. The lead goat was nearly twice the size of the surrounding goats, almost as large as a pony, exuding a bronze-level aura. It charged towards Huangzhou, lowering its head to reveal its sword-like white bone horns, and commenced a sprint. The sound of hooves striking the rocky ground echoed in a rapid succession. The normally sluggish lead goat erupted into a startling speed. Huangzhou gritted his teeth, positioning the spear horizontally across his chest, remaining firmly in place. Observing his brother's intent from behind Jinjin, Lanza shouted in anger, "Fool! Get out of the way, you can't use battle energy." Huangzhou's ears twitched, instantly catching his brother's warning. Yet he remained steadfast. What impression would I leave for the master if I fled again? Brother, you are the true fool. This time, I shall redeem my disgrace. With a fervent shout in his heart, Huangzhou widened his eyes and thrust the spear forward. The spear's tip collided with the lead goat's bone horns. In the next moment, to Huangzhou's horror, the spear had shattered, and the entire spear was sent flying aside. The lead goat charged past Huangzhou, and at the critical moment of collision, he barely managed to position the spear against his chest. A dull thud resonated as Huangzhou was propelled backward. His body arced through the air before crashing onto the grassy, rocky ground, his vision darkening as he nearly lost consciousness. Witnessing his brother's refusal to heed his advice, nearly suffering a fatal injury from the goat's horns, Lanza clenched his fists, pride surging within him. Master, allow me to assist in subduing this goat. However, Jinjin merely observed the scene with an indifferent expression, instructing, Let it be known, Huang Zhao should restrain himself. I desire to capture this lead goat alive. Lanza's expression shifted, wanting to protest, but was halted by Sangshu's gesture. Sangshu smiled, saying, to earn Lord Jinjin's trust, Huang Zhao now has an opportunity to redeem himself. He knows he cannot channel battle energy, and that he is no match for the lead goat, yet he still opts for this perilous confrontation. Now that he has been struck down, he should realize the need to adjust his mindset. Hearing this, Lanza felt a jolt of realization, kneeling on the ground. The master's kindness is evident. He has long perceived Huang Zhao's imbalanced mindset and continues to offer him chances to correct it and redeem himself. I am foolish. Please, master. Impose your judgment upon me. Jinjin smiled, gazing at Lanza. You brothers share a deep bond. What offense could there be? Stay nearby and observe. Huang Zhao is still weak. If he fails to capture the goat alive, you shall intervene. Lanza, overwhelmed with gratitude, knelt, his forehead striking the ground with a dull sound, then hurriedly descended the hill. In the hollow, Huang Zhao had already retrieved a new spear, preparing to strike once more. Upon seeing Lanza approach, he immediately grew anxious. Brother, why are you here? Did the master send you to assist me? Lanza scoffed. The master instructed you to restrain yourself and capture this goat alive. He is granting you another chance to prove yourself. Only should you fail will I step in. Huang Zhao rejoiced. That is splendid. Upon hearing this, Lanza was so incensed that he nearly slapped Huang Zhao on the head. However, he had no choice but to stand by. The ordinary goats were soon slaughtered to extinction, leaving only the confrontation between Huang Zhao and the lead goat. As the lead goat continued to charge, Huang Zhao found himself in a precarious position. Initially, he had some confidence in subduing the lead goat with his spear, yet the ensuing struggle proved challenging. However, under Jin's command to capture the head goat alive, Huang Zhao found himself at a disadvantage. Both Huang Zhao and the head goat were of bronze-level existence. Yet Huang Zhao could not summon his fighting spirit and wielded his spear with utmost caution, trembling with trepidation, allowing the head goat to gain the upper hand. Nevertheless, Huang Zhao was resolute in his desire to demonstrate his prowess, showing no signs of retreat. After a moment of stalemate, both parties were drenched in blood. The head goat bore numerous wounds inflicted by the spear's sharp tip, while Huang Zhao, already burned and bandaged, had most of his blood seeping from vigorous exertion. Huang Zhao, anxiously observing from the sidelines, yearned to intervene, but restrained himself, witnessing his brother's struggle. As the head goat charged forward, Huang Zhao's stamina waned significantly. Although he managed to narrowly evade the attack this time, he lacked the strength to counterstrike. Instead of altering its course, the head goat broke free from the encirclement, prompting gasps from the surrounding explorers, mere mortals who dared not impede the head goat's frantic escape. Just as Lan Zhao prepared to act, he heard Jin's commanding voice. Enough. Everyone step back. Let me take over. Master, I can still fight, Huang Zhao whispered, his face a mask of reluctance. You fool, hurry and get down. Do not disrupt the master's intentions. Lan Zhao scolded furiously. All eyes turned to Jin. Since Jin had ascended to leadership of the exploration team, most speculated in hushed tones about the true extent of his power. Was he silver or gold? On this island, low-tier magic and fighting spirit were strictly prohibited. Could Jin even summon his fighting spirit? Song Su's conjectures were too terrifying, confined only to the higher echelons of the exploration team. Unbeknownst to the masses, as the goat charged, Jin remained composed and unflustered. Just as the goat's horns were about to strike him, the youth suddenly reached out, precisely grasping both horns at the critical moment. Then, with a forceful push, he brought the head goat to a sudden halt, pressing its head firmly into the ground. The powerful legs of the goat thrashed wildly, kicking up grass and soil, yet throughout, Jin's hands remained as steady as mountains, his entire form resembling iron, unyielding. To onlookers, the head goat appeared suddenly feeble before Jin, akin to a mere chick. Gasps erupted from the crowd, swiftly transforming into cheers and shouts of exhilaration. Huang Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. Jin had not summoned his fighting spirit. He had subdued the head goat solely with his physical strength. Such prowess left Huang Zhao in awe. Song Su, too, felt a stir within. He understood well that the anatomical structure of humans and animals differed significantly. When a human does not summon their fighting spirit, relying solely on their innate qualities, it is challenging to compare with beings of the same level. Humans are inherently slower than horses, less agile than monkeys and trees, incapable of soaring like birds, and unable to breathe and swim like fish. In comparison to many beasts, humanity's most prominent advantage lies in intelligence. In terms of sheer strength, speed, and physique, humans often fall short. Thus, a silver-tier warrior, if not utilizing their fighting spirit, could very well lose to a bronze-level beast. The exceptional physical prowess displayed before him ignited a suspicion within Sang-Soo. Could it be that Master Jin truly possessed golden cultivation? Chapter 28. Poisonous Eruption. As a scholar who served the Shada family for 38 years, Sang-Soo possessed an acute understanding of the classification of extraordinary beings. Silver-tier fighters, when not utilizing their combat energy, could lift approximately 350 kilograms and deliver a punch with a force of 800 kilograms, easily contending with a dozen or more ordinary adults. Their resilience to the environment and pain surpassed that of average humans, yet they remained vulnerable to powerful crossbows and longbows. Thus, while the physical attributes of silver-tier combatants still fell within the realm of humanity, they were bound by human anatomical limitations, representing the apex of mortal physical development. Upon achieving gold-tier status, the quality of combat energy undergoes a profound enhancement, nourishing and transforming the body, transcending human limitations entirely. Without the use of combat energy, a gold-tier champion could sprint at speeds of up to 120 kilometers per hour and lift loads around 10 tons. In the face of legions wielding swords and blades, they could charge forth, vanquishing foes and seizing banners with ease. Ordinary arrows and bolts posed no threat. However, they still faced risks from magical crossbows. During a confrontation with Huang Zhao, Sang-Soo witnessed the formidable head ram repeatedly crashing into tree trunks, felling towering trees with its sheer force. This demonstrated that although the head ram was merely of bronze tier, its charging power was immensely potent, far exceeding that of a typical heavy cavalry charge. Silver-tier human combatants, relying solely on their physical strength, could hardly withstand such a charge, which exhibited a force beyond Silver's realm. Hence, Sang-Soo speculated on the possibility of Jinjin possessing gold-tier combat energy. To his knowledge, the Baijin family lineage was not renowned for strength, but rather for precision. A knight, endowed with constant enhancements such as the strength of a bear, could achieve similar feats. However, in this magic-restricted environment, low-level constant enhancement spells would likely be ineffective. Perhaps Jinjin had consumed some form of strength-enhancing potion? Ultimately, Sang-Soo returned to the notion of Jinjin's potential as a gold-tier combatant. If Jinjin truly possessed such power and innate talent, the Baijin family would surely rise anew. Under Sang-Soo's watchful gaze, Jinjin suddenly raised his arms, gripping the ram's horns, and forcefully lifted the beast high before hurling it to the ground. The ram struggled momentarily before rising, dazed and bewildered. Shortly thereafter, its eyes blazed red as it charged at Jinjin once more. Jinjin subdued it again, allowing it to flail before tossing it far away. After several such encounters, the ram's defiance transformed into fear, leading it to stand still after rising from the ground. As Jinjin approached, the ram bleated softly, lowering its head in submission. Its gaze averted, its bloodied body trembling. Jinjin gently patted its head and stroked its horns. Startled, the ram lay down submissively, amidst the many admiring eyes. Jinjin nodded in satisfaction, commanding, "Take it away, treat it well, and feed it carefully, but do not overindulge it." "My lord, do you intend to train this ram as a mount?" Sang-Soo inquired as he approached after the battle had concluded. Jinjin nodded, smiling as he asked, "Do you think this is possible?" "Certainly," Sang-Soo affirmed with a smile. "From what I know, the most common mounts in dwarven territories are goats. They excel in navigating steep terrains and possess remarkable climbing skills. A wild goat, even at 1 year old, can skillfully ascend snow-covered cliffs, overcoming obstacles that are insurmountable for us humans. However, I am unaware of the specific training methods." Jinjin nodded and queried, "Among the survivors of the pig kiss, are there any beast tamers?" Sang-Soo shook his head. "It seems there are none." "Not to worry, if there are none among the pig kiss survivors. Surely we can find some in Baisha City," Jinjin reassured, patting the old scholar's shoulder. This battle had yielded what he sought. Subduing the head ram for future training as a mount was merely a secondary gain. The primary objective was to showcase his strength publicly, thereby enhancing his influence over the exploration team. The lesson from Huang Zhao's betrayal had sufficed. Jinjin had committed the teachings of the Baijin family to memory, placing Huang Zhao under close supervision to extract his value, while simultaneously reminding himself of the qualities necessary to be a competent leader. Surveying the area, Jinjin expressed his genuine admiration. What a treasure this land is. Truth be told, it was his first encounter with such a bountiful place on this island. When they finally engaged in the hunt, the exploration team was pleasantly surprised to discover that the size of the sheep herds far exceeded their prior reconnaissance. For reasons unknown, the sheep here seemed to flourish. Herds of over 1,000 were abundant, and herds of hundreds were even more numerous, with Jinjin targeting one such goat herd. The exploration team began processing the deceased goats. They commenced with bleeding, skinning, and gutting the animals. Subsequently, some began to cut the meat, while others cleaned the hides and stomachs. The meat, once cut, was placed over the campfire to smoke, allowing moisture to evaporate for better preservation. The cleaned hides also underwent smoking and drying. The skins could be fashioned into leather garments, while the stomachs could be turned into water bags. For 3 consecutive days, the exploration team labored diligently in this endeavor. Under Jinjin's guidance, they hunted 3 additional herds of goats. With Jinjin's direct involvement, even the bronze-tier head rams were subdued, while the majority of adult goats were slain. A number of young kids were spared at Jinjin's behest. These goats were easy to care for. Thus, keeping dozens of kids and 4 bronze head rams was not a significant burden. This was one of the advantages of having ample manpower. Had it been just Jinjin and Zidi, they would not have had the luxury of such leisure. On the 4th day, the exploration team officially began their return journey. At this moment, the entire appearance of the team had undergone a tremendous transformation. Almost every member was clad in leather garments. The leather was crafted simply, with a hole cut for the head and the sides secured with woven vine straps, keeping the dark wool side against their bodies and the yellow leather side facing outward. Each individual bore a large bee skin bag on their backs, primarily containing smoked goat jerky. Additionally, there were water bags fashioned from numerous goat stomachs, all tied around their waists. Their provisions of food and fresh water were abundant, nearly reaching the limits of what the team could carry, as each person had a maximum load they could manage. Huang Zhao scouted ahead at the front of the line, while Jinjin, Zidi, and Sangshu walked toward the middle of the group. Behind them trailed the goat herd, primarily led by Lan Zhao, with the focus on the 4 bronze head rams, each adorned with rudimentary reins made from vines and burdened with a considerable load, mainly consisting of jerky, fresh water, tents, and spare weapons. Throughout the morning, the team traversed mountains and streams, making their way through the forest. They only took brief rests, lasting no more than a quarter of an hour each time. It was not until noon that they enjoyed a half-hour respite. The entire team was divided into 2 factions. One group remained vigilant, inspecting supplies and the like, while the other sat cross-legged on the ground, enjoying their lunch. Song Su meticulously checked the team from front to back, confirming that no one was missing. The food, water, and other provisions were accounted for, and most reassuringly, the flock of sheep remained tranquil. Behind his cracked glasses, the old scholar's keen eyes observed carefully. He noted that those eating were relaxed, some teasing one another, while others munched on their food and massaged their calves in an effort to unwind. In contrast, the guards stood alert, their gazes sharp and chests held high. The morale of the team was remarkably elevated. Since the expedition's inception, Song Su had been part of it. Yet he had never witnessed such vitality emanating from these individuals. He understood the pivotal reason behind this transformation. It was not the tantalizing aroma of roasted lamb nor the relatively secure path ahead, but rather the presence of the young knight, Jinjin. This change had been brought about by him. His formidable prowess instilled a profound sense of security in everyone, significantly boosting their hope. Huang Zhao and Lan Zhao had become his loyal subordinates, diligently performing their duties over the past few days. Although Jinjin had yet to reveal any combat prowess, his profound background and suspected golden-level cultivation had inspired a bright outlook for the brothers. Along the journey, ZD closely trailed Jinjin, almost never leaving his side. As the president of the Wisteria Merchant Guild, her recent adeptness in potion-making lingered in Song Su's mind. Ultimately, his gaze settled on Jinjin. Throughout his extensive life, he had encountered countless nobles, yet he was certain that among the youth of the aristocracy, Jinjin belonged to the elite few. He was exceptionally gifted and powerful. But more importantly, he was an exemplary leader. Under his influence, the entire team had coalesced, their spirits soaring. Song Su foresaw that the currently beleaguered Baijun family would undoubtedly rise again, due to Jinjin. If possible, to accompany such nobility and witness his gradual accomplishments, allowing himself to partake in the resurgence of the Baijun family. Perhaps, centuries later, his name as a scholar would be associated with Jinjin. becoming a beacon of wisdom recognized by future generations. How splendid that would be. Alas, if only he had encountered such a person in his youth. Despite the twinge of regret in his heart, the old scholar did not allow it to manifest on his face. He approached Jinjin, maintaining his unchanging respectful tone to report on the findings of the investigation. Excellent, Mr. Tsang-Su. Thanks to your suggestions, we have managed to procure sufficient meat and have ample reserves. Now, let us sit down and enjoy some lunch together, Jinjin invited. Tsang-Su replied. My suggestions were secondary. Without your guidance, my lord, we would not have arrived at such a favorable situation. Jinjin smiled. Over the past few days, he had grown increasingly pleased with Tsang-Su. Do not underestimate this old scholar, for his intellect was anything but ordinary. The direction of their expedition was determined solely by him, utilizing merely a stick planted in the ground and the rays of sunlight. Tsang-Su's demeanor and conduct consistently upheld Jin's noble identity, which brought Jinjin comfort. His abilities in executing tasks were commendable, displaying a steadiness and reliability that made Jinjin increasingly reliant on him. If Tsang-Su possessed even a modicum of strength, perhaps at the black iron level, he would have been the ideal candidate for a noble steward. Regrettably, he lacked extraordinary qualifications, which was truly lamentable. Nonetheless, Jinjin wished to keep Tsang-Su close. He was indeed a talent. His knowledge even surpassed that of ZD, who was a mage. This was largely due to ZD's youth and her decision to invest most of her energy into potion making. For Jinjin could easily infer that her choice stemmed from the lucrative market potential of quality potions. As they moved further from the snow peak, the temperature began to rise. The midday sun blazed fiercely, and the newly crafted leather garments started to offer their warming benefits. Perhaps satiated from their meal, the team members began to appear somewhat lethargic. Others had already taken their place on the perimeter, maintaining reconnaissance. In this tranquil atmosphere, a dire crisis crept in unnoticed. Suddenly, a young man's shout pierced through the calm. Master, something terrible has happened. The lambs are all lying on the ground, motionless. They are dead. What? Jinjin's expression shifted dramatically. This was indeed grave news. Those lambs were invaluable. On one hand, in dire circumstances, the exploration team could slaughter them for sustenance. On the other hand, should they successfully reach Baisha City with the lambs still alive, they could breed and train them, thus enabling Jinjin to cultivate some cavalry. With his plans shattered, Jinjin sprang to his feet, eager to investigate personally. Do you know the cause? He inquired of the panicked youth. He recognized him as Bai Ye, a hunter by trade, who had boarded the Zhu when vessel-bound for Baisha City to enlist in the army. Bai Ye shook his head vigorously. I don't know. It all happened so suddenly, my lord. Jinjin grunted in response, about to step forward when a sudden wave of intense dizziness struck him. Caught off guard, he staggered violently, nearly collapsing on the spot. Steadying himself, he noticed that the previously spirited exploration team members had all fallen askew to the ground. In an instant, the majority had succumbed to unconsciousness. ZD, Huang Zhao, Lan Zhao, and a few others struggled to maintain their composure. It seemed that they had all been poisoned. What could this toxin be? Suddenly, Huang Zhao drew a dagger from his cloak and shouted at the young Bai Ye. Everyone else has been poisoned. Why are you unharmed? Did you administer the poison? Chapter 29. The charisma of my leader. The entire exploration team had succumbed to the poison, with White Sprout being the sole exception. Confronted by the furious accusations of yellow algae, White Sprout was overwhelmed with panic, shaking his head repeatedly as he retreated step by step, ultimately stumbling and collapsing onto the ground. It wasn't me, I swear. He cried out vehemently in denial. Yellow algae advanced toward him, but suddenly collapsed to the ground. His complexion a ghastly gray, his expression twisted in agony, akin to a patient who had plunged into a frozen abyss, submerged in icy waters for an eternity, only to be rescued at the brink of death. Why are you the only one unscathed by the poison? Yellow algae, still clinging to his lucidity, glared at White Sprout, forcing the words through clenched teeth. Beside them, Blue algae suddenly gasped. Could it be that the master of this island intervened, sparing one life among us to serve as a messenger, much like a pirate who, after plundering a ship, allows a few to escape to spread tales of their infamy? Yellow algae, still grasping at straws of reason, looked perplexed. Who? Is there truly a master of this island? Previously, the discussions among Jean Needle and others within the tent had not been disclosed to the rest. Even Yellow algae remained oblivious to their conclusions. These deliberations were largely speculative and lacked direct evidence. To voice them would severely undermine the morale of the team, breeding anxiety and potentially causing emotional collapse. Both yellow algae and blue algae lay incapacitated on the ground, while only Gene Needle managed to stand upright, albeit precariously. Yet, he felt an increasing chill enveloping his body, as though he had plunged into a frozen cavern. Blue algae, struggling to rise, made several attempts but failed. His gaze suddenly froze on White Sprout, and he exclaimed, "I remember now. He didn't eat the mutton, not a single bite. The mutton is poisoned. The poison in the mutton?" Violet Lily paused at this revelation. Before consuming the mutton, she had verified it was safe. Could it be a matter of quantity? Did we consume too much to be affected? Gene Needle furrowed his brow in inquiry. Violet Lily shook her head, offering a wry smile. "Such a simple possibility I have already ruled out. Yet, there could be some toxin that I failed to detect." "White Sprout, you truly didn't eat any mutton?" White Sprout nodded, stammering, Yes, my lord. I dislike mutton. I've subsisted on rations these days." His demeanor continuously diminished the suspicion surrounding him, prompting Gene Needle to shift his gaze to Violet Lily. If White Sprout harbored ill intentions, this would be his optimal moment to act. Gene Needle, at that moment, possessed almost no strength to resist. Moreover, from another perspective, even if White Sprout intended to plot treachery, choosing to poison at this juncture would be exceedingly foolish. In this wilderness, having companions would enhance one's chances of survival, while attempting to escape alone bore immense risks. Violet Lily had already collapsed, her eyes glinting with contemplation. "My lord, please come here and use the dagger on my arm to make an incision." Gene Needle nodded, reluctantly moving to her side, extracting the dagger from her calf. The blade, sharp as it was, sliced gently across the tender skin of Violet Lily's arm, creating a slender wound. Observing the injury, Gene Needle noted that the flesh within had turned a sickly gray. Blood, which should have flowed freely, merely trickled out in scant amounts, its warmth diminished, mingled with an eerie gray hue. Gene Needle's thoughts immediately drifted to zombies, as an icy chill emanated from the wound, prompting him to murmur, "Could it indeed be cold poison?" Violet Lily furrowed her brow. The sight before her resembled cold poison, yet felt ambiguous. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, but she could not fully grasp the insight flickering in her consciousness. "My time is running out." Violet Lily sensed her body stiffening and growing colder. Soon, her heart would freeze, ceasing to beat entirely. She understood the urgency of her decision. "My lord," the red, white mushroom cap. With her stiff fingers, she pointed to the small pouch at her waist. Gene Needle promptly opened the pouch, revealing an array of neatly arranged small vials. 3 vials matched Violet Lily's description. After a swift inspection, Gene Needle realized they were identical. He also knew Violet Lily had a commendable habit of using different sizes, corks, and labels to distinguish each potion. Removing the white mushroom-like cap, Gene Needle held a vial shaped like a pinky finger to Violet Lily's lips. She struggled to part her lips, and he tilted the vial, pouring the thick red potion into her mouth. After just a sip, Violet Lily's eyes rolled back, and she fainted completely. Such a sudden turn of events left those still conscious in shock. Gene Needle's heart plummeted. With the sole apothecary now unconscious, what could he possibly do? After uttering a desperate plea, he too succumbed to unconsciousness. Yellow algae and blue algae were utterly convinced by the words of the old man. Yellow algae was immobilized, while blue algae retained some mobility, promptly shedding his woolen coat. Moments after removing it, he felt a significant change. "It works. I'm starting to feel warmth return to my body," he exclaimed. Strangely, the primary purpose of the woolen coat was to provide warmth. Previously, in the vicinity of the snow peaks, these newly crafted garments had brought comfort. Yet now, shedding the warm coat rejuvenated the frozen body, restoring some vitality. Gene Needle had no time for contemplation. While perplexed, he commanded White Sprout and began assisting in stripping the woolen coats off the fallen exploration team members. After the coats were removed, most of the remaining conscious members surprisingly found the strength to rise. However, Violet Lily, the old man, and others remained in a deep slumber, their eyes tightly shut. The sheep that Gene Needle had ordered captured had suffered heavy losses, leaving only 4 robust bronze-tier rams, while the remaining lambs lay lifeless. Despite the plummeting temperature of the air, the bodies of the group began to warm, no longer feeling stiff and cold. Violet Lily and the old man eventually regained consciousness. Violet Lily unwrapped the bandaging from her arm, inspecting the wound inflicted moments ago. To her relief, the previously gray wound had returned to a normal hue, with blood flowing freely, no longer resembling the horror of a zombie. It seemed as if the preceding events had merely been a haunting nightmare. Yet, the presence of two lifeless corpses starkly reminded everyone that these occurrences were all too real. Indeed, 2 lives were lost within our exploration team. A look of horror spread across Yellow Algae's face. I understand now why there are so many goats here. They are all toxic. Anyone who consumes them pays with their life. He exclaimed in terror. It is a curse, a devil's curse. We can only remain here. If we stray too far, we risk succumbing to the poison again and meeting our demise. The group conversed anxiously, their fear palpable as they gazed at the goats grazing peacefully in the distance. The morale of the entire exploration team plummeted severely. Silence. Remain calm. At this critical moment, Gene Needle stepped forward, surveying the surroundings before issuing a commanding voice. In recent days, he has established sufficient prestige within the group. At his command, all fell silent, and no further sounds of conversation could be heard. Jinjin was acutely aware that mere intimidation would not suffice. It was imperative to alleviate and dispel the terror that gripped their hearts. Thus, he continued with conviction. With me here, why do you panic? The situation is far from irretrievable. Let us not forget our esteemed Miss Ziti. She is not only a sorceress, but also an extraordinarily skilled apothecary. It seemed that Jinjin had overlooked the fact that Ziti had just consumed a potion, only to faint on the spot. Could she truly manage? Jinjin understood the doubts swirling in the minds of his companions and smiled confidently. Previously, we were unaware of the cause of the poisoning. It is entirely normal to misdiagnose. The use of potions always demands precision. Now that we have identified the source, it is an entirely different matter. How can a mere flock of sheep restrain us? My friends, I am determined to lead you away from this island. It is far too early to surrender. Gradually, the bewildered and terrified expressions of the crowd began to shift. With his golden hair, fair skin, high nose, and eyes that sparkled like the morning stars, Jinjin was undeniably handsome. He was the sole heir of the Bailing family, a knight of the strongest human legion, and a contender for the title of Lord of Baisha City. Although he wore tattered chainmail and wielded a makeshift spear and crude sword, these hardships only served to highlight the young man's indomitable spirit and unwavering resolve. He resembled the rising sun at dawn, its light not blinding but imbued with hope. He was akin to a flag fluttering atop a pristine castle under a blue sky. Its mere sight irresistibly drew attention and commanded respect. Ziti and Sangshu gazed at Jinjin, momentarily entranced and speechless. My lord, with you here, there is truly nothing to fear. You are a knight, a paladin. It is you who will save us this time. Baya exclaimed, breaking the silence with fervor. My brother and I shall pledge our lives to follow you. Come what may, Lan Zhao declared, affirming his loyalty. The crowd began to stir with renewed vigor. Lord Jinjin speaks the truth. Following him, we shall surely escape this place. Indeed, I entrust my life to you, my lord. Chapter 30. The truth of poisoning. Jinjin surveyed his surroundings, observing that the crowd's emotions had stabilized, and a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes, providing him with a sense of relief. He then commanded Huang Zhao to direct everyone in reconstructing the camp while establishing a perimeter and laying defensive traps. Inside the tent, Jinjin, Sangshu, Ziti, and Lanza gathered once more. Sangshu spoke first, expressing his remorse. This is entirely my fault. I failed to anticipate that the goat's flesh was tainted with poison, blinded by the allure of immediate gain. When I noticed the unusually large size of the flock, I should have recognized the oddity and remained vigilant to the potential risks. Jinjin gently shook his head, offering reassurance. This island is fraught with danger and mystery. We all desire to procure more food. This is not solely your fault, Mr. Sangshu. As the leader, I bear greater responsibility. However, dwelling on these mistakes serves no purpose now. Let us ponder how we might resolve this dilemma. We are near the snow peak, where the temperatures are low and the cold poison does not manifest. As we venture further away from the snow peak, the temperature rises, and at a certain point, the cold poison will be triggered. This assertion is supported by the most direct evidence, the woolen garments. When we removed our woolen garments, our body temperature plummeted, alleviating the symptoms of the cold poison significantly. That is all I know regarding the cold poison. Upon concluding, Sangshu directed his gaze towards Ziti. Not only he, but Jinjin and Lanza also turned their attention to her. In truth, everyone recognized that this predicament involved toxins, and as an apothecary, Ziti was the most qualified to speak on the matter. Ever since regaining her mobility, she had been experimenting with various concoctions using goat meat and her own blood. At that moment, she held a glass test tube, cautiously pouring a substance into it. The test tube, which initially contained a liquid resembling blood, began to bubble vigorously as the particles dissolved, eventually culminating in a soft explosion that shattered the tube, splattering the bright red liquid across the tense carpet. Ziti, undeterred by the spilled liquid, bent down, her vibrant purple eyes widening as she carefully collected the small particles from the carpet with her fingers. After several breaths, she amassed a considerable quantity of particles in her palm. She scrutinized these small fragments and quickly discerned that they bore various fissures, not merely transparent cracks, but fissures tinged with a gray hue. Seeing this, Ziti's eyes sparkled. "Everyone, I believe I have uncovered the true cause." "Oh, what is this cold poison?" Jinjin inquired. Ziti, however, shook her head slightly. "In truth, the goat meat is not inherently poisonous. Prior to consumption, I undertook multiple tests for safety, and the results were unequivocal. The goat meat is indeed non-toxic." Ziti shook her head once more. "It is precisely these goats that have caused the problem." The confusion on Jinjin and Lanza's faces deepened, yet Sangshu's mind sparked with clarity as he exclaimed, "Could it be an imbalance of magical energy?" "Indeed, that is the crux of the matter," Ziti sighed, proceeding to elaborate. "We are situated near the snow peak, where the concentration of frost elements in the surrounding environment is exceedingly high. The goat herd thrives here, with the frosty elements permeating their bodies. If these goats were natural creatures, they would possess the ability to harmonize magical energy, accumulating it in an orderly manner. As this stable magical energy accumulates, it undergoes a qualitative transformation, forming magical crystals. However, as we previously speculated, these goats are artificial constructs. While their flesh and blood structures are stable, they lack the ability to coordinate magical energy. They have continually existed within a magic-restrictive environment. The frost elements within the goats cannot be perfectly digested and absorbed. Although they can be transformed into magical energy, this energy is chaotic and contradictory. Not only can it not form magical crystals, but it also possesses a peculiar characteristic. When temperatures are low, it remains relatively stable, lying dormant within the body. When temperatures rise to a certain degree, it erupts violently, manifesting symptoms akin to cold poison. I previously believed I had succumbed to cold poison and therefore ingested an antidote formulated with fire element materials. However, the fire attribute magic within the antidote only served to exacerbate the chaos of the ice attribute magic. The conflict between the two caused me to faint on the spot. Ziti paused before continuing. "It is for this reason that when we removed our woolen garments, our body temperature rapidly decreased, allowing the ice attribute magic to stabilize and recede, leading to our swift recovery." "Is that so?" The group collectively experienced a moment of enlightenment upon hearing this analysis. Such occurrences are, in fact, quite common in the cultivation of extraordinary individuals. For instance, when a mage meditates and encounters a mishap, resulting in the unsuccessful transformation of ice elements into magical energy, they may become afflicted with cold poison, or even become entirely encased in ice. Similarly, practitioners of martial energy, such as warriors, knights, and swordsmen, who consume magical beast flesh or potions may find themselves unable to digest the overwhelming magical energy, leading to a backlash. This phenomenon is not limited to practitioners. It is even more prevalent in nature. For example, mermen who live in the sea for extended periods may experience dry, cracked skin and lethargy upon entering the desert during the day. This is due to the abundance of fire and light elements in the desert, which, when immersed in such an environment, mermen inevitably absorb these elements. Though this absorption is not intentional, it forms magical energy at the surface of their skin. When this magical energy conflicts with the water element magic that the mermen have internally constructed, it results in symptoms of dry and cracked skin and lethargy. In the north, a flourishing phoenix tree may suddenly be beset by a snowstorm. Following the storm, the tree's leaves fall entirely, leaving only bare branches, with many areas suffering frostbite. This occurs due to a sudden surge of ice elements that leads to magical erosion. Conversely, there exist numerous methods in nature to counteract magical erosion. For instance, the pines in snowy fields can maintain the stability of their wood-type magical energy in environments rich in frost elements. Likewise, rhinoceroses on the grasslands often roll in mud to construct mud armor to shield themselves from the scorching sun, simultaneously preventing mosquito bites. This creates a layer of earth-type magical energy that substitutes for their skin, engaging in a battle of attrition against external magical erosion. In light of Lady Ziti's explanation, could it be that this goat meat is, in fact, a prized resource? Although it appears to be ordinary beast meat, it actually harbors magical energy, qualifying it as magical beast meat. Magical beast meat is a highly coveted resource for practitioners. Lanza, as a bronze elite, was particularly attuned to the nuances of cultivation resources and quickly exclaimed. Indeed, during the process of martial energy cultivation, the demand for magical beast flesh is substantial. For instance, practitioners of fire martial energy typically consume fire attribute magical beast meat. On one hand, magical beast meat is rich in nutrients, and long-term consumption enhances the practitioner's life essence. On the other hand, the magical energy contained within the beast meat permeates the practitioner's body upon consumption. If left unmonitored, this external magical energy can pose a threat. However, when the practitioner operates their fire martial energy techniques, they can swiftly absorb and transform this magical energy, not only eliminating potential hazards, but also facilitating the growth of their martial energy. Upon hearing Lanza's remarks, Sangshu nodded slightly in agreement. According to what you have said, such a possibility certainly exists. The distinction between magical beast meat and ordinary meat lies in the presence of magical energy. However, compared to typical magical beast meat, the magical energy within this goat meat is rather unique. When the temperature is exceedingly low, magical energy remains quite restrained, residing deep within the body and exhibiting a stable disposition. However, once the temperature rises to a certain degree, this magical energy reveals its chaotic essence, potentially erupting and posing a lethal threat to the consumer. If an ice-based martial technique is exceptionally proficient, capable of enduring and transforming this ice elemental magic, then the goat meat would hold substantial value as a delicacy for magical beasts for such individuals. Yet, it is likely that those individuals are few and far between. Jinjin wore a contemplative expression. The martial technique is a method that employs martial energy to construct a harmonious, balanced, and cyclical coordination of the magical energy within one's body. There exists a plethora of martial techniques, varying greatly in quality. The most exceptional martial techniques demand not only extraordinary talent from their creators, but also require generations of refinement. The number of those highly esteemed martial techniques, recognized as the pinnacle, is exceedingly scarce, perhaps countable on one's fingers. For instance, the sacred martial arts practiced by the Holy Emperor, the polar blizzard martial arts of Duke Ice Howl, and the blazing flame martial arts of the Sword Saint. The more remarkable the martial technique, the more efficiently it can absorb and convert the magical energy contained within the flesh of magical beasts. Under normal circumstances, the magical energy within beast flesh is relatively balanced and stable, dispersing at a slow rate after processing. This energy is easily perceptible and readily assimilated. However, goat meat is evidently an anomaly. Goats are not natural beings. The abundance of magical energy they contain far exceeds their life forms. The structure within the herd is also rather chaotic, with the vast majority being ordinary beasts, while only a few are of bronze-tier life forms. Further investigation reveals that once the magical energy within goat meat erupts, it can render even bronze-tier blue algae and yellow algae immobile. Yet, when subdued and restrained, neither Jinjin, blue algae, nor purple algae can perceive it. These two characteristics of magical energy structure significantly elevate the requirements of the ice-based martial techniques. Chapter 31. A familiar sensation. This goat meat, if properly developed, indeed possesses significant commercial potential. Sangshu contemplated further. He raised a finger. First, the inherent magical essence within ordinary goat meat far surpasses that of typical bronze-grade magical beast meat. The costs involved in raising ordinary goats versus an equivalent number of bronze-grade magical beasts are fundamentally different, showing a vast disparity. He then raised a second finger. Although the magical structure of goat meat is peculiar and perilous, it remains remarkably contained and stable at lower temperatures, presenting a natural storage advantage. Typically, once a magical beast is slaughtered, the magical energy within its body begins to dissipate rapidly. At this stage, it is common for mages and alchemists to intervene, processing the beast's various parts to capture the magical energy and extend the stability of its structure. Take, for instance, the largest magical beast hunting group on the Holy Bright Continent, the Giant Mouth Hunting Group. After slaying a beast, they immediately assign specialized personnel to cut it into parts, seal them individually, and transport them to their camp, where they enhance the seals using magical arrays. Even with multiple layers of seals, the magical materials derived from the beasts continue to leak magical energy, and their value diminishes over time. Thus, for exceedingly valuable magical materials, the giant mouth hunting group does not hesitate to utilize teleportation arrays for transportation. The processing and transportation costs are substantial, particularly for more powerful magical beasts. Consequently, under suitable conditions, the giant mouth hunting group prefers to capture magical beasts alive rather than slay them on sight. They transport the living beasts to large cities, where they are slaughtered locally for the sale of fresh magical materials. However, this approach presents its own challenges, as the cost of raising magical beasts is quite high, and monitoring and subduing them requires formidable, extraordinary individuals, leading to significant manpower consumption. Sangshu, possessing extensive knowledge, was well acquainted with the magical beast hunting and trading industry. Jinjin felt a surge of excitement. Resources are of utmost importance. Jinjin had originally set his sights on these goats. His initial plan was to use them as mounts to develop a cavalry, should he become the lord of Baisha City. Having an elite cavalry at his disposal would greatly enhance his control over the situation. Thus, Jinjin had previously taken the initiative to subdue 4 bronze-grade skeletal sheep and had captured numerous lambs in an attempt to raise them. However, the result was tragic. All the lambs succumbed to poisoning, while the 4 bronze-grade sheep managed to survive. The others also fell ill from consuming the goat meat. It could be said that Jinjin's cavalry plan had utterly failed. Yet now, he discovered an alternative possibility: the direct sale of goat blood and meat. Life unfolds in such a manner. Plans are perpetually outpaced by change. The harsh realities bring calamity, shattering dreams and schemes, yet often bestow gifts that sustain hope. Hope endures. The crux lies in one's ability to perceive it. Many fail to see hope, sinking into despair. Recognizing hope requires not merely bright eyes, but a sound mindset or profound wisdom. Zidi's violet eyes sparkled as she echoed Sangshu's thoughts. Should we manage to find extraordinary individuals capable of digesting this goat meat efficiently, it would indeed represent a monumental business venture. Ordinary goats are exceedingly easy to capture. We could even engage in large-scale artificial breeding. The costs associated with raising and transporting them are significantly lower than those for bronze or black iron magical beasts. The potential profits from this venture are substantial. And there is an additional brilliant aspect. If we sell at a low price in large quantities, this business could forge connections with the aristocracy at the empire's apex. Lan Zhao's expression was brimming with excitement. From this perspective, these goats are akin to walking, bleeding piles of gold coins. The violet-eyed maiden gazed intently at Jinjin. My lord Jinjin, if we develop and master this business, it will undoubtedly benefit you greatly. Whether competing for the title of Lord of Baisha City or after attaining it, you will require substantial funds. This venture could serve as wings propelling you forward. It may even garner support from the upper echelons of the nobility. Jinjin nodded, aware of the prospects and benefits, yet he maintained a calm demeanor. This matter requires careful deliberation. The pressing issue remains resolving the chaotic magical energy within us. The atmosphere within the tent gradually calmed. Allowing this icy magical energy to linger within the body is utterly unacceptable. For even if this energy is of low activity, it will continue to silently erode one's vitality. While it may seem harmless in the short term, these energies pose a lethal threat once body temperature rises. Jinjin was determined to address this dilemma, aiming to preserve not only his own life, but also those of his companions. He needed to lead this small group of individuals to the Beastman continent to compete for his position as Lord of Baisha City. But how to resolve this conundrum? All eyes within the tent fell upon Zidi, awaiting the alchemist's response, especially since lower-tier magic and combat energy could not be summoned at this moment. With a serious expression, Zidi acknowledged the weight of her responsibility, contemplating. I need to conduct experiments first. I cannot provide an answer just yet. Jinjin nodded. What do you require? We will fully cooperate. Jinjin immediately offered his tent to Zidi. Lan Zhao's team resumed capturing large quantities of goats, while Sangshu personally oversaw the dissection. Jinjin even took down a bronze-grade sheep. The magical goat blood, meat, bones, and hides were transported in batches to the tent. The tent's lights burned from dusk until deep into the night, and as dawn approached, Zidi, with heavy dark circles under her eyes, parted the tent's entrance. I need grass. Grass? Jinjin had been waiting outside the tent. The goat's food, the more grass, the better. Remember to include the roots, Zidi instructed. Jinjin nodded and promptly issued the necessary orders. Fortunately, with the assistance of his subordinates, they had ample manpower, Otherwise, he would have struggled to meet Zidi's urgent needs alone. Standing outside the tent, Jinjin gazed at the gradually brightening sky, aware that the night was drawing to a close. He remained unaware of Zidi's specific progress, his heart filled with concern. Though his outward composure revealed nothing, he stood resolutely at the tent's entrance, hand resting on the rough wooden hilt of his knife, his posture as straight as a spear. Whenever the exploration team passed by and caught sight of Jinjin, their restless hearts found tranquility, and hope blossomed anew. The group dug up grass by the roots, removing the soil, and delivered piles of it into the tent. The tent resembled a bear awakening from hibernation, voraciously consuming its offerings, revealing astonishing capacity. Jinjin could smell an array of peculiar scents wafting from within the tent. As the sun illuminated the eastern sky, painting it with hues of dawn, Zidi's voice emerged from the tent. "Lord Jinjin, are you still there?" "I am," Jinjin promptly replied. "Then please come in." Jinjin felt invigorated and swiftly turned, parting the entrance curtain to enter the tent. The odors inside were even more pungent, enveloped in a faint mist. Zidi appeared weary, yet her crystalline eyes shimmered with excitement. "I have not failed you." Zidi raised a glass vial in her hand, containing a deep blue liquid reminiscent of seawater. "It turns out these goats, much like us, are victims. The true essence of ice magic resides within these humble grasses. Though their life force appears ordinary, they are, in reality, imbued with an abundance of ice magic. When the goats consume these grasses, the magic becomes infused within them. Consequently, when we partake of the goat's flesh and blood, we too acquire this extraordinary power." The revelation from Zid left ZH&J astonished. "So, these grasses are akin to magical plants? Their value is astonishing?" he inquired. Zid nodded in affirmation. "The sap of these grasses is exceptionally rich, especially the roots, comparable to berries. However, I still recommend that we sell the goat meat. This grass is easily replicable, be it the Druid Masters or the Empire's sacred grove, as long as they obtain a sufficient quantity of the grass. They possess the capability to cultivate it in abundance. Not to mention the likes of the Duke of Sengsu. The potion has been created, but its true efficacy must be validated through practical application. Naturally, ZH&JN would not be the first to consume it. He gathered a small group of individuals instead. Upon hearing this news, Huing Zio immediately insisted on being the first to try it. This prompted a reprimand from LNZO, and as the younger brother, he dared not oppose his elder sibling. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, LNZO swallowed the first vial of the potion in one swift motion, gagging. After consuming the potion, LNZO's face turned an unusual shade of blue. He clutched his throat with both hands, his mouth agape, eyes wide, as he began to retch. Yet, distressingly, nothing emerged. "Brother," Huing Zio cried out in alarm. Others looked on in confusion. "Do not be alarmed. This is a normal reaction," Zid reassured them. No sooner had she spoken than LNZO suddenly bent over, expelling a copious amount of blood onto the ground. The blood, a striking red mixed with blue, contained chunks of ice the size of an adult's thumb, emanating a chilling aura with a bizarre bluish-purple hue. After this expulsion, LNZO felt an immediate sense of relief, the peculiar blue color of his face fading rapidly, returning to its natural flesh tone. Zid approached to examine him, smiling as she remarked, "Excellent. The ice magic within you has likely been purged. The potion I concocted is designed to absorb and expel the ice magic from your system. As long as you refrain from consuming any more goat meat, you should not experience any further poisoning." To confirm this, the group accompanied LNZO away from the camp. He appeared invigorated, showing no signs of distress. Everyone rejoiced as the second and third vials of the potion were promptly produced. By the time it was ZH&JN's turn, it was already the sixth vial. A precaution arranged by Zid. With the prior trials confirming the potion's efficacy, she felt assured in allowing ZH&JN to partake. Upon consuming the potion, his experience mirrored that of LNZO, as he expelled a significant amount of blood and ice, extracting the ice magic from his body. But at that moment, ZH&JN's expression shifted. "Is something amiss?" Zid inquired with concern, stepping closer. "Nothing," ZH&JN replied, shaking his head. Yet an unsettling tremor lingered in his heart. In the instant he expelled the blood, he was overcome by an inexplicable sense of emptiness. He was all too familiar with this feeling. Just recently, after slaying the blade spider and witnessing his claws dissipate, he had experienced a similar void. Chapter 32. Reclaiming the secret techniques in the stillness of the night. Within the confines of a tent, darkness enveloped the space, insulating against the chill of the outside world. Jinjin reclined on a mattress made of dried leaves and hay, covered by a thin quilt. Previously, he and Ziti had endured the elements, but their current circumstances were undeniably comfortable and warm. Despite the inviting environment for slumber and his own fatigue, a lingering sense of weakness pervaded his body, an after-effect of the potion he had consumed. Indeed, the sensation he experienced was strikingly familiar. Jinjin was now entirely certain. When he had faced the blade spider, he had been at a dire disadvantage, lacking the single dagger necessary to sever the spider's silk, placing him in an exceedingly perilous position. Yet, in that moment of life and death, his hands had inexplicably transformed into claws, piercing through the spider's form. This miraculous change allowed Jinjin to retaliate and vanquish the blade spider, turning the tide of his fate. Afterward, his hands reverted to their original state, and an indescribable void washed over him. The two sensations were indistinguishable. The principle of the healing potion involved condensing the frost magic within him into a singular mass, which he then expelled. Thus, the feeling of emptiness must stem from the sudden and substantial depletion of his magical energy. Jinjin regarded this revelation with great significance, for this anomalous ability harbored immense potential. In the current situation, if he could not harness his fighting spirit, he would struggle to unleash his true capabilities. Should he find himself in a dire predicament once more, the ability to revert his hands to claws would undoubtedly serve as a formidable trump card. After all, even the silver-tier blade spider fell victim to that very advantage. Reflecting on his current line of thought, Jinjin pondered whether Ziti had inadvertently concocted a transformation potion during his treatment. Had he thus acquired the ability to transform into the monkey-tailed brown bear? Transformation potions, crafted by master alchemists, were powerful concoctions capable of temporarily transforming one into a dragon. For nearly a century, transformation potions had captivated the upper echelons of human society, with a key figure being Duchess Amy. This formidable noblewoman not only wielded impressive personal strength and influence, but was also an aficionado of beauty. She had developed countless varieties of transformation potions, most of which were rather rudimentary in effect, merely altering one's skin tone, hair color, or enhancing facial features slightly. In the current market of the sacred Bright Empire, Duchess Amy's transformation potions had become household names, maintaining perennial popularity. This lucrative business had become the principal source of income for her domain. He had recklessly charged forth, slaying the monkey-tailed brown bear, suffering grievous wounds, and teetering on the brink of death. During his intermittent lapses into unconsciousness, he retained a hazy recollection of Ziti directly infusing bear blood into his body. According to her later explanations, she had acted out of desperation, compelled to take a significant risk. Fortunately, her gamble had paid off. The bear's blood contained a substantial reservoir of magical energy, akin to that derived from goat meat. This latent energy within him was consumed during his transformation, resulting in an overwhelming sense of emptiness. Of course, there existed another possibility, his fighting spirit. This scenario was more complex. In that moment of peril, he might have instinctively summoned his fighting spirit, awakening latent potential within him. The island prohibited the activation of lower-tier magical fighting spirits, yet the precise upper limit remained uncertain. Perhaps he had temporarily transcended this barrier, unleashing golden-tier fighting spirit in a crucial moment. However, it was not merely the golden-tier fighting spirit that was significant. It was the awakening of his bloodline in that most dire of circumstances. Once a bloodline awakens, an individual's appearance undergoes transformation. For instance, a knight with dragon blood might develop scales upon his skin, while a sorcerer possessing Hydra blood would see his round pupils morph into slitted serpentine eyes. Marquis Jinmang of the Sacred Bright Empire was a formidable being of saintly caliber, renowned for his exploits on the battlefield in recent years. During his fierce combats, his fighting spirit surged through his veins, stimulating the awakening of his bloodline, causing him to radiate golden sparks of electricity, while his originally black hair turned to gold, thickening and coiling like engorged muscle. The awakening of a bloodline was a rare phenomenon. Even among the powerful, only a select few possessed this trait. For such an awakening to occur, a bloodline must reach a high concentration. If Jinjin truly possessed golden tier cultivation, given his age, he must indeed be exceptionally gifted. Such giftedness implied a notably potent bloodline. Thus, the awakening of his bloodline was not unexpected. However, tracing its origin, It should belong to the Golden Queen. Following this awakening, he bore the traits of the queen. How, then, did he manifest claws akin to the monkey-tailed brown bear? Might there be other bloodlines within him? Noble humans often engaged in licentious lifestyles, leading to a mingling of bloodlines. Moreover, some bloodlines would remain dormant unless stimulated. Under the duress of death, he had awakened his golden fighting spirit and elicited the awakening of a mysterious bloodline, transforming his hands into claws. But why did they resemble those of the monkey-tailed brown bear? Was it mere coincidence? Thus, Jinjin, after careful consideration, concluded that the first possibility regarding the transformation potion was the most plausible. The latter possibility of bloodline awakening was not without merit, yet statistically less likely. This realization introduced a pressing question. Did he still harbor the magical energy of the monkey-tailed brown bear within him? Was this energy still eroding his essence? The consequences of magical erosion were dire. Different bloodlines typically could not coexist harmoniously. If a noble human possessed two bloodlines, one would invariably be superior, the other inferior. Throughout the course of cultivation, the higher-tier bloodline would grow increasingly dominant, ultimately expelling the weaker one. If both bloodlines were of high caliber and neither was willing to yield, the situation became exceedingly troublesome. Cultivation of specific techniques would be necessary to maintain equilibrium between the two bloodlines, either favoring one over the other or ensuring both retained equal strength. Once balance was disrupted, fierce conflict would ensue between the bloodlines, jeopardizing the extraordinary individual, potentially leading to injury or death. Bloodlines dictated aptitude, and aptitude was crucial in mastering power. The human pursuit of bloodlines was one of perpetual obsession and fervor. Nobility endeavored to forge alliances through marriage with those of superior bloodlines, intermarrying among themselves, their personal indiscretions often motivated by the desire to produce progeny of exceptional aptitude. Among all races, humanity excelled in reproduction, outpacing elves and dwarves in this regard. Yet, the number of offspring born with outstanding aptitude remained a mere fraction. Furthermore, the more potent an individual, the more challenging it was to bear offspring. The cost of reproduction was exorbitant. Beyond natural means, humans resorted to various and scrupulous methods, such as employing magic, concocting potions, creating conducive environments, or making pacts with demons, to forcibly implant superior bloodlines within themselves. While it was indeed possible to forcibly intermingle high-tier bloodlines, and many methods could yield temporary success, the outcomes were frequently catastrophic. The human body could undergo mutations, resulting in horrific deformities. These aberrations manifested not only in physical form but also in mental faculties, with numerous instances of madness, delirium, chaos, and dementia emerging. Moreover, the inherent stability of life has been irrevocably shattered, resulting in a drastically diminished lifespan and a fleeting existence. Ultimately, it culminates in the annihilation of the soul. There has never been any account of successfully acquiring a bloodline through external forces. Bloodlines are exceedingly rare and pivotal. An exalted bloodline bestows exceptional talents, which, through the passage of time, can forge formidable power. Such power equates to authority. The aristocracy exists above the vast majority of their kin precisely because of this solid foundation. The bloodline is the cornerstone and pride of nobility. Zedi provided me with treatment, inadvertently concocting a transformation potion. This potion has the capacity to morph my hands into the claws of a beast, implying that my being has been tainted with the bloodline of the monkey-tailed brown bear through external means. This inferior bloodline could contaminate my noble heritage. Should the level of contamination be significant, my cultivation potential may consequently decline. The transformation potion must not be misused. The repercussions of such misuse are severe and costly. Regardless of whether I currently possess silver or golden status, I am still young, and the road ahead is long. This is merely the beginning, not the end. If this transformation potion were to cast a shadow over my future, it would be a regrettable loss. Bronze, black iron, silver, gold. Beyond these, there exists legend and the sacred realm. Above the sacred realm, there are even greater powers. Who does not aspire to become a legend, to enter the sacred realm, to attain greater strength? Jean is unwilling to witness his growth obstructed by the blood of the monkey-tailed brown bear, diminishing his potential and hope, rendering his originally bright future obscure. I feel an emptiness within, a consequence of the immense consumption of magic power in my body. Has the magic power of the monkey-tailed brown bear been entirely expended? Previously, when my hands transformed, did it consume all corresponding magic power? Is there any residue remaining within me now? Since that transformation, no matter how I have tried, my hands have failed to change. Does this indicate that the relevant magic power within me has been exhausted? Including this occasion, after consuming the potion, the foreign magic power within me has coalesced and expelled. Is Zeddy's potion, which targets frost magic, also effective against the magic of the monkey-tailed brown bear? Perhaps I should lay bare all matters and request Zeddy's assistance in crafting a targeted emetic potion for me? Jin's thoughts were tumultuous, and he soon succumbed to a drowsy slumber within the tent. Where am I? Am I dreaming? After an indeterminate passage of time, he found himself in an expansive area. Before him stood a long wooden table adorned with bows and arrows. 100 meters away, 3 targets loomed. The table was crudely crafted, exuding a rustic charm. While the targets were humanoid figures made of straw, with circular white cloths hung at the heads. The cloth depicted concentric circles, the innermost filled with red dye. This was a venue for archery practice. Only 2 individuals occupied the archery range. One was Jean, and the other a middle-aged man, upright in stature, sporting slender mustaches. His face perpetually adorned with a hint of noble pride. Jean recognized this middle-aged man. He was his father, the current patriarch of the Baijin family. Due to fragmented memories, Jean felt a lack of emotional connection to this figure, but recent recollections illuminated their close bond. "Father, I have heeded your call." Jean found himself speaking. Hearing this, Jin's eyes sparkled with hope. The swift bee is a flying mount, capable of soaring a mere 3 meters above ground. Yet it is immensely valuable and seldom traded in the market. Among the nobles of the empire, those who possess the skill to cultivate swift bees are few. The Baijin family is one such noble lineage. However, the next moment, Jean spoke in a tone laden with sorrow and hesitation. "But father, your arm." Jean suddenly understood. This scene must have unfolded shortly after the patriarch's battle with Jean Kuei. Jean recalled the relevant memories. Aware that his father's formidable strength had been compromised due to carelessness, resulting in the loss of an arm during the conflict. Indeed, how could the one-armed patriarch shoot arrows now? Yet, the patriarch seemed unfazed. "No matter, you shoot first." Jean took up the longbow, knocking an arrow with practiced ease, and with a swift release, struck the target's head. Perhaps due to Jin's earlier despondency, he failed to hit the bullseye. He placed the longbow back on the table. It was now the patriarch's turn. The patriarch smiled gently, unfastening his garment to reveal a hidden pocket lined with intricately arranged long needles. These needles, uniform in length, resembled the size of an adult's index finger, appearing crystalline yet imbued with a faint, cloudy whiteness, not entirely transparent. "Watch closely, my son," the patriarch instructed, selecting one of the white crystal needles with his fingers. In an instant, he infused it with golden battle energy, causing the needle to emit a dazzling golden radiance. Facing the target, he flicked his fingers lightly. Whoosh! A sharp, piercing sound sliced through the air, while Jean observed the golden needle streak through the air, leaving a brilliant trail. The light shot straight towards the target, culminating in a thunderous explosion that obliterated the target into fragments. "What is this?" Jean gasped, his face a portrait of astonishment. The patriarch smiled and explained, "There are myriad types of battle techniques, some of which are secrets not easily divulged, known to the world as secret arts. What you just witnessed is the Baijin family's ancestral secret art, needle roar. Do you wish to learn?" "Yes, please, father. Bestow your teachings upon me," Jean exclaimed, his spirit visibly rejuvenated, dispelling the gloom of earlier moments. The patriarch immediately commenced his instruction, handing a white crystal needle to Jean. Seizing the opportunity, Jean examined it closely, inwardly marveling. This white crystal needle is exceptional, at least a piece of golden-grade equipment. However, despite numerous attempts, Jean found himself unsuccessful. "You have grasped the key points, and there were no missteps in your execution. Your failure is not surprising," the middle-aged noble clarified. "The reason for your unsuccessful attempt lies in your insufficient reserve of battle energy. Using the needle roar secret art demands substantial energy. Even with golden-level cultivation, one can only unleash 10 needles consecutively. Given your current battle energy, you should barely manage to release one." The patriarch then assessed further. Jean could only smile wryly. "Father, does this not render the use of this secret art somewhat perilous? To expend all my battle energy merely to release one needle, should I miss my target in combat? My predicament would be dire due to the lack of energy support." The patriarch's smile faded, his expression turning serious. He gazed intently at Jean, infused with profound meaning. "My son, reality is often harsh. Whether in battle or other aspects, you will invariably find yourself amidst risks. Many times, You will discover that releasing a single shot with all your might is the wisest choice. Temporarily depleting all your battle energy is a painful experience. Yet there are moments when we must make such sacrifices. Do not fear risks, nor should you shy away from sacrifice. Chapter 33. I desire you with a soft sound. A dagger soared through the air, its sharp tip embedding itself into a wooden post. Upon rising this morning, he had issued orders to gather an array of ranged weapons. Bows and arrows were the most common, but there were also specialized throwing weapons such as throwing axes and tridents, as well as items like short spears and daggers that could be hurled. Presently, these weapons had been cast forth with precision, striking the wooden posts at varying distances. Jinjin moved his fingers while observing his results, internally assessing himself. Strictly speaking, daggers are not designed as throwing weapons. However, I have thrown a dozen daggers without a single miss. I can hit wherever I desire. This same accuracy applies to the short spears, throwing axes, and tridents. As for bows and crossbows, there is no need to elaborate. If I had throwing darts, I could surely achieve similar results. Darts are not common. In the eastern part of the Holy Light continent, there exists a unique technique that enables one to move with the grace of a swallow, utilizing darts and throwing knives with remarkable efficacy. Thus, darts are prevalent in the eastern regions of the Holy Light continent, yet are exceedingly rare elsewhere. Such throwing prowess was unattainable for the previous Jinjin. However, after a single night, he accomplished this feat with remarkable ease, almost instinctively. No, this is the result of my diligent training in the past. It was merely that I had been unable to apply it. Last night's memories served as the key to unlocking it. Should I manifest such a secret technique, its power would be formidable, posing a significant threat to the fierce beasts on the island. Jinjin sighed inwardly. He still could not channel his fighting spirit. And the technique known as searing needles fundamentally required infusing one's fighting spirit into specially crafted needles. Therefore, without the ability to channel his fighting spirit, he could not truly unleash the might of searing needles. However, even so, with the resurgence of these memories, Jinjin's strength had increased slightly. Previously, he had wielded a long sword and fought valiantly in close combat. Now, with his newfound throwing capabilities, his attack range extended for hundreds of steps around him. Lost in thought, Jinjin heard a familiar voice. He turned to see Sangshu approaching. Sangshu walked over slowly, and upon seeing the various throwing weapons embedded in the wooden posts, a look of respect crossed his face. Jinjin, however, shook his head slightly. He had come early to practice, hoping not only to confirm these memories but also to trigger related recollections that would enable him to channel his fighting spirit. Unfortunately, he had not succeeded. In fact, prior to this, he had inquired with his subordinates about their techniques and had secretly attempted to cultivate them. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, the island's prohibitions against low-level magic and fighting spirit rendered him incapable of sensing anything, nor could he stimulate the latent fighting spirit within him. These frustrations he would not share with Sangshu, who had evidently come to report on the situation. Reporting, my lord, there have been no fatalities. Sangshu's first words brought a sigh of relief from Jinjin. He continued, we are truly fortunate to have Master Zidi as our apothecary. The potions have benefited nearly everyone. So far, over half of the individuals have consumed the potions. Many are quite weak, some have fallen unconscious, and others are suffering from fever, undoubtedly facing a serious illness. The potions have been prepared, and there is a sufficient quantity. However, for safety and prudence, under Sangshu's arrangement, the exploration team is taking the potions in batches. To this day, there remains a portion who have yet to consume them. Jinjin nodded slightly, posing the critical question. What is the current physical condition of those who were the first to take the potions? Sangshu shook his head slightly. The situation is still developing. But based on current results, these individuals are all very weak, with varying degrees of strength decline. Some are experiencing mild effects, while others are more severely impacted. Overall, the situation is manageable. At least there have been no disabilities or casualties. At this point, Sangshu's expression turned serious, my lord. I believe the danger of magical erosion has been largely mitigated, posing minimal threat to our entire team. However, another dilemma lies before us. Is it food? A flicker of understanding passed through Jinjin's eyes. Indeed, my lord, Sangshu replied with a slight bow, his worry evident. Our food supplies are truly dwindling. Jinjin nodded slightly. He had been attentive to the issue of supplies and was not surprised. Initially, Sangshu had suggested hunting goats in large numbers to acquire meat. Both the exploration team and the large group remaining on the beach had significant food needs. The exploration team had originally brought ample provisions, but their time away from the beach and into the jungle had been prolonged, and most of their food had been consumed. Jinjin and Ziti had sufficient food for themselves, but this abundance was only adequate for two. With the increase in numbers, the food available per person had become alarmingly scarce. Unless Jinjin decided to abandon this group to prioritize food conservation. How much longer can we sustain ourselves? Jinjin inquired further. Half a month, Sangshu responded. Jinjin nodded, feeling satisfied with Sangshu's report. This was the role of an aide. Sangshu was a competent advisor, able to detect problems in advance and voice reminders. Many matters appear trivial, making it difficult for a leader to attend to every detail. At such times, someone is needed to fill in the gaps. 15 days may seem lengthy, yet it was already a matter of urgency. Jinjin felt a rising sense of urgency, having endured numerous trials on this island. He understood how challenging it was to procure food. Sangshu must have felt the same, having joined the exploration team and experienced numerous hardships and dangers, never once achieving a significant food haul. The only opportunity had been hunting a herd of goats, which ultimately proved disastrous, nearly leading to the team's demise. Do you have any good ideas? Jinjin mused, turning to Sangshu once more. Sangshu pondered before responding. I regret to say I am powerless in this matter. However, perhaps Master Ziti may have a solution? Upon hearing this, Jinjin's heart stirred, and he regarded Sangshu with renewed interest. A thought began to rise within the young man's mind. Sangshu's words hinted at something deeper. Could he have discerned the truth? Indeed, the secret of the grass roots is challenging to conceal, while it may deceive others. Sangshu had been observant throughout. His vast knowledge made it entirely reasonable for him to uncover this secret. Ziti had discovered that the goats were victims, and the true source lay in the seemingly ordinary grass, prompting her to advise Jinjin to keep it confidential. Jinjin's thoughts raced. Given this reality, there exists a straightforward solution to the food dilemma. That would be to have Ziti concoct more potions to administer to the goats. Once the goats expel the chaotic magical energy, would not the meat become consumable? Sangshu's earlier suggestion seemed to allude to this method, yet he had not stated it outright. After all, this unique grass root contained potent ice magic. It was a precious resource, a secret any faction would be cautious to conceal. Sangshu likely feigned ignorance, having served the nobility for much of his life. As he contemplated this, Jinjin found himself admiring Sangshu even more. What impressed him most was Sangshu's ability to temper his intelligence, ensuring his wisdom did not offend others. He aptly and judiciously presents his suggestions without easily provoking others' disdain. Yet, he steadfastly adheres to his principles. Sangshu understands the paramount importance of sustenance for the expedition team. Currently, the team is well supplied with water, and there is a rare replenishment point nearby. Food is crucial. A shortage of food diminishes the energy intake of the human body, leading to a decline in physical strength and combat effectiveness, which subsequently reduces the ability to confront external crises. If this situation remains unaddressed, the vicious cycle could drag the entire team into the abyss of annihilation. In truth, the members are acutely aware of the food reserves. Once they reach a critical threshold, the expedition members inevitably experience psychological pressure. This pressure may escalate to such an extent that internal strife erupts among the members over the scant supplies, ultimately leading to the disintegration of the team. Previously, with just Jinjin and Ziti, they could adequately meet the demand for food. However, with an increase in personnel, while many aspects have become more convenient, they have also introduced considerable stress and complications. Sangshu worries that Jinjin may be negligent in this regard. Food is of utmost importance. Hence he raises the issue. From his perspective, safeguarding the existence of the entire team equates to preserving his own life. As a scholar who has not cultivated martial energy, Sangshu can only enhance his survival probability by relying on others. Moreover, the larger the team, the greater his value in management and knowledge will be. Sangshu is quite adept at the art of self-preservation. Such a talent is truly one I wish to employ, Jinjin muses. Although Sangshu is merely a mortal, he possesses profound knowledge, knows how to maintain propriety, and exhibits considerable wisdom. He is ill-suited to serve as a steward for a noble. He is not extraordinary enough to command respect. However, as an advisor, he is entirely qualified, even exceptional. Sangshu left the family he had served for many years to pursue authorship. This ambition is understandable for a scholar. For an ordinary person, remaining with the original noble would undoubtedly be the best choice. Why risk life for the sake of a manuscript? As Jinjin contemplates this, a thought stirs within him. Initially, he intended to leverage Sangshu's ambition to gradually win him over. Yet now, considering the current predicament, it may present an excellent opportunity for recruitment. Shifting his perspective, Jinjin's eyes begin to gleam with realization. He had previously intended to scheme slowly, but upon arriving in Baisha City, he would not be the only knight of the temple. At least 2 others aspire to the position of lord. Thus, the best opportunity is not in the future, but in the present. On this perilous island, Sangshu must rely on others to survive. Therefore, this island represents Jinjin's opportunity. For the first time, he perceives the allure of the island. Chapter 34. The explosive cavalry. Jinjin did not rush to seek out Zidi. Instead, he was accompanied by Sangshu as they arrived at the encampment. Numerous individuals lay within, all of whom had recently ingested the potion and were now frail and weakened. These individuals required consolation. "My lord, I pay my respects to you." The injured soldiers struggled to rise, eager to salute upon witnessing the arrival of the temple knight Jinjin. "Lie down, all of you." Jinjin extended his palm downwards in a gesture of calm. "Do not worry, my friends. The imperial banner still flies high, and the deities of the temple watch over us. This setback is but a minor inconvenience. As long as life remains, there is hope. Follow me, and I shall lead you off this island to glory." After offering his encouragement, Jinjin and Sangshu stepped out of the tent. "As long as a lord is present, the morale here shall not falter. You are the pillar of our hearts." Sangshu sighed. Jinjin smiled. Sangshu's sentiments were not mere flattery. Jinjin indeed held such a significance. This was the essence of a leader, the influence of a strong individual. Of course, the more crucial factor remained his identity as a temple knight, a truth Jinjin fully understood. In the hearts of the imperial citizens, the status of temple knights has always been revered. Emerging from the camp, Jinjin led Sangshu to a nearby hillside. Here, a rudimentary thatched hut had been hastily constructed, surrounded by a fence. Within the enclosure grazed several bone-horn goats, once leaders of their herds, possessing a bronze-level life essence. During the period of weakness following the exploration team's potion intake, these goats had been kept isolated. The caretaker of these goats was none other than Baya. This young man, who abstained from eating mutton, had thus evaded the corrupting influence of chaotic magic, avoiding disaster. For this reason, he had earned the nickname Lucky Lad. The Lucky Lad Baya had been quite busy in recent days, tending to the goats while also attending to the injured. Many had received his care and benefited from his kindness, rendering him quite popular. Among them, Huang Zhao, who had previously misunderstood Baya, took the initiative to teach Baya the techniques of combat energy after receiving his assistance. Upon noticing the arrival of Jinjin and Sangshu, Baya hurriedly opened the gate, respectfully welcoming the two. "My lord, I apologize for failing to meet your expectations. I have not succeeded." Baya's face was filled with shame. Jinjin patted the young man's shoulder, offering reassurance. "It matters not. I know you have worked diligently, despite being younger than Baya by age." Jinjin's words alleviated Baya's tension and worry, transforming his feelings of shame into gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. You are so magnanimous," Baya exclaimed. Jinjin waved his hand, signaling Baya to take his leave. He had originally commanded Baya to train these goats, intending to tame them as mounts. Should this endeavor succeed, it would greatly benefit Jinjin now and in the future. The notion of goat cavalry lingered in Jinjin's mind. He entrusted this task to Baya not only because he was lively and free from magical corruption, but also because he was the son of a hunter, having dealt with beasts before. However, based on current results, Baya had not managed to tame the goats. Jinjin did not feel disappointment, as his hopes had been modest. Typically, such tasks were the domain of beast tamers or druids. To expect a hunter's son, an ordinary young man, to accomplish this was perhaps an unrealistic expectation. "My lord, I take my leave," Baya said, departing. Soon, only Jinjin and Sangshu remained within the enclosure. It was then that Jinjin spoke, regarding the issue of food shortages. "I have devised a solution. We shall produce a large quantity of potions to administer to the goats, inducing them to expel the magic within, thereby purifying the meat." Sangshu hesitated at this suggestion, carefully choosing his words. "My lord, this approach may prove unfeasible. We are able to eliminate the magic from our bodies because we have merely been corrupted. However, these goats are the very source of magic. It is an integral part of their existence, akin to limbs or organs. Administering the potion to the herd may expel a significant amount of magic. but some will inevitably remain, and the goats will suffer greatly, likely resulting in their immediate demise. Jinjin laughed heartily, gazing intently at Sangxiu. These goats, much like us, are victims. The true source of the magic is not them, but the seemingly ordinary grass growing nearby. Jinjin's frankness left Sangxiu momentarily stunned. The old scholar looked at Jinjin, their gazes locking in the air, and with a blink, Sangxiu grasped the intent behind Jinjin's words. Have you not sensed this secret, Mr. Sangxiu? Jinjin continued. Sangxiu's heart quivered as he felt the pressure from Jinjin's relentless inquiry, akin to facing a master swordsman launching a continuous assault. Jinjin scrutinized Sangxiu for a moment, and seeing no further reaction from him, a wave of disappointment welled within Jinjin. He merely hummed softly and slowly turned, striding towards the gate. Sangxiu followed closely. Just as Jinjin was about to open the gate, Sangxiu suddenly remarked, "My lord, your honesty and foresight command my utmost respect. You possess the vision of an exceptional leader. Though we currently face difficulties, you still endeavor to form a cavalry. Indeed, the role of cavalry is immensely significant, capable of both offense and defense. With a proficient cavalry at hand, one often gains the initiative. However, in my humble opinion, these goats may not be your optimal choice. There exists a superior alternative. My lord, while these goats possess a high level of life essence, they are not natural beings, harboring substantial risks. They cannot harmonize their magic. And even if a cavalry were formed, their potential would be severely limited. Moreover, as you take command of Baisha City in the future, its surrounding terrain is flat, leading deeper into the wilderness, with vast forests but no hilly landscapes suitable for goat cavalry. Sangxiu spoke confidently. Jinjin maintained a stoic expression. Yet internally he acknowledged the validity of Sangxiu's observations. He was well aware of these shortcomings. However, the pressing question remained, apart from forming goat cavalry. What else could he create? Jinjin found himself in dire straits. Despite being a dignified temple knight, he had only recently gathered a following. Whether these individuals would choose to continue under Jinjin's banner once they left the island remained uncertain. Sangxiu suddenly inquired, "Might I ask how much you know about the explosive hoofed steed?" "That sounds somewhat familiar." Jinjin furrowed his brow, pondering, then exclaimed, "Duke Hengel?" Duke Hengel was notorious in his youth as a debauched scion, having lost his parents early on and indulged by his ancestors, lacking prowess. However, following a rebellion among the eastern aristocracy, his ancestors fell to ambush and perished on the battlefield. Hengel thus ascended, becoming the clan leader. Before he could comprehend the situation, the allied forces of the nobility swept in. Hengel scarcely had time to mourn before, supported by the knights of his family. He assumed command and led his troops to defend against the alliance. In the ensuing battle, the knights of Hengel's family fought valiantly to protect their home, yet found themselves overpowered and in dire straits. As the situation rapidly deteriorated, the cowardly Hengel, seeking to save himself, decided to flee. In his panic, he failed to identify the steed correctly and mistakenly mounted an explosive hoofed steed. The tempestuous and impetuous steed, known for its explosive temperament, is prone to madness. When provoked, it retaliates fiercely, heedless of the consequences, even at the cost of its own life. During Henley's escape on horseback, an errant arrow struck his mount's hindquarters. The furious steed, disregarding Henley's cries and the tugging of the reins, charged toward the brutal battlefield where the armies clashed. The previously demoralized family troops, witnessing the contemporary Duke Henley's valiant charge, were suddenly invigorated, roaring with renewed spirit, and launched a reckless counterattack. Caught off guard, the Allied forces found their lines shattered, resulting in their defeat. By a twist of fate, Henley secured a pivotal victory, preserving his family's territory. This tale of his exploits would later be revealed by him in a drunken confession 6 years hence, becoming widely known. Sangxiu nodded, recognizing the type of horse that Duke Henley had once ridden. "I know the method to cultivate such explosive cavalry," he claimed. Jinjin, upon hearing this, could not help but display a look of astonishment. "Are you certain?" The explosive steed is known for its wild temperament, easily succumbing to rage. A slight provocation can incite it into a frenzied assault, leaving no room for retreat. Furthermore, the explosive steed possesses a remarkably robust physique, towering over most warhorses by nearly a meter. Its hooves are larger and harder than those of typical steeds, resembling iron. With immense explosive power, it can reach its maximum speed in mere breaths. Not only does it excel in short sprints, but it also boasts commendable endurance for long-distance charges. Jinjin, a knight of the temple, though his memories were fragmented, understood the profound significance of a good steed for a knight. Recognizing the substantial boost in combat prowess it could provide, the height of the explosive steed grants the knight a vantage point in battle, where even the slightest advantage can mean the difference between life and death. The elevation provided by the explosive steed is far from negligible. Its hooves serve as formidable weapons. Skilled cavalrymen can rear their mounts to strike enemies with their forelegs, and a single blow from an explosive steed can shatter a standard iron shield. Moreover, the sheer muscular power of the steed results in terrifying impact force. Such exceptional qualities have prompted many nobles and leaders to attempt to form explosive cavalry units. However, their performance on the battlefield has consistently been disappointing, as the cavalrymen struggle to control these fiery steeds. Particularly when provoked, the explosive steed disregards its rider's commands, charging recklessly into the fray. The explosive cavalry is easily manipulated. A mere taunt can draw them into the range of enemy mages. Under magical bombardment, the explosive steed and its rider charge into certain death, unflinching. Against a cunning enemy commander, this cavalry can be led to strike at their own lines, becoming mere pawns in the enemy's hands. Despite the many advantages of the explosive steed, a significant flaw has rendered the explosive cavalry a source of ridicule. Yet now, Sangshu proposes to Jinjin the formation of explosive cavalry. Jinjin fixed a sharp gaze upon Sangshu. Though their acquaintance was brief, he did not believe Sangshu to be one lacking in discernment. Indeed, Sangshu soon added, I have a method that can enable riders to effectively manage the unruly explosive steed. The inability to form cavalry units from explosive steeds stems from their volatile nature. However, with this method, that flaw can be mitigated. It is worth noting that the technique for harnessing this energy is still in its infancy, far from perfected. If you do not object, I would be willing to present it to you. Jinjin, softening his gaze, nodded. Mr. Sangshu, I shall remember your contribution. The relationship between rider and steed transcends mere riding. The cavalryman not only trains alongside the mount but also channels energy into it. This energy circulates within the steed, enhancing its speed, defense, recovery, and strength. When the cavalry charges, the energy they summon creates a tighter bond between rider and steed, forming a cohesive unit. According to Sangshu, he possesses a nascent technique that allows riders to effectively control the explosive steed, preventing it from going into a frenzy. The value of such a technique is undoubtedly high. Sangshu continued, Lord Jinjin, while these goats possess a vigorous life force, they are ultimately creatures of chaos. They cannot autonomously regulate their magical energy, leaving them imbalanced and unstable. This means riders cannot infuse energy into the goats. Even if cavalry were to be formed, their potential would be limited and fraught with risk. It is preferable to utilize potions to cleanse their chaotic magical energy and then slaughter them for sustenance, thereby addressing our immediate challenges. Although the processed meat may still retain traces of magical energy, posing some risk, what more can we expect from our current situation? The warships sailed across the starry seas, their celestial armors soaring like dragons, while the ethereal cannons wreaked havoc. An endless mechanical army lay in wait within their personal warehouses, one man, a legion unto himself. Chapter 35. The strange flying squirrel food is of paramount importance. A shortage of sustenance can plunge the entire exploration team into despair. Even the mere pressure of scarcity may incite panic and turmoil among the ranks. After deliberating, Jinjin approached Zidi's tent alone. This tent, though second in size only to Jinjin's, stood devoid of guards. Jinjin had initially intended to assign some personnel to Zidi, but she had firmly declined. Exhausted from her extensive work of preparing potions for the team, she had already taken her rest. As Jinjin paced outside the tent, he was reluctant to disturb her, choosing instead to allow her the peace she deserved. Just as he contemplated this, Zidi, stirring from her slumber, gently flared her nostrils and slowly opened her eyes. Is it you, my lord? Came her voice from within the tent. Jinjin, about to turn away, instantly pivoted at the sound. It is I. I have matters to discuss with you. Soon, the rustling of fabric could be heard, and shortly thereafter, Zidi emerged, fully dressed, lifting the curtain to welcome him. My lord, please come in. Jinjin stated his purpose directly. But Zidi shook her head, apologizing. I regret to disappoint you this time. While your method may be feasible, I require a crucial ingredient to concoct the necessary potions. Alas, I have nearly exhausted my supply, with only a small reserve left for emergencies. What is this ingredient? And can it be found here? Jinjin pressed, unwilling to concede defeat. Zidi's expression turned troubled as she replied, perhaps it grows somewhere on this island, but I have no leads. Moreover, even if we were to procure sufficient potions for the sheep, it would be a double-edged sword. Such actions would expose the secret of the grass. Should the sheep clear the chaotic magic from within, it would reveal the truth that they too are victims, thus uncovering the true source of this magic, the grass. Here, the grass is a magical plant, far easier to transport than sheep's meat. I have already shared this secret with Sangshu, Jinjin disclosed. Zidi paused in surprise, then quickly grasped the implications. My lord, you have acted wisely. Sangshu is indeed a rare talent. He may have already discerned this secret, but chose to conceal it, demonstrating his sagacity. Or perhaps he was unaware, yet your candor regarding such a significant secret will surely convey your intention to treat him as an ally. Congratulations, my lord, on securing such an excellent advisor. Jinjin, however, shook his head and detailed the subsequent developments to Zidi. She was taken aback. Such a martial arts technique exists? Yet her brow furrowed with concern as she cautioned, my lord, if such a technique is offered too readily, its value may diminish greatly. Mr. Sangshu is a scholar, not a beast tamer, and most critically, he lacks extraordinary power. If the technique held significant worth, he could easily barter it for greater gains with other nobles. Jinjin held a differing perspective. Sangshu does not strike me as one lacking discernment. He approaches his endeavors with great prudence. He understands the value of the grass. Thus the martial technique he presents must at least be of equivalent worth. This is his leverage to maintain his independence and decline my overtures, but paradoxically, it has only increased my regard for him. A faint smile graced Jinjin's face as he concluded this thought, turning the conversation back to the issue of food scarcity. Jinjin inquired again of Zidi. She lamented the lack of solutions, simply stating, this island is vast, fraught with dangers, yet rich in resources. We can only proceed and hope to discover a more abundant food source than the sheep. Additionally, prior to your arrival, we established several camps along the route, where some supplies have been preserved. If we can retrace our steps, these provisions may alleviate the food shortage. Nodding, Jinjin prepared to depart. But as he lifted the tent flap, a moment of hesitation crossed his face. Ultimately, he turned back to ask Zidi, do you still have the blood of that monkey-tailed brown bear? Though he posed the question, he held little hope. The blood contained magic, a valuable material. Yet its potency wanes swiftly with time. Preserving it is no trivial feat and incurs significant costs. To his surprise, Zidi produced several glass vials containing remnants of the bear's blood from her small pouch, without a word. Give it to me, Jinjin requested. As he grasped the vials filled with the bear's blood, he exited Zidi's tent. Among the entire team, he was the strongest. With the current food shortage, most others would suffer diminished strength due to the potions they had consumed. According to his previous conjecture, consuming this bear's blood could replenish his internal magic, possibly allowing him to regain his former mutation. Clutching the glass vials, Jinjin resolved, of course, I will not resort to this unless absolutely necessary. The chaotic external magic could corrode his body and diminish his potential. Yet, as the elder of the 100 Needles once said, sometimes one must not fear risk nor shy away from sacrifice. In the early morning, a veil of white mist enveloped the towering trees. Verdant moss and vibrant mushrooms punctuated the forest floor. A small orange deer foraged among the underbrush, eyeing a patch of low shrubs when suddenly, a flurry of urgent sounds erupted from beyond. The deer, startled, swiftly changed direction and fled. Moments later, the frantic cries grew nearer, accompanied by human shouts. Chase. Do not let the flying squirrels escape. Use the crossbow quickly. The clamor intensified as 3 flying squirrels, chattering wildly, soared over the thicket in a panic. Their pursuers, hindered by the dense brush, were forced to slow, watching helplessly as the squirrels vanished into the depths of the forest. What a pity, lamented the leader of the hunters. The brothers Lanza and Huangza. Huangza, still reluctant to give up the chase, was restrained by Lanza. Have you forgotten Lord Jinjin's orders? We must not stray from the main group. We are already far from him. I merely wish to secure more food. That flying squirrel was quite large, safe to eat, and very plump, Huangza sighed. The looming pressure of dwindling supplies weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Yet recalling Jinjin's command, Huangza grit his teeth and relented. Days passed, over 10 in total, during which Zidi had prepared ample potions to cleanse the exploration team of the encroaching magic. After a brief period of recuperation, Jinjin led the group onward. Despite the crisis they had endured, the trials had forged a tighter bond among them, enhancing their camaraderie and understanding. Throughout their journey, they encountered several more perils, which they successfully repelled under Jinjin's leadership, united in purpose against the encroaching beasts. My apologies, Lord Jinjin. We only managed to slay 2 flying squirrels, Huangza reported sheepishly as he approached Jinjin. Nodding, Jinjin instructed, hand them over to Baya and the others for processing. Not everyone possesses the expertise to handle the remains of beasts. However, Baya, the son of a hunter, has been trained in this art since childhood and is exceedingly adept at it. The incident involving the mutton poisoning allowed this young man to shine, earning him the moniker of Lucky Boy. Almost the entire exploration team has benefited from his care due to his diligent and earnest nature, which has garnered him a favorable reputation. Huang Zhao approached Baya, carrying 2 flying squirrels. Baya was in the midst of preparing one of the squirrels, having already skinned it and removed its innards. He was now attempting to sever the creature's neck with a knife. After several strikes, the bone remained unbroken. Hey, Lucky Boy, use this, Huang Zhao said with a smile, handing Baya a knife. This weapon, crafted from spider steel, had been lent to subordinates to bolster their combat effectiveness following the poisoning incident that had diminished the team's strength. Baya accepted the knife. His first encounter with such a tool. Its lightness surprised him. It was far less cumbersome than he had anticipated. A look of astonishment crossed Baya's face as he realized that the previous attempts to sever bone felt like trying to cut through iron, leaving his hands numb without success. Now, with this knife, it felt as though he was slicing through bread. It was astonishingly effortless. Remarkable, Baya exclaimed, gazing at the knife with genuine admiration. Indeed, it is a silver-grade magical weapon, Huang Zhao replied with a grin. Yet Baya shook his head. No. I refer to Lord Jinjin. That silver-grade blade spider must have been truly fearsome, yet the Lord triumphed over it, truly worthy of a paladin. His face radiated the admiration and reverence he felt within. Huang Zhao chuckled in agreement. Yes, encountering Lord Jinjin is indeed our fortune. Not to mention, during our recent encounter with the flying squirrels, Lord Jinjin's daggers struck true every time. Most of the squirrels were dispatched by him. Wait, with this knife, I can process the body of the flying squirrel leader, Baya suddenly exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement as he dashed to another location. The corpse of the flying squirrel leader emanated a bronze-level life force, though this essence was rapidly waning and would soon dissipate entirely. A dagger was embedded in the creature's eye socket, a fatal wound, clearly the work of Lord Jinjin. With firm grip on the spider steel blade, Baya carefully positioned it before exerting force to swiftly peel back the fur of the flying squirrel leader. Its hide was remarkably tough, impervious to ordinary iron weapons. Yet, beneath the spider steel, all resistance fell away effortlessly. HM? As Baya sliced open the leader's abdomen, he suddenly paused. What's wrong? Huang Zhao inquired. Baya hesitated. The flesh of this flying squirrel leader seems different from the others. Huang Zhao glanced over. It looks no different. No, Baya replied, his expression serious. He returned the knife to Huang Zhao, then crouched down to probe around the creature's innards and bones. After a moment, his tone grew more assured. There are indeed several subtle differences. I think I should take this to Lord Sangshu for examination. Agreed. That sounds like a wise idea, Huang Zhao concurred. Chapter 36. I am faced with a difficult choice. The venerable scholar, Sangshu, possesses profound knowledge and a broad perspective, often discerning much from the remains of magical beasts. Before Jinjin assumed leadership of the exploration team, Sangshu had already provided immense assistance through this skill. Having previously examined the remains of an ordinary flying squirrel, he had specifically instructed that if any anomalies were discovered upon dissecting the flying squirrel's leader, it should be reported to him immediately. Sir, I have brought the body of the flying squirrel leader, Baya announced as he approached Sangshu. Ah, Baya, Sangshu acknowledged, his gaze swiftly shifting to the body Baya was carrying. Sir, please take a look. I may be overly anxious, but I do believe there is something unusual, Baya urged, presenting the carcass for Sangshu's scrutiny. Sangshu studied it for a moment, his expression gradually growing serious. The old scholar, already frail and weakened by prior magical erosion, had experienced significant bodily damage despite the antidote's effects. Take it with you and report to Lord Jinjin, Sangshu instructed Baya. Yes, sir, Baya promptly complied. Inside the tent, Jinjin was deep in discussion with Zidi regarding the matter of crossbows. The exploration team's overall combat capability had diminished considerably due to magical erosion. With no outsiders present, Jinjin appeared quite troubled. Exploring this island had already presented considerable challenges, and the risks had now escalated. Lord Jinjin, we have reached our limits. For the time being, the team's condition can only remain as it is. Unless we utilize mid to high-tier magical potions or corresponding spells and divine arts for treatment, we cannot improve our situation. ZD deliberated. However, we currently lack the resources for such potions, and I do not advocate for it, as it is simply not cost-effective. The expenses for mid to high-tier magical potions and equivalent magic or divine arts are exorbitant. It is not worth it to save these ordinary individuals, even if 2 of them are bronze-tier elites. After a pause, ZD added, in fact, magical erosion has numerous lingering effects, such as various strange and difficult-to-cure chronic illnesses and a reduction in lifespan. Jinjin sighed. Let us set those considerations aside for now. I am solely focused on replenishing our combat capability. Do you think we can manufacture crossbows? Over the past few days, Jinjin had fully realized the advantages of ranged attacks. For instance, the flying squirrel leader, a bronze-tier magical beast, had been struck down by a dagger he threw, resulting in a decisive blow. With its death, the swarm of flying squirrels fell into disarray, allowing the exploration team to seize the opportunity for a resounding victory with no casualties. ZD considered her words carefully before responding. My lord, your idea is indeed correct. If we enhance our ranged capabilities, we can significantly bolster our combat strength while conserving energy and minimizing potential casualties. However, I fear we are currently incapable of manufacturing them. First, we lack a crossbow craftsman. The structure of a crossbow is simple, but its creation requires skilled craftsmanship. We are all novices in this regard. Second, we do not have a blacksmith. The most effective crossbows utilize steel plates for the limbs, which can generate substantial force. Additionally, the mechanism is intricate and requires metal springs, both of which necessitate a blacksmith's expertise. Quality crossbows also have mechanical devices to assist in drawing the string, a mechanism that even the Empire cannot produce on a large scale and must procure annually from the goblins of the Lava Continent. Not all scholars are mages, but every mage is a scholar, ZD remarked, being the current president of the Wisteria Guild, well aware that the arms trade is often highly lucrative. Thus, she was well versed in the intricacies of crossbows. Nevertheless, Jinjin did not easily concede. He persisted, I do not intend to use steel plates for the limbs. I only require wooden boards. We can dry tree bark and tear it into strips to create hemp rope for the bowstring. In fact, we have a considerable supply of magical beast tendons at our disposal. Although the power of the resulting crossbow would be considerably lower, it would be much easier to draw, relying solely on human strength. The only significant obstacle lies with the mechanism, which is intricate and requires specifically shaped metal components, particularly the springs. ZD, you are correct. We lack a blacksmith. However, our numbers are few, so we do not need large-scale production by a blacksmith. I only need you to utilize potions to corrode specific metal components and springs, Jinjin asserted, demonstrating his familiarity with crossbows. Although he had not regained his related memories, he possessed a wealth of knowledge on the subject. In fact, the Holy Knights were equipped with mounted crossbows, designed to be compact for use while riding. ZD sighed. I apologize, my lord, but I currently do not possess any potions capable of corroding specific shapes of metal components. I do not carry such specialized potions with me. However, if we can gather the necessary materials, I could prepare them on site. Yet, beasts that produce corrosive acid are not easy to handle and could pose a significant risk to the entire team. Moreover, there is something else I wish to bring to your attention, ZD said, instinctively lowering her voice. If your plan is executed successfully, with nearly everyone in the team armed with a crossbow, controlling the group will become exceedingly difficult and potentially dangerous. Jinjin's pupils slightly constricted. ZD's caution was well-founded. One must not overestimate nor underestimate humanity, he mused. Human nature is unpredictable. Faced with their savior, Huangzhou fled with a dagger, whether intentionally or not. In this perilous island environment, what extreme circumstances might arise in the future? At present, it appeared that all individuals supported Jinjin as their leader. But what if an extreme situation arose? For instance, if they were to flee together from pursuing magical beasts, would anyone resort to using their crossbows to shoot a companion, turning them into bait to slow the beast's pursuit? In this current environment, where mid to low-tier magic and combat energy could not be summoned, both Jinjin and ZD were quite frail. A single sharp blade or a flying arrow could easily bring about their demise. Humans possess fatal weaknesses. The members of this exploration team were not soldiers of the Jin family, and loyalty often requires time to cultivate. Jinjin was not one to disregard counsel. If crossbows were unfeasible, then they would have to consider using bows instead. Longbows would certainly be impractical in the dense forest, as they would be cumbersome and require a high level of skill from the archer. Short bows, on the other hand, could be made more easily than crossbows, yet they too would necessitate some training. Precision is paramount for ranged attacks. However, Jinjin's sudden acquisition of ranged combat skills due to the resurgence of his memories would be difficult to replicate. The members of the exploration team were not proficient in archery, with the exception of Baya. If manpower were sufficient, Jinjin could select skilled archers to form a dedicated team. Yet, their current lack of personnel meant that the primary purpose of forming an archery unit was to protect these individuals and minimize casualties. With abundant timber available, crafting short bows would not pose a challenge. If an individual's aim was lacking, they could coordinate a volley, creating a rain of arrows to compensate for the deficiency. However, training would be essential. Otherwise, they would be unable to form a proper arrow barrage. Yet, training requires ample provisions, and Jinjin began to feel a dull headache. Drawing a bow is physically demanding, particularly with higher draw weights. Many crossbows necessitate mechanical devices. Otherwise, one cannot draw the string relying solely on human strength. The greater the physical exertion, the more one requires sustenance. Without adequate food replenishment, recklessly engaging in training is undoubtedly courting trouble. Thus, the crux of the matter lies with nourishment. Ironically, the scarcity of food has become the most pressing issue at hand. In a moment of distress, Jinjin was visited by Tsangshu and Baya. The two brought forth the corpse of the flying squirrel leader. "We have made some unexpected discoveries, my lord," Tsangshu spoke gravely. Jinjin instinctively cast his gaze upon the carcass of the flying squirrel leader. "Have you discovered a magic crystal?" "Not quite," Tsangshu gestured to Baya. Upon receiving Jinjin's nod, Baya placed the corpse of the flying squirrel leader onto the table. Tsangshu then instructed Baya to forcibly pry open the incision on the flying squirrel leader, revealing vivid and intricate muscle fibers. "My lord Jinjin, Lady Zidi, please observe here." Tsangshu pointed to the muscle patterns. Zidi cast a glance and immediately furrowed her brow. "Indeed, this is somewhat different from ordinary magical beasts." Jinjin noted the distinction as well. Typically, the muscles of magical beasts are grouped together, forming a cohesive mass. However, the muscles of the flying squirrel leader were divided into numerous fine layers, closely arranged like fish scales, exhibiting remarkable orderliness. "Now, if you would look here." Tsangshu continued to unveil the internal organs of the flying squirrel leader. Jinjin and Zidi soon discovered that these organs were covered by a thick layer resembling fascia. Zidi pondered. "This is certainly unlike the normal magical beasts. But what can this unusual structure signify?" Although Zidi was a sorceress, she was not as erudite as Tsangshu in this regard. Jinjin's knowledge also fell short of comprehending the intentions of the old scholar. Observing the puzzled expressions of the two, Tsangshu elucidated. "I strongly suspect that this flying squirrel leader possesses the ability to unleash a powerful electric current." "Oh, how so?" Jinjin inquired, perplexed. "Is there truly an electric mouse?" Baya exclaimed in astonishment. Tsangshu continued. "There exists a peculiar fish that thrives in the depths of the sea or large rivers, referred to as the electric eel. Its anatomical structure closely resembles that of this flying squirrel leader. When it wishes to discharge electricity, all its muscles contract rhythmically, unleashing a terrifying electric shock capable of instantly killing an elephant. However, it also possesses insulating fascia to protect itself during the discharge." "But why did this flying squirrel leader not release an electric shock previously?" Baya queried. Tsangshu shook his head slightly. "This electric discharge is not a form of magic. It arises from the unique structure of life. Magic is conjured by sorcerers utilizing their intellect, harnessing elements, and creating something from nothing according to established laws. In contrast, the electric eel generates current due to its unique organ composition. It is akin to the ability to vocalize with a larynx or to fly with wings. The electric eel can produce electricity, but it cannot control the direction of that current. Moreover, the electric eel resides in water. Once it generates a powerful electric current, all nearby aquatic life suffers terrible shocks. For the flying squirrel leader, even if it generates current, the surrounding environment must be considered. Trees, earth, and air often serve as formidable obstacles to electric currents. Hence, It is only when the flying squirrel leader comes into contact with enemies that its ability to unleash electric shocks is revealed. However, since the dagger thrown by my Lord Jinjin struck it mid-air, this ability remained concealed. So that is how it is, Baya remarked, enlightened. ZD squinted slightly. Therefore, if we are to face this flying squirrel leader in the future, iron armor may actually be a liability. It would be prudent to wear thick leather armor. Sangshu shook his head. Leather armor cannot provide sufficient protection. The face is typically exposed. Moreover, the claws of the flying squirrel are exceedingly sharp and can easily discharge electricity after tearing through leather armor. Jinjin nodded. Thus, the most effective strategy against this flying squirrel leader is to strike from a distance. Yet, we lack sufficient archers. While Jinjin was capable of precise throws, he was not always able to deliver a fatal blow. He could not serve as a caretaker to others, nor were his subordinates merely there for protection. My lord, Lan Zhao has come to report to you. Just then, a voice called from outside the tent. Lan Zhao, a bronze-tier elite, had been dispatched by Jinjin to scout the surroundings. Inviting Lan Zhao into the tent, Jinjin noticed the latter's face brimming with joy. My lord, I bring good news. I have discovered a gathering place for a swarm of flying squirrels not far ahead. They are burrowing into the trunks of large trees to build their nests. I roughly counted, and there are numerous tree holes. This swarm is quite substantial, close to 1,000. If we take them down, we can greatly replenish our food supplies. Sangshu pondered. It seems that the gregarious nature of these flying squirrels has not changed. Oh, Jinjin raised an eyebrow, instinctively glancing at ZD. Understanding Jinjin's implication, ZD replied promptly. I have already tested, and the flesh of ordinary flying squirrels poses no problem. However, the meat from the flying squirrel leader should definitely not be consumed indiscriminately. Baya interjected. Hunting such a large group of mice is perilous. Lan Zhao shot Baya a glare before turning to Jinjin, volunteering to lead the charge against the flying squirrel colony. Sangshu shook his head. Lan Zhao, you underestimate these flying squirrels. A bronze-tier flying squirrel leader can unleash electric shocks. Such a large group may very well harbor a black iron-tier flying squirrel leader. What? Lan Zhao was taken aback. Jinjin, meanwhile, found himself in deep contemplation, facing a difficult choice. Yet, in that moment, he struggled to decide. This matter requires careful consideration. You may all withdraw and attend to your own tasks. Yes, my lord. Whatever decision you make, I will support you. ZD remarked as she was the last to leave the tent, leaving those words lingering in the air. Chapter 37. I pray to the divine. The night was deep, and the campfire illuminated the surroundings. Occasionally, the crackling of burning branches echoed, accompanied by sparks dancing into the sky. This encampment was not sturdy. Although a makeshift fence had been hastily erected, it was too low and flimsy to withstand the onslaught of fierce beasts. At best, it provided a semblance of psychological comfort to the members of the exploration team. The true defenses lay in the numerous traps scattered around the camp. Should a beast launch an attack, these traps would create obstacles and produce a cacophony, alerting those within the camp. Additionally, sentinels were stationed around the perimeter, offering another layer of security. On most nights, the majority of the exploration team would have long succumbed to slumber, yet this night, no one felt inclined to sleep. Many gathered around the fire, engaging in conversation. The abilities of the flying squirrel leader and the team's dire food shortages were widely acknowledged. In such circumstances, what should we do? Food is of utmost importance. Without sustenance, we will perish, regardless of the beasts. No one is exempt, for all must eat and drink. I believe we should eliminate these flying squirrels. Although the leader may be formidable, the majority of the flying squirrels are merely ordinary beasts. If you think that way, prepare for death. Once the flying squirrel leader bites down, you will be electrocuted and die. Even if the leader is rare, our numbers are too few to withstand its assault. Can the flying squirrel leader really generate electricity? Some expressed skepticism. However, upon learning that this was the conclusion drawn by Sangshu, doubt dissipated. It is fortunate that Lord Jinjin managed to slay the flying squirrel leader. Otherwise, we would surely have suffered casualties. In my opinion, we should avoid this beast horde. Perhaps we might encounter a more favorable source of food in the future. Thus, it is better to take a detour. Or perhaps we could find the main force. Your thinking is too naive. Is there guaranteed food with the main force? Let us not forget that we were dispatched by the main force to explore the surroundings and search for food. Ultimately, how long can our provisions last? Sangshu lay within the tent, listening to the sounds outside. He gazed at the tent's ceiling, fully aware that the remaining food could sustain them for no more than 7 days. Yet, at this moment, Sangshu was more concerned about the state of the team. Each person harbored their own thoughts, and the morale of the group had begun to wane, leading to diverging opinions. At such a time, a leader must decisively guide them. However, although Jinjin held this position, his authority had yet to be firmly established in the hearts of the team. The incident with the mutton, which appeared to be an opportunity to bolster Jinjin's prestige as a leader, resulted in mass poisoning, causing turmoil within the team without yielding sufficient provisions. Consequently, Jinjin was unable to solidify his authority. Now, it all hinged on this moment. Sangshu pondered. To be frank, this was not an opportune time. Yet reality is often cold and unyielding, presenting unexpected challenges that are far from satisfactory. People are frequently caught off guard and cannot force their circumstances. Whether it be Jinjin, Zidi, or even Sangshu himself, the entire exploration team had been driven into a corner by reality. Only by overcoming this arduous reality could one truly take command of the team. So, Jinjin, young leader, how will you ultimately choose? With this question lingering in his mind, Sangshu slowly drifted into slumber. How should I decide? Jinjin fell into contemplation. As a leader, he had no right to evade responsibility. He must bear it. The team was low on food, and confronting the flying squirrels was one option for obtaining sustenance. However, the risks were considerable, and the exploration team's combat capabilities were lacking. Suffering an electric shock from the flying squirrel leader would undoubtedly result in heavy casualties. Yet, I require a resounding victory. A decisive triumph is the ideal outcome. If it were merely a Pyrrhic victory with excessive losses, the remaining members would inevitably feel disheartened, losing faith in my leadership. Moreover, the exploration team was not large. Excessive casualties would leave the survivors unable to assist me in competing for the position of Lord of Baisha City. Besides this option, Jinjin understood he had another choice: to abandon the flying squirrel colony and continue exploring, hoping to discover a more promising source of food in the future. This choice would temporarily stabilize the team, but with food reserves only sufficient for 7 days, what lay ahead remained uncertain. They could encounter weaker beasts or perhaps face a terrifying magical creature that might annihilate the entire exploration team. If food were strictly rationed, it could sustain them for over 10 days. However, this approach carried great risk. Once food began to dwindle, panic could ensue, leading to mutual distrust and even cannibalism in a desperate bid for survival. My authority is not yet strong enough to quell such unrest. If such a situation were to arise, the team would not simply collapse, but descend into chaos. I could endure it, but what of Zidi? While Jinjin pondered, a sudden thought struck him. This notion was so audacious and terrifying that it startled him. If pushed to the brink, would I resort to killing others for sustenance? No. How could that be possible? If I took such actions, I would be no different from those beasts and animals. I am a knight of the Holy Temple. Jinjin felt a deep shame. The knights of the Holy Temple embody light and courage, always charging to the front in battle, upholding justice, promoting goodness, and protecting the weak in life. It became evident to him how challenging it was to be a leader. I fear I am on the brink of madness, otherwise. How could such a dreadful thought emerge? At this moment, Jinjin acutely realized that being a leader was no simple task. A leader must shoulder their responsibilities, not betray the trust of their subordinates, and navigate the right path amidst confusion, guiding everyone out of peril. Furthermore, Jinjin bore more than just this burden. He thought of Zidi, who had always trusted him, protecting him with unwavering loyalty. He remembered his family, his father who had lost an arm. He could not succumb to death. He must become the Lord of Baisha City, a crucial step in reviving the Bonjin family. There was also the pride of being a noble and the glory of being a knight of the Holy Temple. As his thoughts deepened, Jinjin's brow furrowed tighter, a heaviness settling in his chest, creating a suffocating sensation. His tent, the largest, felt as if it were a monstrous claw, constricting around him, tightening like a noose. Jinjin fought against the immense pressure, and the voices outside gradually diminished as most of the exploration team retreated into their tents for sleep. Yet, he felt the weight of the pressure grow ever heavier. Time passed, and Jinjin finally gasped softly, suddenly bending over and wearily collapsing onto the marching blanket, leaning against the only wooden post within the tent. Huff, huff, huff. Jinjin breathed heavily, his forehead glistening with sweat. He felt an overwhelming fatigue, not of the body but of the spirit, deeply exhausted. What should I do? Jinjin remained lost in confusion and distress. Instinctively, He knelt on the ground and began to pray once more. "O great Emperor, my God, your gaze transcends the heavens, and no mist can impede your stride. You hold the reins of the vast empire, guiding countless souls toward victory. You are so wise, so decisive, capable of discerning the paths of fate. Now, thy loyal and humble devotee prays unto thee. I beseech thee to illuminate my path, to dispel the mists of fate, and to grant me thy protection, that I may uphold the pride of the noble and the honor of the knight." Jin awaits. Time silently slips away, an endless passage. This is a protracted wait. Jin kneels, bowing his head towards the direction of the Holy Empire. It is a steadfast wait. In this moment of prayer, Jin exhibits an unprecedented patience. However, as the frigid breath of the deep night seeps through the tent's narrow seams, infiltrating his nostrils and permeating his very being, his heart begins to chill, and the anticipation that once soared now plummets to despair. The tent, shrouded in darkness, is devoid of light. The young Jin kneels upon the ground, resembling a stone statue. After a long while, the statue sighs, rising with great difficulty instead of remaining in prayer. His legs ache, and he stomps to relieve the tension in his muscles. His eyes are vacant, his heart burdened. He realizes he must rely solely on himself. Without divine guidance, the path ahead is shrouded in darkness. Yet he must forge onward. To remain stagnant is to await death and to disappoint all. Such is life. Often, one is compelled to make decisions amidst uncertainty, and even one's own awareness acknowledges the recklessness of such choices. Yet, individuals must bear the consequences of their decisions, whether bitter or sweet. Jin can only continue to ponder. Strangely, this time, he feels no trace of the previous embarrassment. As dawn breaks and the birds in the forest sing increasingly, Jin suddenly realizes an entire night has passed. He lifts the tent flap and is greeted by the rising sun. Sunlight pierces through the clouds, illuminating the dimly lit forest. The morning mist lingers among the trees, and the air feels damp and cold. Jin breathes in deeply, feeling a refreshing chill. In that moment of lifting the flap, he transforms into a wise and formidable leader, capable of discerning all and making the most prudent choices. Even if he knows he is not, he must play the part convincingly. The hesitation has vanished from his countenance. He has made his decision. The assembly is quickly summoned to heed Jin as he issues a series of commands. Lanzeo, for the ensuing days. You shall continue to scout and gather intelligence regarding the flying squirrel colony. Huangzeo, Baya, Sangsu, you are tasked with selecting timber. We shall craft a batch of short bows. ZD, I require you to concoct a potion, ideally effective against the leader of the flying squirrels. Indeed, Jin has resolved to hunt this band of flying squirrels. Chapter 38. Logging. Jin issued commands with unwavering authority, and regardless of whether it was Huangzhou, Lanzhou, or Baya and Sangxiu, they all accepted their orders with solemnity. However, as Jin surveyed those around him, he noticed the flickering uncertainty in the eyes of the exploration team members. He spoke sharply. Now, if anyone harbors dissenting thoughts, speak them forth immediately. The Knights of the Temple do not condemn those who dare to voice their opinions. Silence ensued, though a few hesitated, their lips parting as if to speak, but ultimately falling silent. Jin's expression darkened. He recognized that he had yet to establish sufficient leadership authority. Sangxiu seized the moment to speak. My lord, your decision is undoubtedly wise. Though the flying squirrel leader possesses the lethal ability to deliver electric shocks, their numbers are exceedingly few. Your archery skills and flying daggers have always been infallible. My suggestion is that we should diligently devise a strategy. The right tactics will enable us to triumph over these foolish flying squirrels, for the human intellect far surpasses that of beasts. Excellent. Jin nodded, his face alight with approval. Scholar Sangxiu, your insights are astute. In truth, our goal is merely to secure sufficient food. We can lure the flying squirrels in batches, controlling the scale of the battle. As long as we procure enough sustenance, there is no need for a direct confrontation with the flying squirrel leader. Yet, Jin's assertion was somewhat presumptuous. The instinctual nature of beasts is difficult to predict, especially considering the team's unfamiliarity with these flying squirrels and their limited exposure. On this island, life forms resembling flying squirrels bore strong signs of human influence, rather than being purely natural creations. Thus, understanding their habits was indeed a challenge. Both Jin and Sangxiu were well aware of these complexities. However, Following this deliberate exchange, the team members no longer wavered as they had before. Some regained their resolve, and morale experienced a notable uplift. While Jinjin had not yet solidified his prestige, and Sangshu's combat prowess was lacking, their combined influence was sufficient to galvanize the enthusiasm of the entire exploration team. Jinjin grew increasingly satisfied with Sangshu. In his mind, he evaluated. Sangshu knows how to cooperate with me. Perhaps this is the quality that makes him superior to Zidi. Although Zidi was the president of the Merchant Guild, she was still quite young, her primary focus and time devoted to the cultivation of magic. Sangshu, lacking physical strength, had served the nobility for half a lifetime, possessing a wealth of experience and knowledge, and had consistently aided in managing this exploration team. After breakfast, everyone swiftly set to work. The terrain was forested, with trees as far as the eye could see. To craft shortbows, suitable wood was essential. They required 2 types of wood, one for the bow arms and the other for the bark, which would be fashioned into bowstrings. Jinjin was uncertain about the selection process and looked to Baya and Sangshu for guidance. Huangzhao turned to Sangshu and Baya. The elder scholar smiled. Though this island is rife with bizarre and mutated beasts, the flora is less affected by such aberrations. I believe these tree species should be our targets. Baya added. Lord Huangzhao, my father and I have previously felled trees to craft hunting bows. I took a cursory glance, and this type of wood resonates most closely with my memory. Combining Baya's experience, Sangshu's knowledge, and Huangzhao's practical skills in felling trees, the 3 successfully identified the 2 types of wood. Huangzhao then set to work, chopping down the trees. As a bronze-level warrior, his strength far exceeded that of an average person. The blade from the blade spider was exceptionally sharp. With a single stroke, the tree began to lean and then crashed to the ground. Baya approached, inserting his blade into the trunk and skillfully prying off a piece of bark. The bark was dark green and remarkably tough, but upon flipping it, he revealed its inner layer. The inner bark was yellow-green, and when Baya touched it, he felt a slick texture. He nodded slightly and remarked, this inner layer of bark should be suitable for crafting high-quality hemp rope. The 3 proceeded to select a larger tree, which was significantly sturdier than the previous one they had felled. Huangzhao drew the sharp blade lent by Jinjin and prepared to strike. Sangshu interjected, do not use such a sharp instrument. Opt for an axe instead. Such tools can only be wielded effectively by the extraordinary. Ordinary folk should use axes for logging. Huangzhao complied, choosing an axe to chop the trunk. Iron swords are prone to dulling when used for logging. Thus, people typically refrain from such practices unless absolutely necessary. The exploration team carried several axes, primarily for the convenience of gathering food, such as bananas and coconuts, and secondly, to clear a path. Establishing a stable food source and a convenient route would be immensely beneficial. Huangzhao swung his robust arms, chopping several times before creating a notch in the trunk. If only I could use my fighting spirit, a single strike would suffice to fell this wretched tree. Huangzhao muttered, dissatisfied with his performance. Although bronze-level fighting spirit could not be manifested on weapons or envelop the body, it could significantly enhance physical abilities temporarily. Depending on the nature of the fighting spirit technique, practitioners would experience varying boosts in strength, speed, endurance, and recovery. After a few more strikes, the notch in the trunk expanded to a critical point. Huangzhao shifted his stance and forcefully pushed against the trunk, toppling the tree. The elongated wooden plank, after inspection by Baya and Sangshu, garnered their satisfaction. Sangshu then instructed Huangzhao to intentionally bend the plank, which exhibited commendable resilience. The trio expressed their delight as their task progressed smoothly. Their location was close to the camp, an area that had been thoroughly cleared and deemed relatively safe. Jinjin remained at the camp, overseeing the entire operation. Upon learning of the trio's achievements, he pondered and inquired of Sangshu, how many individuals do you believe would be appropriate, and how long do you estimate it will take for us to gather sufficient wood? First and foremost was the safety of the logging team. Typically, when logging in hazardous wilderness, a patrol or guard team would be assigned. While the exploration team members were all warriors, their physical strength was limited. Logging was a labor-intensive task that could lead to exhaustion, thereby diminishing their combat effectiveness. In the event of a crisis, the loggers would struggle to defend themselves. Secondly, regarding food, I propose reallocating some individuals to gather food in the vicinity. The yield may be modest, but our food reserves have reached a critical threshold. Even a slight increase would be advantageous. Thirdly, I believe this is the most crucial and challenging aspect. Our time is indeed limited, Yet both the crafting of bowstrings and the bow arms require drying time. Creating bowstrings and short bows will take at least 1 day, with drying requiring an additional 2 days. This leaves us with little time for training. As before, Sangshu provided Jinjin with numerous prudent suggestions. Jinjin nodded, recognizing Sangshu's unwavering reliability. Jinjin had always considered Sangshu to be the ideal candidate for administration. Managing personnel is no simple task. In this regard, Zidi lacked sufficient experience. Huang Zhao and Lan Zhao excelled in combat, but according to Jinjin's understanding, this group of brothers had not made significant advancements in command. Their role was primarily to lead the charge. Observing Sangshu's concerns, Jinjin smiled, calmly producing potions. In the next moment, he saw Sangshu's eyes brighten. Jinjin said, "I have prepared for this. Here are 2 types of potions, one for application on the bow arms, and another that will rapidly dry the freshly stripped bark overnight. However, do take note that these potions only have a shelf life of 1 day." These potions were hastily concocted by Zidi. My prior discussions with Zidi regarding the bows and crossbows led to the creation of these potions as a key outcome. Sangshu was filled with immense joy. With these provisions, everything could not be better. The scarcity of food rendered time exceedingly critical. Although the potions appeared insignificant, they actually addressed the most pressing dilemma faced by the exploration team. Jinjin subsequently appointed Sangshu to lead the team in logging. He also instructed Baya to gather food, while Huang Zhao was tasked with ensuring the safety of Baya and the others. Meanwhile, the area surrounding the camp needed to be continually cleared. Huang Zhao possessed bronze-level prowess. Even without the ability to harness combat energy, his fighting capability surpassed that of ordinary warriors. However, this arrangement meant that all members were assigned to the logging and scouting teams, leaving the logging crew without a guardian. Sangshu expressed his concerns. Initially, the exploration team was relatively large, but by the time Jinjin took command, only a handful remained. Following a poisoning incident, their combat effectiveness and stamina had significantly declined. What once required 1 person now necessitated 1.5, or even 2. Thus, manpower became exceedingly strained. "Rest assured, I shall personally oversee the guardianship of the logging team," Jinjin declared. Sangshu immediately felt reassured. Jinjin's presence guaranteed the utmost safety. He had anticipated that Jinjin would remain close to Zidi. Although her strategic importance had diminished considerably on this island, she was still a sorceress. Sangshu pondered. "Does this imply that you intend to assign Lan Zhao to protect the camp?" Jinjin shook his head. "No, reconnaissance of enemy movements is of paramount importance. Lan Zhao must continue to investigate the details of the flying squirrel colony. He is capable of operating alone. Others lack the strength and would only be a burden." Sangshu furrowed his brow and cautioned, "Then what of Lady Zidi's safety?" With no further objections, Sangshu recognized the scarcity of personnel within the exploration team. Jinjin's arrangements were already optimal. Chapter 39. The craft of bow making. The rhythmic thuds of axes striking tree trunks echoed through the forest. With vigorous swings, the axes embedded deeply into the bark, sending splinters flying, only to be extracted with a vigorous shake of the handle by the members of the exploration team. As they carved out a sufficiently large notch, the trees began to sway precariously. The lumberjacks shouted warnings, and a few of them pushed against the trunk in unison. The tree creaked ominously before crashing down, accompanied by the crackling of countless branches and the rustling of leaves as they scattered in the wind. These felled trees would roll back to the camp for further processing. The exploration team had not brought saws. However, they were lent some by the skilled artisan, Jean. These saws were crafted from the legs of the blade spider, a creature with long, straight limbs adorned with a row of sharp spikes, an inherently excellent tool. As a silver-tier magical beast, the blade spider's strength was soon appreciated by the exploration members who worked in pairs to saw through the thick trunks, as effortlessly as slicing soft bread with a sharp knife. The venerable scholar, Song Su, possessed a wealth of leadership experience. With Jean overseeing the operation, he divided the team into 2 groups, one for lumberjacking and the other for stripping bark into fine strips. By midday, the lumber team had exceeded their quota, and the bark they had stripped was already treated with various potions. Lunchtime saw an increase in rations, as nearly everyone was ravenous. Their meager catch of a few birds and a wild chicken paled in comparison to the labor and time invested, yet they had cleared a portion of the nearby forest. This was, in fact, a suggestion from Song Su, who believed that a midday rest would enhance the team's efficiency for the afternoon tasks. Although the lumberjacking was completed, the workload ahead remained substantial. The felled trees had been split into planks, forming the rudimentary shape of the short bough-S limbs. Each plank had specific requirements for length and thickness, ideally sourced from the tree's core. This was delicate carpentry work. If only a skilled carpenter were present. The exploration team, being novices, soon revealed their inexperience, resulting in the destruction of many trunks and numerous planks, although hewn, were deemed inadequate upon inspection by Bahia. The substandard planks could still be utilized to construct traps for hunters. Even the most decrepit timber could serve as firewood. And the charcoal and ash produced thereafter were valuable resources. At this juncture, the exploration team had developed a keen appetite for resources, not willing to let any available materials slip away. The progress of the woodworking was notably slow, causing Gene's anxiety and impatience to mount. He understood that his urgency would not hasten the process. Furthermore, Song Su's arrangements were both reasonable and thorough, having anticipated the likelihood of failure. As the team members grew more familiar with their tasks, the wastage of wood began to diminish significantly. Gradually, the number of acceptable planks increased, and when they reached a sufficient quantity, Song Su directed the group to commence crafting the short bough limbs. This process was rather straightforward. It involved shaping the planks into slender strips that were slightly thicker in the center and tapered at both ends, with notches carved out for future stringing. Once the short bough limbs were completed and approved by Bahia, they were treated with potions and set aside in a dark corner to dry. After this task, many began to exclaim that they felt ready to become bowyers. Others stretched their fingers or rubbed their sore muscles, arms, legs, and thighs, grimacing at the pain and fatigue that had nearly pushed their bodies to the limit, yet other tasks awaited them. They needed to produce a multitude of arrows. The selection of arrow shafts adhered to specific standards, with suitable wood processed into long cylindrical shapes, followed by smoothing the surfaces. Their primary materials for arrows were straight branches, cut to resemble the proper length and thickness. Bahia guided the team in crafting arrows, starting by stripping the bark from the branches to create shafts, then carefully slicing feathers and adhering them with a strong adhesive concocted by ZD. Finally, the arrowheads would be lightly toasted to harden the wood through carbonization, followed by sharpening. The resulting arrows, however, fell short of the quality found in military supplies. The shafts were subpar, and the feathers were rudimentary. Yet none could afford to be disdainful. The exploration team had limited feathers, primarily sourced from the chicken and birds hunted by Bahia that day, making each one precious. The sole consolation was that the adhesive concocted by ZD proved exceptionally strong. As for the arrowheads, they were pitifully inadequate, lacking even iron tips. After a few uses, they would likely be rendered useless. The lethality of these arrows was minimal, yet they posed a threat to ordinary beasts. Beyond the arrow crafting, other tasks awaited, such as constructing wooden shields, roughly human height and width, assembled from tree trunks and vines, serving as rudimentary barricades. Such fortifications had been utilized by humans during castle sieges long ago, but in modern times, they had become obsolete. If employed, they were typically reinforced with iron. In addition to shields, wooden spears were crafted, which could be wielded with both hands to strike flying squirrels from a safe distance. However, this tactic was of little consequence, as everyone recognized the swiftness of the squirrels, capable of gliding and maneuvering with remarkable agility. The team was primarily eager for the short bows. The technique for twisting the bowstrings was also learned from Bahia, involving a small trick. First, divide a strand of fine fiber into two bundles, twisting each counterclockwise. And when combining them, twist them clockwise. This method ensured the resultant rope was tightly woven and unlikely to unravel. The hemp rope served as bowstrings, with each short bow requiring at least two, one for regular use and a spare. By the time evening arrived, they had produced a sufficient number of bowstrings. Dinner, like lunch, was bountiful, featuring game that provided a rare culinary delight. The following dawn, Jean and the others rose early, for an important task awaited them, testing the bows. After a night of drying, aided by ZD's potions, the bows were ready. Bahia grasped the ends of a bow limb with both hands, bending it with force, and upon witnessing a pleasing arc, he grinned and remarked, "Excellent. Even better than I anticipated." Song Su then pondered aloud, "Huang Zhao, I entrust you with a task. Carefully break this bow limb, but apply force slowly." The onlookers understood the limits of this rudimentary bow limb as they witnessed the test. Song Su estimated, "It seems we can only use a single hemp rope as the bowstring." No one objected. Occasionally, multiple hemp ropes might be combined to form a bowstring. But after testing, it was deemed that a single strand was most appropriate for this short bow's resilience and limits. Baya affixed the bowstring with a clever and secure knot. Then, the hunter's son notched an arrow, aimed at a distant target, and with a swift motion, released the arrow. All eyes widened in anticipation. Clearly, the arrow, which had initially been aimed straight ahead, veered off to the upper left before descending to the ground, reaching a range of over 50 paces. The target lay at a considerable distance, its exact location obscured. Yet, the onlookers exhibited no signs of disappointment. Jinjin even nodded slightly, aware that this was merely the beginning. The bow required meticulous tuning. The limbs of the bow were rather crude, necessitating continual refinement with tools such as knives. Simultaneously, adjustments needed to be made to the bowstring and the arrows. Through this process, the short bow's accuracy would become more reliable, and its range significantly enhanced. Ultimately, after Baya's adjustments, the arrow successfully struck the target 100 paces away, embedding itself to a depth of 2 fingers. Jinjin felt a sense of satisfaction with this outcome. On one hand, this was not a composite bow, but a simple longbow, crafted from locally sourced materials rather than meticulously selected ones. On the other hand, the arrowheads were not made of iron. They were merely sharpened after carbonization, resulting in a rather rudimentary finish. Achieving such performance was commendable. Jinjin's expectations were modest. They found themselves in a forest, not on the vast expanses of a prairie, where a longbow would be ill-suited. The members of the exploration team were not skilled archers. Most were inexperienced, akin to ducks being forced to fly, and it would be unrealistic to anticipate accuracy from them at 100 paces. Given the constraints of their environment and personnel, achieving an effective range of 100 paces with a short bow was already satisfactory. The crucial factor would be how many arrows they could loose within that distance. If they could release more than 3 arrows with a measure of accuracy, the endeavor with the short bow would be deemed a success. Chapter 40. The tenacity of desperation. Do not underestimate the significance of merely 3 arrows. They wield a profound influence on the outcome of battle. One side remains unscathed, reliant solely on ranged attacks, while the other suffers attrition. The disparity of treatment between one-on-one and two-on-one confrontations is striking. The art of warfare lies in employing various strategies to create situations where the few confront the many, thereby establishing a numerical advantage in combat. Moreover, flying squirrels are not the undead. All living beings possess a sense of morale. For instance, when Jinjin swiftly eliminated the leader of the flying squirrels, the remaining members were thrown into disarray, scattering in panic. However, the frequency of arrow shots must be judiciously managed. Excessive shooting would greatly deplete their stamina. They are merely temporary archers, and their physical strength should be allocated primarily for close combat. Otherwise, the cost would outweigh the benefits. Consequently, Jinjin entrusted the task of adjusting the bows to Baya. Huangzhou and Lanzhou possess only minimal leadership skills, capable at most of leading small teams in assaults on the deck of their ship. As for Jinjin, he lacks the skill to adjust bows himself. And the same goes for Tsangshu and Zidi. Baya, the son of a hunter, possesses average strength. Had it not been for their predicament on this island, he would likely have faded into obscurity due to his mediocrity. Yet, in this dire situation, he is able to shine through his innate abilities. For him, this island embodies immense peril but also great opportunity. Ultimately, the lack of talent among my subordinates is glaring. Those with even a modicum of skill, like Baya, rise to prominence. Jinjin silently sighed. As Baya led a few men to adjust the bows, the others were far from idle. Huangzhou continued hunting, with the primary goal not to procure food, but to aim for wildfowl and collect feathers. Meanwhile, Lanzhou conducted reconnaissance around the flying squirrel colony. Wooden shields and hunter traps were being crafted by the group. Additionally, they wove hemp ropes from tree bark. Shorter lengths were used for bowstrings, while longer ones were utilized for binding, such as in the construction of shields. The stockpile of hemp ropes steadily increased. Although seemingly insignificant, they proved to be highly practical. No one could predict how long they would remain on this island, so it was prudent to amass hemp ropes. According to Tsangshu, the utility of hemp ropes is remarkably extensive. Beyond their inherent functions, they can be woven into nets when combined. Such nets can carry items, provide fabric for concealment, or even be fashioned into straw sandals. Tsangshu also participated in this endeavor, offering a rudimentary loom he devised. This loom consisted of a dozen small stakes driven into the earth, arranged in 2 rows. One row of stakes was alternately secured with a horizontal stick. Once the stakes were bound with string, They formed dozens of parallel vertical lines. By lifting the stick, half of the stakes would rise, causing the corresponding vertical lines to lift as well. At that moment, the sole horizontal line could be inserted along the angle of the inclined vertical lines. The vertical lines were then lowered, compacting one horizontal line with several vertical lines, completing the fundamental action of weaving fabric. Repeating this action dozens or even hundreds of times would yield a piece of cloth. This loom is exceedingly primitive and cannot compare in efficiency to those in the Empire. The difference is akin to that between the earth and the heavens. A person laboring for half a day might only produce a piece of cloth no larger than a person's backside. The members of the exploration team, engaged in using this loom, expressed admiration for Zhongshu's vast knowledge. Yet, Zhongshu revealed that this loom was derived from his studies of the orc tribes. Although the orcs inhabit the wild continent, they typically exist in tribal forms, with universally low living standards and productivity. This loom is commonplace among the orc populace. As for Ziti, her primary responsibility lay in the creation of poisons. Jinjin explicitly instructed her to develop a toxin that could naturally dissipate or be rendered ineffective through boiling or baking. Alternatively, it should only affect the flying squirrels, causing minimal harm to humans. After all, Jinjin needed to hunt flying squirrels for sustenance. If the poison were too potent, it might kill the squirrels, rendering their meat inedible. For the entire exploration team, the losses would far outweigh the gains. Given the current rudimentary environment, Ziti could only make tentative attempts and express the need for live flying squirrels for her experiments. Thus, Jinjin discreetly set out with Lan Zhao to scout the flying squirrel colony, while Zhongshu remained at the camp to oversee operations. Once the bows were adjusted, Baiya led the group in test shots. By evening, the leaders reconvened to share their findings. Jinjin and Lan Zhao had captured 3 live flying squirrels, which were handed over to Ziti. However, Huangzhao's group had not procured any prey. Hunting does not rely solely on combat prowess, and they had even lost some valuable iron arrowheads. These iron tips are exceedingly precious. Every loss is significant. Nevertheless, their efforts were not in vain, as Huangzhao's team ventured farther in search of fortune and unexpectedly stumbled upon a small grove of bamboo. On the 3rd day, Huangzhao commanded, "Shoot!" Multiple arrows whizzed through the air. Several rudimentary targets were erected at a distance of 120 paces. These targets bore concentric circles painted with charcoal, but few arrows found their mark. The targets were somewhat small, akin to the size of a flying squirrel. Yet, in actual combat, the objective was to strike moving squirrels, rendering the results of their shooting unacceptable. "Your posture is incorrect. Stand straight, extend your arms. Steady, steady. Why are you shaking?" Huangzhao assumed the role of instructor, his brow furrowed with immense pressure. Comparatively, the finest archer in the group was undoubtedly Jinjin, followed closely by Baiya, whose archery skills surpassed those of Huangzhao and others. For Baiya, this was a skill he had honed over years, essential for his livelihood. Hunters do not engage in brute force. This is merely a means of survival. Aside from hunting dogs, they most often resort to traps and bows. An adept hunter, when confronted by a formidable beast, would opt to retreat rather than confront it head-on. Huangzhao and Lan Zhao excelled in close combat and preferred crossbows over bows for ranged attacks. Their survival on the ship necessitated practice in archery. After Huangzhao's disastrous hunting results the previous day, Jinjin assigned him the role of temporary instructor. While Huangzhao's skills were slightly inferior to Baiya's, he had received training and understood the essentials of shooting. Individual practice must precede the formation of arrow barges, yet currently, they could not even establish a basic barrage. Observing the training, Jinjin felt a growing anxiety, though he maintained a calm facade. Today, Baiya replaced Huangzhao in the hunt, with the main target still being wildfowl, as the exploration team required more feathers for arrow fletching. No one expected him to procure sufficient food. Individual hunting is fraught with risk and generally yields low efficiency, heavily reliant on luck. Life as a hunter within the Empire is indeed arduous. Thus, the saying goes, those who hunt fare worse than those who herd, and those who herd fare worse than those who farm. Under normal circumstances, hunters struggle to secure enough sustenance. Farmers, cultivating the land, enjoy a more stable existence and higher quality of life compared to hunters and herders. Although hunters seem to have access to meat, the vast majority of the wilderness is noble territory. Poaching without permission leads to severe consequences upon capture. In their current predicament, the exploration team must rely on large-scale hunting to meet their food needs. The training on that day persisted from dawn until dusk. After their meal, the expedition members were too fatigued to engage in conversation, collapsing into their tents for a deep slumber. Inside the tent, Sangshu wore a grave expression, reporting the dire circumstances they faced. "My lord, our provisions are dwindling rapidly. At this rate, we can hardly sustain ourselves for a few more days." Jinjin maintained an impassive demeanor, his emotions surprisingly calm. He found it odd that the anxiety he had felt over the past 2 days had gradually subsided. He had acclimated to the pressure, even encouraging Sangshu, "We must train our archery skills. This matter cannot be rushed. We must endure." Without a foundational skill in archery, entering combat would be futile. Such rigorous practice might indeed deplete their energy and subsequently escalate food consumption. However, the current expenditure of provisions and the enhancement of archery skills would ultimately lead to a decrease in casualties during future confrontations. This was a sound investment. "I understand." "My lord," Sangshu nodded, "but this means our food supply is being severely depleted, and the team is aware of this. They are quite worried." Jinjin smiled. "Then let us clearly inform them of how much rations remain. If necessary, allow them to witness our food reserves firsthand." Sangshu's expression shifted slightly as he replied solemnly, "I comprehend, my lord." On the 4th day, at the shooting range, despite their arms aching and visibly swollen, the expedition members maintained serious expressions, gritting their teeth and relentlessly honing their skills. They understood the gravity of their food reserves and recognized their precarious situation. They had to gamble everything. Should their hunting efforts fail, extinction awaited them. Under such pressure, everyone exerted themselves to the utmost, diligently practicing archery. Although the initial results were disheartening, their proficiency improved significantly once they adapted. While arrows striking the bullseye were rare, the majority were successfully hitting the target. Upon witnessing the stabilization of their archery results, Huangzhou promptly removed the fixed targets and replaced them with moving ones. These moving targets consisted of short wooden stakes tied with hemp ropes, the other ends suspended from high branches. When released, the stakes would sway beneath the trees. Huangzhou instructed the team to aim their arrows at the stakes. The results immediately plummeted, becoming even worse than before. No one complained. They all understood that in actual combat, the movements of flying squirrels would be swifter and more unpredictable than those stakes. Practice, incessant practice. Every moment of breath was cherished. During lunchtime, the atmosphere was tense. With the members remaining silent, many instinctively furrowed their brows, pondering how they could improve their archery skills. While resting in their tents, they mimicked drawing bows, even without any actual bows in hand. After training, members took turns kneading each other's sore arms, many unable to lift theirs due to swelling, a condition that afflicted them all. Fortunately, there were potions provided by Zidi. These potions, originally formulated for extraordinary individuals, were diluted and still exhibited potent restorative effects when applied to these ordinary members. The combination of external and internal applications, along with a night's rest, allowed their arms to recover significantly. At dinner, they were greeted with a thin broth and sparse wild vegetables, merely a garnish. The team members' expressions changed, yet none voiced their thoughts. Everyone understood the severity of their predicament. "Sangshu, step outside." Jinjin's voice echoed from afar. "Why is dinner limited to this?" Jinjin seemed to challenge Sangshu. Jinjin countered, "But I recall there being some reserves left. It shouldn't have come to this." "My lord, those are the last of the rations, reserved for you and Lady Zidi. Bring them all out." "My lord, bring them all out. How can we train and fight without sufficient nourishment?" This exchange stirred emotions among those who overheard, many exhibiting looks of gratitude. "My lord, please allow us to take action." That evening, some members sought out Jinjin, requesting to be sent into the field. On the 5th day, it was training, and more training. As evening approached, Jinjin assessed their progress and was pleased to find that 5 out of 10 arrows struck the target. The moving target was considerably larger than a real flying squirrel. Yet this achievement met Jinjin's standards. He had never expected to mold each member into a master archer. Such a feat was impossible in a short time. Each individual's aptitude inherently determined their archery potential. However, a barrage of arrows could compensate for a lack of precision. With such skills, they could create a competent volley. In the afternoon, Sangshu approached Jinjin, saying, "We are ready to take action, my lord." "Let us wait a little longer," Jinjin replied, his resolve increasingly firm. This steadfastness surprised even himself. Chapter 41. A minor victory on the 6th day. After breakfast, Jinjin addressed the group, stating, "We have just consumed our last remaining rations. A solemn silence enveloped the crowd as they stood rigidly, fully aware of the implications of this outcome. Jinjin, with a piercing gaze, surveyed the assembly. Now, if anyone remains oblivious to our predicament, step forward. No one moved. Everyone remained steadfast, their faces etched with grim determination, as if their chests concealed molten magma, an accumulation of long-held martial spirit and an intense yearning for survival. Excellent. You are all astute individuals who comprehend the dire consequences of failure. Over the past few days, Lan Zhao has conducted thorough reconnaissance, revealing that, apart from the flying squirrel swarm, there are no more suitable targets in our vicinity. Today, should we triumph over them, they shall become our sustenance. Conversely, if we falter, we will become their prey. I, Jinjin, as a knight of the temple and the sole heir of the Banjin family, shall stand with you. I will lead you through adversity, surmounting obstacles to reap victory. Follow me, and let us attain glory. With spirits high and unity palpable, the team set forth. They soon arrived at the designated battlefield, meticulously prepared with low barriers crafted from vines and bamboo. The flying squirrels would need to take to the air to breach our defenses, presenting an excellent opportunity for our archers. There were 3 layers of this defense. Normally, a river would serve as a natural barrier, requiring no arduous setup. However, there were no rivers nearby, and the waters surrounding this island were perilous, often harboring constrictor vines. This formidable magical plant had claimed blood in encounters with both Jinjin and the Sangshu exploration team. Under Jinjin's command, Lan Zhao ventured forth alone, his figure quickly vanishing from view. The majority formed a battle array, a simple horizontal line, facilitating effective ranged fire. Sangshu and Zidi positioned themselves behind this line, beside Jinjin. He began to pray silently. O Divine Emperor, my God, you are wise and powerful, always seizing victory on the battlefield. You are the God of knights, the God of war, the God of triumph. Please bless me with victory. I shall adorn your throne with the glory of faith and honor, with the blood of our foes. O God, heed my call. Jinjin sighed inwardly. It was precisely for this reason that he refrained from praying aloud. Should divine intervention fail to manifest, it would cast a negative light on him, leading others to believe that this temple knight lacked the favor and protection of the divine. Thus, before battle had even commenced, morale could be severely undermined. The outcome did not surprise Jinjin. He felt grateful for his prudent choice. The morning sun pierced through the dawn, gradually illuminating the forest as the deep emerald hues brightened. The air remained frigid, each breath producing visible plumes of white mist. As time passed, the chorus of birdsong grew more abundant. Suddenly, a flock of birds took flight from the treetops, soaring into the open sky. Lan Zhao reappeared in the sight of the group, sprinting with all his might. Pursued by a cacophony of flying squirrels, several of which exuded the aura of bronze-level magical beasts. A spark of brilliance flashed in Jinjin's eyes. Lan Zhao's provocation had succeeded. Prepare, Jinjin called out. The exploration team, already poised for action, swiftly knocked their arrows to their bows, moving in unison. Fire, Jinjin commanded again. The team immediately released their arrows, and in an instant, the bowstrings thrummed as a cascade of arrows flew forth. Lan Zhao did not falter. Upon seeing the arrows approach, he dropped to the ground and rolled. One flying squirrel leader missed its target, crashing to the earth and sending soil and grass flying, creating a small crater. Utilizing the momentum from his roll, Lan Zhao quickly rose, now brandishing a shield that had been prepared beforehand. The arrows rained down, forming a barrier that eliminated several flying squirrels. One flying squirrel leader lunged at Lan Zhao's back. Hearing the commotion, Lan Zhao pivoted sharply, sweeping his shield with force, sending the squirrel sprawling. Prepare to shoot, Jinjin bellowed, timing the next volley as the flying squirrels attempted to leap over the vine barriers. Dozens of arrows once again formed a thin curtain in the air, interspersed with several iron-tipped bolts. The arrows arched gracefully, finding their mark within the swarm of flying squirrels. A few wooden arrows struck Lan Zhao's shield and armor, inflicting negligible harm. The archers, skilled in their craft, ensured that none of their shots would endanger Lan Zhao. The remaining arrows, primarily wooden, had only the tips charred and sharpened. Though they posed little threat to Lan Zhao, they were lethal to ordinary flying squirrels. This barrage brought down several more, some succumbing instantly, others wounded and shrieking in distress. After 2 volleys, over a dozen flying squirrels lay incapacitated, strewn along the path of their charge. The squirrel swarm began to scatter, with most continuing their pursuit of Lan Zhao while a few turned to assault the position. Prepare, Jinjin commanded once more. Fire. In the third volley, the team's movements grew erratic. The arrow curtain, while still effective, lacked the previous cohesion. However, as the distance closed, the arrows still inflicted significant damage on the squirrels. Baya and Huangzhou simultaneously aimed their crossbows at the squirrel leaders. Though one leader was struck, it merely staggered, its ferocity ignited, and it surged forward with renewed speed. Two leaders emerged, one fixated on Lanzhou, the other charging toward the line. Free combat, Jinjin ordered, drawing a dagger. With powerful thrusts, he hurled the daggers with remarkable force. Both flying squirrel leaders were struck simultaneously, crashing to the ground and rolling lifelessly, crimson blood streaming from their fatal wounds and staining the surrounding grass. At this range, Jinjin's dagger-throwing prowess surpassed that of a crossbow. Without their leaders, the squirrel swarm descended into chaos. The team fired freely, and only a few squirrels managed to reach the front line, only to be impaled by multiple wooden spears. After a brief struggle, the remaining squirrels scattered in disarray. We have triumphed. Both flying squirrel leaders fell to Lord Jinjin. Lanzhou declared, returning to the formation, his shield and shoulder armor adorned with wooden arrows. Jinjin merely glanced at Lanzhou, discerning that he had emerged unscathed, and patted him on the shoulder. Well done. All credit goes to your leadership, my lord, Lanzhou replied. Bowing respectfully, everyone knew that the key to their victory lay with Jinjin. His dagger-throwing skill had astounded them, decisively neutralizing the most formidable threats and shattering the morale of the squirrel swarm. Let us take a brief respite before continuing our hunt, Jinjin commanded. Yes, my lord. The team members responded with a resounding affirmation, their spirits soaring even higher than before the battle commenced. The way they regarded Jinjin transformed, shedding their previous doubts and apprehensions. They were acutely aware that Jinjin was gambling everything on hunting the rodent horde, and none could predict the outcome. Despite Jinjin's noble lineage and status as a knight of the temple, success in this venture was not assured. Should failure ensue, the entire expedition would face ruin. And Jinjin, as the leader, would bear the irrefutable burden of responsibility. Now, having achieved a resounding victory in their inaugural hunt, all worries dissipated from the hearts of the team. Former skepticism regarding Jinjin's decisions had evolved into a recognition of his wisdom and decisiveness. After all, Jinjin was a knight of the temple. Baya's eyes sparkled with admiration. Indeed, to serve under Lord Jinjin is a stroke of fortune, Huangzhou mused. Following Lord Jinjin, we shall surely embark on a new voyage. The members whispered among themselves, their gazes towards Jinjin infused with reverence. A modest triumph had solidified their recognition of Jinjin's leadership. He had begun to fulfill his promise, demonstrating his capability to lead them to victory and glory. This was not mere rhetoric. My lord, I knew this would pose no challenge to you, remarked ZD, smiling, her amethyst eyes revealing a glimmer of affection. Songsu exhaled a deep sigh, reflecting, thus, the entire expedition has transitioned from peril to safety. Their prior predicament felt akin to teetering on the edge of a precipice, one foot hanging in the void. Now, following a decisive victory, but their food supplies were scant. The outcome had lifted their spirits, binding the team closer together around Jinjin, their singular core. However, just as morale surged and celebration ensued, an unsettling sound erupted from the distant forest. The incessant chattering of rodents filled the air, overwhelming their senses. The fleeing flying squirrels had inadvertently summoned a formidable swarm. So many flying squirrels, they're charging towards us. How could we have stirred such a multitude? We were merely on the outskirts. Panic ensued among the expedition team. Suddenly, Jinjin burst into hearty laughter. Chapter 42. Great victory. The members of the exploration team, caught in a state of panic, were drawn to Jinjin's laughter. He bellowed, with me here, what is there to fear? No matter how many flying squirrels there are, they shall merely become our sustenance. Follow my command, regroup, and eliminate these flying squirrels. Yes, my lord. The crowd responded in unison. The formation swiftly re-established itself. Jinjin gazed into the distance, his pupils involuntarily narrowing. His physical prowess surpassed that of ordinary men, allowing him to see with greater clarity. A fleeting glance revealed 7 flying squirrel leaders and 100 ordinary flying squirrels surging forth. Could it be that the entire colony has been stirred into action? Indeed, the unpredictability of beasts is daunting. Jinjin had no intention of retreating. This scenario had been anticipated. Prior to the hunt, Jinjin and the others had considered numerous possibilities. The worst-case scenario was that the initial disturbance caused by the blue algae would awaken the entire colony. Now, having achieved a small victory, Jinjin had bolstered his reputation, solidified his standing, and uplifted the morale of the entire team. It could be said that after this minor victory, the team had undergone a complete transformation. Prepare, shoot. Jinjin commanded. Upon hearing the order, the faces of the team turned resolute as they nocked their arrows and drew their bows. A thin veil of arrows arced through the air, and immediately, several flying squirrels fell to the ground. The onslaught of flying squirrels was numerous and densely packed, making this volley the most successful in history. However, the sheer size of the squirrel horde and the survival of all squirrel leaders only intensified their ferocity, causing them to emit a cacophony of frantic squeaks as they surged forward with increased speed. Many faces paled at the sight. After this volley, they grasped the situation clearly. Despite shooting 7 or 8 times, they might not be able to eliminate them all, given the proximity and the squirrel's attacking speed. Even 5 or 6 volleys would hardly suffice. Soon came the second volley, then the third. Engage in free combat, Jinjin ordered thereafter. The curtain of arrows largely compensated for their lack of accuracy. However, now that they were at such close range, the archer's precision surged, making the volleys counterproductive, particularly for the more skilled marksmen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows sliced through the air, striking the mass of squirrels. The horde screeched chaotically, their numbers seemingly unaffected by the losses. The proximity of the squirrels brought immense pressure, causing many to falter, their movements distorted, losing their usual composure. Some struggled to knock arrows, while others let their arrows fall, leaving the bowstring empty. Huang Zhao, in his subconscious fury, overexerted himself, snapping the limb of his short bow and angrily discarding the damaged weapon. This wretched bow, he cursed, quickly drawing another short bow from his reserve. Due to the shoddy craftsmanship of the short bows, everyone had a backup ready for such situations. As for the crossbows, their rate of fire could not compare to that of short bows. When the battle commenced, there was no time to reload. They had to be set aside. Jinjin continued to shoot, hitting every target. Yet the short bow lacked power, its draw weight too low. After several shots, he could feel the bow weakening in his hands. He promptly discarded it, opting for another spare. In a brief span, Jinjin had switched out 3 short bows. Alone, he had slain over 20 flying squirrels. Yet the remaining squirrels still numbered in the hundreds, at least 50 of them, more than 5 times the number of exploration team members. While the ordinary squirrels were manageable, the fact that all 7 leaders remained unharmed was troubling. The powerful iron arrows from the crossbows could not harm these squirrel leaders, let alone the short bows. Jinjin felt as though a colossal weight pressed upon his chest. He understood well that if the horde broke through, the exploration team would suffer grievous losses. The foremost flying squirrel leader breached Jinjin's range. In an instant, a fierce glint sparkled in the youth's eyes as his arm surged forward. The dagger sliced through the air with such swiftness that the onlookers merely caught a glimmer of light. The blade struck the flying squirrel leader with precision. It was flung backward at an even greater velocity, crashing to the ground, motionless. The sight sent a shiver through the hearts of the spectators. Yet there was no time for celebration. The horde did not waver. The remaining squirrel leaders charged into the front lines. They were all bronze-tier beasts, and upon colliding with the exploration team members, they unleashed savage claws and formidable fangs. The unfortunate team members fell, their bodies scattering leaves and branches. Yet no blood or flesh was shed. It turned out that those at the forefront were merely puppets. These dummies, filled with straw and crafted to resemble human forms, had deceived the squirrel's sense of smell with a concoction hastily prepared by Ziti. Through dissection, Sangshu had discovered that the squirrel's vision was limited, primarily relying on their sense of smell. Their intelligence was also lacking, allowing the puppets to successfully draw a wave of attacks. Numerous ordinary flying squirrels pounced on these straw dummies. Each puppet managed to attract the attention of 10 or more squirrels, while the lesser ones drew in 5 or 6. Seeing the horde converge, Jinjin decisively commanded, "Set fire." Ziti had prepared for this moment before the battle commenced. She instantly acted, throwing out potions. The glass vials shattered against the stones, releasing their contents onto the grass, mixing with previous concoctions. In an instant, flickering flames ignited, rapidly transforming into a serpentine blaze that engulfed the front line, creating a wall of fire. The puppets within the flames blazed fiercely, billowing thick smoke. Some squirrels shrieked in agony from the flames, while others, choking on the smoke, wept in distress, their sensitive noses amplifying their suffering. Almost all the squirrels fled in disarray. The pressure on the exploration team significantly eased, although a few squirrels still charged at them. Their numbers were diminished, and they were merely seeking refuge from the flames. Arrows met them. Nearly half of the remaining squirrels fell victim to the onslaught. Baiya, Huangzhou, and Lanzhao maintained steady performances. Yet Jinjin remained still, as if carved from stone. Suddenly, a flying squirrel leader broke through the wall of flames, appearing within his line of sight. Without hesitation, Jinjin's dagger shot forth, striking the squirrel leader directly in the eye. It fell to the ground, rolling a few times before succumbing to death. However, as soon as this squirrel leader hit the ground, the remaining leaders surged through the wall of flames, unharmed. The ordinary flames posed no threat to them, and even the smoke merely caused discomfort. The squirrel leaders charged forth relentlessly. At this sight, Sangxiu and Zidi's expressions shifted. There were still 4 squirrel leaders remaining. All were bronze-tier beasts, while Lanzhao and Huangzhou were also bronze-tier warriors. Facing a squirrel leader one-on-one was perilous. Humans are not the same as beasts. The strength of human supers primarily derives from the use of fighting energy and magic. Yet in this environment, they could not channel their energy. Although energy could subtly enhance the physical prowess of human supers, it paled in comparison to that of beasts. Compared to animals, humans inherently possess softer skin and more fragile bones. Huangzhou and Lanzhao, relying solely on their own abilities, could not contend with these squirrel leaders. Even after death, the ordinary swords and blades could not pierce their skin and bones. If Lanzhao and Huangzhou struggled, the other ordinary members stood no chance against the squirrel leaders. Once the flying squirrel chieftain charged into the crowd, it would inevitably result in tremendous casualties. The only glimmer of hope lay in Jinjin, and it depended on whether this esteemed knight could swiftly eliminate these chieftains. Sangxiu's eyes reflected concern, as he possessed a profound understanding of the current predicament. Now was not the time to conceal one's strength, my lord. Sangxiu fixed his gaze on Jinjin, silently encouraging him. He was a wise man, aware that in such an isolated island, only by aligning with the powerful could one hope for greater survival. It was precisely for this reason that he proactively orchestrated and motivated the entire exploration team to place their trust in Jinjin. Taking a deep breath, Jinjin knew that everyone was anticipating his performance. However, he found himself unable to summon his fighting spirit. The situation was urgent, and time was running out. He had only one opportunity to launch his flying daggers. With a resolute gaze, he declared, "Let us conclude this in one strike." He reached into his cloak, each hand grasping 2 daggers. In the next moment, he thrust his arms forward, launching all 4 daggers simultaneously. The force of the flying daggers surpassed that of a crossbow. Each dagger struck with uncanny precision, hitting their targets almost instantaneously. Sangxiu barely had time to exclaim before witnessing the flying squirrel chieftain's collapse, as Jinjin had secured victory. Elation surged through Jinjin's heart, yet his expression remained as steadfast as iron, his face betraying no emotion. His arms trembled slightly from the exertion. This last strike had drained him completely, showcasing the remarkable skill acquired through memory restoration. A tingling sensation coursed through his arms, a combination of fatigue and strain. Since the onset of battle, Jinjin had unleashed a multitude of arrows, followed by throwing daggers. Each throw was executed with utmost effort to eliminate the flying squirrel chieftains, pushing his stamina to the limits of his youthful physique. It is important to note that these daggers were ordinary weapons. Their success in slaying the chieftains lay solely in Jinjin's astonishing aim at their vital weaknesses, combined with the incredible speed and power of his throws. Had he succeeded? A single strike, 4 hits. The flying squirrel chieftains had been unable to force Jinjin to reveal his true prowess. Truly, my lord is formidable. Spirits soared among the crowd, who began to cheer, when suddenly, one of the fallen chieftains revived with startling vigor. It dashed across the ground with such speed that it left a faint afterimage in its wake. Simultaneously, its life force erupted, no longer bronze tier, but now black iron tier. Caution! Zidi screamed. This was an exceptionally cunning flying squirrel, its true power black iron, masquerading as bronze. It was the leader of the entire squirrel colony. In that instant, Jinjin felt the chilling breath of death once more. He had encountered many magical beasts before: the silver-tier blue-haired wolf, the monkey-tailed brown bear, and the blade spider. However, he had defeated the blue-haired wolf due to fortunate timing, leveraging a river-s constricting serpent. The death of the blade spider was a result of its overconfidence and Jinjin's unexpected transformation, which allowed him to strike at its weak spot. In terms of raw strength, Jinjin was certainly no match for the silver-tier spider. The human body is inherently fragile. Compared to fierce beasts, humans lack sharp claws, thick fur, robust physiques, and iron-like bones. Typically, a human cannot outrun a dog, cannot breathe underwater like a fish, nor can they soar through the skies like a bird. In terms of raw might, Jinjin's ability to subdue a bronze-tier leader astonished Sangxiu, who speculated that Jinjin might possess golden-tier cultivation. The greatest advantage of humanity lies in its intelligence. Humans can devise tools and utilize them, while they forge blades and swords to rival the claws of beasts. They also develop magic and fighting spirit to enhance their own strength. Yet, on this island, low-tier magic and fighting spirit are prohibited. Magical beasts are unable to utilize their innate abilities yet retain their formidable physiques. Without fighting spirit and magic, the innate frailty of humans becomes glaringly apparent. Thus, a black iron tier flying squirrel chieftain poses a lethal threat to Jinjin. Its speed surpasses many, and it is exceedingly agile. Ordinary blades would scarcely inflict damage upon it. However, Jinjin possessed weapons forged from blade spider materials. Yet, the true terror did not lie in its agility or its claws, but rather in its capacity to unleash a horrific electric current. Jinjin furrowed his brows. As the crisis loomed, he discovered within himself the hallmark quality of a seasoned warrior. The more dire the situation, the faster and clearer his thoughts became. He had already attempted to use flying daggers, but they could not harm the black iron tier chieftain. The blade spider weapon in his hand was, however, the optimal choice for its defeat, albeit the electric current it could unleash might take Jinjin's life in an instant. Unless he could summon his fighting spirit in that fleeting moment. Only with fighting spirit to shield him could he withstand the electric assault. A fierce determination gleamed in Jinjin's eyes. He desperately needed that fighting spirit. Divine Emperor, my God, hear the prayers of your faithful. Awaken my past memories and allow me to reclaim my fighting spirit. Jinjin shouted inwardly. Damn it. Jinjin gritted his teeth. It was approaching. Closer still. A roar echoed as Jinjin prepared to charge, suddenly interrupted by a mysterious beastly growl. Were there other magical beasts? Wait, this roar sounds familiar. In the next moment, Jinjin was struck dumb. He sensed a small, round orb hidden deep within his heart. This orb, no larger than a thumb, was radiant red. Its surface not smooth but resembling an exquisitely crafted walnut, adorned with intricate, intertwining patterns. Yet, in terms of texture, it bore a subtle transparency akin to crystal, seemingly emanating light from within. The crimson orb trembled slightly, unleashing waves of invisible power. This potent force permeated his bloodstream, rapidly spreading throughout Jinjin's body, causing his chest to thrum with energy. The orb's crimson glow diminished rapidly. Jinjin's arms, once aching intensely, began to rejuvenate with the influx of this power. Muscles swelling and expanding. His clothing and arm armor creaked under the strain. Despite being covered, Jinjin distinctly felt the transformation of his arms into formidable, bear-like appendages. In an instant, Jinjin's arms not only returned to their original state, but became several times stronger. This sensation, Jinjin's heart raced. This feeling was reminiscent of the moment he had ambushed the silver spider, when his hands had undergone a transformation. Yet this time, it was not his hands, but his arms that were changing. With no time to dwell further, Jinjin drew his dagger and hurled it with all his might. With a soft explosion, the force of his throw shattered the air. The flying dagger pierced through the atmosphere, emitting a sharp whistle. The onlookers beheld a brilliant silver line flash across the sky, accurately penetrating the black iron chieftain, then slowing dramatically as it embedded deep into the earth. The chieftain, who had been charging forward, fell backward, lifeless. Its head had been pierced cleanly through, and blood quickly soaked the surrounding grass. The battlefield fell into a profound silence. Chapter 43. Is there a magic crystal within me? On the battlefield, the last of the head mice had vanished, and the once unified horde scattered in disarray, fleeing in all directions. Victory was ours. A resounding triumph. Jinjin, Jinjin. Led by Huang Zhao and Lan Zhao, the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Although Jinjin had previously confided in Sangsu that he was incapable of wielding fighting energy, at that time, he had just assumed command of the exploration team. Sangsu pondered that Jinjin's lack of trust in others might have led him to conceal his true capabilities when asked. Ziti remained silent, her gaze filled with admiration and affection for Jinjin. Everyone understood that allowing the black iron head mouse to charge into the masses would have resulted in devastating casualties. Yet, Jin single-handedly averted disaster for all. Undoubtedly, he was a hero. From start to finish, he had maintained control of the battlefield. He was a competent leader. The members of the exploration team felt immense joy and pride in being led by Jin. However, Jin's expression slightly faltered. The strange sensation had dissipated once more. Akin to the last time. That enigmatic, intangible force had vanished, and his arms returned to their original state. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of emptiness enveloped him. Exhaustion washed over him like an unrelenting tide. Jin endeavored to keep his demeanor unchanged, concealing his weariness and emptiness, while feeling a tinge of relief. This time, the anomaly in his arms remained hidden beneath his armor and clothing, sparing him the need to explain to others. Yet, that relief quickly faded, replaced by an intensifying sense of bewilderment. It seemed that the source of my transformation was the blood-red sphere within my heart. What could it be? It feels akin to a magic beast's core. With a self-deprecating smile, the youth mused how absurd it was to think of a human possessing a magic crystal. Only magic beasts possessed cores. As the cheers of the crowd grew louder, Jin surveyed his surroundings, suppressing the myriad doubts in his mind, and issued a command to clear the battlefield. Flames roared, but under Zidi's provided potion, the fire was swiftly extinguished. Huangzhou and others scoured the charred battlefield, occasionally pausing to lift a scorched flying mouse's corpse. The creature was entirely blackened from the flames, its surface carbonized. After brushing it with his hand, Huangzhou watched as pieces of the charred exterior crumbled away, revealing the well-cooked red meat within. Inhaling deeply, he was met with an overwhelming aroma of meat. Another delectable morsel. Huangzhou's face lit up with joy as he surveyed the battlefield, exclaiming, "This is truly my favorite way to hunt." For days, he had taken on solitary hunting tasks with little success, for the skills of a hunter are not easily mastered. Meanwhile, Lanzeo was tending to the sole black iron flying mouse leader. He had collected only a small portion of its blood. After some preliminary processing, a thought struck him, and he picked up the flying dagger that had slain the black iron head mouse. Examining the dagger, Lanzeo's pupils narrowed slightly. The entire front of the dagger had become misshapen, its sharpness completely gone. It was solely the force of the throw that had granted this ordinary dagger the power to slay a black iron beast. His gaze towards Jin was now imbued with deep respect. The spoils of the battlefield were substantial, a true bounty that left everyone smiling with delight. The bloodstains and the inedible charred remains of the flying mice were properly dealt with, ensuring no other ferocious beasts would be lured by the scent of blood and meat. The exploration team returned victorious to their camp, continuing to process their hard-won treasures. As night fell, a bonfire was lit, and the group gathered around, discussing the day's bounty. Witnessing such an abundance of food, the team felt a profound sense of security. The thoroughly deformed flying dagger circulated among them. It was indeed an ordinary dagger, yet it had felled a black iron beast. Lord Jin is truly formidable, they marveled. I imagine he must have summoned fighting energy in that moment. Otherwise, how could he have unleashed such terrifying power? I long to know the true extent of Lord Jin's abilities. Surely, he is not merely of bronze or black iron caliber. He must at least be a silver knight, wielding silver fighting energy. Silver fighting energy at such a young age. Jin is truly a prodigy. There's even a possibility he could be of golden rank. After all, none of us have witnessed his fighting energy firsthand. If he is golden, then that would be even more terrifying. Following such a figure, the future is undoubtedly bright. We find ourselves under Lord Jin's banner due to our misfortune at sea. Under normal circumstances, how could we have had this opportunity? If we could continue to follow him, should Jin become the Lord of Baisha City, perhaps I could become an official there. By heavens, I desire nothing more than to guard the city gates. In the past, I often faced difficulties entering the city. Now, I would relish the chance to give others a hard time. Laughter erupted in response to this sentiment. The success of the hunt had garnered Jin the recognition of all. Members of the exploration team had come to believe that Jin's future was exceedingly bright. People are naturally inclined towards advantage and away from harm, and many began to openly express their desires to follow Jin, a sentiment that would have been unthinkable before. This was yet another layer of gain. Song Su sat in a corner, observing the merriment and laughter of the others, fully aware of their sentiments. His gaze focused on the daggers circulating among them. Reflecting on the scene from the battlefield, Song Su speculated. At that moment, Jin's arms had visibly expanded, unleashing a fearsome power. The bloodline of the Jin family stemmed from the legendary magic beast, the Golden Needle Queen. This lineage was not particularly renowned for its strength. Had he employed some secret technique of fighting energy? The dagger eventually found its way into Baiya's hands. Gazing at it, Baiya's eyes sparkled with hope. This is what a knight embodies. I, too, wish to become such a person. Hey, Baiya, have you finished? Return it once you're done. This dagger holds great significance. It will be the heirloom of my family. Huang Zhao jested. Reluctantly, Baiya returned the dagger to Huang Zhao. Across all continents and races, there exists a reverence for the strong. Such admiration easily transforms into loyalty. It appears that Huang Zhao and Lan Zhao, the brothers, are intent on fully aligning themselves with Lord Jin, aspiring to become his vassals. Song Su observed with a knowing look directed at Zidi. Zidi, seated beside Song Su, glanced at the group encircling the bonfire before shaking the potion in her hand. These two brothers possess limited potential. Without opportunities, they may only reach the bronze rank. However, based on my understanding of Lord Jin, he will not neglect any follower. As she spoke, Zidi turned her gaze towards Song Su, emphasizing, regardless of whether that follower is extraordinary. Song Su immediately grasped her meaning. Offering a bitter smile and shaking his head, an old tree, even with abundant sunlight, cannot sprout anew in spring. The potion in Zidi's hand gradually changed color as she stood up. I have matters to attend to. Her face was etched with concern. Still, he could not sense it. Jin had exerted every effort to commit to memory the peculiar sensation that had accompanied his transformation. Yet this did not enable him to actively perceive the crystal within his heart. Instinctively, he pressed his palm against his left chest, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat. His brow furrowed. No, I did indeed discover it then. There is indeed something akin to a magic crystal growing within my heart, appearing to coexist harmoniously with it. Why can't I sense it? Previously, the sensation was distinctly clear. Why is it that something essential is missing? Jin fell into contemplation. He yearned to discover a method for harnessing the power of the crystal core. At present, he found himself unable to summon his fighting spirit. This anomaly could instantaneously enhance his combat prowess, proving to be of immense assistance. During the first transformation, he vanquished the silver beast, the blade spider. At that moment, he experienced the wondrous surge of his blood. The second time, he struck down the iron-headed rat with a flying dagger. Not only did he sense the flow of his blood, but he also discerned the enigmatic crystal core within his heart. It was the intangible force emanating from this core that merged with his blood, coursing throughout his entire being, ultimately infusing his arm. Therefore, my previous conjecture was flawed. The true essence lies not in the blood, but in this magical crystal. This power is neither fighting spirit nor magic. It is truly remarkable, Jin mused. He then endeavored to analyze these two experiences. Currently, it seems I possess no means to actively initiate the transformation. What, then, triggered this ability on both occasions? What is the common thread between the two transformations? The first instance occurred when I was on the brink of death, and lost memories surged forth, accompanied by a whirlwind of complex emotions. The second instance arose when I faced the iron-headed rat, apprehensive of its electric strike, which induced a sense of tension and the looming threat of death. The most significant similarity between these two experiences is that Jin confronted the specter of death. Consequently, a myriad of emotions emerged: tension, anxiety, fear, determination, and murderous intent, among others. If emotional stimuli are what incite the transformation, then might further stimulation grant me mastery over this ability? Jin's thoughts meandered. In both instances of transformation, he noted a clear progression. The first merely allowed him to sense the flow of blood. The second enabled him to delve deeper into his heart and uncover the mysterious crystal core. Moreover, the first transformation resulted in the emergence of claws, while this time it manifested in his arm. Jin speculated that the location of the transformation seemed to align with his subconscious, adapting to the most advantageous circumstances at hand. Could I potentially control this transformative power, choosing where to change in the future? Would a complete metamorphosis lead to a form akin to that of a monkey-tailed bear? Additionally, he noticed that post-transformation, the luminous essence of the crystal core had significantly diminished. How many more transformations could it sustain? Jin began to delve deeper into his introspection. Throughout this process, some of the doubts in his heart dissipated, yet new questions arose. Chapter 44. Unexpected gains. According to Jin's plans, the exploration team would take a 2-day respite. Considerable effort had been invested in the establishment of this camp, and failing to utilize it properly would be a waste. The surrounding area had been cleared, with the flying squirrel population hunted down, leaving no lingering threats. Thus, the environment was quite safe. The corpses of the flying squirrels required further processing, and the archery skills of the team members needed to be honed diligently. Additionally, the previous hunts had depleted many arrows and a few short bows, necessitating replenishment. The successful hunt significantly improved the circumstances for the entire exploration team. Jean now had ample time to craft better ranged weapons. However, after careful consideration, he sensibly abandoned this idea. The following day, Sangshu approached Jean. "My lord, I have good news. I have made a new discovery." "Oh." Jean recalled that Sangshu was studying the corpse of a black iron-headed mouse, wondering if he had found a magic crystal within. Sangshu smiled and shook his head. "There is no magic crystal in this black iron-headed mouse. Its magical energy is also quite muddled. Shortly after its death, all its magical energy dissipated." Jean pondered. "The black iron-headed mouse lacks a magic crystal, yet I possess one that is rather similar." Without further ado, Sangshu candidly explained, "It is like this, my lord. I dissected the stomach of the black iron-headed mouse and found that it had just feasted before its demise. Thus, there remains a considerable amount of undigested food within it, including meat, bones, feathers, fruits, and grass leaves. Among these, I discovered a type of tuber." Jin's eyes flickered with interest. "It seems this flying squirrel is omnivorous. We should attempt to dig for this tuber." Sangshu nodded. "My lord, not only the tuber, but I surmise that the nests of the flying squirrels may harbor a substantial food supply." "On what basis do you make this assertion?" Jean inquired. "From previous dissections and recent studies of these mouse corpses, I have observed that their digestive capabilities are remarkably robust. Their gastric juices can even slightly corrode blades. Generally, such highly digestible creatures experience intense hunger, leading to the secretion of gastric acid, making it quite unbearable. To combat this hunger, they often consume items that are temporarily indigestible, such as stones. However, these flying squirrels contain none of such substances in their stomachs, indicating that they have ample food. We have thoroughly explored the surrounding area. I believe these flying squirrels are not only omnivorous, but also exhibit food-storing characteristics akin to those of squirrels. They forage for food and, when hunger strikes, can quickly feed to prevent their entire colony from succumbing to madness from starvation." "Excellent," Jean said, patting Sangshu's shoulder in appreciation. "I will assign this matter to Lan Zhao. My lord, please allow me to accompany you. I am very interested in the specific structure of the flying squirrel nests." Sangshu made a modest request at the opportune moment. "Certainly," Jean agreed without hesitation. Although protecting this elderly scholar would require additional manpower, Sangshu had consistently provided invaluable assistance since Jean had met him. Under the circumstances, Jean was willing to indulge the old scholar's thirst for knowledge. Their findings brought Jean unexpected delight. As Sangshu had surmised, the nests of the flying squirrels indeed contained a reserve of food, and the quantity was substantial. During the exploration team's raid, many members exclaimed, "These flying squirrels live better than humans." Although most of the food was inedible for humans, the quantity of tubers and fruits equaled about one-third of the flying squirrel meat, providing a significant supplement to the exploration team's provisions. ZD also achieved new results. Utilizing the gastric juices of the flying squirrels, she produced several corrosive acid agents. Iron blades contaminated with this substance could be rendered unrecognizable within mere moments. With sufficient dosage, the soil could be eroded to create a substantial cavity in a matter of breaths. When paired with a nebulizing agent, it could generate a potent corrosive mist. Any ordinary person exposed would suffer lung failure within moments. While the hunt for flying squirrels had yielded great success, it had depleted ZD's remaining supply of incendiary agents. Of course, both the previous fire agents and the current corrosive acids were not magical potions. They merely utilized, purified, and enhanced the inherent properties of the materials. The effects of magical potions would be considerably more pronounced, but on this island, low-level magical potions were ineffective. Jean, on the other hand, had made no progress. He could only temporarily abandon his original line of thought and shift his focus elsewhere. He began to ponder, how was the mysterious crystal core within his heart produced? Was it a potion? This was the answer Jean deemed most plausible. Otherwise, why were both instances of mutation related to the monkey-tailed brown bear? As night fell, Jean summoned ZD, subtly inquiring about the circumstances at that time once more. Lost in contemplation, Jean mused, if the unexpected occurred during ZD's treatment, resulting in the formation of this crystal core. Then consuming potions might trigger it again, leading to further mutations. What happened? Do you think there might be any hidden dangers? My lord? Ziti inquired. Nodding, her eyes glimmering with determination, Ziti replied, With you here, my lord, I believe we can surely escape this island. Jean nodded. We must not only leave this island, but also gather support and recruit others to form a foundational team. If we arrive at Baisha City with just the two of us, it will be challenging to compete for the position of city lord against the other two. Do not blame yourself, Ziti. In truth, you have performed admirably this time. Ziti paused, forcing a bitter smile. Your insight is truly keen, my lord. To be honest, I detest this environment. It is excessively unkind to mages. The only way I can assist you is through potions. Yet, the current conditions are far too rudimentary. If I had some alchemical apparatus, I believe I could swiftly concoct a poison specifically for the flying squirrels. Jean sighed. That is the reality. We have fallen to this peculiar island, surrounded by perils. We are merely striving to survive. Anything could occur. We must give our all. For that is all we can do. Good night. Good night, Ziti replied as she departed. Jean still refrained from revealing the truth to Ziti. On one hand, he wished to spare her further worries, as she was already laden with self-reproach. Despite their brief acquaintance, Jean had sensed a certain pride within this violet-eyed maiden. Such individuals require reassurance rather than reprimand, for they possess the intrinsic ability to strive for excellence without external pressure. On the other hand, Jean was aware of Ziti's prowess in potion-making. Even if he disclosed the truth, she would lack the capacity to resolve the issue. Having concealed the truth from Ziti once, Jean saw no reason not to do so a second time. The mutation ability brought forth by the mysterious crystal core, in Jin's eyes, was a trump card that could aid him in navigating perilous situations and formidable foes. Yet, it also posed significant risks. What dangers might this mutation entail? How could a human heart possess a crystal core? Would this foreign organ be rejected by the body as other tissues? What damage could arise from a rash mutation? Would it result in physical disabilities or bloodline complications? If he could not sense the crystal core and the mutation remained uncontrollable, could it be that the core was merely in its nascent stages and had not fully integrated with his body? If mutations occurred frequently, could he ultimately devolve into a beast, losing all semblance of humanity? Not only concerning his body, but also regarding his lineage and the entire exploration team. Jean understood that his ability to lead this group stemmed from two factors: his own strength and his status. He is of noble descent, and more importantly, he is a Knight Templar. The latter identity is far more invigorating than the former. If the transformation of the needle gold were to be discovered and deemed a monstrosity, the advantages conferred by this identity would be significantly diminished. The journey ahead is fraught with perilous challenges. Whether the exploration team can withstand these trials remains uncertain. The protagonist wishes to prevent any unrest within this small band. Thus, he chooses to keep this secret buried deep within, stifling the potential for its dissemination at the source. The deep night in the forest is anything but tranquil. The eerie howls of beasts echo through the darkness, some genuinely wailing, others whimpering, and some resembling dry coughs. He understands the necessity of rest, especially since they must set off at dawn. Yet, as he lies upon his bedding, slumber eludes him. Instead, he reflects upon the insights he has garnered over the past days. Presently, there seem to be three primary triggers for the bodily transformation. The first is the pressure of impending death, which could provoke an instinctive reaction from the crystal core within. The second arises from the intense emotions generated under immense strain. The third pertains to the blood-based concoctions. It is plausible that the heart's crystal core was affected by the potion. Although he has not absorbed any external agents during the two transformations, remnants may still linger within his body. With a deep sigh, he contemplates the gravity of his situation. Despite his extensive thoughts, the current circumstances render him hesitant to test any possibilities. On one hand, he lacks a secure assurance. On the other, he bears the weight of responsibility, which compels him to avoid unnecessary risks. He must lead the exploration team, safeguard his fiancée E, and strive to revitalize the Jean family. There are myriad tasks awaiting his attention. Furthermore, following the transformation, the heart's crystal core will expend a considerable amount of magical energy, leaving him with a profound sense of emptiness and fatigue afterward. Lost in contemplation, he eventually drifts into a heavy sleep. Even in slumber, his brow remains slightly furrowed, as if he continues to wrestle with his thoughts and dreams. Time passes unmeasured until, suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the entire tent collapses. Jean awakens instantly. Although he had been resting in the encampment, His vigilance remains intact, allowing for a swift response. How could the tent have suddenly fallen? What has transpired? He grasps the spider blade positioned beside him and swings it forcefully. The keen edge effortlessly slices through the fallen canvas, granting him a view of the outside world. In the next moment, a shudder runs through him, his face betraying a look of astonishment. Chapter 45. Buried alive, the wind howled fiercely in my ears, akin to a pack of beasts roaring in unison. A tempest of sand and grit, whipped up by the raging wind, lashed against my face like a barrage of daggers. The immense force of the wind tugged at me from all directions, left and right, up and down, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to maintain their footing. Beneath my feet, the once solid grass had transformed into an endless expanse of sand. Sand was everywhere, swirling in the air, obscuring the vibrant forest that once thrived around me. I found myself in a desert under the cloak of night. The howling wind and whirling sand stirred panic among the members of the exploration team in our camp. For a moment, I was stunned, but then realization struck me like a thunderclap. Teleportation. The spell had activated once more, and this time, we had been transported to the heart of the desert. My first experience with teleportation had come while I was being pursued by a swarm of fiery wasps. It had whisked me away from the rainforest to safety within the depths of the forest, saving my life. Now, I faced my second teleportation, silent and without warning. Just like the first. However, this time, my luck had abandoned me. Not only had I been sent to the desert, but I had also unwittingly stumbled into a sandstorm. I needed to gather everyone together. As I opened my mouth to call out, sand rushed in, filling my mouth. I quickly covered it, forcing myself to shout, but my voice was swallowed by the roaring wind. The gale intensified. Sand struck me relentlessly, creating a tingling pain across my body. The once menacing weather had morphed into something terrifying. Realizing the severity of the sandstorm, my heart sank. ZD, wait for me. I halted my cries and pressed forward, guided by memory. Suddenly, a tent was swept towards me by the wind, resembling a gray specter descending from the night sky. With a swift motion, I drew my blade, slicing the tent in two, which then flew past me in opposite directions, only to be lost to the fury of the storm. The tents in our camp had been anchored by wooden stakes, but after teleportation, those stakes lay scattered across the desert's surface, having lost their grounding. Without their support, the tents collapsed and were whisked away by the gale. This was dire. I cursed my misfortune as I pressed on, quickly realizing I could not discern the correct direction. Upon arrival in this dark, sandy chaos, there were no landmarks to indicate north or south. The camp's layout was utterly unrecognizable, with tents flying haphazardly. Furthermore, the howling winds made it impossible to communicate with my fellow team members. I was utterly lost. In mere moments, the wind's ferocity doubled. Help me. I heard a faint cry for aid from above. I looked up just in time to see a shadow flicker overhead. It dawned on me that one of my fellow explorers had been swept away by the hurricane. The wind had become a terrifying force, capable of lifting adults with ease. I instinctively reached out, but in the blink of an eye, the pleading figure vanished into the swirling sands. There was no time to react. ZD, being the lightest among us, was in the gravest danger. Panic surged within me. Where are you now, ZD? A blinding white light blazed in the dimness of my vision. On this island, the use of low-tier magic and combat energy was prohibited. Based on my knowledge of the exploration team, this white flame could only be produced by a potion. The very source of the white light indicated ZD's true location. Clever. I silently commended myself and began to sprint toward the light. Each step was a struggle against the gale, but as a practitioner of combat energy, my physical prowess surpassed that of an ordinary person, even without the ability to summon my energy. In this perilous situation, I could still withstand the wind's onslaught. However, just as I drew nearer, the white flame suddenly flickered out. Had the potion failed? ZD, wait for me. My heart trembled with urgency. I pressed on, but then, with a whoosh, a massive object lunged toward me from the shadows. I instinctively ducked, narrowly avoiding a large tree trunk that had been stored in the camp for crafting bows and other equipment. The trunk, heavier than any adult, was easily lifted by the tempest. I could run no longer. Instead, I had to dig my feet into the sand with each step, anchoring myself against the wind. What troubled me more than the hurricane was the barrage of sand that struck my body and face, causing sharp pain. My eyes could not fully open. Lest I risk being blinded, I squinted to navigate through the darkness. The surroundings grew increasingly dim, devoid of any light, rendering my vision nearly useless. I had no choice but to rely on my memory to forge ahead, utterly uncertain of whether I was heading in the right direction. The might of nature was overwhelming. And in that moment, I felt utterly insignificant. As time passed, a chill settled within my heart. I had taken hundreds of steps without finding Ziti. Had the winds already taken her, or had I unwittingly strayed from the path? God, Divine Emperor, what should I do? Confusion and despair enveloped me like a suffocating fog, stinging my eyes and nostrils. Yet within my chest burned a fierce flame, anger, resentment, and hatred. We had successfully commandeered the expedition team, hunted with great effort, and secured ample food. In the blink of an eye, everything had crumbled. Was I destined to perish on this island? Was I to witness the demise of those dear to me, one after another? Was the fall of the Jean family imminent? No, I could not allow such a fate to unfold. Fueled by righteous indignation, I exerted every ounce of strength within me. However, the intangible hand of fate loomed like a deity high above, and as it glanced down upon me, it perceived me as a mere insect. It pressed down with a force akin to a mountain. I yearned to raise my head, yet it grew heavier. I longed to straighten my back, but I was compelled to bend low, crawling forward. I wished to glare defiantly, to scream or howl, but in the midst of this roaring darkness, I could only shut my eyes and mouth, feeling my way through. The wind continued to escalate. Soon, it reached a magnitude that demanded all my strength to resist. I realized with sorrow that, at this moment, I could not save anyone, not even myself. I attempted to summon my combat energy, but to no avail. I sought to transform once more, but no matter how desperately I tried, I could not sense the core within my heart. Success eluded me. In desperation, I turned to prayer. Oh, great Divine Emperor, you who walk among us as a god, your faithful servant faces dire straits. The light of the night is on the verge of being swallowed by the sandstorm. Please, hear my plea, show mercy, and aid me in escaping this predicament, so that I may continue to walk the path you have ordained and manifest your might. The youth was filled with anger. The youth fought back. The youth was sorrowful. The youth struggled. Exhausted, the youth ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. An expanse of boundless darkness enveloped me. A mysterious roar of a beast stirred the boy's consciousness once more. Where am I? What is this place? Who am I? A vast darkness enveloped him, an interminable void. Wait, did I just hear the cry of a wild creature? Gradually, memories began to surface. He recalled his identity as a knight of the temple and a noble. His name was Jean, his fiancée Izidi, the perilous island, the exploration team, the midnight teleportation, and the violent, terrifying sandstorm. As these recollections unfolded, the boy's awareness fully revived. He finally regained complete clarity. Then, he felt an overwhelming pressure, compressing him from all directions, making it difficult to breathe. Am I, perhaps, buried beneath the sand? A wave of dread washed over him. No one would willingly accept being entombed alive. Jean felt an intense surge of anxiety. Yet he did not hastily open his eyes or spring up. Instead, he maintained a calm awareness. His training in combat energy had not only endowed him with extraordinary strength but also heightened his senses. He perceived more acutely and saw further than the average person, hearing nuances that eluded others, though he could not see at present. And the only sound resonating was the rapid rhythm of his heartbeat. He could discern the direction from which the pressure was greatest. With renewed determination, he summoned all his strength to struggle with his limbs. He fought with all his might. He struggled desperately, for the boy understood that this was his final chance for survival. Chapter 46. Without mercy, the yellow sands lay vast and silent, devoid of wind. The sun hung high in the sky, lavishly pouring forth boundless heat and light. The dunes rose and fell like peculiar sepulchres. In the shadow of one dune, a sudden rustling of sand began, escalating in intensity until, from the churning yellow grains, a hand sprang forth with great urgency. This hand, stained with blood and marked by scars, grasped at the air in a moment of bewilderment. In the next instant, it seemed to awaken, fervently clawing at the sand. First, the palm emerged, followed by an arm, as gravel poured forth, rapidly enlarging the sand hole until a youthful head was revealed. As this ashen visage broke the surface, the boy opened his mouth as wide as he could, desperately exhaling the stale air from his lungs, then greedily inhaling the scorching atmosphere. Amidst the violent breaths, a few grains of sand were expelled from his mouth and nostrils. He coughed violently, and after a moment, he managed to regain his composure and opened his eyes. Although he was sheltered by the shadow of the dune, the searing sunlight forced his pupils to constrict, instinctively narrowing his gaze. Upon surveying his surroundings, the boy's heart sank, for he had indeed arrived in the desert. although he could not ascertain whether this arid expanse was the same one his companions had traversed. The boy was Jean, who had narrowly escaped suffocation. As he inhaled his first breath of air, the most perilous moment had finally passed. After catching his breath and regaining some strength, Jean struggled to free himself from the golden sands. Once he was officially liberated from his entombment, he lacked the strength to rise, collapsing onto his knees, gasping heavily and interspersing his breaths with loud coughs. He spat, his saliva tinged a pale yellow with sand. He cleared his ears and nose, then shook his hair to disperse the fine grains. This flurry of activity was short-lived, as he soon felt the limits of his endurance. Alarmed, he immediately ceased his movements, shifting from a full kneel to a half kneel, understanding the peril of this island and recognizing the folly of exhausting all his strength. The surroundings were eerily silent. Without a whisper of wind, the brilliant sun blazed down, scorching the tawny desert, which appeared monotonous at a glance, devoid of any green. Save for the singular splash of color that was him, the golden-haired boy was far from his usual handsome self. He was covered in dirt and disheveled. Jean surveyed his environment with heightened vigilance, yet found no signs of life. His gaze settled on the dune behind him, which resembled a silent gravestone. A mixture of dread and relief washed over him. Although he had been buried beneath the sand, he was not directly beneath the dune itself. He had not been buried deeply, granting him a slim chance of survival. Grasping this opportunity, he had escaped being entombed beneath that sandy tombstone. Unconsciously, a laugh escaped him. Ha ha ha. Cough, ha ha. After confirming his safety, joy began to swell within him. This feeling intensified, filling him with a sense of elation that surged through his chest, causing his laughter to grow louder until tears streamed down his face. Once again, he felt the beauty of life. He cherished every breath, having been unable to breathe just moments ago. He sensed a tingling in his body, pain in various areas, and at least one rib was broken, causing him discomfort with each rise and fall of his chest. Yet, it was this very pain that filled him with profound joy. It was the exhilaration of surviving a near-death experience, an endless wave of relief, akin to a tsunami that threatened to engulf him. Jean had experienced this sense of surviving calamity several times before. The first was the moment he awoke, his battle instinct inadvertently aiding him in vanquishing the silver beast. The blue-haired wolf. Everything transpired too rapidly. Reflecting afterward brought forth a myriad of emotions, predominantly relief and trepidation, with joy somewhat muted. The second instance occurred within a cave, where he had been poisoned by flames but risked everything to slay the silver-tier beast, the monkey-tailed brown bear. Near death, it was only through Zeddy's desperate efforts that he was saved. In the throes of life and death, he had lost consciousness multiple times before ultimately prevailing. In that moment, he discovered the exquisite beauty of even the most ordinary wildflower, which captivated him deeply. The third encounter was with the blade spider, where death loomed ever closer. Yet he found himself captivated by sudden memories. He believed he was doomed, only to experience an unexpected transformation. In this instance of survival, suspicion and curiosity filled him. The fourth involved the chaotic magical corruption induced by Mutton, which nearly claimed his life. After his rescue, gratitude and admiration for his fiancée, Zeddy, overwhelmed him. Now, in this present calamity, after narrowly escaping death, Jin's joy was at its zenith. What was the cause of this elation? He pondered his emotions, quickly identifying the source. This trial was the manifestation of the world's might. In the face of poison or beasts, he possessed the ability to fight back. Yet, against the violent sandstorm, what could he do but endure? To have survived was indeed fortunate. If given a choice, Jean would prefer to confront beasts rather than the all-consuming fury of the storm. It was this sense of helplessness that intensified his joy upon surviving. With his life hanging by a thread, the mere act of surviving felt like a stroke of luck. But what of Zeddy and Sanxiu? A question surfaced in his mind, causing his smile to fade gradually. Emotionally, he reassured himself that they must still be alive. Yet, cold logic reminded him that their chances of survival were slim. Returning safely would be nothing short of miraculous. Anxiety gripped Jean as he wrestled with a sense of desolation. The exhilaration he had felt moments ago dissipated, vanishing almost entirely, replaced by a sense of resentment. The exploration team, under his leadership, had painstakingly hunted a horde of mice, only to be dealt a fatal blow in their moment of progress. Fear gripped him, if faced once more with the ferocious sandstorm. Would he be fortunate enough to escape again? A sense of helplessness and confusion enveloped him. What path lay ahead? Where should he go? A heavy weight bore down on him. He had vowed to protect his fiancée, yet now he wondered if she was alive or dead. If dead, where lay her remains? As the sole heir of the Jean family, he needed to compete for the title of Lord of White Sand City. Yet he found himself trapped on this island, teetering on the brink of death. Could he truly escape this island alive? Would he have the opportunity to fulfill the burden of revitalizing his family? A tumult of emotions intertwined within him, leaving Jean gasping for breath. In that moment, he felt utterly helpless and weak. He yearned to hold back his tears, recalling his identity as a knight of the Holy Temple, yet silent tears fell unbidden. Jean did not wipe away his tears. Instead, he watched as they cascaded down onto the arid gravel, soaking into the sand and creating tiny depressions that strived to expand. Yet the moisture remained confined to an exceedingly small area. In comparison to the vast desert, no, the entirety of the dunes. These tear pits appeared minuscule and pitiable, much like myself, Jean lamented. This time, his prayers flowed forth with unprecedented fervor. A venomous desert viper had spotted Jean, and the unfortunate youth was quickly deemed its prey. The serpent approached stealthily, its scales mirroring the color of the sand, its S-shaped movements swift and utterly silent. As it drew near, the desert viper suddenly lunged at Jean from behind. Its jaws agape, fangs bared, it writhed in a frenzy. Yet its throat was firmly constricted by Jean's grip. The viper, over half a meter long, coiled tightly around Jean's arm. However, Jean remained motionless. Both his half-kneeling form and his arm as unyielding as iron. He ceased his prayers and instead listened intently to the final gasps of the viper's life. He remained silent, never lifting his gaze. Thus, when the serpent was ultimately strangled to death, he did not behold the face of his adversary. The sun ascended higher and higher. The surface of the desert became scorching, and the distant air shimmered with heat. A golden-haired youth slowly emerged from behind the dunes, akin to a droplet of water merging into the boundless desert expanse. This young man was handsome, yet at that moment, he was covered in dust and tattered garments. Draped over his shoulder was a lifeless desert viper, resembling a chain. This serpent was unlike any ordinary one. Its tail spiraled in a manner reminiscent of a metallic spring crafted by a goblin. In this cursed isle, even a common snake appeared bizarre. Jean no longer wept. His expression turned impassive. He discerned a profound truth. Perhaps the divine possesses compassion, knights may harbor mercy, and humanity can show empathy. Yet, in the realm of nature, there exists none. Chapter 47. Survival alone. The scorching sun descended like a myriad of arrows, casting its relentless glare upon the vast desert. Simultaneously, an insatiable hunger subtly began to gnaw at him. Jean licked his parched lips, which were unbearably dry, making even the act of swallowing a challenge. His throat felt parched and dry. Jean remained silent as iron, deliberately reducing his pace to a leisurely stroll while calculating the passage of time. Due to his previous unconsciousness, he was unaware of how long it had been. However, it had certainly been 1 night and half a day since he last consumed anything. Feeling hunger and thirst was entirely natural. His only sustenance now was the snake he had caught. Casting a glance at the lifeless serpent draped over his shoulder, Jean pondered his predicament. The island was treacherous, and surviving in the wilderness was an arduous challenge. Previously, in the rainforest, he had encountered peril on several occasions. Now, amidst the desert, the resources were painfully scarce, making the bountiful rainforest seem like paradise in comparison. Aware of the teleportation mechanism, Jean had long anticipated the possibility of being transported to the desert. Consequently, he had made some preparations. If only he could discover an oasis, he would be able to replenish his supply of water and food immediately. Encountering a cactus would also be beneficial, but it had to be a specific type. According to Sanxiu, many cacti were inedible and contained toxins. Moreover, digging up a cactus would deplete much of his strength and moisture. Acting blindly would only lead to greater misfortune. The previous exploration team had also been teleported, finding themselves stranded in the desert. They primarily relied on the food and water they carried. Jean had not been unprepared in this regard. He always carried a certain amount of food and water with him. Even at night, while sleeping in his tent, he kept his food, water, and essential survival tools close at hand. For Jean and his exploration team, the teleportation was silent and unavoidable. Any associated life forms or items would also be teleported together. Thus, the entire team had been transported to the desert, with their clothing and equipment intact. However, no one had anticipated that upon arriving in the desert, they would be engulfed by ferocious sandstorms. When Jean awoke, he was solely focused on rescuing his companions. grabbing a knife in haste before rushing out of the tent. Consequently, the food and water within the tent were swept away and buried by the storm. Jinjin had not even had time to don his leather armor, and the weapons crafted from spider blades and legs were reduced to the single one he held in his hand. Fortunately, even in his unconscious state, he had clung tightly to his weapon, preventing him from being left entirely defenseless. Yet, his food and water supplies were nearly non-existent. He needed to replenish them. Without them, survival would be impossible. An invisible weight silently accumulated in the young man's heart, and soon this pressure intensified, as though a massive stone rested upon his chest. Growing heavier by the moment, Jinjin's breath became increasingly shallow. This was not merely due to the scorching air of the desert, nor solely a result of his waning strength. Surviving alone felt entirely different from before. A profound sense of solitude enveloped him. There was no one to rely on, no one to expect help from. He could only depend on himself. It felt as if he were the last person on Earth, as if all of humanity had perished. He had to confront every hardship and danger alone. Perhaps he would die here, his flesh devoured by predators, leaving only white bones exposed to the relentless sun during the day and the chilling cold at night, ultimately ground to dust by the sands, disappearing entirely from this vast, indifferent world. Such thoughts repeatedly surfaced in Jinjin's mind, no matter how he tried to suppress them. A thread of panic began to spread within him, quickly expanding. Jinjin clenched his teeth, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. Sangshu had once warned him. According to his research, humans are inherently social creatures, needing the company of others at their core. When one is forced to survive alone, especially under the immense pressure of wilderness survival, it is easy to become anxious and fearful. If left unchecked, these negative emotions could become fatal. Even with ample food and water and a safe environment, one could still lose control of their emotions, suffer a mental breakdown, hallucinate, and descend into madness. Stay calm, remain composed, do not panic. Jinjin forced himself to maintain his composure, but to no avail. God, my emperor, you who possess the name of wisdom, your humble servant prays to you here. Grant me the strength of spirit to overcome my weakness and fear. Allow me to bravely follow the path you have laid out for me and to glorify your name. He simply sat down on the sand, gazing out over the endless desert, observing the monotonous yellow stretch into the horizon, eventually merging with the blue of the sky. The scorching sun distorted the air, creating a surreal haze. Suddenly, he felt that the entire desert was akin to a seemingly calm, yet irrevocably mad entity. Here, he would eventually be melted away or driven to madness. Jinjin, oh Jinjin, how have you fallen to such depths? How could you find yourself in this dire predicament? You are the sole heir of the Bien family, the fiancé of Miss Zidi, and yet here you are. The young man furiously questioned himself. The situation was utterly dire. He could barely protect himself. Yet what could he do? In the face of such self-reproach, he could only remain silent. After a long while, the silent youth exhaled deeply, muttering to himself, "Indeed, there is nothing worse than this moment, is there?" Then he let out a bitter laugh. He found it strange that, in such a dire situation, he could still manage to smile. With that laughter, his anger and panic subsided somewhat, replaced by a profound sense of melancholy, helplessness, and self-mockery. Miraculously, the young man, burdened with complex emotions, gradually regained his composure. As Jinjin collected himself, he surveyed his surroundings and soon realized the grave mistake he had made. He had focused too much on food and water, carelessly choosing a direction to walk. In the desert, that was akin to seeking death. Perhaps he had been too anxious at the time, allowing that emotion to cloud his mind, forcing his body into action without thought. I must find the correct direction and maintain it. Without direction, my journey could very well lead me in massive circles across the desert, which would be worse than standing still. It was midday, without the guiding stars of night. However, Jinjin possessed another method, one he had learned from Sangshu for determining direction. He would insert a stick into the ground and mark the tip of its shadow. After approximately 10 minutes, he would mark the shadow again. The line connecting the two marks would yield a perpendicular line indicating north and south. The end of the line where the sun was located would indicate south, while the opposite end would be north. Jinjin was unaware of the topographical map of the island. Yet he distinctly recalled that the previous exploration team had been transported to the desert, and Sangshu had chosen the due south direction. Thus, in the absence of any other evaluative criteria, he resolved to take a chance once more and opted for the same southern route. Embarking on his journey anew, Jinjin endeavored to evade the sun's harsh rays, traversing the shaded slopes of the sand dunes. Frequently, he paused to rest, acutely aware of the considerable toll the desert's daytime exertion exacted on his stamina. More critically, the body's perspiration resulted in a significant depletion of moisture. The more one sweated, the closer one drew to demise. This invaluable knowledge had been imparted to him during prior discussions with Sangxiu. As Jinjin maintained his composure, the solitude and pressure of survival invigorated his senses, sharpening his mind. He recalled a conversation with Huang Zhao, who had shared a remarkable anecdote. Fortunately, during a stopover of a seafaring vessel, his brother had acquired medicinal herbs from the local natives of the island. These herbs, purportedly crafted from sea mud and indigenous leaves, bestowed a refreshing sensation upon application, truly wondrous. Ultimately, he had persevered. Since that experience, he had never dared to underestimate the seemingly innocuous sunlight, holding the ancient remedies in the highest regard. Reflecting on this, Jinjin removed his outer garment and fashioned it to shield his head. He felt fortunate that his undergarments consisted of long sleeves and trousers, minimizing the exposure of his skin to the sun. Although his physical prowess and capabilities surpassed those of Huang Zhao, and this was not the Phoenix Desert where the likelihood of sunburn was minimal, taking such precautions would help retain as much moisture within his body as possible. I am a dove slayer. I am devoid of emotion. I possess no wealth. I am Yihai Zhou, a man in hiding, one who has mastered half of the 4 great inventions. I wish not to converse with you, he declared, tossing a dismissive gesture. Chapter 48. The thirst that cannot be endured. As the afternoon wore on, the sun had lost its midday ferocity, yet it remained intolerably hot. A young boy was slowly climbing to the summit of a low sand dune, having begun his ascent from the dune's backside, clearly intending to traverse it. In his hand, he clutched a sword with a wooden hilt, its blade peculiar and suggestive of poor craftsmanship. The boy employed this sword as a makeshift cane, aiding his progress. His frame was slight and not particularly robust. Clad in a garment made of coarse linen, long-sleeved and long-panted, he remained barefoot. A layer of cloth veiled his head, thoroughly concealing his nose and mouth, leaving only his eyes exposed, along with the golden locks adorning his forehead. This was Jinjing. With the summit of the dune merely a few steps away, the sunlight bore down, prompting Jinjing to squint against its brilliance. He had intentionally left his eyes uncovered, knowing the necessity of maintaining a clear line of sight, while also engaging his other senses, hearing, smell, and touch, to remain alert for any predators that might strike unexpectedly. The sunlight was blinding, and even as Jinjing squinted, spots danced before his vision. He paused just shy of the summit, allowing his eyes to adjust before continuing his ascent. Upon detecting no imminent danger, he stood atop the dune and gazed into the distance. Before him lay a gentle expanse of desert, devoid of the undulating dunes that characterized the landscape behind him. A sigh escaped his lips, for this signified that he would have to traverse the harsh sun with great difficulty. Jinjing's eyes were striking, a vibrant blue reminiscent of the sky after rain. A fleeting look of confusion crossed his face, quickly replaced by determination. He urged himself onward, when suddenly his azure gaze brightened. Food. Having trained in martial skills, his physical prowess far exceeded that of the average person, enabling him to spot a spider not far off, rolling down the dune with the wind. He hastened to capture it effortlessly. The spider was the size of 2 adult thumbs combined, its yellow-brown body blending almost seamlessly with the sand. Yet Jinjing's keen eye discerned it. The spider, with its 8 legs curled into a ball, rolled down the dune, propelled by the wind. Were it to move on its own, it would require much more effort. Jinjing swiftly severed the spider's head, shaking off the sand that clung to its body. He then placed the spider into his mouth, gnashing his teeth until it was finely shredded, before swallowing it whole. Decapitating the tiny spider was a precaution against venom. Of course, given its diminutive life force, it was unlikely to pose a threat to Jinjing, whose strength easily surpassed that of a silver rank. Nonetheless, he wished to impose no additional burden upon his body. The flavor of the spider was unremarkable, unroasted and devoid of seasoning, leaving a peculiar taste lingering in his mouth, throat, and nasal passages. This spider was not the first to serve as his sustenance. Along his journey, he had encountered several others, spiders, scorpions, and other nameless creatures. He had consumed the heads of spiders and the tails of scorpions, all of which had found their way into his stomach. Each meal induced a wave of nausea. Yet he never underestimated these small lives. He understood their significance as vital sources of water and nourishment. After traversing the desert for half a day, Jinjing realized he had not encountered any edible plants, yet small creatures were more readily available. The flesh of these creatures was meager, but their value lay in the moisture they provided. Jinjing cherished these morsels. Though they were minuscule, their accumulation might very well bolster his chances of successfully escaping the desert later. He pondered the consequences of neglecting these resources, fearing that a moment's disregard could lead to his demise in the sands. He silently yearned for a cactus. Throughout his arduous trek, he had come across a few scattered plants, yet none were cacti. These plants were diminutive and stunted, and he could not discern their species or edibility. He had made attempts, cautiously avoiding their needle-like thorns, only to discover that their roots were deeply embedded in the desert floor. Such roots could draw moisture from beneath the surface, yet they also posed a challenge for extraction. After several attempts, Jinjing wisely chose to abandon the endeavor. Even if unearthed, the roots might not provide sustenance. He was uncertain of the plant species and often found himself weighing the risks against potential rewards, patiently deliberating before making decisions. It was clear that recklessly digging up an unknown plant was fraught with danger. Ultimately, he opted to forego the effort. This decision was indeed a difficult one. Each time he turned away from a desert plant, doubts crept in. Had he erred? Perhaps this was a divine opportunity, a chance to escape his predicament, which he had chosen to forsake. Jinjing felt akin to a student in an academy, grappling with an exam that determined his fate, answering questions without the benefit of correct answers. As time slipped away, the sun began its descent. By evening, the sun resembled a brutish man venting his frustrations through violence. His curses and blows, though weakened, created a deceptive sense of gentleness. The air grew more temperate, but remained intensely dry, prompting Jinjing to consciously quicken his pace. He needed to cover as much ground as possible to make up for lost time. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the dying light painted the sky with breathtaking hues. Yet, Jinjing had no heart to admire the beauty, perceiving it instead as the sun's ultimatum. I shall spare you for now, but tomorrow, I will return to torment you. At that moment, the temperature dropped sharply, and he became acutely aware of the thinness of his clothing. A chilling gust swept over him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. The boy's heart sank. The temperature fluctuations in this desert exceeded his prior estimates, presenting yet another trial. While he could endure it for the moment, he feared that as time wore on and his physical condition deteriorated, such fluctuations could become a lethal threat. The most pressing concern for the young boy remained his hunger and thirst. The gnawing sensation in his stomach had intensified since awakening. The small creatures he had encountered along the way could hardly satiate his hunger. In truth, they served more as psychological comfort than actual nourishment. Fortunately, Jinjing had not faced formidable predators during his daytime travels. Yet, this misfortune meant that he had also missed opportunities to gather substantial food. At present, he wore a peculiar scarf around his neck, the remains of a desert viper he had previously slain. With a tender touch, he stroked the scales of the snake. The cold sensation at his fingertips transformed into warmth within his heart. This was the last of his food, deliberately preserved. On one hand, as long as it remained with him, hope flickered in Jinjing's heart. On the other hand, he remained wary of the risks involved. Consuming too much food at once could deplete his body's water reserves. The fact that the viper was venomous was a secondary concern. The anatomical structure of the viper dictates that its venom glands reside within its head. Once the head is severed, it is rendered essentially harmless. Given the constitution of Jinjing, even if he were to be poisoned, he would not fear the venom of such a commonplace beast. However, it would be prudent to cook it over a fire before consumption. After all, this peculiar and perilous island cannot be perceived through the lens of ordinary reasoning. Perhaps such a serpent is imbued with toxins throughout its entire being? If that were the case, my current predicament would be akin to willingly placing the scythe of death against my throat. As the sun finally vanished from the horizon, night enveloped the land. This day had drawn to a close. Jinjing gazed into the vast, profound sky, a sense of bewilderment and panic emerging within him. His situation was perilous and fraught with difficulty. During the day, he had loathed and detested the sunlight, yet it had granted him a clear view. Now, in the darkness, he faced the threat of even more predators lurking about. Taking several deep breaths, Jinjing endeavored to regain his composure. To his delight, he realized he had indeed succeeded. After the initial trial, he seemed to have made a qualitative leap in stabilizing his mind. He found no need for prayers. He could maintain his calmness solely through his own efforts. As the night deepened, the temperature plummeted, and white vapor began to escape from Jinjing's mouth and nostrils. The chill was biting. Hunger intensified, tormenting the young boy. His stomach protested loudly, grumbling in protest. Yet, the sensation of thirst overshadowed his hunger. Jinjin felt as if his throat were ablaze. If only there were a lake nearby, he would immerse himself entirely, drinking to his heart's content. Water had been woefully scarce. He had initially hoped to find sustenance among desert plants, but that hope had been dashed. He had not even glimpsed the shadow of a cactus. On this moonless night, the sky was adorned with countless stars. As Jinjin gazed upward at the celestial expanse, he felt the starlight radiating a sense of ruthlessness and indifference. As if it were observing his slow march toward despair, he strained to discern the constellations, hoping to use them as a guide to ascertain his direction, yet he faltered. His knowledge in this area was rudimentary at best. He was a complete novice. Thanks to the correct strategies employed during the day, he still retained considerable physical stamina. The young boy continued his solitary trek through the desert under the starry night. Unbeknownst to him, sand dunes began to reappear alongside him. What was that? In his blurred vision, Jinjin discerned a shadowy figure of a beast resting at the base of a dune. Chapter 49. The Clash of Beasts. The young man abruptly halted his steps, unable to suppress a deep breath. After the initial shock, a wave of joy began to spread within him. In the dead of night, his eyes seemed to shimmer with excitement. Slay it, then drink its blood. I am truly on the brink of dehydration, he thought fervently. However, the elation in his heart soon waned, giving rise to hesitation. From a distance, the beast appeared to be colossal, seemingly sprawled on the sand, towering over 2 meters even in that position. At this range, its presence was imperceptible. Was it concealing its aura? Such a massive creature would find survival in the desert quite challenging, suggesting its formidable nature. If it were a silver-tier beast, or worse, a black iron-tier beast, then I would be in grave danger. On this perilous island, golden-tier beasts are not uncommon. After several breaths of indecision, the young man resolved to take action. Lacking food and water, his condition would only deteriorate. The desert was vast and barren, unlike the lush rainforests. If he were to forfeit this opportunity, the chances of encountering prey suitable for his needs in the future were minimal. Therefore, seizing the moment while he still possessed stamina was the wisest course of action. If peril arose, he could only rely on his latent abilities. Clenching his jaw, he bent low, reducing his pace, and stealthily approached the colossal creature. In the darkness, the beast appeared to be motionless, its form coiled. As he drew near, the young man's expression shifted. Tension and vigilance dissipated as he realized it was merely a massive stone. He exhaled a breath of relief and ambled over to what he had initially perceived as the beast. Though he possessed remarkable physical attributes, he remained human, and his vision was significantly hampered in the night. If he were a dark elf, he would have discerned the truth without such a misunderstanding. Observing the stone before him, he noted its elliptical shape, standing silently in the darkness. The surface glimmered faintly with a metallic sheen, yet it was pockmarked, entirely devoid of smoothness, with countless tiny craters. Curiously, a gentle warmth emanated from these minuscule pits. The young man paused, recalling the words of the elder. Could this be golden hempstone? Golden hempstone is a mixture of iron, gold, earth, and various other minerals. Depending on its origin, the composition and ratios of these elements can vary significantly. The exploration team had encountered extensive deposits of golden hempstone, and the elder had deduced that these stones contained rich veins of gold. However, the exploration team lacked the means to extract it. Their primary concern was survival, followed by the quest for water and food to sustain their camp. Typically, golden hempstones appear in clusters, yet here stood only one. The young man touched the stone's surface, feeling a mixture of disappointment and fortune. He lamented the absence of food and water, but felt fortunate to have discovered a piece of golden hempstone. This stone, heated under the blazing sun, retained warmth within its core, providing a refuge from the desert's frigid nights. This discovery alleviated a significant burden. His clothing felt woefully inadequate in the cold. Previously troubled by the lack of firewood, he could now rely on the warmth of the stone, which would shield him from the harsh chill. The night passed quietly, and when the young man opened his eyes once more, he detected the first light of dawn on the horizon. He stretched his limbs, delighted to find his stamina significantly restored, a testament to the restful night he had enjoyed. His body had received ample respite, and his mind had calmed during this prolonged slumber. He felt reassured that he had not slept deeply but had remained vigilant, his senses alert. He had awakened 2 or 3 times throughout the night due to the howling winds that exceeded his threshold of caution, yet he had swiftly drifted back to sleep. This realization brought him satisfaction. It seemed he had undergone training or had experiences that allowed him to balance sleep with alertness, a feat not easily achieved. This time, however, he stirred awake due to an unusual sound emanating from the northeast. The noise was peculiar, reminiscent of a serpent. From his resting place atop the golden hemp stone, he decided to approach the crest of the dune cautiously. As he reached the summit, he peered over, observing his surroundings. At this dawn hour, the light was still dim. Before him lay a multitude of golden hempstones, hundreds in number, scattered at varying distances and sizes, resembling pieces on a chessboard crafted from the dune. This undoubtedly corroborated the elder's assertion that golden hempstones appear in clusters. The stone he had rested upon was merely an isolated fragment. His gaze narrowed as he beheld two groups of beasts confronting one another amidst the golden hempstones. One group comprised green-skinned lizards, while the other consisted of golden scorpions. The lizards were as large as warhorses, while the scorpions were somewhat smaller. The lizards emitted serpent-like hisses, while the scorpions produced rustling sounds, each party attempting to intimidate the other. It was the cacophony of these two species that had roused him from his slumber. A sense of unease gripped him as he sensed the life force of these formidable creatures. Both the lizards and scorpions were at least of black iron tier, with their leaders being silver tier beasts. Ignoring any mutations, a single silver tier beast could pose a lethal threat. A sufficient number of black iron beasts could also spell doom for him. The principles of mutation remained unclear to him. Yet he knew that his silver tier weapon was steadily degrading over time. The limbs of the blade spider indeed served as excellent materials for weapon crafting, but such materials required processing to stabilize their magical properties and retain their sharpness. The young man, however, had merely utilized them in a crude manner without any treatment. As time passed, the effectiveness of his spider leg sword would diminish. Thus, he refrained from acting rashly, opting instead to remain in place and observe quietly. He was still uncertain as to why the two beast groups were at odds. Regardless of which side emerged victorious, he wished to avoid provoking either. As he surreptitiously watched, he silently prayed. If these two groups were to engage in battle, perhaps it would create an opportunity for him to procure some food. It seemed as though his prayer was heard, for the restless beast groups finally grew impatient and commenced their clash. However, it was not a full-scale battle. Rather, the leaders of each group charged into the fray, engaging in one-on-one combat. The green-skinned lizard emitted a horrendous screech, then unleashed a stream of thick green acid from its mouth. The acid struck the golden scorpion, which promptly raised its massive pincers like shields to protect its eyes. Hissing, the scorpion's pincers began to emit white smoke as the acid sizzled upon contact. The young man squinted, his keen senses detecting that some acid had splattered onto the golden hempstone, corroding it and creating fist-sized craters within mere moments. Had that acid sprayed upon him, without the protection of his fighting spirit, he would have been reduced to mere bones within a few breaths. What alleviated Jin Jin's anxiety was the immediate decline in the lizard leader's vigor after it expelled a torrent of acidic fluid, causing it to retreat. Yet, as the lizard withdrew, the golden scorpion advanced with even greater speed, swiftly closing the distance between them. The green-skinned lizard opened its mouth, emitting a bizarre cry as if preparing to unleash another stream of green liquid. However, the cunning golden scorpion had already raised its pincers to shield itself, while simultaneously elevating its tail, extending at least 2 meters, and delivering a fierce thrust. The scorpion's tail, sharp as a knight's lance, pierced directly through the lizard's head, creating a gaping hole that penetrated deep into its skull. This was a fatal wound. With a successful strike, the golden scorpion promptly retreated with remarkable swiftness. From the circular opening above the lizard's head, a fountain-like eruption of white brain matter mixed with pale green blood gushed forth. The lizard leader let out a heart-wrenching shriek, and in its final moments, it unleashed a frenzied counterattack. The corrosive green liquid erupted from its mouth once more, indiscriminately sweeping through the air like a green beam of light. The massive golden-brown stone was engulfed, instantly billowing thick white smoke and emitting a hissing sound, before melting away under the sunlight like snow. The other green-skinned lizards were also caught in the chaos, plunging into panic as unfortunate souls screamed in agony. Some having their limbs corroded to reveal bare bones, while others frantically burrowed into the sand, desperately seeking refuge. A few golden scorpions were also affected by the green liquid, their shells quickly softening until only the tips of their tails remained, while the silver-tier golden scorpions could withstand the green liquid. Most of the black iron golden scorpions could not endure it. Fortunately, The lizard's explosive outburst lasted only a few breaths. Soon, the green liquid ceased to flow from its mouth. With the loss of their leader, the green-skinned lizards began to retreat. The golden scorpions emerged victorious. Yet they did not pursue their advantage as Jean had anticipated. After driving away the green-skinned lizards, the scorpions paid no heed to their fallen foes, gathering in small groups around the golden-brown stone. To Jin's astonishment, these golden scorpions began to pierce the stone with their tails, working together to shatter the massive golden-brown stone. Subsequently, they utilized their large pincers to crush the scattered pieces of stone into smaller fragments on the sandy ground. Finally, they deposited these fragments into their mouths, incessantly chewing. So, these golden-brown stones were the sustenance for the golden scorpions? Observing this scene, Jean found himself deep in thought. He could not help but swallow hard. Watching the scorpions devour their meal intensified his own feelings of hunger. He patiently waited. After devouring for nearly half an hour, the golden scorpions finally departed, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Once he confirmed his safety, Jean, filled with excitement, made his way back to the original battlefield. The beasts that had been struck by the acidic liquid and killed were no longer edible. However, the lizard leader, having exhausted its acidic spray and drained of blood and brain matter, still retained ample flesh. Jean used his weapon to carve into the lizard leader, obtaining its meat. After merely a short rest and witnessing a fierce battle, food had suddenly become plentiful. Yet, he still lacked water. Would such fortune come his way again? The young man's initial excitement gradually subsided. With some residual acidic liquid remaining, Jean cautiously dipped his weapon into it. After patiently waiting for a moment, he found that the silver tier spider blade remained as hard and sharp as ever, providing him with a sense of reassurance. At that moment, the sun began to rise above the horizon, enhancing Jean's visibility. Recognizing this rare opportunity to travel, he was about to set off when his pupils abruptly contracted. What was that? A hint of pink suddenly appeared in his line of sight, leaving him utterly astonished. Chapter 50. No rescue. A group of individuals fled through the desert. Hurry, move faster. Keep up, don't fall behind. They are upon us. Came a panicked scream. Followed by a chilling cry. A green-skinned lizard, feasting on its prey, suddenly darted out from the shadows, its speed astonishing, lunging towards the last two members of the fleeing group. No, one of them shouted, terror gripping his heart, yet a fierce resolve overtook his expression. In a moment of desperation, he seized his companion and yanked him to the ground. The fallen comrade struggled to rise, ready to curse, only to be silenced by the lizard's fatal strike, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. The survivors felt a tightening in their chests at the sound of despair. Among them, a young woman, Zidi, clenched her jaw upon witnessing the scene behind her. With determination, she withdrew a vial of potion from her leather pouch and flung it into the air. Hold your breath, she urged loudly. The remaining companions, seemingly familiar with the green smoke, quickly stifled their breaths and escaped the noxious cloud. However, the pursuing green-skinned lizards inhaled the fumes, leading to their own torment. Soon, they were shrieking, some thrashing in the thick smoke, while others dashed about in panic, causing chaos among their ranks. Seizing this opportunity, the surviving explorers successfully distanced themselves from the lizards. Quick, run. We are going to make it. Lady Zidi is truly remarkable. We owe our survival to your potion. Do you have more? Scatter it generously. The group shouted, elated by their narrow escape. How can you act this way? I just witnessed you condemn a comrade to death. Bai's accusation cut through the jubilation like a knife. The accused initially displayed shame, but soon their countenance darkened with anger. Retorting, get lost, mind your own business. Baia was left speechless, astonished. The person he confronted radiated fury, their usual temperament completely vanished, as if they had transformed into a different entity. Enough. We are not out of danger yet. Everything that has transpired here will be judged by Lord Jinjing. An elder, Sangshu, interjected, calming the tumultuous group. Meanwhile, to the northeast of the surviving party, atop a sand dune, two heads peeked out, resembling each other, Lanzhao and Huangzhao, the brothers. Brother, I've spotted them, Huangzhao exclaimed, excitement evident, but it quickly faded as he observed their dire situation, being pursued by green-skinned lizards. Indeed, they are here. Lanzhao nodded. But why do we not see Lord Jinjing? They must have become separated and have yet to regroup. We only followed the trail of the lizards marked with pink signs to find this location, Huangzhao speculated. It turned out that after the exploration team was transported, they were immediately beset by a storm. Ziti, utilizing her potion, swiftly created a tunnel in the sandstorm, aiding many explorers. However, the tunnel proved unstable and collapsed during the tempest, inadvertently connecting with another cavern. In a desperate bid for survival, they entered this newly discovered cave, only to find it was not a natural formation but rather constructed by a horde of green-skinned lizards, with which the explorers were already familiar. The location where Ziti and the others arrived was the most critical area of the lizard's underground lair, the nursery. Numerous lizard eggs were stored there, guarded by a pair of mother lizards. Upon encountering each other, a fierce battle erupted. With Ziti's potions, the explorers swiftly dispatched the two mothers. However, the commotion attracted the attention of other lizards, who retaliated with fervor. Fortunately, the entrance to the nursery was quite narrow, allowing the group to fortify their position. Yet, the relentless onslaught of green-skinned lizards resulted in casualties among the explorers. Sangxiu, through dissection, discovered that the mating frequency of the lizards was notably low, with each female only producing a single egg at a time. Given the multitude of lizard eggs within, it was evident that the external lizard population was vast. It became clear that remaining here offered no escape. Realizing this, the group began devising a plan to break free. During this time, Ziti scattered pink potions over the lizards, hoping to send a signal. Now, having managed to escape temporarily from the lizards' pursuit, Huangzhao declared, "Let us reunite with them." Just as he was about to move, Huangzhao grasped his arm. "No, brother, look." Following Huangzhao's pointing finger, Lanzhao beheld a multitude of green-skinned lizards blocking Ziti and Sangxiu's path. However, Ziti and Sangxiu were oblivious, their view obstructed by a dune. The onlookers, Lanzhao and Huangzhao, realized the dire situation. This is bad. They are about to be surrounded by the lizards. If this continues, it will lead to certain death. We must warn them. Lanzhao's face paled. Wait, Huangzhao halted him again. What are you doing? Lanzhao glared, urgency overriding all else. Don't be foolish, brother. They are doomed, Huangzhao replied coldly. Look again. Lanzhao, peering closely, felt his complexion drain. He noticed not only a horde of lizards ahead of the exploration team, but also flanking them on both sides. Despite this, Lanzhao's body trembled, gritting his teeth, but was interrupted by Huangzhao's words. Lord Jinjing is not present. They rely solely on Lady Ziti's potion to survive. There is no hope for escape. Don't be foolish, brother. Even with the two of us, we would only be walking to our deaths. Huangzhao's demeanor was stark. He continued with pointed questions. What are they to you? Are they worth your life? But we are bound by our status as slaves, and we previously agreed to follow Lord Jinjing together. Lanzhao hesitated. Huangzhao's expression darkened. Slave? I refuse to be any sort of slave. The circumstances before were forced upon us. Moreover, we do not even know where Lord Jinjing is now. If he is absent, he will never learn of what transpired here. Our desire to follow him is for a brighter future. Dying in this manner is not our intention. But Lanzhao's resolve wavered. I must at least warn them. Do not do it. Huangzhao shook his head. It is too late. They are already surrounded. If you speak up, they will discover us, and they will undoubtedly demand our assistance. When that time comes, will we respond? Lanzhao's furrowed brows deepened, his hands instinctively clutching two handfuls of sand, fists tightening in resolve. Observing his brother's turmoil, Huangzhao felt a pang of concern. You wish for me to die, brother? He exclaimed. What? Lanzhao was momentarily taken aback. I know these people evaded you, and that Lord Jinjing and Lady Ziti once saved my life. You do not wish to owe them. You seek to repay their kindness. You must be contemplating letting me escape while you go to their aid alone. Huangzhao's words struck a chord within Lanzhao. Indeed, that was his thought. But Huangzhao pressed on. If you go, it will be certain death. Leaving me here alone, how could I survive in this desert? Can you really bear to watch me perish? You are my brother. If you choose to go, I shall undoubtedly follow in your wake. If you perish, my life shall be forfeit as well. Brother. Lanzhao gritted his teeth, glaring at Huangzhao. Indeed, I have sworn an oath. From childhood to the present, I have always looked after you, have I not? Yet you have grown. You are a seasoned sailor now, possessing bronze-level strength. But what does it matter? In the spider forest, you abandoned me. Huangzhao coldly interrupted Lanzhao's words. I believed you were dead. Lanzhao roared, his face flushing with rage. Huangzhao scoffed. My demise would perhaps be a blessing for you, would it not? After all, it was you who caused our father's death. If I were to die, who would uncover your secret? You would be liberated. No. How can you think such a thing? Lanzhao emitted a pained groan, his expression contorted. veins throbbing on his forehead. Huang Zhao's voice suddenly rose. Then let us leave. We shall escape this cursed island together. You must prove yourself through action. Huang Zhao's words struck Lan Zhao's heart like a spear forged of ice. The robust man knelt upon the ground, staring intently at his younger brother, remaining motionless for what felt like an eternity, resembling a statue. The brothers held each other's gaze for several breaths, only to be interrupted by the commotion caused by the greenskin lizards. Huang Zhao, noticing several greenskin lizards rapidly approaching their dune, urged urgently, "We must hurry. If we do not leave now, we shall be trapped." He immediately rose and forcefully tugged at Lan Zhao. Initially, he could not budge him, but after 2 more attempts, he finally managed to lift Lan Zhao to his feet, and together they fled down the dune, escaping the location. A deep sigh escaped Huang Zhao's heart as he lowered his head, fleeing alongside Lan Zhao. Chapter 51. It is Lord Jinjin. We are doomed. These greenskin creatures are everywhere. What shall we do? We cannot escape. Sangshu gasped for breath, and the elder's face lost its usual composure. As they observed the increasing number of greenskin lizards surrounding them, despair engulfed the exploration team, many of whom emitted cries of anguish. This is impossible. Lord Sangshu, did you not say these greenskin lizards would venture out to hunt in the morning? It was precisely for this reason that we seized this opportunity to break free. Are you mad? The lizards in front are the strongest in the beast horde. Otherwise, how could they be out hunting? Sangshu remained silent. Ziti gritted her teeth. We must ascend this sand dune first. With that, she took the lead. Despite their dire circumstances, the instinct for survival compelled everyone to follow Ziti. The exploration team climbed the dune, pursued closely by the green-skinned lizards. Whenever the lizards approached, Ziti would scatter a pouch of powder, creating a dense green mist to obstruct them. Although the green smoke would swiftly dissipate and lose its efficacy, the distraction allowed the exploration team to reach the summit of the dune. However, their hope quickly faded. From their elevated position, they could see clearly. The area surrounding the dune was teeming with green-skinned lizards, numbering in the thousands. The majority were ordinary beasts, with the lizards left behind at their nest predominantly weak and injured. The most formidable among them were those who had returned early from hunting, nearly all exuding the aura of black iron-level creatures. What are we struggling for? We may as well await our demise here. Some simply collapsed onto the sand. Rather than be devoured by these lizards, I would prefer to perish in the sandstorm. Others chuckled bitterly. The lizards gathered beneath the dune, becoming increasingly dense. Soon, more lizards charged up the dune. Ziti pulled out her powder, raining it down from above, conjuring another thick green fog. The swirling mist formed a temporary barrier, repelling the advancing lizards. Witnessing this, Baya sincerely praised. Without Lord Ziti, we would have perished long ago. Someone noticed the bulging pouch at Ziti's waist filled with numerous packets of powder and suggested, with so many potions, we could wait for a strong wind, disperse these powders in the gust, and obliterate these lizards. Even if we cannot kill them all, we could carve a path for ourselves. Yet Ziti shook her head. With the wind, the smoke will not coalesce, dispersing rapidly. Moreover, the lizards are not foolish. Upon encountering the green mist, they will turn and flee. The most critical point is that we are more fragile than these lizards. The green smoke is far more harmful to us. The crowd fell silent. What then shall we do? Ziti sighed deeply, gazing at the myriad green-skinned lizards encircling the dune. We can only hope that these lizards will be unable to breach our defenses and eventually disperse. Unfortunately, the anticipated event did not transpire. The lizards maintained their encirclement, continually attempting to scale the dune, only to be repelled each time by the green mist. Whenever the fog thinned in any area, Ziti promptly replenished it. This special powder was depleting rapidly, despite Ziti having created a substantial amount. At this rate, it would be exhausted within a day or two. Observing the lizard's frantic cries, unable to ascend the dune, many members of the exploration team began to relax. However, Sangshu and Ziti wore expressions of worry. They understood all too well that their current predicament was perilous. The lizards were merely deterred by the green mist. Its coverage was limited, and if they were desperate enough, they could still charge through. In truth, as long as the lizards held their breath, they could traverse the green fog. Yet, they were beasts, devoid of human cunning, lacking the capacity for significant adaptability. Time passed, and the sun climbed higher, reaching noon. Sangshu observed the lizards sprawled beneath the dune, languid and lethargic, with the more powerful individuals claiming the shaded areas of the dune. The old scholar furrowed his brow. articulating his conjecture. I suspect these lizards will not abandon their intent to kill us. I have observed that none among them possess silver level status. This is virtually impossible. To sustain such a large beast horde, there must be at least one silver level lizard leader. Look at those lizards. They are the strongest of their kind, all exuding black iron auras. Yet these creatures are nearly all injured, many with severe wounds. I surmise that this group of hunting lizards encountered a formidable foe in the morning, returning empty-handed and suffering significant losses, possibly even losing their leader. Ziti suddenly understood. So we are the only food in the eyes of these lizards? Sangshu nodded, then slightly shook his head. It is not merely that. We have also destroyed their eggs. The scent of those lizard eggs lingers on us, and these lizards utterly loathe us. Surely, even if we flee to the edge of the desert, they will pursue us to tear apart the killers of their offspring. The crowd fell silent. Baya could not help but defend Ziti. But if we had not destroyed those lizard eggs, we would not have had the egg liquid to create the powder for the green mist. Without it, we would have perished long ago. How could we still be alive now? Sangshu shook his head. I do not mean to criticize Lord Ziti. In fact, I am filled with gratitude towards her. I merely wish to convey what I know. The group fell silent once more. Not a whisper of wind stirred. The sunlight descended like countless arrows, piercing downwards. The temperature in the air soared, and those exposed atop the dune found it increasingly unbearable. They resembled fish trapped on a scorching iron plate. On the verge of being cooked alive, many shed their outer garments, using them as makeshift awnings to shield their heads. They dared not sit, for the sand beneath their feet was excruciatingly hot. At that moment, if a lizard egg were to shatter above them, it would instantly cook, producing scrambled eggs. If only we had enough bows and arrows. From atop the dune, we could easily shoot these lizards down, turning them into our sustenance. Someone murmured. Unfortunately, however, the short bows and arrows crafted by the exploration team had been nearly all lost in the sandstorm. The members of the exploration team had dwindled to half. Not everyone possessed a weapon, and those with short bows were even fewer. Here, in the desert, there was no wood available for crafting. The idea of making short bows was Lord Jinjin's. One wondered where the knight might be now. If he were here, perhaps he would devise a solution. Another voice chimed in. Previously, Jinjin had led them to victory, guiding the exploration team out of peril. His authority had firmly established itself in their hearts. Thus, at this moment, they yearned for such a wise and powerful leader. Baya gazed into the distance. I believe Lord Jinjin will not perish so easily. He has merely separated from us temporarily, and he will undoubtedly return to rescue us. Baya's tone brimmed with conviction, which struck the others as peculiar. Consequently, someone inquired, why do you say that? Can you somehow contact Lord Jinjin? The group chuckled ruefully, while Sangshu gently shook his head. Having spent considerable time with Baya, they had all noticed. This young man seemed to hold an inexplicable trust and reverence for the knight. The depth of this trust and reverence surpassed the ordinary, rendering it somewhat naive and foolish. Yet, in that moment, none wished to counter such innocence and folly with reason. As they found themselves in a dire predicament, their hearts brimmed with hope for a noble knight who could rise to the occasion, offering their remarkable skills and intelligence to rescue the vulnerable from their plight. Following this brief exchange, an extensive silence ensued. The glaring sun bore down mercilessly, rendering it nearly impossible to lift one's gaze, forcing everyone to cast their eyes upon the sandy ground beneath their feet. Starving and parched, many bore cracked lips. Although food and water were available, their quantities were limited, and under the suggestion of Sangshu, rationing had commenced. Suddenly, a member of the exploration team displayed a look of astonishment, quickly rubbing his eyes. After confirming his sight, he exclaimed, "Come quickly! Is that not a person?" This cry instantly captured the attention of all. Indeed, there was a figure approaching, but who could it be? It was difficult to discern. He is running towards us. Sangshu squinted against the light, noting the green-skinned lizards at the base of the dune. This individual, boldly charging forward, was evidently fearless. It must be Lord Jinjin, Baya shouted with excitement. As the figure drew nearer, the crowd could finally make out his features, and an uproar of cheers erupted. It is indeed him, Lord Jinjin. I was not mistaken. Baya laughed heartily. Lord Jinjin, we are here. Have you finally come to rescue us? At that moment, many were overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down their faces. Ziti's breath quickened, her crystalline eyes reflecting both surprise and anticipation. But soon her expression shifted to concern as she furrowed her brow. Ah, he is injured. The jubilant crowd's demeanor altered as they too noticed that Jinjin's left arm was in a sling, evidently fractured, and his body was wrapped in makeshift bandages, torn from his own garments. The Lord is injured. That sandstorm was truly terrifying. But how severe are his wounds? Anxiety gripped the members of the exploration team. For Jinjin's condition directly impacted their fates. The lizards soon recognized the approaching Jinjin, and several of them launched an attack. Armed with his spider knife, Jinjin charged into the fray, skillfully cleaving through the lizards. With each swing, green blood erupted as he decapitated the ordinary lizards, leaving them lifeless upon the sand. This display of violence incited a frenzy among the lizards, drawing more of them to attack, including several bronze-level beasts. Jinjin's momentum was significantly diminished as he faced these formidable opponents. The bronze lizards not only possessed greater size and strength, but also unleashed their acidic breath with alarming swiftness. While ordinary lizards required time to prepare their attacks, the bronze lizards needed merely a breath. In single combat, Jinjin could evade and counterattack, but surrounded as he was, he could not hope to find an ideal escape route that would allow him to evade and retaliate simultaneously. With a heart as cold as ice, Jinjin understood the stakes. The bronze lizard's acid could swiftly corrode even the toughest stone. Without his protective aura or armor, any contact with the acid would result in severe injury. Lord Jinjin. It seemed that his wounds greatly affected him. He was continuously evading. Could it be that he was unable to summon his protective aura? Atop the dune, the onlookers were filled with dread as they beheld the unfolding battle. Suddenly, a cry of alarm pierced the air. Be careful. Among the attacking lizards, one particularly cunning creature had unleashed its acidic spray towards Jinjin's back. The other lizards hastily retreated. The acid missed its mark, splattering against the sand with a hissing noise, eroding a shallow trench and releasing a noxious white smoke. Having undergone extensive training, Jinjin possessed ample combat experience, allowing him to remain composed and adept in the face of this onslaught. In this moment, his self-awareness deepened, though his focus was solely on the immediate threats. He could perceive multiple paths for evasion amidst the chaos. His vision extended beyond the front, scanning rapidly as he maneuvered, attuned to the sounds of the wind. Thus, when the acid shot forth from behind, he was able to evade it in time, aided by the relatively slower speed of the acidic spray compared to that of arrows. The exploration team, unaware of Jinjin's confidence, watched in horror as the young knight was besieged, feeling as if he were precariously walking a tightrope over a precipice. Should he be struck by that acid, Lord Jinjin would be in grave danger. Despite his injuries, he risked his life to save them. This was the essence of a true knight. Lord Jinjin, as he has said, he has never abandoned us. The explorers, filled with worry, were also deeply moved. We must assist the Lord. Yet, armed only with short bows, they lacked the range to strike at the lizards encircling him, rendering them helpless. Their teeth clenched in frustration. The exploration team recognized the limitations of their weapons. The effective range of their bows was insufficient to reach Jinjin. Trapped atop the dune, they could only watch helplessly. This is dire, they murmured, their expressions darkening further as they spotted a third wave of lizards charging towards Jinjin, among them 3 black iron-level beasts. Chapter 52. I have returned. The lizard opened its mouth, unleashing a stream of green acid. Be careful, Blue Algae shouted. But it was too late. The lizard chose its moment perfectly, and Yellow Algae, with a grimace etched on his face, found himself unable to evade. He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. With a splatter, the vision of the darkened Yellow Algae was suddenly obscured as he was knocked to the ground. In the next instant, he opened his eyes to see the agonized face of his brother, Blue Algae. Brother! Yellow Algae cried out, quickly rolling on the ground. Gaining some space, he summoned all his strength to hurl the spear he clutched. Die! He shouted fiercely. After the green-skinned lizard spewed its corrosive liquid, it immediately appeared weakened. Its mouth still agape when Yellow Algae thrust the spear into it. The spear penetrated a small portion of its skull before lodging itself firmly in the bone. In this life-and-death moment, Yellow Algae seized upon the lizard's vulnerability and finally brought it down. Brother! As Yellow Algae saw the lizard collapse, he took a deep breath and rushed to Blue Algae's side. Blue Algae lay on the ground, racked with pain, and even a tough man like him let out a mournful wail. Upon seeing the wound on Blue Algae's back, Yellow Algae gasped in horror. The injury was ghastly. The green acid had corroded flesh and blood, sizzling ominously, transforming it into pus that exuded a noxious stench. The condition was deteriorating rapidly. and yellow algae realized that in just a few breaths, he might witness the bone beneath blue algae's skin. This was merely a bronze-level lizard, fearful of direct contact. Yellow algae hurriedly retrieved the water pouch from his waist and poured its contents over the wound. The acid was swiftly diluted by the copious amounts of water, providing immediate relief to blue algae's injury. Grasping blue algae's forearm, yellow algae hoisted him up, using his other hand to wash the acid off into the sand. There was no time to waste. Yellow algae gritted his teeth, aware of the severity of blue algae's condition, and resolved to use every last drop of water from the pouch. Meanwhile, a stream of green liquid narrowly missed Needle Gold's ear, slicing through the air. Needle Gold's expression turned grave as he found himself besieged by dozens of lizards, including formidable black iron and bronze-level beasts. Utilizing his agility and vast experience, Needle Gold evaded while simultaneously slaying multiple lizards, yet he could distinctly feel the increasing difficulty of his escape. With a soft whoosh, an arrow struggled to soar over the heads of countless lizards, landing in the sand. "I've done my utmost," panted White Sprout from atop a sand dune. He gazed at the short bow in his hands and shook his head in dismay. Despite maximizing the bow's potential range, the arrow fell a dozen steps short of Needle Gold. The bow, battered by wind and sand and worn from battle, was on the brink of collapse. "Needle Gold, the potion. Inhale it through your nose." The others shouted in unison. Needle Gold hesitated, having his own plans, but White Sprout's unexpected shot caught him off guard. What to do? Needle Gold gritted his teeth and leaped. In this critical moment, he chose to trust his companions. This action was perilous. If he was struck by the acid while airborne, evasion would be nearly impossible. With a resounding thud, Needle Gold landed. 3 lizards, some with mouths agape and others brandishing claws, aimed to end his life. In a split second, Needle Gold caught sight of the only escape route. He rolled deftly between 2 lizards, grasped the arrow shaft, and pushed off the ground with his right foot, propelling himself upright. Without pausing, he sprinted forward with all his might. As he ran, he pulled out the arrowhead, noticing a faint yellow mist emanating from within. Needle Gold inhaled deeply, drawing the smoke into his nostrils. Coughing violently, he expelled clouds of gray mist from his mouth. Simultaneously, gray smoke billowed from his ears and nose, leaving behind faint gray tears. Moments later, Needle Gold realized he had lost his sense of taste and smell. He could not feel his tongue or nose, and even his vision and hearing had dulled. This was decidedly disadvantageous. To break free from the lizard horde, he needed to be acutely aware of his surroundings, relying on his keen senses, which were now compromised. Instantly, the pressure from the lizards intensified exponentially. Atop the sand dune, "Use these arrowheads," said Purple Tea, retrieving 5 or 6 arrowheads from her small leather pouch. White Sprout immediately took them, affixing them to the arrow shafts. These arrowheads had been crafted by Purple Tea earlier in the lizard's nesting grounds, and many had witnessed the process, so it was not surprising. With a focused breath, White Sprout drew the bowstring taut and released an arrow. The arrow soared through the air, emitting green smoke from its tip before embedding itself in the sand, releasing a copious amount of green vapor. This green mist slowly descended, ultimately forming a temporary smoke wall upon the sand surface. The exploration team shouted in unison, alerting Needle Gold. He immediately dashed into the green mist, following its path. The surrounding greenskin lizards attempted to charge into the mist but soon retreated in disarray, wailing in distress. The green mist acted similarly to the powder Purple Tea had previously scattered. The lizards inhaling it would suffer severe respiratory corrosion. However, after inhaling the medicinal smoke earlier, Needle Gold found he could breathe freely within the green mist without any adverse effects. "What a marvelous concoction!" the exploration team members exclaimed, their eyes wide with astonishment. Yet Purple Tea shook her head. "To be precise, this is a failure product. This potion possesses inherent toxicity. Only Needle Gold's body can withstand it. After using it, he can breathe freely in the corrosive green smoke for a limited time. If it were any of us, we would have suffocated long ago." Needle Gold's cultivation was at least silver level, possibly even golden. While his physical attributes did not surpass most magical beasts, they far exceeded those of ordinary humans. Thus, White Sprout continued to shoot arrows, creating medicinal smoke. With this assistance, Needle Gold navigated unimpeded, successfully reaching the summit of the sand dune and reuniting with the others. "My lord, Needle Gold." The exploration team members surrounded him, each brimming with excitement. White Sprout gazed at Needle Gold with a face full of admiration. "What shall we do next, my lord?" Someone inquired. "Prepare yourselves. We will charge out together." "I shall lead the way," Needle Gold responded. Song Su shook his head with a wry smile. "My lord, this plan may not be feasible." Purple Tea then detailed the potion specifics. With narrowed eyes, she gazed into the distance for a moment before breaking into a smile. This time, the scene before her did not disappoint. She had finally spotted what she had been waiting for. "Of course, I cannot accomplish this alone. However, I had ventured here before. At that time, I had yet to discover your presence. Yet the pink potion indicated that there were clues to your whereabouts deep within the lizard's lair. I could not breach the underground nest of the lizards alone, so I provocatively lured the scorpion horde. The wounds on my body are the result of provoking the scorpions. Look, they have arrived." The crowd hurriedly turned to see a massive swarm of scorpions rushing towards them. These scorpions were enormous, rivaling the lizards in size. Leading the scorpion horde was a scorpion king, exuding a potent silver-level beast aura. "My lord, you are brilliant. This is wonderful. We are saved." The crowd rejoiced, finally seeing a glimmer of hope for escape. However, the anticipated clash between the two beast hordes did not materialize. The scorpion horde halted at the edge of the lizard territory, and after a brief moment of chaos, nearly all the black iron-level lizards converged before the scorpion horde. Instead of engaging in battle, the two beast hordes entered a standoff. "Could it be that the scorpion swarm has unraveled our plans?" exclaimed one, frustration palpable in the air. "Damn it, let us engage." The crowd grew anxious. Yet, Zhen Jin maintained a serene smile. "Do not rush. This morning, I witnessed the confrontation between the lizard and scorpion swarms. They will first provoke each other, and if neither side yields, the strongest among them will emerge to battle alone. The current situation mirrors this. Bring me some water and food. I need to replenish my strength," Zhen Jin requested. Instantly, provisions were handed to him. He had exhausted his supplies. As he devoured the food, the rhythm of his throat working to swallow, both sustenance and water filled his belly. The effects of the medicinal mist he inhaled lingered, rendering him unable to savor the flavors. Yet, the mere act of eating instilled within him a profound sense of satisfaction and happiness. Zhen Jin was indeed both famished and parched. After discovering the pink elixir, he had traversed great distances to the edge of the lizard's lair, then retreated to seek out the scorpion swarm, daringly provoking them despite sustaining injuries. Shuttling back and forth between the two locations. Later, under the scorching sun, he had single-handedly infiltrated the ranks of the lizard swarm. A tremendous test of both physical endurance and mental fortitude, draining him immensely. "Just a bit more, my lord." The exploration team encircled Zhen Jin, their eyes fixed on him as he consumed his meal, many swallowing instinctively. Although they had eaten, it was clear they remained unsated. "Indeed, my lord, your strength far exceeds ours, necessitating more nourishment. My lord, please don this leather armor. We have a spare." One member, noticing Zhen Jin clad in mere cloth, readily offered his equipment. The exploration team understood the significance of Zhen Jin as their savior, placing all their hopes upon him. "How much food do we have left?" Upon receiving the answer, Zhen Jin shook his head and willingly ceased his eating. With a deep breath, he stood tall, exhaling a cloud of stale air. Though he had only eaten to a moderate extent, he felt profoundly satisfied. He donned the leather armor, which was slightly oversized, and held little expectation for its defense against acidic substances. Nonetheless, it was better than having nothing at all. As for weapons, he selected a dagger, having already possessed a spider's blade. After this rudimentary armament, he surveyed his surroundings, taking in the sight of 5 or 6 exploration team members. To his astonishment, he was elated to find so many still alive, a revelation that exceeded his expectations. Zhen Jin was not a thief and lacked stealth capabilities. Therefore, he had only uncovered the clue to the pink elixir without immediately delving into the lizard's underground lair for reconnaissance. At that time, the likes of Song Su and ZD were still within the caverns, and neither party had discovered the other. Upon returning for the second time and unexpectedly encountering so many survivors, his heart swelled with joy. Seeing them stirred him into action. He resolved to exert every effort to safeguard and rescue them. This was not only the creed of the Knights of the Temple, but also a reflection of the immense pressure he felt to survive alone. Zhen Jin recognized the invaluable knowledge possessed by Song Su, the medicinal expertise of ZD, and even the precious labor provided by Bai Ye and others. Looking further ahead, once he escaped this island, he would need allies to contend for the position of Sand City Lord. Chapter 53. I will not abandon anyone. Two beast hordes roared, their momentum growing ever stronger. The scorpion swarm gradually gained the upper hand, buoyed by their silver tier leader, exuding confidence. In contrast, the lizard faction lacked a silver leader. However, under the pressure from external foes, these lizards stood united. Numerous black iron green-skinned lizards huddled together, showing no intention of retreat in the face of the silver scorpions. This was their nesting ground, with more than one cave storing lizard eggs. Furthermore, the lizard population far exceeded that of the scorpions. The scorpion leader, finally losing patience, brandished its massive pincers like door panels and charged forward. It plunged into the midst of the lizards. Several of the strongest black iron lizards leapt into action, some spewing acid while others bared their claws to confront the silver-headed scorpion. The silver-headed scorpion was exceedingly ferocious, swiftly overwhelming these black iron lizards. Chaos erupted among the lizard ranks, their previously tight formation disintegrating. The scorpion swarm, buoyed by their leader's charge, surged forward. At that moment, Jinjin felt a sense of relief. Compared to beasts, humans had inferior physical attributes, yet they possessed wisdom, a quality that most beasts could not attain. This was precisely why Jinjin could so easily manipulate the scorpion swarm. Of course, intelligence did exist among beasts. Take, for example, the cunning blue wolf that had almost decimated Jinjin's rescuers, the ZD squad. In direct confrontation, the blue wolf might have been slightly weaker than the scorpion leader, but it possessed human-like cunning, allowing it to fully exploit its abilities with its treacherous and unpredictable tactics. Jinjin did not hasten to lead his companions in a breakout. Instead, he patiently waited. Moments later, the vast horde of lizards grew increasingly chaotic, with many rushing to the front lines from the dunes below. Although a group of lizards remained encircling the sand dune, unwilling to let go of the food atop it, their numbers had significantly thinned compared to before. Stay close to me, Jinjin instructed, taking a deep breath as he gazed down at the lizards below. The tension among the group was palpable. The risk of breaking through was immense, and a moment's carelessness could lead to death by lizard jaws or corrosive acid. Yet, remaining atop the dune would surely spell doom. The breakout commenced. Jinjin, wielding the spider blade, donned ill-fitting leather armor, bravely led the charge. The lizards surrounding the dune, initially resting with their heads lowered, immediately lifted them in response to the commotion, roaring as they lunged at Jinjin and his companions. The first lizard, within 10 steps of Jinjin, suddenly opened its mouth wide and unleashed a jet of acid. The noxious, corrosive scent assaulted the group, and despite their initial resolve to follow Jinjin closely, they were unable to withstand the acidic onslaught and scattered in disarray. Just as they broke the tight formation, Jinjin fell to the sand, rolling to evade the lizard's attack. He leaped up, thrusting the spider blade into the lizard's eye, leaving a phantom trace in its wake. Jinjin narrowly brushed past the lizard. In the next moment, the lizard's head fell to the ground, green blood gushing from its neck like a fountain. Jinjin did not pause. He pressed forward into the throng of lizards. The spider blade, forged from silver-tier beast material, proved exceptionally sharp, rendering the lizards utterly defenseless. These lizards were merely ordinary beasts, and the bronze and black iron beasts in their ranks had been drawn away by the scorpion swarm. Thus, Jinjin swept through unopposed. The valiant Jinjin captured nearly everyone's attention, and his companions followed suit, finding the pressure significantly lighter than anticipated. Lord Jinjin is truly magnificent. This is the hallmark of a paladin. The Paladin Order indeed lived up to its reputation as the foremost knightly order of humankind. As they gazed at Jinjin's retreating figure, admiration and reverence filled their hearts. However, just as they were about to breach the encirclement of lizards, a new wave of lizard beasts emerged. At first glance, there were over a dozen bronze-tier lizards and 3 or 4 black iron ones. Clearly, the lizards were intent on not letting their delectable prey escape. Jinjin felt the weight of pressure increase dramatically. His spider blade remained razor-sharp, capable of inflicting serious damage on the beastly green-skinned lizards with each strike. Yet, the acid they spewed was equally daunting for him to withstand. Both sides found themselves in a similar predicament, a powerful offense paired with a vulnerable defense. To evade the acid, Jinjin could only roll and leap, exerting all his efforts to dodge. Compounding his difficulties, he could not act alone. He had to ensure the safety of those behind him. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Almost simultaneously, the surrounding lizards seized the opportunity. Some clamped down on a scout's head, while others bit into his arms and legs. The scout thrashed violently, screaming in desperation, but was easily dragged away from Jinjin's group. Surrounded by several lizards that lowered their heads, voraciously tearing, chewing, and swallowing. It was clear that rescue was impossible. Gritting his teeth, Jinjin summoned all his strength to forge ahead. At last, the young knight found himself in a clearer expanse, the pressure around him lightening as he broke through the encirclement. "Ah, scholar!" A sudden exclamation from Baya startled him. Sangxiu had collapsed onto the sand, and the lizards were now only 5 or 6 steps away. Given his frail constitution, Sangxiu, despite being looked after during the breakout, had still fallen to the back of the group. "Run!" To Jinjin's surprise, Baya abruptly turned back, sprinting a few steps to extend his hand toward Sangxiu. The lizard snarls echoed ominously close behind them. Sangxiu, aware of his peril, shouted at Baya in anger, "Go! Don't worry about me." Yet Baya, undeterred, gritted his teeth and rushed to Sangxiu's side, grabbing his clothing and pulling him along forcefully. Almost simultaneously, a lizard leapt forward, its gaping mouth narrowly missing Sangxiu and instead biting into the sand. Furious, the lizard whirled around, its tail swinging violently. Baya had no time to evade and could only hastily raise his left arm in defense. With a resounding thud, he was unceremoniously flung into the air by the lizard's tail. The lizard, mouth agape, lunged once more at Sangxiu. "Go!" Jinjin shouted as he seized Sangxiu and charged forward. Breaking free once again, Sangxiu, being frail, was easily lifted by Jinjin, who continued to sprint with vigor. Without Jinjin leading the charge, the group quickly lost momentum. As if mired in quicksand, becoming increasingly encircled by the lizards. During this time, one member, exhausted and unable to dodge in time, was struck by acid, meeting a gruesome end. Jinjin and Sangxiu rejoined the others, and with a mighty swing, he broke through the lizard encirclement, reigniting the group's advance. After a fierce battle, only a handful of lizards remained in front of Jinjin, scattering in disarray. "We made it out." The group erupted in joyous exclamations. It turned out that Baya, after being struck by the lizard's tail, had suffered broken bones in his arm and rib, severely hampering his speed. The lizards, unwilling to confront Jinjin, targeted the weakest among them. Just as Jinjin was about to turn back to assist, Sangxiu urgently interjected, "My lord, do not concern yourself with him. If we linger any longer, these lizards will regroup." The group turned their gaze toward Sangxiu. Moments ago, he had been in dire straits. But if not for Baya buying time, Jinjin would have had no opportunity to rescue him. In essence, Baya was also Sangxiu's savior. Yet now, Sangxiu urged Jinjin to abandon Baya. Such cold-heartedness shifted the group's perception of Sangxiu. Though disdainful, none dared to refute the sentiment. In the throes of battle, the exploration team had already suffered the loss of 2 members. Each individual was in a dire state. Consider the trials they had faced, enduring a sandstorm, then falling into the underground lair of lizards, only to fight their way out, only to find themselves besieged atop a sand dune. Now, having finally broken free, they were plagued by extreme thirst and exhaustion, their strength utterly depleted. Most had reached their physical limits, clinging to life through sheer fear of death and an ardent desire for survival. Sangxiu's words rang true. Once they began their return, they would once again find themselves ensnared by the lizards. No one harbored any confidence in their chances. In that fleeting moment, Jinjin too felt a flicker of doubt. Unlike Sangxiu, Baya was merely an ordinary man, a hunter by trade, possessing only a modicum of skill with a bow. His worth was vastly inferior to that of Sangxiu. He was replaceable. What would happen if I went to rescue him, and the others fell prey to the lizard ambush? The others could be disregarded. But what of Zidi and Sangxiu? In an instant, the young knight surveyed his surroundings, aware that all eyes were upon him. The weight of their complex gazes momentarily dispelled his hesitation, leading him to a resolute decision. "I have vowed not to abandon anyone," Jinjin declared with unwavering conviction. Baya would be no exception. A collective tremor surged through the hearts of the group. Just as Jinjin was about to set off, Zidi grasped his arm, pointing towards the northwest. "My lord, look there, exercise utmost caution." Jinjin turned to see the leader of the scorpion swarm, a silver-tier golden spear scorpion, charging toward them. The lizard horde lacked a silver-tier leader. No amount of black iron or bronze-level lizards could withstand its onslaught. The silver scorpion barreled through, its pincers as formidable as iron gates, repelling countless streams of corrosive liquid. Meanwhile, its stinger relentlessly struck down lizards, each thrust claiming a life. "It is coming for me." A flash of realization coursed through Jinjin's mind. In an effort to provoke the scorpion swarm, He struck at the creature with his blade, but to no avail. Instead, he felt the sting of its tail pierce his arm, forcing him to retreat in disarray. The silver scorpion bore a deep grudge, pursuing Jinjin and the scorpion swarm relentlessly, intent on finding trouble with him after dispatching the lizards. Be careful. I shall return shortly. Jinjin nodded at Zidi, warmth blooming in his chest. The blade in Jinjin's hand was razor-sharp. With a single strike, a lizard fell lifeless to the ground, never to rise again. He swiftly made his way to Baya's side. My lord, in his dire straits, Baya was overwhelmed with gratitude and admiration upon seeing Jinjin come to his aid. Jinjin's earlier fears proved unfounded. Zidi, Sangxiu, and the others remained unharmed. Come with me. We must leave this place, Jinjin said in a calm tone, charging forward once more. Yes, my lord. The group responded in unison. At that moment, the young knight appeared to be enveloped in a radiant aura in the eyes of his companions. Jinjin had once declared that he would not forsake anyone, and he had fulfilled that promise, instilling in them a profound understanding of his unwavering resolve. Nothing is more persuasive than tangible action. In that instant, the group was wholly captivated by Jinjin's leadership. Previously, when he had rescued Baya, he had been anxious about the scorpion leader. Unexpectedly, the ultimate confrontation unfolded as the lizards and the silver scorpion clashed fiercely, leaving neither side with the capacity to attend to Jinjin and his companions, thereby allowing Jinjin to lead them to safety with relative ease. Exhaling a heavy breath, Jinjin still harbored a lingering sense of unease. For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that escaping the golden spear scorpion swarm would not be so simple. Chapter 54. Pursuit of the scorpions. The sun blazed mercilessly upon the tawny desert, scorching the dunes into a languid surrender. The air shimmered under the heat, distorting reality as a man trudged forward, each step sinking into the searing sand. This man appeared gaunt, his eyes sunken and devoid of vitality, breathing heavily as if he were a mere automaton. He was not alone. Slung across his back was an unconscious figure. The man being carried had his eyes tightly shut. Yet even in his stupor, his brow was furrowed, a testament to the pain that tormented him from an injury on his back. Comparatively, the unconscious man was more robust, while his bearer appeared frail. Despite their physical differences, their faces bore a striking resemblance, hinting at their close kinship. They were Huang Zhao and Lan Zhao, the brothers. After witnessing Zidi and Song Su besieged by a horde of lizards atop the dunes, Huang Zhao had insisted they stealthily escape the lair of the green-skinned lizards. However, they encountered stragglers on their journey. In a valiant effort to save Huang Zhao, Lan Zhao selflessly shielded his younger brother from a spray of acidic liquid, sustaining severe injuries that left him in a coma. The desert stretched endlessly, a vast expanse seemingly devoid of mercy. Huang Zhao had been carrying Lan Zhao for what felt like an eternity, both parched and famished, his stomach growling in protest. What tormented him most was the thirst, a burning sensation that felt as if his throat were aflame, his cracked lips barely able to contain the agony. Water, water. A faint, weak call echoed in his ears. Though Lan Zhao remained unconscious, this plea emanated from his instinct to survive. The sound jolted Huang Zhao from his stupor. He blinked and halted in his tracks. Supporting his brother with one hand, he reached out to touch Lan Zhao's forehead with the other. It was hotter than the sands beneath his feet. Huang Zhao's heart sank. Lan Zhao's fevered state was far from a good omen. In normal circumstances, severe ailments necessitated the intervention of a healer, particularly the priests from the Temple of Life in the Holy Ming Empire, renowned for their healing prowess. Yet now, the brothers found themselves stranded on this treacherous island, amidst the desert, utterly alone, with no hope of locating a priest. Perhaps I should have insisted on rescuing Miss Zidi alongside my brother. She possesses potions. Even if not, she could concoct them. A pang of regret washed over Huang Zhao at this thought. But then he shook his head resolutely. No, Miss Zidi, Song Su, and the others are surely dead. They have been devoured by the lizards, consumed and excreted. Regardless of one's beauty, nobility, wisdom, or youth, all would reduce to mere refuse. I refuse to become refuse. Brother, you must hold on, Huang Zhao silently urged. He resumed his journey, thirst gnawing at him. Lan Zhao's calls grew increasingly faint. Huang Zhao wished to smile bitterly, yet he lacked the strength to muster such an expression. I too desire water, even if it costs me everything, Huang Zhao cried out within. But our water was solely designated for cleansing your wounds, my brother. I swear, if I were to discover water, even if it were a lake, I would drain it dry. In that moment of determination, Huang Zhao suddenly froze. As he turned around a dune, his vision opened wide, revealing an oasis. Stunned, he gaped in disbelief, his eyes widening and mouth agape, radiating sheer elation. He shouted, "An oasis! Brother, we have water! We have water!" It was reminiscent of their previous arrival, discovering the oasis. Now, fortune had smiled upon them again. "Ha ha! We are saved! Brother, we are saved!" Huang Zhao, with Lan Zhao on his back, surged towards the oasis with an unprecedented speed. A surge of elation seemed to bestow him with boundless energy. Lan Zhao felt as light as a feather. However, no matter how fervently he ran, the distance to the oasis remained unchanged. Suddenly, Huang Zhao's legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed onto the sand. Lan Zhao tumbled from his back, rolling several times, still lost to unconsciousness. Huang Zhao lifted his head, sand clinging to his face. But the vision of the oasis had vanished. He was left in shock. The relentless pace had left him gasping for breath, his chest heaving in despair. No. Huang Zhao knelt in the sand, clutching his head, pulling at his hair, wishing that the ensuing despair could inflict greater anguish. This is not real. This is not real. He extended his hand, fingers outstretched towards the direction of the oasis's illusion, but grasped nothing. It is false. It is false. Huang Zhao was utterly drained. The prior sprint had depleted his last vestiges of strength, but his fervent emotions had masked the reality of his condition. Ultimately, he collapsed, his body unable to endure any longer. The oasis was but a mirage, and all had come to naught. The sun continued to blaze with fervor. The desert loomed vast and unyielding, and Huang Zhao felt like a mere insect, insignificant, pitiable, and absurd. His once reliable brother lay motionless on the sand nearby, unconscious and unresponsive. In that moment, an unprecedented sense of helplessness enveloped Huang Zhao. The weight of survival pressed down upon him, and he realized he could no longer afford to remain in a state of bewilderment. "Breathe, breathe. Do not fear." Huang Zhao urged himself. "Breathe. I feel as though I cannot breathe." In the next instant, he clutched the fabric of his chest. Fear, helplessness, desolation, sorrow. These emotions swelled within him, constricting his chest, choking his throat, and stifling his mouth and nose, threatening to suffocate him. "I do not want to die." At last, Huang Zhao burst into tears. Gasping, his chest heaved violently, struggling for breath. His condition was dire. The injuries on his arms had not improved under Zidi's treatment. The wounds festering with pus, and he was running a low fever. Although water and food were prioritized for him, he could not claim to be satiated. Thus, he remained in a state of hunger and thirst. Both hunger and injury rendered his limbs weak. Yet, all of this was cast aside as he focused intently on the formidable foe before him. Before him stood the leader of the silver-tiered magical beasts, the gold-tipped scorpion. After successfully breaking free and evading the green-skinned lizards, Huang Zhao's anxiety was swiftly realized. The scorpions, led by their leader, had pursued them relentlessly, having dispatched the lizard horde. The exploration team could not match the speed of these horse-sized giant scorpions and were soon caught. Huang Zhao had no choice but to confront the scorpion leader. This was their fifth encounter, and the battle remained evenly matched. The scorpion bore several new wounds, all inflicted by Huang Zhao. Yet, its exoskeleton was impervious. Despite Huang Zhao's all-out efforts, he could not penetrate its armored shell. "If only I could harness my fighting spirit, augmenting my strength or enhancing my weapon's sharpness, I could slay this scorpion," Huang Zhao lamented inwardly. Upon witnessing the retreat of the scorpion leader, the others remained silent, their faces etched with concern. Initially, when they first saw the silver beast, Jinjin, repel the scorpion horde's leader, they rejoiced. However, they soon realized that the formidable creature had not truly departed, but was instead shrouded by the throng of scorpions, following closely behind Jinjin. The relentless skirmishes had worn Jinjin down considerably. He had expended excessive physical strength and energy, and since reuniting with Zidi and Sangxiu, he had not enjoyed a moment of genuine rest. Yet, he dared not display any sign of weakness, fearing that the scorpion swarm would seize upon his vulnerability. Jinjin could barely contend with the scorpion leader, and should an all-out battle ensue, he would struggle to protect himself, let alone safeguard others. "My lord, please allow me to examine your wounds." As the battle concluded, Zidi promptly approached Jinjin, meticulously inspecting the injuries upon his person. New wounds marred Jinjin's body, some caused by corrosive acid, but the majority inflicted by the scorpion leader. She produced a potion and applied it to his wounds. However, she was at a loss regarding the injury on his arm. The young woman furrowed her brow, shaking her head repeatedly. "My lord, the wound on your arm is deteriorating. My potion has no effect on it. Alas, if only I had sufficient materials, I might concoct a remedy to alleviate your injuries." Jinjin gently patted the back of the young woman's hand, his demeanor gentle as he smiled. "Miss Zidi, you have done more than enough. My innate strength affords me a body far beyond the ordinary. When wounded, I require highly effective potions for healing. However, the low-grade potions here are utterly useless. The herbal remedies you have crafted are remarkably effective, and you have exerted yourself to the fullest." After a moment of silence, the young woman analyzed the situation with earnestness. In truth, the scorpion's golden stinger is devoid of toxins. Although the wound on your arm is substantial, your inherent recuperative abilities should suffice for healing. The issue lies in our inability to escape the swarm. My lord, you must continue to engage the scorpion leader, relentlessly depleting your energy and stamina. Each battle exacerbates your wounds, leaving no time for rest or recovery. Indeed, my lord, if this continues, we may very well perish at the hands of these scorpions. Someone interjected. The others echoed their worries, as it was evident to all that Jinjin's condition was deteriorating. In this dire situation, everyone relied on Jinjin for their survival. Should he falter, even their utmost resistance would render them mere prey for the scorpion horde. Chapter 55. Optimism and Hope. Jinjin surveyed the crowd and immediately discerned the prevailing unease among the individuals present. The thoughts and feelings of the young knight were abundantly clear to him. As a leader, he could momentarily set aside his own injuries, prioritizing the welfare of the entire team. Jinjin understood that in such dire circumstances, witnessing oneself gradually descend towards a fatal conclusion without any means to alter it would cause the majority of people to shatter, to lose their sanity, even to descend into madness. Thus, he offered a light chuckle and reassured them. "Dear comrades, you should consider yourselves fortunate. This swarm of golden spear scorpions perceives us as merely a herd of beasts. The scorpion leader and I are engaged in a duel of kings. Unless a victor emerges, the swarm will not launch a full-scale assault. Indeed, we have survived thus far thanks to your efforts, Lord Jinjin." They echoed, albeit hesitantly. "But it is true. Sooner or later, we will." "Hope is not lost," Jinjin interjected. "As long as we are alive, numerous possibilities remain. For instance, we may encounter others who could provide assistance and save us. Perhaps another sandstorm might disrupt everything, or the teleportation device may activate once more, allowing us to depart from this place." The group exchanged glances, pondering whether Lord Jinjin's optimism was misplaced. Then they spoke up. "Lord Jinjin, we have undergone 2 teleportations and calculated the time involved, approximately half a month. We just arrived a few days ago, and the likelihood of another teleportation occurring is nearly non-existent. If a storm as terrifying as before were to arise, our chances of survival would be grim. We are ensnared within this desert, unaware of its vastness or our precise location. Who could possibly come to our aid?" The prospects seemed exceedingly dim. Their spirits were visibly dampened, as the despondency swept through them. Yet Jinjin maintained his smile. "However, the possibility still exists, does it not? When you were ensnared by the sand dunes, did you not consider the prospect of my rescue? Did you not contemplate that the scorpion swarm might come to our aid after our reunion?" The group fell into a thoughtful silence, reluctantly conceding that Jinjin's words bore some truth. "Thus, we must never relinquish hope," Jinjin sighed, his tone earnest. "As long as we sustain hope and refuse to surrender, we will retain the possibility of survival until death truly arrives." "You speak wisely, my lord. As long as you are with us, we shall have hope." Their eyes glimmered with renewed vigor, their morale slightly uplifted by Jinjin's words. However, Jinjin swiftly shifted his tone. "Yet, relying solely on external assistance and change is not the hallmark of the courageous. More dependable is our self-rescue." He cast his gaze around, momentarily pausing on Zidi before finally resting his eyes on Sangshu. "Old scholar, do you have any thoughts to share?" Zidi's potions were nearly depleted, and the most potent powder could only produce a noxious green mist. However, previous attempts had proven fruitless against the scorpions. The desert was exceedingly barren, and Zidi lacked sufficient materials to concoct new elixirs. Thus, Jinjin turned his hopes toward Sangshu. Sangshu, perceiving Jinjin's expectant gaze, shook his head with a rueful smile. "I regret to inform you, Lord Jinjin, that I possess no means to alter our predicament. In truth, I have been quite puzzled. Why does this swarm of scorpions pursue you so relentlessly? The greatest threat to their existence here is undoubtedly those green-skinned lizards. Yet they have spared the defeated lizards while relentlessly pursuing you. As you have informed us, golden mahogany stones constitute their sustenance. They do not consume flesh. It is illogical that the scorpion swarm has designated us as their primary target. Someone muttered in the background, in such a wretched place, who cares for logic? Perhaps. Sangshu continued, when you provoked the scorpion swarm, you inflicted significant damage upon them, inciting their extreme hatred towards you, thus compelling them to pursue you without relent. Jinjin shook his head. I did indeed slay a few scorpions, but my actions pale in comparison to the casualties inflicted upon the swarm by the green-skinned lizards. As for the Silver War scorpion, I have faced it in battle. The injury on my arm was a result of its attack, while my blade merely left a white mark upon its exoskeleton. It seems we must slay a scorpion and dissect its body to uncover the secrets hidden within. Sangshu presented his suggestion. He held the belief that an organism's structure largely dictates its behavior. Jinjin acknowledged this perspective, having benefited greatly from it during past explorations and survival endeavors. However, the swarm lay directly before them. The risk of attempting to kill and dissect a scorpion was substantial. Currently, it was a duel of kings. The swarm refrained from attacking, merely observing the confrontation between their leader and Jinjin. Should the exploration team recklessly strike at one of the scorpions and attempt to dissect it, how would the swarm respond? It was highly likely they would retaliate en masse, easily overwhelming the remaining members of the exploration team. Engaging a common scorpion recklessly was too perilous. Jinjin's team required a fortuitous moment. As the sun gradually descended, it became less blinding, suspended in the western sky like a molten iron disk. The sunlight dimmed, and the barren desert transformed into a desolate yellow hue. Jinjin and his companions pressed onward through the desert, each face etched with exhaustion, lips cracked, eyes puffy, stomachs growling, and legs weary. Their supplies of food and water had dwindled to a minimum. The swarm of scorpions lingered at a distance behind them. Along the way, they frantically searched for anything edible. However, the small insects and lizards had long since been frightened away by the scorpions, and even when encountering a few plants, the exploration team, heeding Sangshu's warnings, had no choice but to abandon them. These sparse plants, growing solitary in the desert, had thin, withered branches and deep root systems that extended far into the ground. None were edible, and some were even toxic. Should they be pricked and bleed, the consequences would be dire. As night fell, Jinjin and his companions beheld enormous stones. This was the cluster of golden mahogany stones. The exploration team was not surprised. The path had been led by Jinjin, and this location was a natural campsite where he had previously rested at night, serving as their primary destination for survival. With the warmth provided by the golden mahogany stones, Jinjin and his companions could endure the bone-chilling desert night. They could even place their rations upon the stones to warm them before consumption. In any other location, devoid of golden mahogany stones, they would have to start a fire for warmth. However, fuel was scarce in the desert. They would likely have to burn their own clothing to serve as fuel. Food and water were the most crucial resources for survival, while clothing served to keep them warm and protect against sunburn, making it a vital resource as well. The night breeze gently caressed their faces, and the moonlight illuminated the desert. Though the swarm of scorpions had also entered this area of golden mahogany stones, much like Jinjin and his team, they contracted their formation, settling in a corner to rest without any intention of aggression. Jinjin exhaled a sigh of relief. This situation was more favorable for him. A typical person's vision is severely restricted at night, and without the aid of fighting spirit, Jinjin was no exception. In comparison to humans, beasts, especially predators, often possessed superior night vision. As for how far the scorpions could see in the dark, Jinjin had no way of knowing. To be cautious, a watch would be mandatory. Leaping down from the golden mahogany stone, Jinjin discovered Sangshu kneeling on the ground, squinting at the map in his hands. Although they had not lit a fire, the bright moonlight provided ample visibility. From time to time, Sangshu traced lines in the sand with his finger. Upon sensing the presence of Jinjin beside him, Sangshu lifted his head slightly before returning to trace lines in the sand. My lord, I am currently deducing our location, the expanse of this desert. In the direction of the oasis, Sangshu explained without looking up. Jinjin nodded, inquiring, is there any progress? Alas, my lord, you must understand that this task is arduous. The old scholar sighed deeply. We are lacking in sufficient information. We remain unaware of the true size of this island, the extent of the desert, or the precise location within the island. Previously, we were fortunate to discover an oasis upon being transported to the desert. Yet, with the absence of landmarks, it is impossible for us to ascertain how far we are from the oasis based on the paths we have traversed. If the sun and moon are not artificial, and our observations are indeed genuine, coupled with an unaltered route, then at least our direction could be ascertained. Should the island's master not intervene excessively, it is likely that the terrain remains natural. Most islands are characterized by a higher central elevation and lower peripheries. Therefore, if we were to locate a river and follow its current, we could theoretically reach the coastline. However, we currently find ourselves in a desert. The old scholar sighed once more. I regret to inform you, my lord, that I cannot offer you further assistance. Our situation is rather dire. I fear we require an abundance of luck, enough good fortune to sustain us. Indeed, Jinjin echoed with a sigh. The young man wore a troubled expression as he recounted their predicament. Our provisions are scarce, sufficient for no more than 2 days, and barely meet our minimum needs. More troubling are the swarms of scorpions, from which we find it exceedingly difficult to evade. I must remind you of one more thing, my lord, Sangshu added. The threat posed by the scorpions is not solely death itself. They persistently follow us, employing a treacherous and insidious hunting technique, much like the red-haired porcupines of the red sand goby, which, when confronted with large prey, launch their quills to chase it, causing continuous blood loss and weakening the victim until it ultimately succumbs to exhaustion. Perhaps the scorpions employ a similar strategy, even if they do not mount a full-scale assault. The lack of adequate sustenance will render us increasingly frail. This frailty extends beyond our physical state. It seeps into our very spirits. Prolonged pursuit by the scorpions amplifies our stress, leading to greater vulnerability. In extreme environments, what one needs most for survival is to maintain hope and inner tranquility. I am aware of numerous accounts wherein seemingly innocuous mirages in the desert prove to be perilous. For those stranded in the desert, failing to discern the truth behind a mirage can result in a devastating collapse after experiencing the stark contrast between hope and despair, compelling them to abandon their cherished principles, and in some instances, their very lives. Chapter 56, Transformation of the Mind. Jinjin nodded slightly, acknowledging the wisdom of the old scholar's words. I understand your concerns. Thank you for your reminder. He slowly departed from Sangsu. Although the old scholar had not offered any effective strategies this time, his attempts to pursue the scorpion horde had proven futile, yet he still provided Jinjin with considerable assistance. The young knight realized that Sangsu was earnestly urging him to make a decisive choice without delay. As time passed, the state of their entire party would inevitably deteriorate, both physically and psychologically. If this situation continued unabated, it was highly likely that Junjin's team would collapse before the scorpions launched a full-scale attack. Jinjin then engaged in conversation with ZD. My lord, ZD's voice was frail as she leaned against the golden hemp stone. Her petite frame was still shrouded in a magical robe, now soiled and frayed at the hem and back. Her once vibrant amethyst eyes now appeared dim, lacking vitality. At her insistence, she consumed less than the other members to conserve her strength. To maintain her body heat, she donned a hood, and in the night breeze, her hair delicately danced across her forehead. Jinjin sighed softly, feeling a surge of affection for her. He reached out gently to brush her hair aside, ensuring it did not obscure her vision. Do you believe we can escape this island, my lord? ZD's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Jinjin was taken aback by her apparent fragility in that moment. He suddenly realized that if one stripped away her abilities and status, she was ultimately just a vulnerable girl. She required encouragement, comfort, and support. Of course we can, he declared, trying to inspire hope, though he knew the words felt hollow. ZD nodded, then inquired, when do you think we should make our move to hunt a gun scorpion? Jinjin paused in contemplation. Perhaps we should wait a little longer. After discussing for a while, like Sangsu, ZD expressed her inability to assist Jinjin further. After personally checking on the other members, Jinjin found himself alone at last. Both ZD and Sangsu were wise individuals, fully aware of the precarious situation they faced. They subtly encouraged Jinjin to take the risk of slaying a gun scorpion, dissecting it afterward to utilize its body parts for alchemical concoctions. However, Jinjin had his own thoughts. He had witnessed the fierce encounters between lizards and gold scorpions amidst the golden hemp stones. He pondered, if such an environment arose again, where lizard hordes and scorpion swarms clashed without yielding, it would undoubtedly create chaos. This chaos could present an opportunity. Yet, Jinjin did not disclose this plan to the others. Why remain silent? Because he lacked concrete confidence. Speaking prematurely would only instill false hope, and should the plan fail, the resulting disappointment would weigh heavily on the already fragile morale of the group. Jinjin recognized that hope followed by despair would severely test everyone's psychological endurance. Sangsu had previously advised him to understand human nature and guard against mental collapse. However, Jinjin had already grasped this concept in silence. In the dead of night, upon the golden hemp stone, the moonlight illuminated a noticeable crack on the surface of the spider blade. This extraordinarily sharp weapon had become worn from frequent use. Jinjin found this unsurprising. After all, the spider blade was merely a material, not a true sword. It originally belonged to a silver-grade blade spider, possessing hardness and sharpness. Yet it was still a part of the spider's body, nourished continuously by its host. Once the blade spider was slain, its limbs were severed, rendering it a lifeless object devoid of any nourishment. Subsequently, the blades had been used and depleted to forge a true alchemical instrument or magical weapon. Far more advanced and intricate craftsmanship was required. Various materials must be combined into a cohesive whole, achieving magical harmony. Even then, the resulting alchemical or magical weapons required maintenance. Even divine artifacts needed the sustenance of faith or divine power. The spider blade in Jinjin's hand had received no such care. It was crudely fashioned with a sword handle, a testament to its shoddy construction. Damage was an inevitable fate. In recent days, Jinjin's encounters with the gun scorpions had hastened the blade's deterioration. The scorpion's shell was extraordinarily hard, and despite his utmost efforts, Jinjin could only leave shallow slashes on the silver gun scorpion's carapace. It required considerable effort to breach the shells of the other scorpions as well. At that moment, alone with the cracked spider blade in hand, Jinjin contemplated, how much longer could this weapon endure? Could he rely on it to slay the silver gun scorpion? Then he turned his thoughts inward, and how long could he endure? Since the second teleportation, the young knight had not rested, much like the weapon he wielded. Food and water were scarce, and he had endured long treks and daring escapes, relentlessly pushing his physical and mental limits, now teetering on the edge of exhaustion. The spider blade had become unreliable. What, then, could he depend on? This time, Jinjin ceased to invoke the divine. He understood that divine magic was a luxury. His only trump card lay in mutation. Through his body's mutation, he had slain the silver-gray blade spider and ambushed the perilous flying squirrel. Yet, the reliability of this mutation capability was questionable. Since the teleportation, it had not been triggered. Jinjin was uncertain of the reasons behind this. He speculated on two major possibilities, the first being that he had not been close to death, thus failing to meet the emotional threshold. The second being that the magic crystal within him lacked sufficient magical energy to enable a third mutation. Upon reflection, the first mutation had granted him claws, while the second had rendered his arms as robust as a bear, the latter being less significant than the former. Furthermore, during the second occurrence, Jinjin had already sensed a substantial weakening of the magic crystal within. As for martial energy, atop the towering golden hempstone, Jinjin furrowed his brow. The constraints of this island also hindered his ability to wield martial energy. In fact, had he possessed such energy, vanquishing the silver gun scorpion would have been a trivial task, provided it was of silver grade or higher. The night was vast, and the cold wind stirred Jinjin's golden hair. The young knight shifted his gaze from the blade in his hand to the moon hanging high above. The moonlight cascaded down like a delicate veil, enveloping Jinjin's noble visage, filtering through his golden locks and gradually easing the tension from his furrowed brow. A silent smile crept upon Jinjin's lips. In that moment, he felt as though he stood amidst an expansive desert, surrounded by an uncanny silence, seemingly alone in the face of the boundless cosmos and nature. A surge of reflection filled Jinjin's heart. Compared to the enormity of nature, what am I? My struggles, my defiance, my ambitions, my responsibilities are of utmost significance to me, even more precious than life itself. Yet in this grand scheme of existence, they are but minuscule grains of sand. My battles with the scorpion horde and lizard swarm represent merely a fleeting moment in the myriad of life forms competing for survival in nature. The experience of hardship has deeply resonated with him, yet he remains undaunted and unperturbed. He discovers a profound tranquility within himself, devoid of any trace of restlessness, anxiety, or sorrow. Instead, he is imbued with a sense of composure and serenity, a stark contrast to his previous state. Not long ago, he led an entire exploration team. Grappling with the dire crisis of food scarcity, he resolved to combat the rodent infestation by crafting a short bow. He bravely embraced the responsibilities of a leader. Yet throughout that ordeal, despite his outward calm, he was internally besieged by feelings of panic, helplessness, restlessness, and worry. Now, faced with a situation far worse than before, the young knight's heart remained serene. Adversity is a treasure bestowed by fate. He has received this bounty and experienced substantial growth, not merely in skill or combat prowess, but in the elevation of his mindset. It is akin to a butterfly emerging from its thick cocoon, breaking free into the world. Chapter 57. The Origin of the Heart's Crystal. The night has passed. The morning sun, casting its rays diagonally across the horizon, leaves a faint shadow of the golden-haired stone upon the ground. The exploration team members have long since awakened, roused by the sounds of the scorpion swarm feasting. At this moment, Jinjin displays no signs of joy or anger, his expression serene, yet his heart is inevitably filled with disappointment. Contrary to his expectations, the sun rises. But reality remains harsh and unyielding. The lizard horde has not arrived. Perhaps they have lost their silver-tier leader. Or perhaps the massacre by the scorpions has instilled fear in them, robbing them of their fighting spirit and dissuading them from returning. The entire scorpion swarm is engaged in their meal. Although Tsangshu had previously listened to Jinjin's descriptions, this is his first time witnessing it firsthand. The old scholar cannot help but exclaim in awe, "Nature is indeed magnificent, having birthed such extraordinary creatures." These scorpions consume stones, but in truth, they feed on metals. Their digestive systems are remarkably powerful and unique, capable of assimilating various metals, which are then incorporated into their exoskeletons. This is precisely why their shells are so resilient. However, one exploration team member raises a doubt. Isn't there a powerful sorcerer on this island? Aren't these bizarre creatures the creations of this sorcerer? Tsangshu chuckles softly and shakes his head. In truth, that is impossible. Even if the master of this island is extraordinarily powerful, they merely harness the life found in nature and assemble it, akin to how sorcerers craft golem-like constructs. They create the body of the golem from metal, infusing it with a soul to grant it intelligence. It is akin to shattering images into fragments and then piecing those fragments back together. Pausing for a moment, Tsangshu continues, if the master of this island were truly a creator, then they would be a deity, entirely surpassing all the emperors and dukes in the world. As far as I know, many deities exist, including the Holy Emperor, several dukes among the human race, and the great chieftains and shamans of the beast tribes, none of whom can directly create life. Ziti clearly agrees with Tsangshu's assertion. She interjects, while the creatures on this island are perilous and strange, they are, in fact, quite imperfect. Their inner magical energies are discordant. If the island's master were indeed a creator, they could have harmonized and stabilized the magic within these beings. Strictly speaking, the golden tier magical beasts here can only be classified as quasi-golden and do not measure up to true golden magical beasts. They lack the magical-like abilities characteristic of golden beasts. No one can test this. Magical beasts typically possess magical-like abilities. However, the various fierce creatures the group has encountered on this island exhibit none of these abilities. The flying squirrel discharges electricity due to organ structures similar to that of an electric eel. The lizards can expel acidic liquid because they possess sacs that store it. The venomous snakes can spray venom thanks to the poison glands in their heads. The essence of magical-like abilities lies in utilizing the magic within the crystals of magical beasts to create something from nothing, transcending the biological structure of their forms. It is akin to the might of martial energy and magic, enabling the being to surpass the limits of individual and species. Yet, the silence does not linger for long. One exploration team member mutters, even if these monsters' magical energies are not harmonious, they are still incredibly powerful. If we cannot devise a way to escape the swarms of scorpions, we may perish at their hands. Even if these scorpions do not consume flesh, we will still be torn to shreds by them. I curse the master of this island. No matter how powerful they may be, the creation of these creatures must stem from a wicked and dangerous intent. The stingers of these scorpions have been fashioned into spear tips. The acidic liquid of the lizards can corrode steel. Regardless of their status, whatever research they pursue, if I perish here, I shall become a vengeful spirit, haunting them and ensuring they experience the torment I endured in life. Upon hearing these words, Tsangshu suddenly lets out a long sigh, turning to Ziti. Miss Ziti, I am gradually beginning to concur with your previous conjecture. The others look on with confusion. However, ZD comprehends Sangshu's words and smiles. Are you suggesting that you now believe the master of this island is indeed manufacturing biological weapons? Indeed, Sangshu, still crouched on the ground, nods slightly, casting his gaze around the group. We previously speculated that this island bears numerous signs of human intervention, leading us to deduce that the island's master is likely a sorcerer. I once thought that their creation of these beasts was for some magical research, perhaps in pursuit of the mysteries of life to facilitate their own breakthroughs. However, after all we have witnessed and the various magical beasts encountered, I am increasingly inclined to Miss ZD's hypothesis. If the aim was to explore a field of magic and seek the essence of life, one would expect the artificially created beings to be more stable. Yet, the creatures here are ferocious and hostile. The scorpions are the size of warhorses, with their tails transformed into spear tips. The lizards can excrete corrosive acid that erodes blades. The flying squirrels can unleash powerful electricity, seemingly targeting metallic armor intentionally. These beings appear to have been crafted with a primary focus on their combat prowess. Jinjin reflects. We have not only encountered these fierce beasts. Let us not forget the flock of sheep. Those sheep are rather feeble. Sangshu shakes his head, steadfast in his opinion. While the sheep may be weak and fall prey to us, the proportion of such creatures is far too low. More importantly, I believe these sheep possess greater strength than most magical beasts. The others regard Sangshu's perspective with skepticism. He continues to elucidate. The island's master aspires to create the ultimate biological weapon, yet their techniques remain underdeveloped. There exists a significant flaw. The magical energies used to alter life cannot harmonize, preventing the formation of magical crystals. Consequently, the master of the island has altered the environment, suppressing the flow of elemental and magical energies. Within this realm, we are unable to utilize martial energy or magic. From this standpoint, we can discern the remarkable nature of the sheep. Other magical beasts exhibit chaotic magical energies that dissipate rapidly upon death. However, the magical energies within the sheep demonstrate a stable tendency. Even when temperatures rise, their magic remains chaotic and dissipates quickly. Yet, in cooler conditions, their magical energies retract and conceal themselves, allowing us to overlook them entirely. It is this very oversight that led to the previous poisoning incident among the exploration team. Thus, it becomes evident that the master of the island is endeavoring to develop magical crystals. Although they cannot directly create them, it appears they are leveraging the natural food chain to indirectly foster the emergence of these crystals. Sangshu is, of course, aware that the magical energies within the sheep are derived from their consumption of local grasses. However, this secret must remain concealed. At present, he speaks deliberately to the group. This does not hinder him from expressing his conjecture. To be frank, Jinjin is taken aback by this hypothesis. The crystal resides within my heart. How can a human possess a magical crystal? This crystal may very well be the result of ZD infusing bear blood into me to save my life within the cave of the monkey-tailed bear. So have I inadvertently solved the master of the island's research dilemma? Is the crystal within my heart, in truth, an artificially created magical crystal born from the power of the island's master? If the master discovers this, what fate awaits me? Sangshu's conjecture sends a chill down the spines of the others. What shall we do now? Perhaps the master of this island has already discerned our presence, simply allowing us to struggle here. Indeed, he or she may be observing us at this very moment, using us to assess the prowess of these creations. Are we not doomed? Why persist in our struggle? Surrender? Yes, we could choose to surrender. Very well. Jinjin suddenly spoke, forcing himself to remain composed, his expression grave. It was premature to voice such thoughts, and all of this was merely speculation. We must set forth. Nevertheless, the expressions of the crowd remained fraught with panic and confusion. Jinjin sighed. Have you ever encountered the Lord of the Isles? Is there any evidence to support Sangshu's conjecture? If you wish to give up, believing your fate is sealed, or if you desire to surrender, then by all means, do so. However, if you wish to continue following me, we must depart now. At this, no one hesitated any longer. They all chose to follow closely behind Jinjin. Chapter 58. I will do my utmost to save everyone. Not long after the exploration team departed from the Golden Stone group, a wave of terror swept through them as they discovered that the swarm of scorpions had once again followed closely behind. Hopes were dashed. It became evident that the previous actions of Jinjin were indeed correct. The young knight sighed inwardly. The speculation of Sangshu left him feeling uneasy, yet he maintained an outward demeanor of calm and composure. Rest assured, The scorpions have just feasted. We are not on their menu. The Scorpion King will continue to engage me alone. As long as I remain standing, you shall all be safe." The group was successfully reassured by Jinjin. They continued their journey through the desert, cherishing the early morning hours, which presented a perfect opportunity for travel. Logically, this was merely an island. The island itself comprised various terrains, and the desert should not be extensive. As long as they steadfastly pursued a single direction, they could escape this nightmarish expanse. However, those immersed in it felt differently. Endless yellow sands, undulating dunes, an unchanging landscape that led them to believe they had made little progress. The desert seemed boundless. No matter the path taken, an end was nowhere in sight. Their physical strength waned rapidly, and soon after morning, the explorers felt the pangs of hunger. Food was alarmingly scarce. A sense of confusion and despair inevitably took root in each heart. During such times, the explorers would cast their eyes upon Jinjin, who led the way at the forefront. Despite being merely a youth of modest stature, the explorers drew courage from his slender silhouette, a fortitude that countered their own feelings of uncertainty and hopelessness. As the sun ascended higher, the temperature of the desert rose swiftly. Beads of sweat began to form on the foreheads of the explorers. After 2 or 3 hours, the silver-gun scorpion emitted a piercing screech, swiftly gathering the sands beneath its legs and charging towards the exploration team. It was upon them. The team stirred momentarily before settling into a tense calm. For Jinjin was already prepared. He halted and turned to face the silver-gun scorpion. A fierce battle ensued, reminiscent of the previous day's confrontations. After a prolonged skirmish, the silver-gun scorpion retreated, disengaging from the fight. Jinjin panted heavily, refraining from pursuit. The young knight's mood grew increasingly grave. Was it merely an illusion? He felt as if the scorpion's exoskeleton had become tougher than before. Was it due to the wear on his spider blade, or had the scorpion's shell thickened after feeding? Jinjin found himself increasingly at a loss against this formidable foe. Each strike against the scorpion's shell only left pale imprints, which grew shallower with each blow. Unless he underwent a mutation to sprout sharp claws, his current weapon posed no threat to the scorpion. Moreover, his stamina dwindled. Jinjin could distinctly sense this decline. Previously, he had engaged the silver-gun scorpion with agility and enduring strength. Now, even a brief bout left him breathless and weak. For days, he had been deprived of adequate food and rest, pushing him to his limits like the blade in his hand. The disparity between human endurance and that of the scorpions was stark. Jinjin fought with a disadvantage, yet the scorpion, as the leader, appeared cautious. After each clash, sensing its inability to subdue Jinjin, it would momentarily withdraw. According to Tsangshu, this was perhaps a hunting tactic of the scorpion, each confrontation gradually wearing down Jinjin, accumulating fatigue until he could no longer summon the strength to fight back in a moment of peril. Fortuitously for Jinjin, the scorpion's nature allowed him brief respites. After 4 such encounters, the sun reached its zenith. At noon, the sunlight blazed fiercely. The sands beneath them shimmered with heat, and the explorers felt as if they were fish and shrimp sizzling on a red-hot griddle. For the sake of long-term survival, the group sought refuge from the sun, temporarily resting in the limited shade behind a dune. The swarm of scorpions, too, shunned the harsh sunlight, ceasing their attacks. The explorers watched as the scorpions waved their pincers, twisting their bodies, burrowing deep into the sands. This clever method of seeking relief sparked envy among the explorers. "Do you think the scorpions will ambush us from beneath the ground?" One voiced their concerns. "Let them come. I've had enough of these cursed days." Another muttered weakly as they sat upon the ground. Tsangshu, however, remained rational, analyzing, given their size, if they were to emerge, it would certainly create a commotion. "We would undoubtedly notice. This is not their hunting method. Consider how they deal with those green-skinned lizards." Reassured, the group calmed down. Ziti began distributing rations, which served as their meager lunch. Each person received only a small portion, less than half the size of a palm. Fortunately, their water reserves remained relatively plentiful. However, under Tsangshu's guidance, each individual sipped cautiously, taking only 2 or 3 small gulps before tightly sealing their water containers and securing them to their waists, cherishing them as if they were the most precious treasures in existence. Among them, Jinjin had the most food, as he bore the greatest burden of consumption and was the team's primary safeguard. Even so, the rations were insufficient for him. The young knight could only nibble delicately, as if to trick his stomach into believing he had eaten more. During the meal, Jinjin quietly observed his companions. Although they appeared worn and weary, with cracked lips and dull eyes, their spirits remained relatively stable. Baya's face was the most pallid. His arm, injured while defending against the lizard, had been bound for support. Yet the pain continued to torment him. The old scholar Sangshu was gently tapping his calves, attempting to relax his muscles. Truth be told, his ability to endure thus far was quite surprising. Ultimately, Jinjin approached Zidi. "How are you?" he inquired softly. "I'm fine," she replied, shaking her head, her amethyst-like eyes reflecting determination. However, this determination led to beads of sweat dotting her forehead, her hair dampened and clinging to her skin. This was not a favorable sign. Excessive sweating could lead to rapid dehydration, potentially resulting in death over time. Jinjin felt a surge of affection and concern, knowing the source of her distress. Each individual carried their own water and provisions, yet most of the food was concentrated with Zidi, adding to her burden and increasing her physical exertion. There were numerous reasons for this arrangement. While Jinjin defended against the scorpion swarm, he also remained vigilant of his companions. Hunger and thirst could drive a person to desperation, igniting a primal instinct that might lead them to take reckless risks. The supplies of food and water sustained this small group and upheld Jinjin's authority. He could not entrust the rations to others. Zidi was his most trusted ally, and her potions held considerable sway. "Lord Jinjin, I will never betray your expectations of me. But what about you?" Zidi cast a concerned glance at him. The girl was remarkably astute. She was aware that during their previous companionship, Jinjin had borne the brunt of their burdens. However, now that he entrusted these items to her, it was evident that the battle with the silver scorpion had left him utterly fatigued. "I'm fine. I can still endure," Jinjin remarked with a faint smile, his voice slightly elevated. "Do not forget my strength. If you fall, only then will I succumb. I shall be the last to fall." Upon hearing this, the others felt a surge of reassurance. Yet, at that moment, a member of the exploration team suddenly collapsed, failing to rise again. This caused an uproar, and everyone turned to look. The unconscious individual was Baya. Baya. The nearest team members rushed over, attempting to rouse him. Upon touching his forehead, they exclaimed, "He is burning up." A high fever was indeed alarming, especially in circumstances devoid of divine magic or medicinal remedies. A crowd gathered around Baya. He was well liked, arguably the most beloved among the team. As the son of a hunter, he had been immensely helpful during their trials, particularly during the hunt for the flying squirrel beasts, where his archery skills had significantly aided the group. Yet now, he lay unconscious, impervious to their efforts to awaken him. "Everyone, step back," Sangshu instructed, as the crowd parted to create a small space. "Let me try." Soon after, Zidi joined in. It was only when Jinjin brought his water pouch to Baya's lips and poured a considerable amount of water that Baya's eyes finally opened a crack. He lacked the strength to speak but pointed weakly to his chest, appearing exceedingly frail. Sangshu was the first to comprehend Baya's intention, swiftly reaching into the pocket of Baya's garment to retrieve several letters. Upon seeing the letters, a glimmer of light seemed to spark in Baya's eyes. He pointed once more at the letters, only to succumb to unconsciousness again. Baya. This time, regardless of their efforts, he had completely fallen into a deep slumber. Is he beyond saving? Someone cursed, irked by the timing of this misfortune. I suspect he knows his condition. These letters must contain his last words. Can he even read? Another pondered. Isn't he merely the son of a hunter? Typically, only nobles, mages, clergy, and scholars could read, constituting a mere fraction of the empire's population, as most were illiterate. The crowd exchanged worried, confused, and anxious glances. Baya was in excellent health. His fainting was undoubtedly due to his injuries. It was because of Sangshu's wounds. More voices arose, directing scrutiny toward Sangshu. He remained silent, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding tension. That is enough. Jinjin preemptively quelled the brewing conflict. He gazed skyward. Although the sun shone fiercely, he suggested, we should relocate to a nearby area. We must not linger in one spot for too long. The scorpion swarm lies hidden beneath. Yes, my lord. Understood, Lord Jinjin. And what of Baya? Someone inquired. Without hesitation, Jinjin replied, of course, we shall take him with us. As a knight of the holy temple, I have vowed never to abandon anyone. I will exert every effort to save all. A collective tremor of resolve coursed through the hearts of the group, and an unexpected calmness enveloped them. Chapter 59. Food. As Baya collapsed, a wave of concern and anger swept through the crowd, not merely due to Baya's amiable disposition, but stemming from a deeper fear. The populace dreaded the prospect of becoming the next victim, succumbing to unconsciousness and fate. Yet, Jin's actions illuminated a crucial truth. This young knight possessed genuine chivalric virtues. The dunes stretched endlessly, rising and falling. Without a stretcher, Baya was alternately borne upon the backs of others. Soon, the group relocated to the shelter of another dune. Sensing the movement, the scorpion swarm emerged from the ground, following the group to their new refuge, only to burrow back into the sand. Once underground, they seemed incapable of directly repositioning themselves. Sangshu analyzed, deeming this a piece of good news, albeit not particularly advantageous. If everyone had steeds and sufficient speed, they might exploit the opportunity to evade the scorpions. However, the current reality was that a weary group could not match the swiftness of the scorpions, especially with an unconscious comrade greatly impeding their pace. Afternoon had passed without the onset of evening. Jin once again led the team onward. The scorpions soon reappeared behind them, with the silver gun scorpion launching yet another fierce assault against Jin. After a brief skirmish, it retreated once more, leaving Jin helplessly watching its withdrawal. The cracks upon the blade of his spider knife had widened significantly, and he pondered how much longer it could endure. Without it, the situation would deteriorate drastically. Ordinary iron blades posed no threat to the scorpion's exoskeleton. This cycle of conflict repeated several times, transitioning the group's initial anxiety into a gradual numbness. As dusk approached, the sun sank low on the horizon, casting a pall over the sky, mirroring the despondency settling within the hearts of the people. Was there truly no way out? My lady Zidi, do you possess any elixirs that could vanquish these accursed scorpions? Zidi shook her head. If she had such a remedy, she would have employed it long ago. Let us cease our retreat and perish alongside these wretched scorpions. Someone exclaimed in agitation. This sentiment resonated with others. Yet, some retorted with derision, perish together? You are overestimating our chances. Charging in will only result in us being cleaved in two by that silver beast. What do you mean? What are you implying? The tension amongst the exploration team escalated, their disdain for one another palpable. Another individual set Baya down, plopping onto the ground and grumbling, "Hey, if you have time and energy to bicker, why not lend a hand and carry this fellow? This lad is far too heavy. It's rather fortunate he has succumbed to slumber, sparing me the exertion of travel." The two squabbling individuals turned their gaze toward the seated figure. One snorted dismissively. "I've carried him before, more than you have. Can't you endure a little longer?" The other shot a sidelong glance at Sangshu, sarcastically remarking, "In my view, the one who should bear Baya is that old man." Baya sustained his injuries while saving someone, and without them, he would be lively as ever. The discord within the group began to spread, ignited by the quarrel of these two. Under normal circumstances, they would hold Sangshu in high regard, for his wisdom had greatly aided them. However, now, faced with imminent peril, a restless anxiety took root, and fear transformed into verbal assaults directed at the weakest among them. Most crucially, Baya's plight could indeed be traced back to his efforts to rescue Sangshu. Morally, Sangshu warranted criticism. Thus, as the argument escalated, their ire became focused upon him. Amidst the biting jests and malicious glances, Sangshu remained impassive. "Hey, old man, what are your thoughts? Speak up." Sangshu's silence only intensified their perception of his frailty, prompting someone to relentlessly pursue him with provocations. Finally, Sangshu's lips curled into a cold smile, and he surveyed those challenging him with a mocking gaze, stating, "Baya's unconsciousness is, in fact, a fortuitous circumstance." The crowd collectively paused. Sangshu continued, "At a critical juncture, he becomes sustenance. We can consume him." In an instant, the air seemed to freeze. Those besieging Sangshu widened their eyes, astonished. "What did you just say?" someone exclaimed. Jin and Zidi also found disbelief hard to fathom. Yet Sangshu remained composed, his aged eyes reflecting a chilling depth. "Why do you look at me like that? It is apparent that Baya is beyond saving. He is indeed food, entirely consumable. How can you utter such words? Yes, he is our comrade. How could we resort to cannibalism?" The voices grew shrill as they protested. "Old man, are you a devil masquerading in human skin?" One individual even confronted Sangshu, looming over him with an intimidating glare. "Why can't a person be consumed?" Sangshu countered, unperturbed. "The ferocious beasts we encounter on this island regard us as their prey. Our current predicament is one of severe food scarcity. Without sustenance, we shall lack the strength to endure. Devoid of energy, we will inevitably fall to the scorpions. In that event, Baya's fate is sealed. In truth, He is already lost to us. This is a desert. We have neither priests nor potions. Even if we did, low-tier magic and combat skills are strictly forbidden on this island. Where shall we find a high-tier priest? Thus, it would be wiser to consume him. By doing so, we may enhance our chances of survival. The individual scrutinizing Sangshu seethed with rage, seizing the old man's collar and lifting him off the ground. Are you still speaking? Sangshu let out a disdainful snort and swiftly swung his arm. With a resounding crack, the explorer's grip was broken, causing him to stumble back in surprise, bewildered by the old man's unexpected strength. As Sangshu adjusted his collar, he spoke languidly. You have read too few books. Allow me to enlighten you. Cannibalism among kindred is possible. There exists an insect known as the mantis. After mating, the female mantis consumes the male that very night to replenish her nutrients, thus facilitating the successful gestation of her offspring. During the recent famine years, individuals in the Northwestern Empire resorted to exchanging their children to be cooked and eaten. Do not be constrained by morality and law. These are merely constructs that govern our daily lives. For any form of life, the foundational instinct is survival and reproduction. If we cannot guarantee our own survival, what use is there in discussing law and morality? Furthermore, what manner of individuals are you? Is there any uncertainty regarding your own worth? Our vessel is bound for the Beastman continent, where conflict awaits. Who would venture there at such a time? Sangshu scoffed, concluding, survival supersedes all else, does it not? Silence enveloped the group, a heavy stillness settling over them. Many continued to glare at Sangshu, yet their gazes lacked the previous fury and hatred. As you wish, my knight, Sangshu said. Having tidied his collar, he bowed to Jin with utmost decorum, his movements impeccable, reflecting years of service to the nobility. The oppressive heat stirred Huang Zhao from slumber. His eyes, bloodshot, struggled to comprehend the chaos around him, slowly awakening to the reality at hand. He lay at the foot of a sand dune. Beside him a comatose man, his own brother, Lan Zhao. Motionless, Lan Zhao remained in a state of unconsciousness, his condition deteriorating. Initially, only his lips had cracked, but now his skin had begun to peel from sunburn. Though he still breathed, the rise and fall of his chest was notably weaker than the day before. Huang Zhao attempted to sit up, only to be met with a wave of intense dizziness, hastily bracing himself with his hands behind him. I have a fever too. As he touched his forehead, a heavy dread enveloped him. The desert night was unbearably cold, and utterly exhausted, he succumbed to sleep. Leaning against Lan Zhao, he sought solace in his brother's feverish warmth to fend off the chill. Yet, he ultimately failed, drifting into a deep slumber, only to awaken at noon. A wave of panic surged within Huang Zhao. He felt immense relief at having avoided any predatory beasts during his sleep. But now what was he to do? He still had some provisions, yet no water remained. The majority had been used to clean Lan Zhao's wounds, and the rest had long since been consumed. He was not merely fighting for his own survival. He was burdened with the weight of a full-grown man, heavier than himself. After sitting in the sand for quite some time, Huang Zhao slowly hoisted Lan Zhao onto his back and continued his journey. Nevertheless, confusion, fear, frustration, and despair welled up within him, accumulating like a tempest in his heart. The fatigue, hunger, and dizziness felt like thorns binding him, their sharp points piercing deep into his flesh and bones, making each step a painful reminder of his countless wounds. Water, water. Behind him, Lan Zhao began to murmur unconsciously once more. Huang Zhao abruptly halted, a surge of intense anger and hatred rising within him for reasons he could not comprehend. Enough. Are you not tired of this? If it weren't for your injuries, we would surely have water by now. In this situation, where am I to find water for you? I want water too. Huang Zhao roared, disregarding his parched throat. Yet Lan Zhao remained oblivious, continuing to murmur, thirsting for water. Huang Zhao's eyes widened, a surge of malice coursing through him, spreading across his face like wildfire. Suddenly, he let go, casting Lan Zhao onto the ground. Stop your incessant whining, he shouted at Lan Zhao, his gaze a tempest of fury and cold cruelty. His chest heaved rapidly, breaths growing labored. A murderous intent burgeoned within Huang Zhao, strangely and swiftly escalating. He stared at Lan Zhao for what felt like an eternity, his throat tightening instinctively, a predatory glint igniting in his eyes. Hunger consumed his heart and mind, clouding his thoughts. The instinct for survival urged him to disregard Lan Zhao's identity, to perceive only the flesh upon his brother's body. The fresh blood coursing through him. This is food. Huang Zhao approached slowly, kneeling on the ground, extending his trembling hands towards Lan Zhao. His movements were sluggish, burdened as if by heavy iron weights. His hands quivered, initially just a slight tremor, but the closer he drew to Lan Zhao, the more violently they shook. Suddenly, he noticed Lan Zhao's eyelids fluttering slightly. In an instant, Lan Zhao slowly cracked open a sliver of an eye. "Brother, you're awake," Huang Zhao exclaimed, joy flooding over him like a tsunami, engulfing his entire being. The previous emotions of hunger, savagery, despair, and madness dissipated like a mirage, mere illusions. Lan Zhao appeared dazed. His barely perceptible gaze turned towards the kneeling Huang Zhao. The blinding sunlight was obscured by Huang Zhao's figure, casting Lan Zhao's head in shadow. Lan Zhao's lips moved. "Brother, what did you say?" Huang Zhao's heart jolted, and he leaned closer to Lan Zhao, pressing his ear to his brother's lips. He then heard an alarmingly weak voice. I can't go on. Don't let me burden you without food and water. Brother, you should eat me." These words drained Lan Zhao of his remaining strength, plunging him back into unconsciousness. Huang Zhao was struck as if by lightning, his pupils constricting to the size of pinpricks, rendering him motionless. He felt as though he had become a statue, stretching his neck, straining to hear. His knees pressed into the sand, maintaining a twisted, grotesque position for what felt like an eternity. Finally, his blank mind began to churn back to life. He realized what he had heard. Gazing at Lan Zhao lying in the sand, his vision blurred rapidly. Tears began to accumulate in his eyes, streaming down his dust-covered face, leaving two dark trails in their wake. "Brother, brother," he cried out, guilt, frustration, and self-reproach choking his throat, making it difficult to breathe. "You are my only kin. How could I ever consider you as food? I will not do it. I will never do that," he shouted, as if making a solemn vow. Then, he lifted Lan Zhao onto his back once more, staggering forward with renewed determination etched upon his face.